In the land of fire, within the village of Kanahagakure, the majestic Hokage rock stands as a testament to honor, featuring the solemn statues of the four Hokages, gazing down upon the thriving village below. The surface of this revered landmark remains unblemished, untouched by the whims of attention-seeking children who might dare to mar it with garish paint. Amidst the bustling streets of the village, a boy with spiky blonde hair and goggles, resembling a hedgehog, strides confidently down the center of the path, cradling the back of his head. The whisker-like marks on his face often provoke curious thoughts in those who see him. It is indeed peculiar. The once lively shops lining the road fall eerily silent as the boy approaches, as if the very essence of sound has been sealed away. Shopkeepers and customers alike observe him from a distance, their gazes cold and detached. Yet, as he passes, the murmur of conversation resumes, now tinged with an unmistakable note of discontent. Naruto has long since come to terms with his unwelcomed existence, or rather, he has resigned himself to it. Once, he was bewildered and rashly sought answers to his plight. However, whether he approached with threats or polite bows, the outcome was invariably the same. Was met with disdain and driven away. Fortunately, within this vast village, a few individuals have shown him kindness. There is the elderly man with a goatee who often gifts him clothes and food. Iruka sensei, despite his stern demeanor, truly cares for him and members of their truants. Squatchmu, Choji, and today, the elder brother, Sandame, who has invited him over for dinner. The mere thought of Sandame brings a smile to Naruto's face, prompting him to quicken his pace. The chatter behind him grows louder, and without hesitation, he leaps onto the rooftops, leaving the noise below as he hastens forward. Before long, he arrives at a quaint three-story house, pushing the door open with familiar ease. Before he has fully entered, he calls out with his characteristic exuberance, "Sorry for the intrusion." As he kicks off his shoes, allowing them to scatter chaotically in the entryway, he dashes into the dining area. Spotting Sandame, who is wielding a spatula with an expression of resignation, Naruto beams with his signature squint-eyed smile, flashing his bright white teeth as he exclaims, "Apologies, Sandame, I must have arrived too early." Sandame reduces the heat under the pot, his tone laced with mild sarcasm. "I believe it is Iruka who deserves an apology. The Ninja Academy hasn't dismissed, yet you're skipping class, aren't you?" Naruto pulls out a chair and flops down, resting his chin on the clean table, grinning shamelessly. "Sandame, you wouldn't actually drag me back to school, would you? I skipped class just to savor your culinary skills." Sandame, donning a checkered apron, pretends to ponder. If that's the case, perhaps there's some justification for your truancy?" Right. Naruto sits up straighter, giving Sandame a thumbs up. "Your cooking is the best I've ever tasted, even better than Uncle Iruka's ramen." Sandame tosses a bottle of soda towards Naruto, watching as he fumbles to catch it. "While I appreciate your enthusiastic praise, it does not absolve you of your class skipping. Remember to apologize to Iruka when you return this afternoon." Naruto takes a couple of sips from the soda, then asks, somewhat belatedly, "What if Iruka sensei doesn't forgive me? Just pack him a meal. That guy doesn't even have a girlfriend, so his dinner is bound to be lackluster," Sandame remarks, unceremoniously poking fun at the single man's plight. Despite being single himself, yet the rich aroma of the meat simmering in the pot continually tempts Naruto's senses, overpowering even the soda sweetness. He can no longer resist, jumping off his chair and rushing to the stove, salivating as he inquires, "Sandame, what are you cooking? It smells incredible." "Braised pork," Sandame replies, deftly picking up a piece of marbled pork belly with chopsticks and popping it into Naruto's eager mouth. "It just needs a touch of caramelization before it's ready to serve." Naruto gasps, hopping from foot to foot as the heat makes him exhale sharply. Yet he disregards the warning from his tongue and gulps it down, his wide eyes sparkling with delight. "This is so delicious. Choji is definitely going to love this flavor." Sandame skillfully adjusts the caramelization. "Is Choji your little companion?" "Indeed, he's part of our truancy squad, along with Shikamaru, and of course me." "Naruto." "What is it, Sandame? You can't refer to them as members, they're more like accomplices." Naruto scratches his head, a bit embarrassed, and stutters as he attempts to explain. "WWE just got bored, and if you don't like it, you'll just go back quietly." "Don't say that." Sandame takes a sip of the broth, finding no fault even with his discerning palate. Skipping class isn't a monumental offense. Naruto's expression shifts to one of incredulity. Wait, are you saying you also? Sandaime gives Naruto a thumbs up, who hasn't skipped class at some point. Naruto's previously subdued smile blossoms once more. That's right, a youth without skipped classes isn't a complete youth. Exactly. Just remember to apologize to Iruka when you return to I won't forget. Aside from a pot full of fragrant braised pork, Sandaime also prepares a spicy chicken dish and 2 vegetable sides. At this stage in his growth, Naruto's appetite is considerable, and he devours nearly half the pot of braised pork on his own. The spicy chicken makes him break into a sweat, yet he reluctantly continues to savor the remnants of meat stuck between the bones of the chicken leg. It is no exaggeration to say that Sandaime's culinary prowess is unparalleled throughout the ninja world, ranking at the pinnacle of excellence. Before he realizes it, Naruto has overindulged, leaving him slumped in a chair, unable to move, groaning with a mix of pain and bliss. Meanwhile, Sandaime has already packed up the remaining food into several portions, advising as he seals the bags. This one is for Iruka. This container is filled with braised pork for your friends to try. The rest you can take home and store in the fridge. Just heat it up when you want to eat. One last question. Your fridge at home isn't broken, is it? It's not broken. It shouldn't be. I can fit a lot of things inside. Naruto responds naively, scratching his head. Let me rephrase that. If you put ice pops in there and take them out later, will they melt? They will. Then it's broken. I've ordered a new fridge to be delivered to your doorstep this afternoon. Just plug it in when you get home. Naruto appears flustered, unsure of what to do with his hand aside from scratching his head. But isn't a fridge quite expensive? Instant noodles are already pricey, and a fridge can hold so many of them. Naruto is often chased away when he tries to buy instant noodles, so the thought of visiting an appliance store is unfathomable to him. He still does not know the price of a refrigerator. Seeing Naruto's discomfort, Sandaime scoffs lightly, opening the custom-made, oversized double-door refrigerator without hesitation, proudly displaying the treasure trove the upper compartment brimming with fresh fruits, vegetables, drinks, and snacks, while the lower compartment is filled with frozen meats and seafood, with an entire drawer dedicated to various ice pops. Oh, you think your Sandaime brother is short on cash. Wow. Having never seen such abundance, Naruto is awestruck, his gaze fixated on the drawer of ice pops. So many ice pops. This could last an entire summer. Sandaime pulls out the drawer, showcasing every flavor available in Konohagakure. Would you like one? Naruto's eyes light up. Can I have an orange-flavored one? Not a chance. Sandaime closes the drawer, shutting the refrigerator door. After eating all that meat, having ice pops right away will give you a stomachache. Upon seeing Naruto appear before him with his hands behind his back, Iruka felt 2 veins bulge on his forehead and leaned down to bellow, Uzumaki Naruto. You've skipped class again. Do not forget that you have yet to pass the shadow clone technique test from last time and the time before that. Naruto tilted his head, eyes tightly shut, bracing himself against Iruka's thunderous reprimand. Once the storm of words subsided, he promptly extended a lunchbox towards Iruka, decisively conceding and apologizing. I sincerely apologize, Teacher Iruka. This is my token of contrition. Please accept it. Iruka, initially poised to correct his student's blatant act of bribery, found his gaze ensnared by the enticing morsels visible beneath the transparent lid of the lunchbox and could not tear his eyes away. Ahem, Naruto. Did you dine at Senda's place for lunch? Iruka silently accepted Naruto's offering. As a teacher, he ought to exhibit a forgiving disposition. Naruto, puzzled, looked up and inquired, Huh? How do you know, Teacher Iruka? Internally battling temptation, Iruka ultimately succumbed. He swiftly lifted the lid and snatched a piece of braised meat, devouring it hastily before sealing the lid again to prevent the tantalizing aroma from attracting uninvited guests. This is the flavor. Iruka reveled in ecstasy, the color, the taste. Only Senda possesses such culinary prowess. Back when we were at school, he would take us to skip class and pilfer ingredients from the cafeteria. Cough, cough, cough. Iruka quickly opened the lid again and stuffed a piece of meat into Naruto's mouth, stating, You didn't hear the latter part of that sentence. Oblivious and cheerful. Naruto chewed contentedly, mumbling, Teacher Iruka, are you quite close with Brother Senda? We graduated in the same class. Would you not consider that close? Iruka replied, attempting to obscure the lunchbox with his bag, seeking to suppress the cravings stirring within him. Did you speak of me during your meal? Brother Sendo remarked that teacher Iruka does not even have a girlfriend, so dinner must be rather dismal. Let us go. Let us return to the classroom for our lesson. Iruka, struck at a sensitive point, simmered with impotent fury. Later, after classes had concluded, in a secluded corner of the school, Naruto, hunched over and concealing something within his arms, stealthily led the way, followed by the other 3 members of the class skipping school. Among all the students in the ninja academy, only Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji were willing to indulge Naruto. Where are you taking us? It won't be anything that causes delays, will it? Shikamaru, his hair resembling a pineapple, rested his head in his hands, exhaling a weary sigh. If we return too late, my mother will scold me. Besides Shikamaru, the chubby Choji stuffed chips into his mouth, mumbling, my mom will say the same to me. Kiba, does your mom too? Kiba, his head adorned with akamaru, replied nonchalantly, my mom is a bit different. Oh, that's rather nice, said the simple-minded Choji, pulling out another bag of chips. Nice, you say? My mom not only scolds, but also resorts to physical discipline. Kiba shivered as if reliving a traumatic experience. Moreover, after my mother is done, my sister has to give me a lecture too. It's not just me. Akamaru faces Black Maru's reprimands as well. A yelp escaped Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, echoing a brief lament. Having selected a cherished location, Naruto cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one else had noticed them, he confidently produced a lunchbox from his pocket, proclaiming, rest assured, it won't take long. And you certainly won't regret it. The moment the lunchbox came into view, Choji's eyes widened with excitement. So much so that he didn't even realize the chips in his hand had dropped. Is that food? Akamaru and Kiba were the first to catch a whiff of the aroma, and even the usually docile Akamaru began to stir restlessly, emitting eager growls from his throat. Kiba quickly scooped Akamaru into his arms, covering his mouth. Shoo. Quiet down, Akamaru. We don't want to attract others. Naruto, feigning mystery, instructed Shikamaru, Kiba, keep Choji and Akamaru in check. I'm about to unveil it. This is a special dish from my brother, you know? Shikamaru, stop Choji. Don't come over. In no time, a pile of empty lunchboxes surrounded the 4 of them, witnessing his friends devour the food like ravenous wolves. Naruto generously offered up the food he had received from his brother. After a whirlwind of consumption, only the empty lunchboxes remained, alongside 3 humans and 1 dog thoroughly enchanted by the culinary skills of Naruto's brother. As for Naruto, he had already succumbed to the allure of his brother's apron. Choji, with his round belly protruding, lay on the ground, groaning in both agony and bliss, reminiscent of Naruto from earlier that afternoon. Half of the food Naruto had contributed had found its way into Choji's stomach. Although Kiba and Shikamaru were engaged in a competitive feast, they still prioritized ensuring Choji was well fed, dividing the remaining half between themselves. Kiba even shared half of his portion with Akamaru, seeing his companions savoring their meal. Naruto couldn't resist stealing a piece of meat from Akamaru's share. The usually gentle Akamaru exhibited a rare display of protectiveness over his food, barking in annoyance at Naruto. Even Kiba, unable to contain himself, leaned against the wall, rubbing his stomach, and admonished Naruto, you've gone too far. How could you snatch food from Akamaru? While diligently licking the remnants from the lunchbox, Akamaru paused to express his discontent with a bark. Naruto, clearly unfazed by any embarrassment, retorted, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even get to taste my brother's cooking. Kiba suddenly realized, oh right, I must reprimand you, Akamaru. We owe our delightful feast to Naruto. How could you be cross with him? Akamaru tilted his head in confusion, as he was merely a simple dog, unable to grasp the unpredictable nature of human reasoning. Did all of this come from your brother? Shikamaru, who rarely found himself genuinely impressed by anyone, added another to his list today. Even Choji agreed on the quality of his brother's culinary prowess, which could easily sustain a shop in Konoha. As Naruto beamed with pride at the compliment, his eyes narrowing in delight, a tiny hand reached awkwardly for his pant leg. Turning around, he met Choji's earnest gaze. Naruto, from now on, your brother is my brother too. After a brief pause, the 3 hurriedly made their way home, contemplating how to explain to their mothers why they wouldn't be able to eat dinner that evening. Naruto, however, felt no such anxiety. Ambling home with a bag of empty lunchboxes in tow, he intended to wash and dry them before returning them to his brother. The buildings lining the streets illuminated with lights, and the village of Konoha remained lively under the night sky. However, this vibrancy had little to do with Naruto, who lived alone. Fortunately, within the confines of Naruto's youthful mind, there was yet no room for sentimentality. Being a fool had its advantages, sparing him from numerous worries. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped quietly to his doorstep, where he noticed a cardboard box standing taller than himself. It was then that Naruto recalled that Sendeo, his elder brother, had promised to send him a new refrigerator. The corners of his mouth, which had been drooping, could not help but stretch toward his ears. As he hopped to the front door, Naruto spotted a note affixed to the box, inscribed in elegant handwriting. I assume you've already shared the food with your friends. So I've packed a few more containers for you to store in the refrigerator. They can last quite a while frozen, but it's best to consume them soon. You need not return the containers, but do remember to wash them and place them in a ventilated area. The note, small in size, bore an arrow drawn in the lower right corner. At that moment, Naruto was already overwhelmed by Sendeo's thoughtful gesture, feeling as though his very insides had been soothed and warmed. With excitement, he tore open the cardboard box and pushed the refrigerator into his home with his back. The packaging was temporarily discarded in the hallway, and the note fell, rolling to the ground along the arrow's path, revealing additional content on its reverse side. The paper was too small, so I continued writing on the back. Remember to take out the food before moving the refrigerator. It's quite heavy, but I suspect you might not see what's written on the back. As the night deepened, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed contentedly at the myriad lights of Konoha from his office window, exhaling a plume of smoke. What a comforting sense of tranquility. Suddenly, a figure clad in a cat-faced mask, a member of the Konoha ANBU, fell into the room. Third Hokage, he addressed. Hiruzen turned, holding his pipe. Speak. Yes, the ANBU replied, bowing his head. This morning, Naruto skipped class at the Ninja Academy and went to have a meal at Sendeo's home. He returned to the academy in the afternoon. This evening, a refrigerator was delivered to Naruto's house from the village's electronics store. It was presumably a gift from Sendeo. After returning home, Naruto did not venture out again. Hiruzen tapped the pipe on the table. Did he invite Naruto for a meal again? This marks the third time this month, correct? It is the fourth time, the ANBU corrected. Fourth time, indeed, Hiruzen mused as he sat back in his chair, removing the hat adorned with the fire symbol from his head and placing it on the table. Retrieve Sendeo's file for me. Understood. The ANBU vanished in an instant. Hiruzen wrapped the pipe on the table and sighed softly. Naruto had been interacting with Sendeo rather frequently. To ensure that Naruto was not led astray by ill-intentioned individuals, he felt compelled to investigate Sendeo's background. Minato, you are still too young, Hiruzen lamented. Being a Jinchuriki is no simple matter. Although he had strictly ordered the ninjas of the village not to treat the Jinchuriki differently, he felt powerless against the perceptions of ordinary villagers. A Jinchuriki, before mastering the tailed beast, was akin to a human bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. Whether the tailed beast would break free from its seal, and when it might do so, remained a mystery to all. No parent would willingly allow their child to come into contact with explosives. Even if a person were to be pitifully solitary, it is inconceivable that they would gamble their child's life as a means for benevolence. Is there truly a parent with such a vast heart? If there were, one could only declare that they are unworthy of the title of parent, and their child would be most unfortunate to be born into such a family. It is only those among the great clans who recognize that Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage and have ample faith in Minato's prowess and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan who would not mind their children mingling with Naruto, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clan's younger generations. Sarutobi Hiruzen once contemplated revealing that Naruto was the son of the fourth, but this notion was swiftly abandoned. During the Third Shinobi World War, even before Minato became the fourth Hokage, he forged a fearsome reputation on the battlefield, a yellow flash cutting down foes with unmatched skill, leaving countless souls at the mercy of his blade. Every ninja village harbored a deep-seated hatred for Minato, wishing to annihilate him in vengeance for their fallen comrades. Alas, the chasm of his strength was insurmountable. They could not even catch a glimpse of his retreating figure, let alone seek retribution. Tragically, the fate of heroes is often fleeting. Both Minato and Kushina perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Before other villages could exact their revenge, they learned of the new fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, dramatically falling to the claws of the Nine-Tails. In their shock, they masked their inner delight and relief with the lament of unfulfilled vengeance. If other villages were to discover that the yellow flash had left behind a small glimmer in Konoha, Naruto would face not only the disdain and animosity of the villagers, but so much more. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed the back of his hand, which resembled dry, bark-like skin, feeling that he was no stronger than the glowing ash in his pipe. Since Minato's passing, the title of the strongest ninja village had become a mere shadow of its former self. After the Ninetales incident, as other ninja villages learned that the yellow flash had extinguished, they began to eye Konoha with predatory intent. Within the village, ruins lay scattered, families were displaced, and the hospital was overwhelmed. Confronted with the dire internal and external crises, the retired Hiruzen had no choice but to don the heavy hat of Hokage once more. No one remembered that his wife, Bawako, had perished on the same night as Minato and Kushina. Fortunately, Hiruzen's mental fortitude was formidable, and his reputation as a jutsu instructor still held a degree of influence. He was not yet old. Under the leadership of the Third Hokage, Konoha weathered its most challenging times and gradually restored its prosperity. Yet, Hiruzen knew well that he was aging and his strength had waned significantly, far from his youthful vigor. This old steed was exhausted, and if Konoha was to continue moving forward, a competent fifth Hokage was imperative. However, this was precisely what filled Hiruzen with a sense of helplessness, for within the village, there was simply no candidate capable of assuming the mantle of the fifth Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha village have unfortunately faced a generational decline. After Minato assumed the role of the fourth Hokage, he was defeated in competition by Jiraiya's disciple, Orochimaru, who subsequently fled the village under the guise of experimentation gone awry. Jiraiya, tasked with the dual mission of seeking the prophesied child and capturing Orochimaru, traversed the ninja world. Tsunade, disheartened, also departed from the village, lamenting that none of her 3 disciples remained. This left Hiruzen Sarutobi reflecting on his perceived failures as a teacher. Upon reviewing his life, he could only mark it with a sense of defeat. He regarded himself as a failed disciple, having inherited the mantle of Hokage from Tobirama. He could not sustain the glory of Konoha. He viewed himself as a failed husband. After the Ninetales was sealed, he managed to care for the fourth Hokage and his wife, ensuring Naruto was settled before confronting the cold reality of his beloved's lifeless body lying on the frigid ground. Unaware of how long it had been, he recognized himself as a failed father, unable to preserve the lives of his son and daughter-in-law. He was a failed teacher. In a time when Konoha faced a lack of capable successors, none of his 3 disciples were able to assist him. He felt like a failed Hokage, having failed to nurture the young fourth Hokage's growth, a significant dereliction of duty for a predecessor. He was also a failed grandfather. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's refrigerator had been broken for an unknown duration, only to learn of it that very evening. After the demise of Minato and Kushina, Hiruzen took on the responsibility of caring for Naruto. However, due to Naruto's sensitive and unique identity, Hiruzen could not overtly provide care. He could only change into civilian clothes after work each day to visit Naruto. The expenses for Naruto's sustenance came from Hiruzen's personal accounts, while the legacy left by the fourth Hokage and his wife was preserved intact, awaiting the day Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy to be returned in full. When the time came, and if Naruto inquired about his parents, Hiruzen had already prepared a response. Your parents were 2 ninjas who inherited the will of fire. They were brave, great, and loved you dearly. As he envisioned the expression on Naruto's face upon hearing these words, a member of the ANBU with a cat-like mask appeared in the Hokage's office and presented several pages of information. Lord Third, here are the complete details on Jin Yuusendo. Hiruzen stroked his beard, reflecting on his aging mind that often led him to overthink and worry unnecessarily. Picking up the documents, he murmured aloud, Jin Yuusendo, 22 years old. Height 182 centimeters, weight 69 kilograms, graduated from the Ninja Academy at 11, and became a chūnin at 16. Was he in the same class as Iruka Umino? The ANBU responded affirmatively. Yes, Jin Yuusendo and Iruka Umino were classmates at the Ninja Academy, both graduating and advancing to chūnin simultaneously. Is he of mediocre talent? Hiruzen mused aloud, only to hear the ANBU reply with a hint of hesitation, Lord Third, as far as I know. Jin Yuusendo has maintained a good relationship with Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy. They occasionally gather for meals at his home. It seems this child possesses quite remarkable culinary skills. In the mind of Ryzen, Xiandao has already established himself as a culinary adept. Do you recall who attended their gathering? Indeed, There were Yumino Iruka, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma, along with the ANBU members, Moonlight Breeze and Yuzuki Yugao, who also participated, albeit infrequently due to their work commitments. The third Hokage, stroking his goat-like beard, expressed a keen interest in Xiandao's social circle. Asuma and the others are several years senior to Xiandao. How did they come to associate with one another? Xiandao had previously gone on missions with Might Guy, and their camaraderie flourished, leading Guy to introduce Xiandao to Kakashi and the others. The cat-faced ANBU evidently conducted thorough research on Xiandao. How did Moonlight and Yuzuki come to know Xiandao? Likely through Hatake Kakashi, who had previously served in the ANBU. It is no wonder the third Hokage is so inquisitive about Xiandao. He feels the need to understand anyone who is closely associated with Naruto. Should Naruto fall under a negative influence, he would have to explain himself to Minato and Kushina in the future. As it stands, both Xiandao and his social circle appear impeccable. Iruka and Kakashi are both resilient and kind-hearted ninjas. Anko's choice to remain in Konoha during her teacher Orochimaru's defection speaks volumes. Guy is a simple soul without ulterior motives, while Moonlight and Yuzuki are directly affiliated with the Hokage's ANBU. Ironically, Asuma presents the most significant concern. This rebellious and obstinate youth raises doubts about his ability to form friendships, perhaps due to the influence of the Sarutobi name. Nonetheless, this also indirectly highlights Xiandao's amiable nature, as he has managed to maintain a relationship even with a headstrong character like Asuma. It seems this young man is indeed quite commendable, and the third Hokage feels reassured that Xiandao's intentions towards Naruto are genuinely altruistic. At that moment, the cat-faced ANBU suddenly spoke. Lord Third, in my investigation, I discovered that Xiandao declined an invitation from Root 2 years ago. Sarutobi Raizen instinctively furrowed his brow and flipped a page in the dossier he held. The report was quite comprehensive. 2 years prior, Root extended an invitation to Xiandao, which he declined, citing his aversion to constraints. He is the first ordinary ninja, without a clan background, to dare refuse an invitation from Root. This infuriated Danzo, who subsequently obstructed Xiandao's numerous applications for promotion to Special Jonin. Consequently, Xiandao remains a chūnin to this day. Upon seeing Danzo's name, Raizen felt an involuntary shudder. Experience told him that any matter involving his old comrade would inevitably lead to headaches. Alas, if only there were other capable allies at his disposal. However, this young man dared to reject Root, indicating he is not entirely compliant. He possesses a temper. Why would Root take an interest in him? Sarutobi Raizen posed the crucial question. It is said that Xiandao rarely ventures out, preferring to remain at home except when on missions. Root seems to believe he can endure solitude, harboring a gloomy disposition and disliking social interactions, making him ideally suited for their purposes. The third Hokage reminisced about the guest list from the gathering at the home of the Senjo family. Is this what you call a lack of social interaction? He mused aloud. The dark-clad operative, known for his feline visage, took the opportunity to elaborate. It appears that the organization, Root, has indeed investigated thoroughly. Koyu Senjo is merely a recluse. Lord Danzo may have misjudged Root's assessment and unfairly attributed the oversight to Senjo, stalling his application for evaluation. Senjo must have surmised who was targeting him. How did he respond? Hizashi inquired, curiosity etched on his face. He displayed no significant reaction. The operative replied candidly. After several rejected submissions, he seemingly resigned himself to the situation. Aside from undertaking missions, he seldom ventured out. When he did, it was to deliver pre-packaged meals to orphanages and nursing homes. Undeniably a commendable individual. As a member of the ANBU who had little affinity for Root, the operative found, upon investigation, that Senjo was indeed an exemplary shinobi, devoid of any flaws. He even felt inclined to speak favorably of him. For it was not mere curiosity about Senjo's culinary skills that motivated him. After perusing Senjo's complete dossier, the third nodded slightly. This child is indeed without fault. It would be beneficial for Naruto to interact with him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Has Senjo submitted an application for the special Jonin examination? It is not mentioned here. What extraordinary talents does he possess? The operative responded, Koyu Senjo excels in Jinjutsu, while his Taijutsu and Ninjutsu are merely average. Thus he applied for the special Jonin evaluation. Jinjutsu, you say? How does he compare to Kurenai Yuhi? Naturally, he cannot rival her. She is a Jonin, came the reply. I thought as much, Hisashi said, stroking the top of his head and gesturing for the operative to withdraw. Without the enhancement of a Kekkei Genkai, an ordinary ninja's mastery of Jinjutsu peaks at a level akin to Kurenai's. After all, genius is not something one can easily grasp. By the time Kurenai was a chūnin, her Jinjutsu prowess already surpassed that of many jonin of similar caliber. Had it not been for the overshadowing presence of the Sharingan, her renown would have been even greater. Hisashi had only heard of Senjo after Naruto had established a rapport with him. Presumably, his proficiency in Jinjutsu was notable only in contrast to his ninjutsu and taijutsu abilities. Reflecting on the Sharingan, the third let out a heavy sigh. Aside from the defector Itachi, there remained only 2 saplings of the Uchiha clan in the village. The only advantage they held over Naruto might be the mutual support between the siblings. At the Senjo residence, Koya had just adorned a cake with cream, preparing to place it in the refrigerator to enhance its texture. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor just beyond the wall. After placing the cake inside and securing the refrigerator door, Koya leaned against it, half turning to greet the kitchen's newcomer, Azuki Mitarashi, with a playful smile. Did you come here lured by the aroma? Azuki casually draped her long coat over the back of a chair, exuding a refreshing aura as she approached Koya, brazenly resting her wrist on his shoulder. Caught you in the act. As soon as I entered, you were already hiding your treasures in the fridge? I had intended to savor it all myself, but it seems fortune smiled upon you just as you returned from your mission. Koyu feigned disappointment. With a playful demeanor, Hongdo naturally crouched down and burrowed into Xian Dao's embrace, turning her back to him as she attempted to pry open the refrigerator door. Step aside. The past few days have merely sufficed to quell my hunger. I must indulge myself properly. Standing at a height of 167 centimeters, Hongdo is not particularly short among women. Yet, besides Xian Dao, she appears petite and delicate. If Xian Dao merely leans forward, his chin could rest atop her head. However, her hairstyle has a tendency to jab at her throat, causing a slight irritation. Having just placed her desired item inside, she found it far less appetizing than it would be after half an hour. Yet, the temptation was too great. Hongdo nudged Xian Dao's hand. What about trying something from the bar behind me? Following his suggestion, she turned her head and maneuvered around Xian Dao to glance at the previously empty counter, which now miraculously held a bowl of sweet fermented rice balls. The yellow, pink, and white dumplings floated in a slightly murky broth, while the yellow osmanthus petals lent a subtle sweetness to the rich aroma of the wine. Upon spotting the sweet fermented rice balls, Hongdo's sense of smell seemed to awaken as the intoxicating fragrance enveloped her senses, filling the room with the scent of wine and osmanthus. It was only due to a playful trick by someone that her eyes and nose failed to discern the source of the delightful aroma. Hey! Hongdo playfully punched Xian Dao in the chest, the firm sensation beneath his loose clothing causing her tongue to moisten further. The alluring fragrance of the sweet wine was simply irresistible. You're teasing me again. Is this how you use your illusions? Life can be rather dull, and it requires a bit of seasoning, Xian Dao remarked, giving Hongdo a light tap on her rounded lower back. Take it to the dining table. Typically, Hongdo behaved like a carefree boy, but when faced with her beloved dessert, she momentarily recalled her once innocent demeanor, obediently carrying the bowl of sweet fermented rice balls to the table. With a spoon, she eagerly scooped up 2 dumplings, along with the broth, and hastily brought them to her mouth. As the rich sweetness washed over her taste buds, Hongdo blissfully squinted her eyes, her clean, bare feet swaying back and forth in delight. Standing behind the bar, Xian Dao wiped the remaining droplets of water from a plate with a dry cloth, a gentle smile adorning his face. The sight of his beloved feeding herself with a blissful smile was a picturesque scene he cherished, especially since Hongdo was a person of remarkable talent, capable of elevating a perfect dish to extraordinary heights. Just by observing her expressions while eating, he could vicariously experience her joy. The bowl of sweet fermented rice balls quickly reached its bottom. Xian Dao had not prepared an abundance, merely offering it as a snack to satisfy her cravings. However, with her appetite piqued, Hongdo showed no intention of retreating. She scraped the remnants of the rice wine from the bowl, pouting and murmuring, "It's too little. It's simply not enough." Xian Dao chuckled. "The strawberry cake will be ready to eat after chilling for a bit. But I want to eat it now?" Hongdo replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Can't wait, can you?" She turned to him, her gaze fixed intently. "I can't wait. Is that so?" Xian Dao snapped his fingers playfully. "Do I look like a strawberry cake to you?" At the moment, the sound of Xiandao's snap resonated in Hongdo's eyes. The grand figure of Xiandao suddenly emanated a delightful aroma of strawberries and cream, boldly advancing towards her, unreservedly, teasing her scant patience. A mist of moisture gradually welled up in Hongdo's eyes, her gaze lingering on Xiandao with a sticky intensity, while her cheeks bloomed with an alluring blush. She resembled a languid cat, determined yet relaxed, as she gently rose from the table's edge. Her tongue, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, sent forth a tempting yet perilous signal to her prey. Lightly biting her lower lip, a fleeting shimmer revealed 7 parts charm and 3 parts wildness. Unnecessary. I had no intention of leaving on an empty stomach. Are you planning to depart tonight? The strawberry-shaped figure spoke. A suppressed moan was her only response. As the kitchen lights flickered back to life, it was already late into the night. Yuusendo Hongdo transformed from the fiery and untamed persona outside the dining area into a docile little kitten, quietly nestled in her chair. Savoring the real strawberry cake she had finally tasted an hour and a half late. Clad only in shorts, Xiandao retrieved a jug of milk from the refrigerator, gulping down half of it in one go, releasing a contented, milky burp. Suddenly, Hongdo, with her hair cascading over the dining table, frowned and turned to Xiandao, reproaching him. It's all your fault. I don't want to smell strawberries at all. Xiandao draped one of his garments over her smooth back and playfully caressed her soft cheek. Why not try it again? Hongdo popped a piece of strawberry into her mouth, her drowsy eyes widening in surprise. It tastes like peach. She then joyfully resumed eating, murmuring her astonishment. Is this how illusion techniques can be used? Xiandao, carrying a plate of steaming dumplings, settled beside Hongdo. Having exerted himself tonight, he too required sustenance after the effort. Suddenly, a thought struck Yuusendo Hongdo, and she waved her fork. When I came to your house, I happened to encounter the ANBU ninjas changing shifts nearby. Why are they monitoring you? Have they discovered your secret? They didn't even notice when you passed by them, Xiandao said, offering a dumpling towards Hongdo. Would you like to try? In an instant, the dumpling vanished, leaving only a trail of saliva on the tips of his chopsticks. Oh, dumplings that taste like peaches. Xiandao disregarded the droplet, tossing a dumpling into his own mouth. I've invited Naruto over for dinner a few times recently. The third Hokage might be concerned. Hongdo raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki Naruto? That little fox? No wonder there's such a fuss. When it comes to a Jinchuriki, one can never be too cautious. With that, she felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto. Poor child, his identity as a Jinchuriki makes him unpopular among the villagers, and he cannot reveal that he is the 4th Hokage's son. Do you think the villagers would change their attitude if they knew he was the 4th son? Leaning back against the chair, Xiandao extended his long arm, gently running his fingers through Hongdo's hair, tenderly massaging her scalp, prompting her to close her eyes in comfort and hum softly. A kind-hearted girl who understands the importance of considering others deserves a reward. Probably not. Without much contemplation, Xiandao replied. Hongdo was puzzled. Why? Because the 4th Hokage and his wife have passed away. People come and go, and that is a cold reality. Moreover, the fearsome reputation of the Nine Tails is so great that even the 4th Hokage and his wife fell victim to its claws. Now, how can we convince the villagers that such a terrifying beast can be securely sealed within a child, regardless of the emotional turmoil of the Jinchuriki? Would you feel at ease? After pondering this, Hongdo shook her head, her hand lingering in Xiandao's grasp. However, with so many people treating Naruto with indifference, what if he suppressed his feelings and suddenly lost control one day? There are many who are indifferent towards him. I cannot be the only one thinking this way. As for that day when the sky might fall, there are always those who can bear the burden. Hongdo paused for a moment, her tone turning somber. Do the villagers all think this way? Perhaps it's not just the villagers. Xiandao, sensing her disheartenment, reassured her. In comparison to other ninja villages, Naruto's treatment as a Jinchuriki is relatively decent. Yuusendo Hongdo's eyes widened in disbelief. Even under these circumstances, it is considered decent? How are other Jinchuriki supposed to survive? Currently, in Sunagakure, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail is treated as an emotionless weapon by his father, who tests his limits with lies and deception until he breaks down, becoming a soulless, bloodthirsty war machine. Compared to him, Naruto is quite fortunate. Believing in the information casually shared by Xiandao, Hongdo's mood only sank further. Girls are often tender-hearted and easily empathetic. Xiandao placed his hand on Hongdo's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, compared to that monstrous father of the One Tail. The third Hokage is much better. He does not restrict Naruto's growth, assigns ANBU to protect him at all times, and after his work is done, he changes into casual clothes to check on Naruto like a caring neighbor. As the village leader, the third Hokage is busy with many affairs, and I think he does quite well. Moreover, aside from the third Hokage, the former subordinates of the fourth Hokage have also taken it upon themselves to protect Naruto in secret. Kakashi recently submitted a request to the third Hokage, hoping to be Naruto's mentor once he graduates from the Ninja Academy. Oh, I almost forgot about Iruka. That guy has had a profound impact on Naruto, even surpassing the third Hokage. Although the overall environment of the village is not friendly towards Naruto, there are still many who care for him. You are one of them. Suddenly, Hondo grasped Xiandao's hand, intertwining their fingers. Her sparkling eyes met Xiandao's, unabashed pride and affection shining through. Xiandao gently caressed her pudding-like smooth face. Naruto is nearing graduation and entering his growth period. It is essential for him to eat well. Before he could finish, Hondo, who had been resting on Xiandao's lap, abruptly sat up and broke free from the hand that had been playfully squeezing her face. I almost forgot. Why did you push me down and delay my meal? Observing the adorable girl as she picked up her fork and devoured her food, Xiandao smiled indulgently. Ah, your mood has improved, and your appetite has returned, hasn't it? Have you already grown tired of me? Yusho Hondo huffed with a hint of pride, her meaning clear. Xiandao raised his right hand, while someone's left hand remained firmly clasped with his, their fingers intertwined. What is this all about? Hondo feigned ignorance, burying herself in her meal. The petite strawberry cake, barely 8 inches in size, disappeared into Hondo's stomach, yet her abdomen remained flat, prompting Xiandao to verify this with a gentle poke. Ah, what a promising little glutton you are. After satiating her hunger, the diligent Yusho Washi Hondo regained her vitality. She swung her feet on the chair for a while, then suddenly tossed aside her draped garment and scampered to the window, taking refuge behind the velvet curtain. She peered through a small gap to gaze outside. Wow, how late is it? Why are there still ANBU on duty? Hondo, possessing keen perception, quickly spotted the ANBU lurking atop the treetops, surveilling Xiandao's residence. Xiandao approached the window as well, parting the curtain to look outside. I wonder when the third Hokage will let his guard down. Perhaps then the ANBU will cease their watch over me. It's as if he thinks I'm a villain. Hondo playfully bumped her hips against Xiandao. How could you be a villain? Their surveillance has been utterly futile. They didn't even notice when I walked into your home. Speaking of which, even if we open the curtains now, they wouldn't perceive it, would they? Indeed, that is quite true. Meeting Hondo's sparkling gaze, Xiandao raised an eyebrow. Hey, you can't be serious. At least I'm wearing shorts. Yusho Washi Hondo mischievously stuck out her little tongue. I have an audacious idea. The ANBU, donned in dog-faced masks, calculated the time. In an hour, their surveillance mission over Jin Yuusendo would conclude. At 9 o'clock tonight, they received the order from the third Hokage to continue monitoring until the early hours of the next morning, after which the surveillance would cease. Having observed for several days, the dog-faced ANBU felt there was genuinely no necessity for continued watch. Jin Yuusendo was exceedingly reclusive. Never had they encountered such an introverted individual. If no one came to visit him, he hardly ever ventured outside. Even his groceries were delivered right to his door. Over the past few days, apart from Uzumaki Naruto, no one else had sought him out. Ninjas like him, who rarely undertook missions, were a rarity in the village. Other ninjas could not possibly be as leisurely as he was. Like tonight, his bedroom lights had extinguished early. While the ANBU toiled on their mission, he had likely already drifted into a peaceful slumber. How enviable. The dog-faced mask huffed, disdainfully uttering impolite remarks. Hey, can you see us? You dog-faced one perched in the tree? Smack. Even if they couldn't here, one should still maintain decorum. The balcony curtains were fully drawn back, casting a heavy shadow on the lawn below. The dog-faced ANBU across the street occasionally glanced at the darkened house, yawning with boredom. After all, the third Hokage had discontinued the surveillance, indicating that Xiandao posed no threat to the Jinchuriki. It seemed reasonable for him to relax his vigilance. When it came to Jinchuriki, the third's nerves were overly sensitive. One must ask, what danger could a homebody chūnin with a passion for cooking possibly present? Would he stab someone with a radish? Or perhaps entice them to death with delectable food? Haha. The dog-faced ANBU was amused by his own humor, chuckling softly. Why did that dog face suddenly break into a foolish grin? Perhaps he was reminiscing about a joyful memory. Anyone tasked with monitoring the Dust Wanderer's culinary endeavors during meal times would be irresistibly drawn by the tantalizing aroma of gourmet dishes. It is truly a pity that such talent in a young lad is wasted on the life of a ninja. Given his aversion to conflict, he could have easily thrived by opening a restaurant in the village. There are indeed other paths in life beyond that of a ninja. The dog-faced ANBU scanned the surroundings, murmuring to himself in confusion. Do the grasshoppers only begin their serenade in the dead of night? In the stillness of the night, with empty streets all around. The chirping of grasshoppers was particularly striking. Upon discerning the sound, it seemed to emanate from the courtyard of the Dust Wanderer's home. After a while, perhaps sensing the absence of danger, the grasshoppers' chorus became increasingly unrestrained and louder, infusing the tranquil night with a vibrant energy. Listening to the rhythmic chirping, the dog-faced ANBU found himself less drowsy, steeling himself for the last watch of the night. As if fatigued from their song, the grasshoppers' melody peaked and then gradually dimmed. Although it seemed somewhat belated to inquire, would there truly be no issues? Fear not. Without my consent, no one else shall know. If the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, could their Sharingan Jinjutsu have broken through your illusions? Even combining Tsukuyomi with Koto Amatsukami would be futile, rest assured. What are Tsukuyomi and Koto Amatsukami? Just trivialities. The sage returned indoors, cradling a weary red bean. Moments later, the restaurant was enveloped in darkness. The extinguishing of the lights appeared to signal something, causing the dog-faced ANBU perched on a tree to shiver, regaining his senses to check his watch, only to realize that it was already time to conclude his mission. He finally relaxed, yawning widely, stretching his limbs, and hurriedly departed into the night. After the first class of the morning, during the break, students effortlessly scaled the walls of the ninja academy. Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his head, remarked to his companions, "We've escaped, but now that I think about it, I have no idea where to go. Any suggestions? Anywhere is fine. As long as it isn't the dull confines of the classroom," Shikamaru replied, his head resting in his hands, his lethargic demeanor reflected in his deadpan expression. Kiba and Naruto, brimming with energy, found it hard to comprehend why Shikamaru always appeared as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, so sluggish, resembling an old man. In matters of food, Choji was a master of time management. As he fell from the wall to the ground, in the brief moment before landing, he had already pulled out a bag of chips, managing to open it mid-air and snatch a piece before touching down. "I can go anywhere, as long as it doesn't interfere with my eating," he said, offering a chip to his friends. "Just one piece, though?" Despite its meager size, it was a rare gesture. Among the entire village, perhaps only Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba could elicit such generosity from Choji. Even his father, Choza, would struggle to wrest a single candy or chip from his son's grasp. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba exhibit slightly different characteristics. Only Naruto is permitted to savor the last potato chip from Choji's stash. To elude detection by their teacher from the Ninja Academy, the quartet concealed themselves behind a bush, relishing the chips shared by Choji. As Naruto gazed at the thin, crispy potato slices, he suddenly recalled a certain older brother who was an exceptional cook, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why don't we seek out Senjodo and I?" Upon hearing the name Senjodo, the tomato-flavored chip in Choji's mouth instantly transformed into the taste of braised pork. After swallowing his saliva, Choji eagerly raised both hands in agreement. "Yes, yes. I concur." Kiba clenched his fists, brimming with enthusiasm. "Hooray! More delicious food awaits." "Akamaru, you're drooling on my head." Shikamaru, with a resigned expression, observed the trio's unwarranted excitement. "Is it really all right to approach him without prior notice? Won't we inconvenience him? What if he dislikes noisy children?" In response to Shikamaru's mature inquiries, Naruto pounded his chest confidently, vouching for Senjodo. "Not at all. Senjodo and I is incredibly kind. He once took me to deliver treats to the children at the orphanage, and those kids were much louder than us. Senjodo and I never showed annoyance and always smiled." Shikamaru sighed, knowing their group was indeed quite boisterous. Just as the plan seemed to solidify, a sudden commotion erupted behind them as Iruka's frustrated voice rang out. "Hiding behind the bushes, holding chips, are Choji and Kiba. Akamaru has popped out from the shrubs. Shikamaru's pineapple hair is so obvious. And the gap between the pineapple and the chips, that's Naruto, isn't it? You four are skipping class. Come back here." The four fled in a panic, disregarding Iruka's warning. Relying on Iruka's inability to pursue them, they successfully made their escape, weaving between rooftops. Shikamaru, displaying his cleverness, chose a discreet path, aware that strolling openly could lead to encounters with relatives shopping in town. Senjodo's home lay on the outskirts of the village, nearing the ominous forest of death. This area was considerably quieter than the village center, with many buildings serving as storerooms for local shops. Suddenly, Shikamaru halted, addressing the perplexed trio. Do you think we should approach him empty-handed? That would be rather rude. Kiba and Choji exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Being members of a prominent ninja clan, they were naturally attuned to the customs of reciprocity. However, no one had ever taught Naruto such manners. Fortunately, Naruto was a kind-hearted child. He understood that if others treated him well, he should reciprocate. Yet, as he patted his pockets, he realized they were utterly bare. I have a few snacks, Choji announced, his pockets bulging. I don't have any allowance, Kiba lamented, as he lowered Akamaru from his head, but I can have Akamaru perform a backflip. Shikamaru couldn't help but scratch his head in exasperation. Who cares about a ninja dog's backflip? Woof. Akamaru replied. Sorry, Akamaru, I didn't mean you. I just find Kiba's childish ideas rather tiresome. Woof woof. My apologies, it was my fault. Constrained by the meager allowance nestled in their pockets, the four little ones huddled together, their imaginations soaring as they conjured up whimsical ideas. You proposed a performance for Sendu, showcasing Akamaru catching flying chips. However, Dingy hesitated, suggesting he could replace Akamaru in this endeavor, only to be promptly reprimanded by the embarrassed Shikamaru. Naruto then revealed that Sendu's refrigerator harbored a drawer full of popsicles, proposing that Dingy perform the remarkable feat of consuming 20 popsicles without suffering from an upset stomach. Dingy, in enthusiastic agreement, even contemplated borrowing Akamaru's four legs, but was once again dismissed by a disapproving Shikamaru. After much deliberation yielded no fruitful outcome, it was Shikamaru who decisively stated that such matters of reciprocity were for adults. They were still children and need not adopt the burdens of formality. Arriving empty-handed would not diminish their dignity. Ultimately, assisting Sendu with household chores and taking out the trash would still be deemed respectable. According to Naruto, Sendu was a solitary young man, likely leading to a chaotic living environment, with a laundry basket overflowing with days' worth of dirty clothes. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Mitarashi Anko nestled comfortably in Sendu's embrace, her long, fair leg draped over his, radiating an undeniable affection even in slumber. Anko was utterly exhausted from the previous night. Sendu gently caressed her cherubic round face, smooth and soft like a delectable pudding. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, and in a half-dream state, she pressed her hand against Sendu's hand resting on her face, mumbling sleepily, just a little longer. With a twinkle in his eye, Sendu gazed at the adorable figure cuddled in his arms and softly reminded her, but you still have a mission to submit today. You came straight to me after returning to the village last night, didn't you? Noticing Anko's lack of response, seemingly having drifted back into sleep, Sendu playfully pinched her cheek. After a brief moment, her still drowsy mind finally acknowledged his touch, and she dragged his hand from her face to her chest, nudging it gently while murmuring, rub it a bit more, then let me sleep. Sendu's hand was large, barely covering her petite form. Perhaps he should prepare something nourishing for her. Withdrawing his hand and gently shifting his thigh off her, Sendu made his way to the kitchen on the first floor, tying on an apron to begin simmering soup and steaming egg custard. Just as he adjusted the heat from medium to low, entrusting the rest of the process to time, the doorbell suddenly rang. Approaching the entrance, Sendu opened the door and was greeted by Naruto's radiant smile, accompanied by his three slightly awkward friends. Sigh. Sendu feigned a long breath. Seeing you all at my doorstep at this hour. It's not the weekend. You must be skipping class. Naruto scratched his head, displaying little shame, grinning unabashedly. Sorry, Sendu and I, we skipped class again. This remark was more suited for Iruka, and Sendu stepped back to allow them entry. Come in. Sorry to intrude. Naruto dashed inside with the familiarity of a regular, kicking off his shoes as he bounded into the dining room. Sorry to intrude. Sendu had noticed the plump one among them sniffing incessantly, who promptly followed Naruto into the dining room. Sorry to intrude. Woof. You dashed past Sendu like the wind, Akamaru at his heels. The child is undoubtedly adept at training in wind release or physical techniques. My apologies, we seem to be rather loud. The precocious Shikamaru politely bowed to Sendu and adjusted the shoes that the others had carelessly kicked about. If it were at home, Shikamaru's shoes would be in disarray as well. The act of arranging shoes feels too cumbersome. A little disorder does not impede travel. Do not worry. There is no need to be overly formal. Just act as you usually would. I am not a rigid, rule-bound adult, Senda remarked. He retrieved the shoe that had flown the farthest, belonging to Naruto, and placed it neatly for Shikamaru. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner, Shikamaru said, slightly bowing. I am Nara Shikamaru. I look forward to your guidance. Jin Yuusendo, Senda replied, returning the courtesy. As a descendant of the Nara clan, Shikamaru deduced that the plump boy must be a descendant of the Akimichi clan, who had long-standing ties with the Nara family. The boy with the ninja dog perched on his head naturally belonged to the Inuzuka clan, renowned for their dog training. These are all prestigious ninja clans within Konoha. Naruto certainly has an impressive circle of friends. While Senda contemplated this, Shikamaru's thoughts raced as he appraised the elder brother that Naruto spoke of. Tall in stature, with tousled, slightly unruly hair and strikingly handsome features. Even from a masculine perspective, one could not deny his attractiveness. Yet, the checkered apron he wore seemed somewhat incongruous, making it difficult for Shikamaru to accept that such delectable dishes could emerge from the hands of this model-like figure. In his experience, those who excelled in cooking were typically full-time homemakers or middle-aged men. As Shikamaru followed Senda into the dining area, his perception of Senda was quickly transformed once more. Even the dining area, connected to the kitchen, was impeccably clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors, with bright windows and a pristine environment. Shikamaru silently marveled that even his strict mother would find no fault here. Is this truly something achievable by a single man? Shikamaru felt a sense of admiration. He knew he could never accomplish such tidiness, as organizing a space felt too burdensome. Behind the large bar, 2 young men and a dog were gathered around the stove. Upon noticing their approach, Choji discreetly wiped the corners of his mouth, eagerly asking, Senda, what are you cooking? It smells incredible. Woof. Akamaru chimed in, eagerly panting and wagging his tail like a propeller. It's soup and steamed eggs, but they aren't tea ready yet. They need to simmer a bit longer. Senda replied as he passed by the group and opened the refrigerator, which could only be described as enormous. He retrieved an array of cakes, snacks, beverages, fruits, jerky, canned goods, and jelly, quickly filling the spacious bar top. Take some to the table. Just have a little for now, or you won't have room for lunch later. Shikamaru's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the mountain of snacks that filled the bar, recalling the bento that Naruto had shared with them earlier, along with the abundant ingredients he had witnessed filling the refrigerator. He was certain that Senda not only had a passion for culinary arts, but also took great pleasure in sharing food with others. No wonder Choji was so eager to acknowledge Senda as an elder brother even before laying eyes on him. Hadn't he seen Choji's eyes widen in awe at the sight of this bounty of snacks? Thank you, Senda and I. The joy of children is often remarkably simple, as they cheerfully indulge themselves. Here, Sendo poured a glass of juice and pushed it toward Shikamaru. Unlike the other 3 who were playfully engaged, Shikamaru, with a mature demeanor, helplessly pressed his forehead, displaying a look of exasperation towards his companions, as if the word disdain were written across his face. Oh, thank you, Shikamaru said politely, noticing the persistent gentle smile on Sendo's face, devoid of any impatience. He felt a sense of relief. He not only feared trouble for himself, but was even more concerned about causing inconvenience to others. Considering the time, you must be approaching your graduation exams, Sendo remarked, observing Shikamaru's still somewhat reserved demeanor, and decided to initiate a conversation. Yes, there's less than a month left. Shikamaru replied, taking a sip of juice. Holding the cup, he looked at Sendo with confusion. Aren't you going to lecture us for skipping classes before our graduation exams? Oh, skipping classes is indeed inappropriate. And then, Sendo's calm tone left Shikamaru at a loss. There's no further discussion, Sendo chuckled lightly. Who hasn't he gone through a rebellious phase? It's enough to understand that it's wrong. Shikamaru found this even more perplexing. This was entirely unlike the admonishments from school teachers and parents. However, isn't he knowingly breaking the rules even more serious? As he observed Choji at the table, struggling for a long time to open a package of jerky, using his elbow to hold it down while he tried to tear it open with his teeth. Sendo couldn't help but chuckle. He then responded earnestly, it depends on the matter. Skipping class is a minor issue. Moreover, the ninja school teaches fundamental skills, and the exam content is primarily basic transformation techniques, which you all should have mastered by now. Suddenly, Shikamaru brought up Naruto, but Naruto's transformation technique is quite poor. He hasn't passed a single test before. He then stared intently at Sendo, eager to discover the thoughts of someone who knew Naruto best. Really? Then skipping class is even less concerning, Sendo replied, raising an eyebrow at Shikamaru. That merely indicates he lacks talent in that area. Cramming at the last minute will be of little use. Even if he attends a few more classes, it is unlikely he will suddenly master the transformation technique. Shikamaru scratched his head, finding this laid-back perspective quite appealing, yet it seemed unfavorable for Naruto. However, he soon shifted his viewpoint as Sendo continued. As for you children of the ninja clan, you must have already learned the transformation technique, so skipping a few classes is trivial. As for Naruto, what he has gained far outweighs what he has lost. What has he gained? Shikamaru pondered silently, wondering if Sendo was about to mention something like happiness. Just as he was speculating, he suddenly noticed Sendo pointing a finger at him, which momentarily halted his train of thought. Me? Just as Shikamaru's clever and precocious mind was on the verge of conjuring some strange ideas, Sendo shifted his gaze towards Choji, saying, I meant you all. Shikamaru paused, vaguely sensing what Sendo was about to convey. The things that Naruto struggles to learn, which he neither gains nor loses, are overshadowed by the friendships he has formed with you all. Sendo looked at Shikamaru and smiled. You and Choji must have known each other since childhood, right? Shikamaru nodded, contemplating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, he, along with Choji and a fellow classmate named Ino Yamanaka, would likely be assigned to the same team. This was hardly classified information. The tradition of the Ino Shikicho trio had persisted through generations. From a young age, the three of them had been brought together by their mothers, visiting each other frequently. Naturally, both Shikamaru and Choji, as boys, found more common ground for play. Ino, being a well-behaved and obedient child, never joined them in their truancy. Hey, it's true that engaging in mischief can indeed strengthen bonds of friendship, remarked Senda. Ninjas have never thrived in isolation. This is precisely why genin are organized into teams. For Naruto, having trustworthy friends to rely on was far more significant than mastering the shadow clone technique. Shikamaru stared at Senda, profoundly moved by his words. Senda was genuinely considering Naruto's well-being, and this display of thoughtfulness stirred a hint of envy within Shikamaru. He chuckled to himself, feigning maturity as he shook his head and raised his hands in resignation. Naruto really is fortunate to have you, Senda. It was the first time Shikamaru had referred to him as brother after such an extended conversation. Had he finally acknowledged me? In terms of friendship, Naruto indeed had an eye for quality. Senda replied with a smile. As their conversation unfolded, the mountain of snacks on the dining table had been entirely devoured, with a significant portion having found its way into Choji's stomach. The three of them, along with the dog, lay back in their chairs, their round bellies contentedly protruding as they sighed in satisfaction. Senda glanced at the clock and murmured to himself, somewhat troubled, in an hour, it will be time for lunch. I wonder if they will be able to eat. Shikamaru, overhearing this, face-bombed in exasperation. Isn't it because you indulged them too much, presenting such an abundance of snacks? His precise critique caught Senda's attention, and he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, slapping his palm. You didn't eat any, did you? There's plenty left in the fridge. Before Senda could finish, Shikamaru jumped back in alarm. No, I'll just wait for lunch. However, a feeble voice drifted from the dining table. But we can't eat anymore, accompanied by a woof from Akamaru in agreement. Even Choji concurred. Had they not known Senda well before, Choji might have assumed Senda intended to fill them up with snacks so they wouldn't need to worry about lunch. Yet, given Senda's demeanor and the fact that he had offered them high-quality treats, Choji dismissed his earlier, unworthy thoughts. Senda was not only skilled in cooking, but also possessed admirable character. How could he entertain such devious notions? Yet, with memories of the succulent braised pork still fresh, Choji found himself salivating uncontrollably. For the first time, he experienced the agony of being overfed. But I still want to eat the meals that Senda prepares, Choji blurted out, voicing his innermost thoughts. Senda immediately clasped his hands together, unhesitatingly taking up the task. Then you all take some time to digest, and later, I'll take you out to enjoy some rare delicacies. Yay, long live Senda. My dear brother, from now on, you shall be my true elder brother, exclaimed Shikamaru, gazing at his jubilant companions, his usually dull eyes softening. Just as he was about to jest about their impressive appetites, he caught a glimpse of Senda, who was rolling up his sleeves. To hasten our lunch, I shall prepare a pot of digestive sour plum soup. No, not that much. Shikamaru gasped in horror. Meanwhile, As Cinda's shadow clone mingled harmoniously in the kitchen with the spirited young ones of Konoha, Cinda's real self pushed open the door to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Peering inside, he met the sparkling gaze of Akane Mitarashi. "Have you awakened?" Cinda smiled, leaning over the bed with gentle grace. Akane wriggled slightly on the bed, adjusting her position before planting a soft kiss on Cinda's lips, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. "Good morning. It's nearly noon. Should we rise? Or shall we indulge in a little more slumber? We must get up. The task needs to be submitted before afternoon," she said, though her body remained comfortably nestled in the soft bed. "I hear children's voices downstairs. A few little ones have skipped class to come play. I'll take them out shortly. The steamed egg custard is ready, the seasoning sauce is chilling in the fridge, and the soup is simmering on low heat. Please remember to turn off the stove once you wake," Cinda advised attentively, though his words held a hint of nagging. The increasing warmth in Akane's eyes revealed her contrary feelings. A person cherished in such a manner could only feel profound happiness. Noticing a slight change in Akane's breathing, Cinda smiled and caressed her cheek. "You mustn't. Your body cannot endure it. I am a ninja. I can bear it. In my eyes, you are simply a delightful and cheerful girl. Please, stop. I can hardly contain myself. I shall take the children out first. Do remember to eat after you freshen up." As Akane teetered on the brink of surrender, Cinda refrained from further physical contact, giving her cheek a gentle squeeze before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Once Cinda left, Akane inhaled deeply, using her hands to pat her cheeks, compelling herself to regain composure. After the heat within her subsided, she lazily turned over, opened the bedside drawer, and retrieved a clean pair of undergarments. Back in the dining area, Cinda silently switched places with his shadow clone, promptly dispelling the clone without anyone in the truant group, including the honorary member Akamaru, noticing the change. "Would you all like to eat barbecue?" Cinda inquired. Dino, half asleep from overeating, widened his eyes in excitement, raising his chubby little hand high. "Yes, I want barbecue." Ino and Naruto exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. "But we can hardly eat anymore." "Not to worry. Before we eat, you can engage in some exercise to aid your digestion," Cinda said with a mysterious smile. "Have you ever tasted freshly caught and grilled game?" At this, even Shikamaru, typically indifferent to food, looked astonished at Cinda. "Hunting?" Cinda waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart." The Death Forest, located on the outskirts of Konoha, was enclosed by towering iron fences, a notorious forbidden area in the Land of Fire. The ground was teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, rendering it several times more perilous than an ordinary forest. It was precisely this unique advantage that led the Hidden Leaf Village to designate the Death Forest as the venue for the chūnin exams. The delinquent squad, while not skipping all their classes, had certainly heard of the ominous reputation of the Death Forest. The usual boldness they exhibited during their truancy had dissipated, and they obediently followed behind Sendeo, resembling a mother hen with her docile chicks. In truth, upon hearing the term Death Forest from Sendeo, Choji's cravings for adventure had already diminished by half. Yet, influenced by Naruto's overflowing confidence, he found himself reluctant to retreat. Naruto's confidence stemmed entirely from his trust in Sendeo. However, on their way to the Death Forest, when Choji secretly inquired about Sendeo's strength, Naruto replied, "Sendeo's strength? I'm not sure. I haven't seen him in action. But don't worry, Sendeo will keep us safe." He even gave Choji a thumbs up. Choji's heart sank at that moment. As mere genin, their ability to protect themselves in the face of real danger was nearly non-existent. Could someone as young as Sendeo truly safeguard for children? With a sense of unease, Choji was about to quietly consult Shikamaru. Their time together in the team had been the longest, and Choji had grown accustomed to seeking Shikamaru's advice when faced with difficulties. Yet, the usually astute Shikamaru appeared unfazed, conveying with his gaze that Choji should calm down. Sendeo would not undertake any tasks without confidence. This was the conclusion Shikamaru had drawn after half a day of observation. As for Kiba, Akamaru sensed the perilous atmosphere of the Death Forest, tucking his tail between his legs. Yet the oblivious Kiba continued to chat animatedly with Naruto. After surveying his surroundings, Choji realized that it seemed only he and Akamaru were on edge. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his anxiety. He couldn't afford to be as cowardly as a dog. Upon reaching the barrier of the Death Forest, Sendeo halted and turned to the four youngsters, advising, "Once we enter the forest, you must heed my commands. I will guide you around unnecessary beasts and venomous creatures in search of our ingredients for today. Naruto and Kiba, the two spirited youths, raised their fists and shouted, "All right. We will definitely follow Sendeo's orders." Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, silently acquiesced. Upon hearing the mention of ingredients, Choji regained some courage. However, he inquired, "But Sendeo? This iron fence is so high. Are we supposed to climb over it?" Kiba approached the iron lattice, sniffing the rusty scent while looking up at the towering barrier in confusion. Shikamaru withdrew his hand from his pocket, walked to the fence, and touched the ceiling symbol on it with his fingertips, explaining, "The ceiling symbol on the fence not only serves to reinforce it, but will also alert sensory ninjas if someone attempts to forcefully cross over." Naruto's fox-like face scrunched up in concern as he looked to Sendeo for reassurance. Sendeo offered him a calming glance, extending his finger to touch the ceiling symbol before swiftly retracting it. As the four youngsters stood in bewilderment, Xiandao clasped his hands together, suddenly summoning a gentle breeze that rippled outward from his palms. This zephyr was faint, barely stirring a few strands of hair, yet it was potent enough to sweep away all the ceiling talismans affixed to the nearby fence. Swept away, with a modicum of understanding regarding sealing techniques. Shikamaru and Choji gaped in astonishment, regarding Xiandao as if he were a stranger. This talisman, which sealed off the forbidden area, was dispelled with a mere slap of the palm. This was entirely different from their comprehension of sealing methods. Meanwhile, Kiba and Naruto, the notorious fools from the Ninja Academy, cheered and clapped, blissfully unaware of the significance of the event. "Let us go." At a height of several dozen meters, "You should have no trouble scaling the school walls." Xiandao gestured for the four to ascend, positioning himself below to catch them should they falter. Kiba took the lead, utilizing both hands and feet, swiftly reaching the top of the fence, outpacing Naruto by a couple of body lengths. However, upon looking down after climbing over, he was astonished to find Xiandao already waiting below for them. Kiba, perplexed, quickly descended and scratched the back of his head in confusion. "How did I miss that?" "Xiandao, when did you get over here?" "You'll master the body flicker technique in time," Xiandao replied, his usual smile replaced by a more serious demeanor as he observed the four safely enter the forest of death. "This may be your first encounter with a perilous environment, and I urge you to remain ever vigilant. Once we identify our quarry today, I will require your collective cooperation for the hunt." In the forest of death, trees soared to heights of several dozen meters, their dense canopies obscuring warmth and light, creating a perpetually damp environment that served as a haven for venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. The chilling air wafting from the depths of the forest sent shivers down the spines of the four youths and their canine companion. Yet, upon hearing Xiandao's call for their cooperation in the hunt, the cold dread was swiftly replaced by a surge of excitement coursing through their veins, each one brimming with both enthusiasm and apprehension. Even Shikamaru, typically disinterested, found a spark of curiosity, not to mention Kiba and Naruto, who were already eager to engage. Upon entering the forest of death, Xiandao shed his usual amiability. Every action required his explicit consent, including the formation for tracking their prey. Thus, Kiba and Akamaru were assigned to the front, leveraging their keen senses to circumvent unnecessary encounters with wild beasts and preemptively avoid danger. Xiandao trailed closely behind, within 3 meters of Kiba, ensuring his safety unless confronted by a ferocious beast of remarkable speed. Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto walked side by side behind Xiandao, with Naruto nestled between the two. Their target today was a patterned wild boar residing in the forest of death. According to Xiandao, this species of wild boar feasted on fruits and flowers, boasting lean meat with minimal fat, which, when roasted, emitted a delightful aroma reminiscent of fruity wood, making it prime material for barbecued delicacies. At the mention of the fragrant wood, the mouths of the three, excluding Shikamaru, began to water in anticipation. However, the Senjodo provided them with a precautionary measure. The patterned wild boar, with its colossal physique and thick skin, thrived even in the perilous death forest, where danger lurked at every corner. Few beasts dared to provoke such a formidable creature, which allowed the patterned wild boar to grow ever more robust, its flesh becoming exquisitely tender and juicy, successfully capturing the attention of an obscure gourmand from Konoha village. Merely delving into the death forest and tracking the patterned wild boar consumed an entire hour. With the assistance of Kiba and Akamaru, the hunting team encountered no formidable beasts, narrowly avoiding them on several occasions. Tracking the footprints of their target is a fundamental skill for ninjas. Under the guidance of Senjodo, the group began their training in stealth and pursuit ahead of schedule. At last, near a stream nestled within the woods, they beheld the long-sought quarry, a giant short-haired wild boar, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with pale purple patterns. The 4 young ones beside Senjodo, concealed behind the thicket, stared in astonishment at the boar drinking from the stream, then exchanged knowing glances with Senjodo, silently expressing their disbelief. Are we, the truant aspiring ninjas, expected to confront this patterned wild boar unarmed? With such a terrifying size, we are unsure if we would suffice as a mere snack for it. Should it indulge in meat? Senjodo turned to Shikamaru and quietly inquired, "What are your thoughts, Shikamaru?" Nara responded with confusion, "Aren't you the one leading us on this hunt? Why are you asking me now?" Senjodo explained, "I am unfamiliar with your abilities. If you were to lead this hunt, how would you proceed?" In that instant, a wave of doubt regarding Senjodo's strength surged within Shikamaru. This seemingly self-assured gentleman couldn't he possibly be just a pretty face, could he? No. The mysterious technique for breaking seals and the near undetectable body flicker were not skills possessed by the inept. What am I thinking? I'm wasting time. Shikamaru, a commendable descendant of the Nara clan, forced himself to halt his mental spiral and switch to a serious demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he provided his answer. I could employ the shadow imitation technique to temporarily restrict the patterned wild boar's movements. However, given its size, I doubt I could maintain it for more than a few seconds. During that time, Choji and Kiba could utilize the human bullet tank and 4-legged technique to close in quickly, but we lacked the means to kill the boar. At that point, we would require your assistance, Senjodo. Shikamaru skillfully omitted any mention of Naruto, who had remained silent. He recalled that all 3 of them were members of ninja clans, having been encouraged by their parents to hone their family jutsu since entering the ninja academy. Yet, no one had taught Naruto these skills. He struggled even with the most basic clone technique. Shikamaru simply couldn't fathom what role Naruto could play in the impending confrontation with the patterned wild boar. As this diligent young adult wrestled internally with how to assist Naruto, Senjo suddenly spoke. "Excellent. Your strategy is nearly complete, and I believe we can implement it. However, I will make a few modifications. Since we cannot ascertain how long Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique can restrain the patterned wild boar, we need an additional safeguard to ensure that Choji and Kiba can reach it without falling into peril should the boar unexpectedly escape." Senjo extended his hand, gently patting the unusually quiet Naruto. Under Naruto's puzzled gaze, he presented 2 kunai with a smile, saying, while Shikamaru holds the boar in check, "For the safety of Choji and Kiba, Naruto, you must drive these kunai into the boar's eye sockets. Can you manage that?" Highly sensitive to emotions, Naruto discerned an unwavering trust in Senjo's eyes, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. In the Ninja Academy, his proficiency with kunai throwing, much like his mastery of the shadow clone technique, languished at the very bottom of his class. Indeed, he was the perennial underachiever. The one who excelled in kunai and shuriken skills was the somewhat dashing Uchiha Sasuke, who consistently hit the target with remarkable accuracy. Naruto privately suspected that Sasuke had mastered some secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, how could he consistently win Sakura's heart? At Naruto's age, he could not yet grasp the significance of appearance. Accustomed to being the underdog, he had long forgotten the drive for improvement. Shikamaru skipped class out of boredom from reviewing already learned material. Choji absented himself because he couldn't snack during lessons. Kiba, unable to endure the prolonged confinement and silence with Akamaru, took him and fled. Yet Naruto, solely due to his struggle with learning, was the only one who skipped class out of sheer inability to grasp the material. But now, Senjo expected him to throw these 2 crucial kunai. In Naruto's eyes, the 2 commonplace kunai felt as heavy as mountains. He felt utterly uncertain, for he valued friendship immensely and could not allow himself to make a hasty decision regarding the safety of his comrades. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Naruto's back. He mechanically turned his head to see Kiba grinning, his face radiating the excitement before a hunt. Perhaps the wild instincts inherent in the Inuzuka clan compelled Kiba to exude such fierce combativeness even in the face of danger. Then Akamaru and I will charge in without hesitation. That guy's eyes are up to you. Remember to aim carefully. Kiba's canine teeth gleamed with trust. Not far away, the patterned wild boar appeared to Choji as a succulent feast. It looks quite durable. If I charge it with enough force, it shouldn't affect the meat quality, right? Shikamaru facepalmed, bemused by Choji's concerns, and leaned toward Naruto over Shinjo's shoulder, saying, "Don't feel too pressured. Even if you miss, I still have my shadow imitation technique." Shinjo was quite pleased with the group's reactions. Nothing shone brighter than genuine friendship and unwavering trust. If only Kiba had not momentarily lost his composure and slapped Naruto's back with such resounding force, it would have been even better. The wild boar across the way remained blissfully unaware, having unwittingly stepped into a trap of certain demise. Sensing the unwavering trust of his companions and the encouraging gaze of his elder, Yuusendo, Naruto took a deep breath, solemnly accepting the 2 shurikens. The patterned wild boar, a creature rarely provoked by the venomous insects and fierce beasts of the death forest, undoubtedly possessed its own unique defenses. Though herbivorous, it wielded immense strength. Its thick hide akin to armor rendering it impervious to the attacks of ordinary serpents and beasts. Yuusendo's keen eye discerned that the boar's only vulnerable point lay within its eyes. Lacking the instinct for caution, the boar leisurely drank from the stream. Oblivious to the encroaching danger, after quenching its thirst, it sprawled on the ground for a nap, indulging in the bliss of its swine life. As it gazed into the water, admiring its own massive visage, it failed to notice a shadow, dark as a serpent, silently and swiftly approaching. When the shadow merged with the boar's own reflection, it suddenly froze, realizing too late that it was ensnared and immobile. In that fleeting moment, Shikamaru, concealed behind the bushes, emitted a muffled grunt, an unusual look of urgency crossing his face. "Naruto, hurry. This creature possesses far greater strength than I anticipated." At that instant, with his resolve fortified, Naruto held his breath and hurled the 2 shurikens toward the boar, which lay several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, Choji and Kiba charged at the ensnared beast, employing their respective techniques. Ultimately, the shurikens proved swifter. With a solemn hope, Naruto watched as the first shuriken pierced the boar's left eye socket, unleashing a torrent of blood. Yet, the excruciating pain ignited the beast's ferocity, and in its frenzied struggles, it broke free from Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. In a desperate twist of its head, the boar narrowly avoided the second shuriken that grazed the corner of its eye. "Be careful." Shikamaru, having lost the grip on his shadows, felt as if he had been blindsided by a heavy blow, rolling backward in shock. His mind buzzed, yet instinctively, he warned his unbraked companions. Naruto dashed forth from the bushes. In the critical moment just before the shurikens were released, lacking confidence in his throwing skills, he instinctively chose the safest method, taking careful aim before launching them. Yet, this half-second delay allowed the boar to escape Shikamaru's control, placing Choji and Kiba in peril. At this moment, profound guilt consumed Naruto. He could scarcely fathom the horror of Choji and Kiba being trampled into pulp by the massive creature due to his blunder. "If only I were not so inept. My companions would not be ensnared in such peril." Unbeknownst to anyone, Naruto's eyes transformed into slit-pupiled fox eyes, and orange-red chakra bubbles began to emanate from his hands, neck, and ankles, an unknown force propelling him toward the wild boar. But it was too late. Choji, rolling into a makeshift battering ram, was slightly faster than Kiba. Fortuitously colliding with the boar's right side, where its remaining eye caught sight of him directly. The wild boar, in a fit of primal rage, violently twisted its massive body. Its tusks, as long as a grown man's arm, resembling sharp skewers, charged straight at the meatball-like Choji. Naruto, sensing the impending tragedy, watched in horror. With a sudden crackle, a striking bolt of electricity surged. In a fleeting moment, a serpentine bolt of blue-purple energy coursed around the wild boar, freezing it in place, confirming that Naruto's eyes were not deceiving him. Without affording Naruto much time to react, Choji, embodying the essence of a battering ram, collided forcefully with the side of the boar, which fell to the ground like a small mountain. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru surged forward, their sharp claws tearing into the boar's hide, creating numerous gashes. Seeing his companions unharmed, Naruto's vibrant orange chakra gradually dissipated, yet he did not relent in his advance. With a swift thrust, he plunged a kunai into the boar's right eye socket, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for breath while fixating his gaze on the motionless creature, wary that it might spring back to life. However, the boar had evidently lost its chance. Its heart ceased to beat the moment the electric serpent pierced its body. Shikamaru approached, rubbing his chest, and retaliated by kicking the boar's head, willingly accepting responsibility for the earlier miscalculation. It was my mistake. I underestimated this brute's strength and didn't anticipate it escaping the shadow's grasp so easily. Choji scratched his head in agreement. I also overestimated the impact of the meatball charge. If it weren't for the surprise attack from the side, I doubt I could have moved it at all. Kiba, dissatisfied, cleaned the bits of flesh from under his nails with a blade of grass. As the friends exchanged their reflections, they inadvertently bolstered Naruto's courage. Frustrated, he struck the ground, sending dirt flying. I'm the one who messed up the most. If only I had confidence in my kunai throwing. If both kunai had struck the boar's eyes simultaneously, Choji wouldn't have had to take such a great risk. Just then, the boar stirred slightly at Naruto's feet, causing him to leap back in fright, followed closely by the others. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Sandaime was tugging at the boar's tail, smiling as he said, "Don't forget, you haven't graduated yet. You're not even genin yet. Achieving this much is already impressive. Now, I need to take care of our meal for today. Who wants to help?" With the prospect of preparing the meal, the mood shifted for the four young ones, who promptly set aside their reflections and followed Sandaime to the stream to prepare the ingredients. While instructing them on the precautions for handling blood in the wild, he busily began to bleed and gut the boar, the blood flowing in a torrent that tested the limits of their stomachs. However, when Sandaime started to clean the pig's intestines, all four companions and the dog succumbed, fleeing in disarray, unable to withstand the primal stench. In ancient times, there was the butcher Ding who skillfully carved up cattle. Today, there was Sandaime expertly processing the pig. In less than half an hour, he had cleaned and prepared the entire pig, pulling a scroll from his pocket. As the white smoke dissipated, a colossal barbecue grill emerged, accompanied by a grand array of condiments. The essence of outdoor barbecuing lies in its wildness. Xiandao, conjuring a stack of steel skewers from an unknown scroll, deftly impaled a leg of pork and placed it over the flames to roast. As the well-prepared marinade was slathered onto the sizzling meat, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing the four little ones closer. What followed was a feast akin to a whirlwind of indulgence. Once satiated and rested, the four collaborated to assist Xiandao in cleaning the skewers and grill, with even Chi-Wan contributing by using his hind legs to cover the spent charcoal with earth. This nearly perfect picnic left everyone thoroughly content as they made their way home. Upon entering the village, Xiandao learned from Lu Wan that the entire barbecue establishment in the area belonged to the Akimichi clan. Generously, he handed over a scroll sealed with the remaining pork to Ding Xiai, allowing the Akimichi clan and the villagers to savor this rare delicacy. Ding Xiai, holding the seemingly light yet heavy scroll, felt an overwhelming surge of admiration for Xiandao, even bursting into tears on the spot. He declared that upon returning to his family, he would inquire with his father, the clan leader, about any unmarried young women of the Akimichi clan around Xiandao's age. Determined to recognize Xiandao as his future brother-in-law. Having returned from the Forest of Death, dusk had already descended, and the ninja school had dismissed for the day. The group went their separate ways. The Inuzuka and Akimichi clans, being closely knit, lived nearby. So after bidding farewell to Xiandao and Naruto, the 3 and 1 departed, while Xiandao and Naruto strolled side by side in the opposite direction. At the imminent crossroads of parting, Xiandao paused, looking down at the head-down Naruto, and placed his hand gently on his tousled golden hair. "Is there something you wish to share with me?" As the sun set, the moon, which had long lingered in the sky, finally emerged from the shadow of the dazzling sunlight, ready to radiate its own brilliance. On Hokage Rock, Xiandao and Naruto, two figures of differing stature, sat atop the head sculpture of the 4th Hokage. Naruto, holding a fizzy drink, incessantly stirred the straw at the bottle's mouth. Xiandao, seated calmly beside him, savored his drink without urgency, relishing the evening breeze that swept over the village of Konoha. Finally, as Xiandao's drink reached its end, Naruto hesitantly spoke, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Xiandao, determination etched in his eyes. "Xiandao, I want to become stronger." Xiandao met his gaze without surprise. It was evident that Naruto had been spurred on by his friends. Despite their shared history as a team of truants, the disparity in their abilities became glaringly apparent during battles. Shikamaru had mastered the shadow imitation technique. Ding Xiai wielded the expansion technique along with accompanying combat skills. And Kiba had employed the four-legged technique to significantly enhance his speed and strength. Yet, here was Naruto, struggling with the fundamentals of the body flicker technique and lacking precision in his shuriken throws. Why was there such a vast difference among companions who had all been skipping classes? The answer lay in the families that supported them. Xiandao chose not to conceal this harsh truth, despite Naruto's age and his status as an outcast. He candidly elucidated to Naruto the vast chasm that exists between the common folk and the ninja clans. The Nara clan and the Akimichi clan have been prominent families since the inception of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Inuzuka clan, while somewhat less illustrious, still surpasses the commoners. Shikamaru and his peers, after school each day, are required to undergo rigorous training and study. The shadow imitation technique and the multi-shadow clone technique are their clan's secret arts, not something one can master in a mere day or two. Naruto was utterly astounded. He never imagined that his classmates, with whom he had skipped class, were diligently striving behind the scenes. Yet Shikamaru and the others were already quite formidable, passing every test with flying colors. However, for a ninja, the body flicker technique alone was far from sufficient. Senda, resting his hand on the rock beneath him, remarked nonchalantly, "Even the esteemed fourth Hokage perished due to the Nine Tails." Observing Naruto's bowed head, now steeped in silence, Senda narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Hey Naruto, did you not already know?" Naruto slowly lifted his gaze, watching Senda's lips move as he uttered the remaining words, "That you harbor the Nine Tails within you?" Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he sprang to his feet. "I have the Nine Tails inside me. Am I not the Nine Tails?" At that moment, the winds above the Hidden Leaf Village suddenly stilled. A sharp sound pierced the air. Senda slapped his own forehead. What an absolute blunder. It turned out that Naruto had always believed he was a transformation of the Nine Tails, a notion befitting a child's imagination and logic. The idea that a beast could become a human was a tale confined to the pages of books, not something that could occur in reality. The poor boy only learned this truth when he was 12. The two exchanged a prolonged, silent gaze, long enough for the night breeze to cease and then resume. Following the seismic revelation, Naruto gradually came to accept this reality. He firmly believed Senda's words. However, upon learning the truth, a sense of relief washed over him. It was not he who was despised, but rather the Nine Tails within him. Sensing the relief reflected in Naruto's expression, Senda promptly cautioned, "Do not equate the tailed beast with yourself. You are you. Once the tailed beast is sealed within you, you and it become one. And only death can sever that bond." Watching Naruto slip back into a daze, Senda articulated each word with precision. Those who bear the tailed beasts within them are known as Jinchuriki. Since time immemorial, Jinchuriki and tailed beasts have been a unified entity. Another moment of silence ensued, this one shorter, which astonished Senda at Naruto's capacity to endure. Truly, he had been tempered by the scorn and vitriol of the villagers. "What should I do, Senda?" Naruto asked, his spirit sagging. At this moment, Senda had become his sole lifeline. Placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, Senda gently guided him. "Now that you are aware of the Nine Tails sealed within you, and that you are inseparable, what do you wish to do? Bear in mind that the Nine Tails has slain the fourth Hokage and countless villagers of the Hidden Leaf." At this juncture, Senda was merciless, thrusting a 12-year-old child into the harsh embrace of reality, leaving him no avenue of retreat. Despite being an issue that Naruto must inevitably confront, this silence seems to linger longer than an entire night. Slowly raising his head, Naruto unconsciously clenches his fist, his azure eyes fixed intently on Sendao. "If I were to become Hokage and could subdue the Nine Tails, would it no longer pose a threat to the village?" Sendao shrugs, "Of course. If you completely control the power of the Nine Tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki, it will naturally not endanger the village. But ensuring that the Nine Tails does not harm the village doesn't necessarily require force, does it? What if, hypothetically, I could become friends with the Nine Tails?" Naruto mumbles hesitantly. "Do you truly believe that a tailed beast, which has even been slain by a Hokage, could befriend you? Consider it from the beast's perspective. It was living peacefully when suddenly captured and sealed within a human. How could it not harbor resentment?" Sendao retorts, facing Naruto's naive optimism. Naruto seems to have found his answer, his resolve unwavering. "Since the Nine Tails is sealed within me, I have the right to understand it." Including its hatred? Including its hatred. With the truth of the Nine Tails turmoil already known to him, how would Naruto's future unfold? Sendao did not contemplate the far-reaching implications. He merely recognized that the key to Naruto's pivotal moment in life was firmly in his grasp. Shall we go meet the Nine Tails? What? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, rendering him sightless. After a brief moment of dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself in a vast, dimly lit enclosure, where water nearly submerged his shoes, with Sendeo beside him, a hand resting on his shoulder. Big brother Sendeo, where are we? Inside your body. Sendeo's reply made Naruto blink in disbelief. I am inside my own body. It is merely our consciousness that has entered the space sealing the Nine Tails. Sendeo gestured toward the elongated corridor shrouded in shadows. Walk forward, and at the end, you shall encounter the root cause of your ostracization by the villagers. The sound of Naruto swallowing echoed ominously in the tranquil corridor. He pressed his lips together, fists clenched. Despite his body language revealing a hint of trepidation, determination slowly flickered in his eyes. He took a significant step towards the Nine Tails. After an indeterminate time, as Naruto emerged from the corridor into a more expansive dark space, he was halted in his tracks by the sight of an immense cage towering before him. A row of pillars, resembling golden armored giants, formed an insurmountable barrier. How colossal must the Nine Tails be to be confined within such a massive iron cage? Humans instinctively harbor fear of such colossal entities, their immense size symbolizing strength, destruction, and invincibility. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is inherent to humanity. The notion of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot is not one of fearlessness, but rather ignorance. Just as Naruto trembled at the existence beyond the giant cage, a single remark from Sendeo dispelled much of the shadow in his heart. Wow, is it really alright for the gaps in this cage to be so wide? A lighthearted comment caused Naruto to stumble in surprise. It is evident that such a wide gap exists solely for our benefit. The Nine Tails surely cannot escape through this crevice. With Shikamaru absent, Naruto has taken on the role of the comic relief beside Sannin. Is that so? Sannin, resting his chin on his elbow, mused, that makes sense. It is merely a pitiful creature confined within a cage, so there is truly no need for concern. Upon hearing these words, Naruto, who had been anxious, suddenly realized this truth. Thus, the remaining shadows of doubt were dispelled. However, just as he was about to speak, a deep, resonant voice, laced with fury, erupted from behind the iron bars. Who are you calling a pitiful creature? Suddenly, in their line of sight, the darkness behind the cage illuminated with two gleaming crimson orbs. The glowing points meandered closer to the bars, and before the true form of the Nine Tails revealed itself, a claw the size of a house thrust through the gap between the bars. Without warning, it lunged toward the two. The sound of heavy impact against metal echoed ominously. The long claw extended several meters before it became lodged, unable to advance further. The unwilling claw struck the waterlogged ground in anger, sending up a cascade of splashing droplets. Yet, Sannin and Naruto remained a considerable distance away from the erupting spray. When the ripples from the splashes reached their feet, they only stirred up faint, shallow waves. Quite fearsome indeed. No wonder it is the infamous Nine Tails. Sannin gazed upward at the colossal beast by the cage, realizing this was his first encounter with a tailed beast. It is truly massive. Naruto had shrunk almost entirely behind Sannin, his knees trembling uncontrollably, causing his lower legs to sway nervously. Young Naruto was on the verge of collapse. How could such a colossal creature be sealed within me? How has it even managed to be contained? Unbeknownst to him, the great fox across was equally perplexed. The Nine Tails certainly recognized Naruto, as its consciousness had manifested in the sealing space. But who was this unfamiliar man beside him? How could he enter this realm? Even more unsettling for the Nine Tails was the fact that this boy, who clearly knew him yet appeared to be seeing him for the first time, exhibited only curiosity and not a trace of fear. This was not the typical response one would expect from a first encounter with a tailed beast. The Nine Tails, adept at sensing the true emotions within a person, found the reality utterly baffling. Hey, you insolent little brat, why are you not afraid of me? To the Nine Tails' surprise, Sannin nearly erupted with laughter at the threat. Why should I fear a tailed beast that is sealed away? Do you think you can leap out and bite me? Oh, indeed. Once again reminded by Sannin, Naruto regained his focus, finally managing to steady his trembling legs. Mustering the courage to stand beside Sannin while still clutching at the hem of his clothing. Brave yet timid, the Nine Tails' pupils constricted sharply, its elongated mouth revealing sharp fangs. a foul breath escaping its lips as it leaned forward aggressively. Are you not afraid that I could break free from this prison and strangle you on the spot? Sennin shrugged, adopting an expression of feigned innocence. Then why don't you come out? Have you grown accustomed to your confinement? The Ninetales' fists clenched tightly, its pupils narrowing to their limits. You are courting death. The colossal beast, spanning several meters, crashed against the iron bars once more, emitting a thunderous roar. Yet, Yuusendo remained unfazed by the furious growl and the accompanying stench of rage. He gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone revealing an unmasked ease. See? It can only roar within its cage. There is no need for you to fear it, no matter how formidable it may seem. It is merely a tenant within you now. With that, he moved his hand to Naruto's back and gave him a gentle push. Naruto looked up, now standing alone against the intimidation of the Ninetales. However, seeing Yuusendo's demeanor, he felt no trepidation. Swallowing hard, Naruto summoned his courage and declared loudly, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and it is a pleasure to meet you. He intended to say please take care of me, but his nerves caused him to stumble over his words. The Ninetales, infuriated for a prolonged moment, was taken aback by Naruto's friendly greeting. It made the beast feel utterly defeated. Could one not show some respect for a tailed beast? The Ninetales retracted its arm and laid down behind the iron bars, adopting an arrogant posture of indifference, completely ignoring Naruto's salutation and fixing its gaze on Yuusendo, the one it regarded with utmost caution. From him, the Ninetales perceived the shadow of someone it wished to forget. What do you intend to do? Yuusendo fell silent, leading Naruto to believe that the Ninetales was addressing him. Clenching his fists in nervousness, Naruto stammered, I wish to know, Ninetales, how were you sealed within me? How dare you? The Ninetales' suppressed fury flared up once more. Are you intentionally reopening old wounds? Are you looking for trouble, brat? Yuusendo, standing behind Naruto, raised a hand to his forehead. This young lad's tongue certainly had great potential for development. Just as the exchange threatened to devolve into a verbal altercation, Yuusendo interjected, I can enlighten you on this matter, Naruto. The first Hokage believed that the Ninetales was too powerful and could harm humanity, thus he sealed it away with a sealing technique. As the deeply ingrained scar was laid bare before it, the Ninetales seethed with rage. Just as it was about to unleash its wrath, Naruto suddenly questioned, possibly? Did the Ninetales not harm anyone back then? According to historical records, indeed it had not. Forget the historical records. It never harmed anyone. The fox could not help but speak up for itself, now even more perplexed. Naruto pondered deeply without arriving at a conclusion. Then why did the first Hokage seal the Ninetales? At this moment, the Ninetales finally regarded Naruto with a serious gaze. To its surprise, this boy was actually speaking on its behalf. Perhaps it was due to fear of the Ninetales' power, Yuusendo thought casually. Who was the first Hokage? Senju Hashirama. He was the one who gifted the tailed beasts to various ninja villages, claiming to fear a mere Ninetales. Such a statement was merely a ruse to appease Naruto. Naruto's wide blue eyes grew even larger with astonishment. So, it was the first Hokage who initiated the attack on the Ninetales without any provocation? Was the first Hokage a villain? Yuusendo. The Ninetales broke the silence, responding to Naruto. Humph, young one. You are too naive to understand anything. Sometimes, being excessively powerful is itself a fault. Naruto looked at Yuusendo with confusion as Yuusendo tousled his messy golden hair and remarked, there is an ancient saying, a commoner bears no guilt, but the possession of a gem brings forth blame. The tailed beasts possess immense power. Yet they possess their own independent wills and do not heed the commands of ninjas. However, once a tailed beast is sealed within a human, transforming them into a Jinchuriki, it becomes a formidable weapon. In the event of a conflict with other ninja villages, if the Jinchuriki were to be unleashed on the battlefield, how would the opposing ninjas respond? Naruto contemplated this, shivering at the thought of confronting the Ninetales without the barrier of iron bars. This encapsulated the very essence of the Jinchuriki's existence. The Ninetales, or rather the tailed beasts, had evidently become the secret weapon of the ninja villages. Yuusendo's words left Naruto in silence, while the Ninetales was astonished. You little brat, what are you saying in front of my Jinchuriki? It pondered whether Yuusendo was inciting Naruto to revolt, yet upon reflection, it seemed there was no detriment to itself, and thus the Ninetales chose to observe quietly. Naruto found himself enveloped in a sense of despair and dejection, weakly inquiring, so, am I merely a weapon for the village? No wonder the villagers despise me so much. Do you too regard me as a weapon, Brother Senda? A sharp pain struck as he clutched the back of his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed up at the unexpectedly aggressive Senda, who would willingly consider themselves a weapon. Senda, rarely exhibiting a serious demeanor, locked eyes with Naruto and pointed towards the Nine Tails, asking, "Do you believe the Nine Tails chose to be a weapon?" "Of course not." The Nine Tails scoffed. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Senda continued, "If others regard you as a weapon, does that mean you willingly accept that role?" Naruto shook his head. The Nine Tails subtly mirrored his action. Senda gently encouraged, "Precisely. You are you, and the Nine Tails is merely itself. The path lies before you, and you alone determine where it leads. For instance, if we were to ask the Nine Tails, 'Where do you wish to go?' it would respond, 'I want to get out of here.'" The Nine Tails, filled with fervor, grasped the bars and declared, "I want to be free." Senda waved his hand dismissively. "You cannot escape, even a little." The Nine Tails retorted, "You and Naruto are inseparable. If you leave his body, the Jinchuriki will perish. Then let him die." The Nine Tails bellowed, consumed by rage. "Who cares about this little brat's life?" Naruto bit his pale lips, lowering his head in disappointment. In that moment, the entire ceiling space resonated with the Nine Tails' furious breath. Senda sighed and remarked softly, "Relying on your own strength to manipulate the fate of others. Wasn't that how the first Hokage treated you?" The Nine Tails' roar abruptly ceased. Senda continued to press, lamenting, "I never anticipated that you, Nine Tails, would become a reflection of the very individual you despised the most." "No, I am not." The Nine Tails instinctively sought to refute, yet the words caught in its throat, unutterable. Another sigh escaped Senda's lips. "You have become the very embodiment of the first Hokage, and Naruto now mirrors your past self. Is it not tragic that even the Nine Tails cannot escape the cycle of fate?" Senda's three sighs thoroughly unsettled the Nine Tails. At that moment, its pupils widened, and its heart was a tempest of confusion. The depth of its hatred for the original was matched only by its fear of the subconscious choices it made. Indeed, it was fear. As Sage Path remarked, it nearly became the very image it despised most. In days gone by, it resided in the lush forests of the Land of Fire, living a life of utter ease. Yet, while savoring hot pot and singing merrily, it was suddenly ambushed by bandits. From that moment forth, it was thrust into a dark, unending captivity lasting decades. Now, the gun aimed at the train on the tracks rested firmly in its grasp, with the muzzle directed at none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Was it truly prepared to pull the trigger? To become like Hashirama of old? Observing the whisker-like markings on Naruto's face, the Nine Tails felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. This young boy seemed oddly pleasing to its eyes, for what it perceived was a reflection of its former self, an epiphany that came only after a long passage of time. As Naruto timidly peeked at it, resembling a frightened little beast, the Nine Tails suddenly swelled with pride. "Hashirama, at last, I have bested you in one regard. Fear not, young one, I shall not become a second Hashirama," the Nine Tails declared with haughty confidence, watching as vibrant colors reignited in Naruto's once dull eyes. The Nine Tails could not help but stand tall, feeling an aura emanating from itself that shone more brilliantly than the celestial light of a Buddha. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of 7 stories. I, the Nine Tails, am the true embodiment of Buddha. Your thousand-handed Buddha is merely a crafted imitation, a cheap wooden facsimile, nothing more than combustible material in the literal sense. The Nine Tails was a tempest within, while Naruto wore his emotions openly, excitedly tugging at Sage Path's hand and jumping with glee. "Brother Sage Path, the Nine Tails will not kill me." Sage Path, possessing high emotional intelligence, nodded in agreement. As the Nine Tails listened intently, "I too am surprised. I never anticipated that after being sealed for so long, the Nine Tails would make such a choice. Truly, it is magnanimous." With its 9 tails already swaying behind it, the Nine Tails, though prideful, wished it could ask Sage Path for further praise. Once Naruto's excitement subsided, Sage Path placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Whether you desire it or not, the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are one entity. This is an immutable truth. In the journey ahead, you will have a companion more devoted than any other, a blessing, yet also a heavy responsibility." Reflecting on the villagers' disdain and insults hurled at him, Naruto nodded solemnly and seriously. "I understand this is a daunting task, but I will strive to overcome it. Then, regardless of health or illness, wealth or poverty, fortune or misfortune, will you choose to endure hardship together with the Nine Tails, sharing both joy and sorrow? I will. Observing the unexpectedly solemn exchange between the two, the Nine Tails felt a stir of emotion, though a sense of something being amiss lingered in the air. But it mattered not. All was inconsequential now. Under Sage Path's guidance, shedding the lens of hatred, it gradually came to realize that its relationship with Naruto was not one of life and death. They are merely pitiful creatures, unable to determine their own fates, seeking solace in each other's company. However, now that they have decided to negotiate peace with Naruto, there is one matter that Kurama feels compelled to clarify. Hey, little brat, do you have any inkling that your father, the fourth Hokage, and your mother perished at my hands? Silence. The response to the Nine-Tails statement is a sudden, profound silence. Kurama's pupils narrow as its body instinctively rises in a defensive posture. Naruto maintains his previously solemn expression, standing still as though he were a statue, as if the very fabric of time and space surrounding him has been ensnared. Beside him, the sage slowly raises his right hand, placing his index finger before his lips, hushing the chilling presence of Kurama with a soft breath. Shoo. In this unchanging space of confinement, Kurama experiences a shift in temperature for the first time. A chilling sensation, emanating from the depths of its being, causes it to tremble involuntarily. Illusion. Observing Naruto, who stands like a wooden post, and then glancing at the apparent instigator, the sage, Kurama's claws extend, sharp and ready. It is already in a battle-ready state. It despises illusions, any form of them. In its memory, every formidable illusionist has proven to be a nefarious entity. The sage's hand rests upon Naruto's head. He merely shields Naruto's consciousness, temporarily halting his thoughts. Thankfully, he reacts swiftly, preventing Naruto from hearing Kurama's words. Some truths are better left undiscovered for now. Naruto is still unaware that his father is the fourth Hokage or that his mother was also a host for the Nine Tails. He should only learn these truths when he has matured enough to face them alone. At his current strength, knowing too much could lead him down a perilous path. Kurama's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "You know the truth from that time? Impossible. How old were you 12 years ago?" Upon further investigation, Kurama has discovered many strange details. After meeting Naruto today, it has become even more certain that there are hidden circumstances surrounding the Nine Tails rampage. After meeting me? Kurama's tone is peculiar. Let us not even mention the summoning contract on you. The entire Hidden Leaf knows you were once Uchiha Madara's summoning beast. But apart from me, no one else should be aware. The sage gazes up at Kurama, pointing at its slitted, fox-like eyes. You carry an anchor for an illusion. Once someone possesses the key, even an unskilled illusionist can control you. Once again, Kurama's deepest scars are laid bare, causing its eyes to redden as it struggles to suppress the furious rage threatening to burst forth. Pain. Excruciating pain. Being toyed with by the malevolent Sharingan is intolerable for any being with dignity, especially for the Nine Tails, which prides itself on being the strongest tailed beast. Uchiha Madara and the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara have long been placed on Kurama's death list. The sage observes Kurama, which is desperately trying to restrain its fury until the blood-red hue in its eyes begins to fade slightly. With a hoarse growl, it confronts the sage. What are you trying to achieve by saying this? Do you wish to manipulate me, to make me perform like a hideous insect before you? The Nine Tails' tone escalated with increasing agitation, culminating in a fervent shout. One could hardly blame it. Anyone in its position would likely succumb to despair. In stark contrast to the nearly unhinged fury of the Nine Tails, Sendeo remained remarkably composed, resembling an ancient tree weathered by centuries of tempest. Steadfast and capable of calming the storm merely by standing still. Shaking his head, Sendeo's serene demeanor began to influence the Nine Tails. Granting it the patience to listen, of course not. Rather, I wish to propose a transaction. The Nine Tails narrowed its eyes. A transaction? Sendeo's subsequent words resonated like thunder from the heavens, startling the Nine Tails as if its very fur stood on end. The previously tumultuous anger was now akin to a fragile vessel, effortlessly capsized by a greater wave of astonishment. I can assist you in erasing the anchor points of the illusion, and I can even nullify the summoning contract. Sendeo's unruffled tone stirred a tempest within the Nine Tails. Clenching the bars tightly with both hands, it pressed its forehead against the crevice of the cage, bloodshot eyes fixated on Sendeo, as if fearing his sudden disappearance. Why? Give me a reason for your actions. Because there is danger to Naruto. Sendeo offered an answer that was both unexpected and yet reasonable to the Nine Tails. Naruto is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the mastermind behind the turmoil poses a significant threat to him. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate potential hazards. Although the masked figure claiming to be Madara had taken advantage of the vulnerability during the previous Jinchuriki's childbirth, it was logical to assume that Naruto would not encounter such perilous circumstances. Yet, he remained a ticking time bomb, unpredictable and capable of detonating at any moment. And since Sendeo understood how to dismantle bombs, why not save him? However, the Nine Tails remained skeptical. Why should I trust that you are doing this solely for the boy? What guarantees do I have that you possess such power? Sendeo shrugged and boldly approached the Nine Tails. What are you doing? The Nine Tails instinctively leaped back, arching its spine into a dangerously tense curve. Sendeo remained silent, reaching out to press his hand against the iron bars. Just as the Nine Tails was caught off guard, a sudden shattering sound pierced the air above. It whipped its head around to see a red torii gate crashing down before it. The Nine Tails' pupils dilated in shock as it exclaimed, "The 8 trigrams seal. You can control the 8 trigrams seal." Sendeo withdrew his hand and exhaled slowly. The deconstruction of the 8 trigram seal had indeed consumed considerable effort, and even he found it somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, the sealing techniques of the Fourth Hokage were undeniably exceptional. One must recognize that the sealing symbols in the Forest of Death could be effortlessly unraveled by conventional means, yet the 8 trigram seal required considerable ingenuity to dismantle. The dual 4-symbol seals were indeed ingenious, allowing Naruto to draw upon the Nine Tails chakra through the gaps between the 2 seals, thus providing ample chakra support for his future ninjutsu. Furthermore, it was said that these dual 4-symbol seals were drawn at the moment of the Fourth's impending demise. What remarkable talent! Sendeo sincerely marveled. No wonder the Fourth became Hokage at such a young age. His masterful sealing techniques surely laid a robust foundation for his ascendancy to that esteemed position. Captivated by the sealing technique of the Fourth Hokage, the sage paused for a moment, only to recall that he had left the Nine Tails unattended, yet had not responded to its inquiry. Ahem, as you can see, I possess the ability to influence and unravel the 8 trigram seal, and I also harbor a degree of confidence in illusion techniques. The reason for my actions, he continued, gesturing with his hand and pointing his thumb towards the motionless Naruto, while donning his characteristic serene smile, is because Naruto referred to me as Brother Sage. The Nine Tails could hardly believe it. It sensed no malice from the sage, only an overwhelming sincerity. When did the bond between individuals become so simple and pure? It seemed effortless, yet not entirely so, hence the proposal for a transaction. The sage chuckled, stating, "I will assist you in dispelling the illusionary threats and the summoning contract. You shall coexist harmoniously with Naruto, aiding him in becoming the formidable ninja of his dreams. And what then? Are you not concerned that once he grows stronger, he may discover that it was I who killed his parents, and subsequently seek vengeance against Konoha?" The Nine Tails pierced through the facade with astuteness. To its astonishment, the sage offered such an irresponsibly nonchalant response. That is his choice. Should Naruto learn of the true culprits behind the Nine Tails rampage and still feel that the village owes his parents a debt, then let him seek retribution. The sage replied with a carefree smile, contrasting sharply with the tense expression of the Nine Tails. However, that likelihood is quite slim. Naruto is a resilient and kind-hearted child. The essence left by his parents should prevent him from straying down a path of extremism. At that moment, the Nine Tails no longer felt astonished by the sage's prowess. It had never encountered a being capable of deconstructing the logic of the double 4-symbols seal merely through a fleeting touch. Have you noticed? There are 2 gentle chakra signatures concealed within the sealing space. They must be remnants from the Fourth Hokage and his wife. Thus, I have refrained from disclosing the truth to Naruto prematurely. The true culprits of the Nine Tails' chaos and Naruto's heritage should be revealed to him when he is older. By you both. After gazing intently at the sage for a prolonged period, the Nine Tails resignedly shook its head. This individual harbored no ill will, neither towards Naruto nor itself. Despite the sage's capability to summon the torii from the 8 trigram seal, potentially subjugating it further, the Nine Tails found itself with no means of resistance within the sealing space. Yet, the sage still adhered to the decorum of proposing a transaction, the terms of which involved aiding Naruto's growth. Ha ha ha. The Nine Tails erupted into a fit of laughter, mocking the folly of Senju Hashirama, the madness of Uchiha Madara, and its own ignorance and impotence. You are truly a person unlike any I have ever encountered. Once the laughter subsided, the Ninetales lowered its head, fixing a serious gaze upon the sage. You are even more exceptional than the sage of Six Paths. So, have we reached an agreement? The sage inquired with a knowing smile, seemingly unfazed by being compared to the sage of Six Paths. The corners of the Ninetales' dark lips curled upward. It had grown weary of the sage's indifference to praise or scorn. Extending its fist before the sage, it declared, "Deal." The sage extended his hand to fist bump the Ninetales. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my friend." Unbeknownst to the oblivious Naruto, the transaction between the sage and the Ninetales had been successfully concluded. When Naruto was released from his confinement, he was still engulfed in the fervor of his alliance with the Ninetales. The sage, with a seamless grace, led Naruto to the iron bars and pointed towards the circular keyhole in the center of the door, stating, "This seal is not merely designed to restrict the Ninetales. It also serves to protect you." "Protect me?" Naruto questioned, bewildered. "You are still in your formative years. Unleashing the Ninetales chakra abruptly would overwhelm your body. Therefore, I have established a countdown unsealing protocol, which will gradually release a portion of the seal each day, culminating in complete liberation after 3 years. During this time, with the Ninetales' assistance and your own diligence, you will master the use of its chakra and become an exceptional Jinchuriki." Naruto found the vision painted by the sage to be incredibly enticing. It could hardly be deemed a mere illusion, for with the wholehearted support of the tailed beast, it was not unreasonable to anticipate Naruto's rise to fame in the ninja world. As his consciousness returned from the sealed space to his physical form, Naruto's excitement remained unabated. It was not until he descended from Hokage Rock to the ground level of his home that he gradually regained his composure. Realizing an urgent concern, there were less than a month before the graduation exam. Whether he would successfully graduate and become a ninja was still uncertain. Confiding his worries to the sage, Naruto found, as he had anticipated, that his elder brother's reassuring voice would dispel his inner turmoil. "Do not fret. There is still ample time. If you exert yourself now, it is not too late." Previously, your inability to master the shadow clone technique stemmed from a conflict between your chakra and that of the Ninetales, which hindered the smooth flow of chakra within you. Now that this issue has been resolved, your success in the upcoming examination hinges upon your efforts in the time remaining. The sage himself recognized that his patience made him well suited for teaching. However, the teachers at the Ninja Academy were responsible for too many students, and those who could mentor lower-ranking ninjas required the credentials of a Jonin. He himself was still hindered from advancing to special Jonin status. Perhaps another time. Choosing to let things unfold naturally, the sage walked a short distance down the street, only to glance back and see that Naruto had not ascended the stairs. His face a canvas of concern. "Is there something else?" the sage inquired. With his hands clasped behind him, Naruto's fingers twisted nervously, resembling a cluster of restless larvae. After a moment of hesitation, he found the courage to shout to the sage, "Brother Sage, on the day of my graduation exam, could you come to the Ninja Academy and witness my ascension to Genin?" The glow of the eaves cast a light upon Naruto's anxious visage. His attire clung tightly to his form, suggesting that the hem had been crumpled by his impatient grip. Holding his breath in nervous anticipation, Naruto realized he had impulsively made this request of the sage. During a casual conversation with his classmates about skipping classes, he had overheard Kiba lament that his entire family, including his mother, sister, and their 4 ninja dogs, would be present for his graduation exam, which he feared would be noisy and embarrassing. Choji had also joined the conversation, but it was swiftly redirected by Shikamaru. Naruto too hoped that during his graduation, someone would raise a thumb in approval and utter a congratulatory word upon seeing him adorned with the Genin forehead protector. However, it seems that such a person does not exist. Yet, after the encounter with the Ninetales tonight, the figure that Naruto had long envisioned began to take on a clearer visage. The smile of his elder brother, Senda, was eternally gentle. Even if he were to reject him in the next moment, Naruto felt he could accept it with equanimity. "Of course," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like stars. As he paced excitedly, Senda continued with a smile, "Shall we make a pact?" "What kind of pact?" Naruto asked eagerly, clenching his fists. "If you successfully pass the exam and become a Genin, I shall teach you a jutsu as a gift. How does that sound?" The tranquil night of Konoha was suddenly shattered by a jubilant shout. The sensitive dogs in the streets were startled, barking towards the source of the commotion. But upon realizing there was nothing amiss, they settled back down. With Senda's promise in mind, Naruto, even while lying in bed, could not shake off the thrill within him. He tossed and turned several times, unable to contain his excitement, and could not help but share with the Nine-Tails. Hey, Kurama, did you hear? Senda promised to teach me a jutsu. I can also perform jutsu like Shikamaru and Choji. In the ceiling space, Senda taught Naruto how to communicate with the Nine-Tails, revealing its true name, Kurama. Pathetic, a single jutsu can make you this happy, the proud fox scoffed. Haha, but I am really happy. Naruto rolled around in delight. Kurama disdainfully looked up. What is so great about it? Once you can utilize my chakra, I will show you the tailed beast ball, which is far superior to any jutsu. Unworldly Naruto had become Kurama's favorite subject to boast about, genuinely cheering. Wow, the tailed beast ball. Is it really mightier than all jutsu? Indeed. Kurama, basking in a sense of vanity, raised his nostrils haughtily. I'm not deceiving you, little brat. The moment you can unleash the tailed beast ball, you will have the qualifications to compete for Hokage. That night passed in a tranquil manner, amidst Naruto's astonished compliments and Kurama's bragging. The following morning, the weather was clear. Kakashi Hitaki, with his hands tucked in his pockets, entered the bookstore with a light step. The bookstore owner, a plump old man, greeted him warmly upon recognizing a familiar face. Ah, Kakashi, you arrived just in time. Teacher Umbrella has released a new work, which just arrived this morning. Kakashi's right eye brightened. A new work? How is the quality? The bookstore owner gave a thumbs up. You know, Teacher Umbrella is an exceptionally talented author. This new book has sold splendidly in the land of rain, maintaining its high quality. The two spoke of Teacher Umbrella, whose full name was Umbrella, the Rain Ninja, a novelist whose new releases were first sold in the land of rain before circulating to other nations, earning high praise and admiration from gentlemen across the countries. For some seasoned bibliophiles, Teacher Umbrella was their eternal idol. Kakashi hurriedly thanked the owner and swiftly made his way to the new book display. A brand new cover, never before seen, caught Kakashi's eye, prompting him to carefully pick it up and gently caress the embossed title. Young Ninja Eren. The naming style of the Umbrella teacher remains as straightforward as ever. Kakashi marveled as he turned the pages. Eren's performance in the ninja school assessment was less than satisfactory. A brief glance through the initial lines stirred a fervor within him, leading him to promptly close the book. Truly, the Umbrella teacher's literary prowess remains formidable. As an avid reader, Kakashi's early impressions of this new work were exceedingly favorable. Years prior, before the Umbrella teacher emerged, the pinnacle of such works was undoubtedly Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection. However, since the debut of the Umbrella teacher, a succession of high-quality masterpieces has sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. In the boys' restroom of the Ninja Academy, a female middle-ranking teacher soaked the handle of a kunai with her body. The proprietress of a tavern poured sake into the ample clefts of her guests, all while concealing her busy boss. A female ninja without any talent for ninjutsu or illusion techniques endured humiliation to fulfill her dream of becoming a ninja, accepting the teachings of a particularly bald special jonin. Thus, she trained in physical skills by day and practiced tirelessly by night. There was also a female researcher who bred insane cave worms, transforming herself into a puppet frame to store puppets, utilizing space-time ninjutsu to transfer parts of her body to the elite jonin in the bustling market. The Umbrella teacher, with his unparalleled literary finesse, crafted one vivid and enticing character after another, compelling countless passionate young men to willingly surrender their chakra and lay down their arms. Today, Kakashi was invited to a gathering at the home of the Sennin family and was troubled over what gift to bring. However, it was clear that he need not fret about this matter any longer. Kakashi prepaid for 2 copies of the book, asking the owner to set aside the other for him to collect after the gathering. He worried that within this short time, young Ninja Eren would be snatched up entirely. Oh, could you please wrap this one for me? The bookstore owner took the book, glancing at the cover featuring the voluptuous landlady, raising an eyebrow as he shared an unspoken understanding with Kakashi, a knowing smile passing between them. Are you giving this book as a gift? It seemed he had a close friend in mind. Kakashi chuckled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, it would be rather presumptuous for an ordinary friend. Oh, then a kindred spirit, I see, the bookstore owner remarked, his expression conveying comprehension. Kakashi spoke somewhat indirectly as new customers entered the store. Owner, I heard the Umbrella teacher's new work has arrived? Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with the owner, realizing yet another kindred spirit was present. Upon arriving at the Sannin household, he found Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurenai had already arrived, donning aprons as they assisted Sannin in preparing the ingredients. Observing Kakashi scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile, Anko waved the fruit knife in her hand, grumbling to Kurenai, "I told you. These men never think to come early to help with the preparations. To them, a gathering merely means showing up to eat." Kakashi chuckled sheepishly, My apologies for arriving a bit late. I spent too much time agonizing over what gift to bring. While at the bookstore, I could not resist flipping through a couple more pages. Although I understood that Hondo's complaints were mostly in jest, she still endeavored to ease the situation, revealing a heart far more gentle than her striking exterior. "It's not too late. It's barely 10 o'clock, and the three of us have more than enough ingredients prepared." Moreover, Kakashi was the first man to arrive, far superior to Asuma and the others. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, and they all knew without a doubt who had arrived. My friends. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, burst into the kitchen, shouldering a thick wooden stump with a diameter of half a meter. His arrival illuminated the Senju family's dining area, his teeth gleaming with brilliance. "Are you carrying a tree?" Hondo remarked, her expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. The thought process of this azure beast was beyond their comprehension. "Who arrives bearing a tree stump as a gift?" "Great eye!" Guy exclaimed, giving Hondo a thumbs up, revealing his perfectly aligned teeth. "Come on. Anyone can see this is a tree stump. My question is, why did you bring a tree stump?" Guy excitedly boasted to the group. "This morning while training in the forest, I stumbled upon a beautifully patterned tree stump that had been broken. I thought it would make a splendid cutting board for Senju, so I brought it along." Hondo, and Kakashi exchanged glances, speechless. This was the kind of gift only Guy would present. Only he could bestow such a rustic offering. Senju wiped his freshly washed hands and smiled as he accepted the half-meter wooden stump. "Thank you. The tree's growth rings are indeed quite beautiful. I shall take care of it shortly." "Growth rings?" Guy, who was not well versed in such matters, looked puzzled. Senju pointed to the rings, explaining, "It refers to the patterns on it." "Oh, I see." Guy laughed heartily, patting Senju on the shoulder, blissfully unaware of any embarrassment. "As long as you like it. That's all that matters." Senju set the stump on the balcony, planning to give it a thorough treatment when he had the time. Such a sturdy piece of wood would indeed be excellent for chopping tough bones. "What about your gifts? How do they compare to mine?" Guy, brimming with competitive spirit, picked up the gift from Kakashi, squeezed it, and upon guessing it was a book, lost interest and placed it on the dining table. Hong had baked cookies for dessert and brought along some exquisite red tea from the land of tea. Hondo wrapped her arms around Yuhi Kurenai's waist, her hands not entirely clean as she rubbed lightly. "Look how diligent our Hong is. She will surely make a wonderful wife one day." Blushing at the compliment, Kurenai replied, "I may not be as skilled as Senju, but I do wish to help a little." "Not at all. The cookies are beautifully baked and perfectly cooked," Senju generously praised. "What about your gift, Hondo?" Guy inquired. With one hand resting on her waist, Hondo dismissively waved her other hand. "Just a piece of clothing, but undoubtedly better than your cutting board. Only for Senju would you be eager to receive even a beautifully shaped twig." Just as she was speaking, Hondo suddenly felt a chill behind her and promptly fell silent. As the banter continued, one could only wonder how much longer it would persist after the gathering concluded. Would one be able to endure it? Kai himself was keenly aware that his gift was rather rudimentary, having left the bark unpeeled. His training and physical techniques did not permit him to carry kunai, and for the sake of stripping bark, employing the 8 gates technique seemed rather excessive. However, it proved remarkably practical for chopping bones. "In a few days, I shall procure 2 sheep, and we can indulge in a whole roasted lamb." Xiandao voiced his support for Might Guy. "Next time I visit, I shall undoubtedly select a gift that rivals the best." Kai flashed a grin at Xiandao, saying, "In truth, I intended to pick out a gift this morning, but Asuma advised me that it was unnecessary to arrive too early, so I devoted my time to training. Unfortunately, I lost track of time, and I am fortunate to have this splendid stump." Kakashi slapped his forehead in exasperation. Xiandao, feigning ignorance, turned back to prepare the ingredients. Hondo deliberately cleared her throat and gently patted Yugao's shoulder. Yugao's temples throbbed with tension, her face adorned with a dangerously radiant smile. As she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, addressing Kai with a mocking tone. "Ha ha ha. What did you just say, Kai? Asuma told you all not to come too early." The oblivious Kai failed to notice the warning glance Kakashi sent his way. Yes, he replied. He said with you and Hondo assisting Yuusendo, we clumsy ones might as well come later to avoid causing chaos. Did I say something wrong? As he grasped the situation, Kai's voice dwindled. Glancing at Yugao, who resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, he curled up and awkwardly turned to seek Kakashi's assistance. Kakashi, true to his bond with Kai, opted not to extend a helping hand. He endeavored to minimize his presence, lest he be caught in the crossfire, leaving no room in his mind to concern himself with Kai. Just as the tension in the dining room reached its zenith, the door swung open, revealing Asuma, who strolled in nonchalantly, a bottle of sake in hand, greeting everyone with ease. Oh, you've all arrived so early. I've brought sake as a gift. Hondo, as she passed by Asuma, deftly snatched the bottle. I'll take this, lest your good intentions turn into a weapon. Weapon? Asuma, bewildered, was met by Yuusendo, who, while removing his apron, followed Hondo. This apron, aside from repelling oil and water, can also shield against other splattering liquids. No need to worry about mess. It is meant to be utilized. Just after Yuusendo had patted Asuma's shoulder and exited the dining room, Kai, with a face of distress, hurriedly followed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Nervously, he stammered, I'll go peel the vegetables. Be careful not to get peeled yourself. With that, he dashed away, his speed so swift that the watermelon head curtain flew back dramatically. At this juncture, Asuma had already deduced the source of the problem. Ignoring Kai's crude demeanor as he pouted in irritation, he reached out in desperation. Kakashi, don't leave. Smack. Kakashi stylishly exchanged a high five with Asuma, avoiding eye contact, and hurried past him, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Don't go, Kakashi. Click. As the setting sun cast its glow, the dangerous smile of the femme fatale, Hinata, revealed itself, her fingers cracking ominously. Have you bid farewell to your dear friends? Asuma raised his hands, his calves trembling as he retreated towards the door. Hinata, please allow me to explain. With graceful strides, Hinata moved closer, and in no time, the robust Asuma found himself pinned against the wall. Is there anything more to say? Asuma opted for silence, embracing his fate with a sense of noble resignation. In the corridor, the quartet of Doka, Senda, Kai, and Kakashi stood against the wall in the order they had exited the dining hall, collectively exhaling in relief upon hearing the raucous sounds of fists meeting flesh. It was a relief indeed. An angry Hinata was quite intimidating. Doka patted his ample chest, feeling a sense of liberation. Anger is detrimental to one's health and hinders digestion, Senda remarked, prompting nods of agreement from Kakashi and Kai. My apologies for the trouble, Asuma said, holding his wine glass and wearing a forced smile as he offered his apologies to each of them. Though it was framed as an apology, it remained part of the playful banter. No one took the incident too seriously. Hinata's thrashing of Asuma was merely a demonstration of her affection for her friends, a necessary display given his unreliability that left her feeling embarrassed. Doka clinked glasses with Asuma, teasingly remarking, who would have thought that the illustrious son of the Third Hokage could possess the qualities of a henpecked husband? In response to the jibe, Asuma maintained a serious demeanor. You see, true men are stern in the face of the world, yet gentle within their homes. Huh, scoffed Kai and Kakashi, two seasoned bachelors, their voices tinged with envy. Beneath the table, Doka discreetly nudged Senda with her bare foot, their mutual understanding allowing for silent communication. Asuma has stated that a powerful man is tough outwardly. How can you be tough inwardly? Doka shot a glance at Asuma, her left hand propping up her chin to shield her gaze from Senda's. Senda, unfazed, caught Doka's foot with his own, returning her a look of mild admonition. Doka lifted her glass to her lips, taking a sip to soothe her parched tongue. Just the simple act of having her foot held made her feel dry and thirsty. Unlike Asuma and Hinata, as well as the well-known couples Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao, Doka and Senda were still navigating the early stages of their relationship. Doka was particularly keen to conceal the nuances of their budding romance. Senda had previously inquired whether she wished to disclose their relationship to their friends, but she had firmly declined. The betrayal of her teacher, Orochimaru, who had fled the village and sealed part of her memories, had deeply impacted Doka. After becoming acquainted with Senda, and with his help in breaking the seals on her mind, she had grappled with a long period of despondency. She was averse to any upheaval in her stable relationship. One night, she confided in Senda, revealing her carefree, boyish nature. Senda, too, was someone who defied societal norms. which was the very essence of her attraction to him and her willingness to embrace a more reckless path. He had made it clear that he wished for her not to be constrained by societal judgments, encouraging her to simply be herself. Clearly, Hongdo has misunderstood the essence of being herself. She obediently refrains from being constrained by societal norms, plunging into the fray and battling against 100,000 golden soldiers under the cover of night. As an observer, Xiandao perceives Hongdo with remarkable clarity. The seal placed by Orochimaru has left lingering repercussions on her psyche, resulting in a slower maturation of her emotional age. Consequently, her playful spirit remains pronounced, and her thoughts are more erratic. Fundamentally, she still embodies the essence of a little girl. Another significant factor contributing to this is her concealed insecurity. As the sole individual from Konoha who has glimpsed Xiandao's true strength, Hongdo bears immense psychological pressure. The last person she deemed powerful and who pampered her was Orochimaru, who subsequently abandoned her. Initially, Hongdo refrained from betraying Orochimaru, claiming loyalty to her village. But in truth, she feared that her lack of strength would hinder her mentor, worried that Orochimaru might be recaptured. It is evident that Orochimaru understood his contradictory disciple well. He sealed her memories to sever their ties completely, protecting the young girl from the village's scrutiny. Fortunately, the third Hokage, being Orochimaru's teacher, showed rare leniency toward his own disciple's granddaughter, firmly ensuring Hongdo's safety against Danzo's machinations. Otherwise, Hongdo's current predicament would mirror that of Xiandao, both hindered by Danzo from advancing in rank. Orochimaru is notorious for his ruthless cunning, yet his affection for Yui Hongdo is akin to that of a parent. Intriguingly, Xiandao shares a striking resemblance to Orochimaru in this regard. Both possess abundant emotions directed solely toward those they care for, exhibiting extreme indifference toward strangers. Orochimaru, in this aspect, is even more formidable, as his indifference extends to the very essence of life itself. The more Hongdo is cherished by Xiandao, the tighter her internal alarm grows. She fears that should she let her guard down, one day Xiandao might abandon her just as Orochimaru did, leading to her potential collapse. The emotional investment between a mentor and a beloved is fundamentally different, and the greater the gain, the more profound the pain of loss. Hongdo shares everything with Xiandao, except for this particular fear. She dreads that voicing it might hasten its realization. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiandao has already discerned the most tender aspects of her heart. He simply conceals his awareness from her. To untie the knot, one must have tied it first. This psychological shadow cast by Orochimaru is a wound that Xiandao cannot fully mend, no matter his efforts, unless he, like Orochimaru, seals away the painful memories. However, Xiandao refuses to take such an approach. He cherishes Hongdo as a living, breathing individual rather than a mere puppet to manipulate at will. Nevertheless, Xiandao possesses other means of resolution. As long as the fears that plague Hongdo do not materialize, it is a manageable task. Time is the most impartial witness. Favoring no one, Xiandao will not utter sentimental platitudes. Rather, he prefers action. Companionship is the most enduring declaration of love. Sunset Red had clearly not yet emerged from her gloomy disposition, turning her head towards Hongdo, unwilling to engage with her boyfriend. Sigh, you're about to become a team leader. Can't you be a bit more reliable? What are you talking about? How am I not reliable? Asuma retorted with a smile. It's merely some playful banter in our leisure time. I am quite serious when it comes to guiding the younger ninjas and executing missions. During their casual conversation, Kai had already consumed 2 bowls of rice, merely laying a foundation for his stomach. Upon hearing Asuma mention the young ninjas, he was reminded of the purpose of their gathering. Ah, yes, the 3 of you are also set to become team leaders. Allow me to congratulate you. Kakashi lazily waved his hand. What is there to congratulate? It feels like looking after kids is no easier than working in the ANBU. Hey, don't compare us to you. The workaholic. Asuma exclaimed. In my opinion, mentoring the younger ninjas is far less strenuous than protecting the daimyo. Asuma couldn't help but throw shade at Kakashi for his ANBU work. Kai confidently declared, shoveling a large piece of beef tendon into his mouth. Rest assured, mentoring the younger ninjas isn't that exhausting. Aside from executing missions, it merely requires guiding them in training each day. You, the training fanatic, are no better than the workaholic. Asuma chuckled incredulously. No wonder you 2 are still single. You hardly have time to interact with women. Feet. Don't step on me. Sunset Red, contrary to Asuma's expectations, twisted her heel even more forcefully, sneering at the grinning Asuma. You put in less effort at work and training than Kakashi and Kai, and you still have the audacity to shout. Is being single such a source of pride for you? Asuma inhaled sharply. Well, not exactly. Is being with me such a disgrace to you? Step on me, I concede. After this brief interlude, they resumed their meal while discussing more serious matters. I heard you voluntarily applied to be Naruto Uzumaki's team leader, Kakashi? Asuma inquired. Indeed, and the Third Hokage has approved it, Kakashi replied. The Leaf Village ninjas place great importance on legacy, and Kakashi, being a student of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto's father, was naturally deemed the rightful mentor for Naruto, a decision that the Third Hokage was quite comfortable with. Kakashi is recognized as an exceptionally resilient ninja, a fact acknowledged by all. Kai picked up a stack of sashimi, devouring it without even dipping it in soy sauce, and remarked while chewing, by the way, you all must know who your students are by now. Last year around this time, I was already informed that I would be mentoring Lee and his peers. My class has been settled, the new generation of Inoshikicho. Before being notified about becoming a mentor, Asuma had already been arranged by the Third Hokage to visit the families of his students, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino, in advance. The Inoshikicho trio has historically been loyal allies of the Hokage lineage, and naturally, the Third would assign Asuma to guide Shikamaru and continue to strengthen the amicable relations among the three clans. This was also the reason for Asuma's rebellious nature. He despised being a beneficiary of connections. Yet, since childhood, he had enjoyed the privileges of being the Third Hokage's son. Casting aside his bowl to scold the chef would be a sign of disrespect. Thus, he chose to leave the village for several years, seeking to shed the title of the Third Hokage's son. Ultimately, it seemed he merely ventured out to gild his resume. After his rebellious endeavor met with failure, Asuma returned with his tail between his legs, resolved to start from the grassroots level as a leading jonin. In truth, Asuma had never harbored grand ambitions. He found contentment in gathering with friends, engaging in playful banter with kulinary, and nurturing a group of students to become exceptional ninjas. Envisioning a future where he and kulinary might raise a delightful child together, such a life would be perfect for him. I was in charge of the reconnaissance team, comprising students from the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans. Kulinary had recently ascended to the rank of jonin, and she lacked the extensive experience of seasoned jonin like Asuma and Might Guy, let alone Kakashi, who had been a jonin for nearly 2 decades. Consequently, she felt somewhat uncertain about being a role model for her students. Hyuga? Guy mumbled through a mouthful of food. Kulinary clarified. It refers to Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, who is cousins with Niji. The Byakugan from the Hyuga clan is indeed a tremendous asset for reconnaissance. The blue beasts of Konoha have given the Byakugan a glowing review. Sigh. All these are scions of prestigious families, reflected Akamichi Karui, a commoner child rescued by Orochimaru. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This generation boasts many children of noble lineage, and the current cohort of Inoshikicho are indeed the offspring of clan leaders, representing the most prosperous generation in recent years. Upon hearing this, Guy immediately objected. The previous generation was formidable too. Niji was a genius of the Hyuga clan, with an innate talent for manipulating ninja tools that is rare in the ninja world. Although Lee cannot utilize ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he has still become an outstanding ninja through his solid taijutsu. They are all remarkable students. With a smile, Senda responded. So, Lee can be considered a genius as well. Indeed, indeed, Guy exclaimed excitedly, raising his cup in a toast to Senda. The ability to mentor Lee into an exceptional ninja speaks volumes of Guy's own prowess. Yet, Kulinary remained concerned. I truly hope I do not betray their trust. At that moment, Akamichi Karui suddenly placed a hand on Kulinary's shoulder and, with a thumb pointed at Senda, said, No worries, if you encounter any issues, you can always consult Senda. The children adore him. Just yesterday morning, Naruto and the others came over to play. Kulinary, perceptive as always, seized upon the essence of Karui's words. Did you visit Senda's home yesterday as well? After completing a mission, I happened to pass by Senda's house and encountered a group of youngsters skipping class. Karui spoke the lie without so much as a blink. Senda seamlessly took over the conversation, redirecting Kulinary's suspicions. Naruto has joined us for meals numerous times. Yesterday, his little friends were there for the first time, including Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka, students of yours, I believe. Kulinary nodded. while Asuma interjected with a teasing remark, "I can't say for certain about the others." But Senda's popularity with Choji is undoubtedly due to his culinary skills. Looking at the sumptuous spread before them, everyone erupted in laughter. "Oh, the Akimichi clan certainly knows how to appreciate good food." Kurenai chuckled before adopting a serious expression and turning to Senda. "I shall seek your guidance regarding student matters in the future." Senda replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm quite free. Anyone can call on me for assistance. However, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Interacting with children is quite effortless. Moreover, women possess a more delicate sensibility, which allows them to care for children with greater attentiveness. After all, neither Kakashi nor I are seasoned educators. There is no need for such anxiety." To alleviate Hong's unease, Asuma decisively chose to use Kai as a target. "Look, wasn't it also Kai's first time teaching last year? A year has passed, and under his rigorous training, his 3 students are still lively and thriving." Kai, holding a chicken leg, suddenly found his meal unappetizing. "What do you mean by that? Their abilities have improved significantly compared to a year ago. I'm even contemplating whether to enroll them in the chūnin exams." Asuma and Kai's banter helped to relieve a considerable amount of pressure from Hinata Hong, restoring a serene smile to her face. Kakashi, appearing unfazed, chuckled, entirely oblivious to the impending challenges he would face. After pondering for a moment, Senda suddenly turned to Kakashi. "I heard from Naruto that there is a child in their class who excels at throwing shurikens, correct?" "That would be Sasuke Uchiha, one of the 2 remaining children of the Uchiha clan, who has also been assigned to my class," Kakashi replied. Senda pressed further. "One is Naruto, and the other is Uchiha. Who is the last?" "Her name is Sakura Haruno. She comes from a civilian family, and neither of her parents are ninjas." "Well, it seems you will have your hands full." Senda mused for a moment, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this girl named Sakura. "I really wonder who arranged the classes." Placing a civilian child in the mix, Red Bean's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, is there a problem? Aren't the class compositions typically 2 boys and 1 girl?" The others listened intently. "The disparity in strength within the team is quite pronounced," Senda remarked incisively. "Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Sasuke has inherited the Sharingan. Although it may not be evident now, as they mature, the gap between Sakura and the other 2 will become insurmountable." The others recollected the Nine-Tails incident 12 years prior, recalling the crimson tomo that had kept the Hokage lineage on constant alert, and they fell into deep contemplation. As for Kakashi, he had long since furrowed his brow in silence. All present were exemplary figures of this generation in Konoha, and with Senda's subtle hints, they began to grasp the gravity of Kakashi's class situation. It appeared that Asuma's trio, known as the Inoshikacho of this era, were the most stable and suitable team, having endured the trials of multiple generations, and thus posed no issues. Hinata Hong's team consisted of ninjas, and the synergy between the sensory abilities of the Inuzuka, the Byakugan's vision, and the exploration capabilities of the Aburame clan would undoubtedly complement one another, yielding a net benefit. Kai's class, however, bore similarities to Kakashi's. The prodigious Niji Hyuga and the ninjutsu and Jinjutsu challenged Lee exhibited a significant disparity. Nevertheless, since Kai's class focused on taijutsu, the limits and potential for advancement in physical arts were evident. Moreover, since Lee had mastered the 8 gates, the gap between him and the Byakugan's gentle fist was diminishing at a visible pace. At the time when Lee successfully opened the first gate of the 8 gates, Kai had been so exhilarated that he rallied everyone, celebrating with exuberant cheers, only to later break down in tears amidst the revelry. It is precisely because Shaoli will no longer be left behind by the team that Kai feels elated for him. However, when it comes to Kakashi, the disparity among students is far greater than that between commoners and the ninja clan. What is the Nine-Tails, after all? Even when controlled by the Sharingan and acting purely on instinct, it can still devastate a significant portion of Konoha. If it weren't for the 4th Hokage's use of the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the tailed beast bomb outside the village, even the Hokage rock would have been leveled. Furthermore, even without the Nine-Tails, Naruto's father developed the Rasengan, a jutsu that requires no hand seals, and mastered the space-time ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God. With his mother's Uzumaki clan lineage, how much worse could he possibly be? And let us not forget that his father's mentor is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the ninja world. After Naruto formed a summoning contract with the giant toads of Mount Myaboku, his promotion to Jonin was all but assured. As for the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, it is worth noting that Kurenai Yuhi has already reached the pinnacle of civilian Jinjutsu users, yet she still does not dare to claim the title of Konoha's foremost illusionist. Precisely because of the pressure exerted by the Sharingan. The power of the Sharingan extends beyond mere Jinjutsu. Observing Kakashi, who was distressed and tugging at his hair in frustration, Senda pointed out the issue and could not simply dismiss it. How competent is Haruno Sakura? Her notable strengths lie in chakra regulation and memory, with a talent for Jinjutsu. And she excels in the transformation technique and shuriken throwing. Among civilians, she is undoubtedly outstanding. Every Jonin instructor receives a report on their students' abilities. Unfortunately, her two teammates are both monsters in their own right. It is no wonder that Kakashi is plagued by headaches. Even Asuma and their peers cannot fathom a solution. If the disparity in strength among squad members is too great, the team will inevitably face one of two outcomes, either disbandment or dissolution due to an unexpected death. It is evident who is most likely to encounter such misfortune. Watching her friends furiously brainstorm, Akamichi couldn't help but feel anxious. Her soft feet brushing against Senda's ankle as she asked, "Is there truly no way for Sakura to catch up with the other two?" Unlike the others who were deep in thought, Senda had already reached a rather harsh conclusion, shaking his head resolutely. Without any opportunities, it is impossible for her to catch up. Not every commoner possesses the innate talent of the Fourth Hokage. The existence of bloodline limits is precisely to create a gulf between ordinary individuals. Senda's words rang true. Kurenai, who had always been overshadowed by the Uchiha in Jinjutsu, was now in the best position to speak. When I graduated from the Ninja Academy, I could humbly say that my Jinjutsu skills were sufficient to attempt the special Jonin examination. Yet after years of hard work, I still cannot compare to the casual prowess of the Uchiha when they awaken their eyes. The gap between us is despairingly vast, and I feel helpless for Sakura. Suddenly, Kai clenched his fist, radiating an exuberant aura of youth. Then let her train in taijutsu. I can have her practice with me during my free time. If her aptitude is sufficient, I could guide her in mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia. This is Might Guy, the azure beast of Konohagakure. Despite his propensity for impulsive decisions and a single-minded approach, often causing himself and those around him embarrassment with his blunt demeanor, everyone present regards him as their closest friend. Particularly for Kakashi, Guy holds an even more significant meaning. "Thank you, Guy," Kakashi said with a squinting smile. Whenever he squints while smiling, it indicates that his mood is exceptionally buoyant. "After all, I am a Jonin leader. Please grant me some dignity before my students. I shall resolve this matter." Owing to his cautious nature, Kakashi seldom makes promises. However, today he was evidently earnest. Suddenly, Senda spoke up. In fact, if she possesses a keen sense for chakra control, she could consider becoming a medical ninja. Instantly, everyone's eyes brightened. Having been raised solely by Orochimaru and lacking experience in team dynamics, Akamaru had yet to realize. But even if she becomes a medical ninja, she may not be able to keep pace with the other two. Not every female ninja can become Lady Tsunade. You are mistaken, Akamaru. If Sakura could indeed become a medical ninja, it would be a tremendous asset to the entire team, alleviating her concerns about keeping up with her companions. After all, the primary duty of a medical ninja is to save lives, not necessarily to be at the forefront. The likes of Lady Tsunade, who charge into the fray, are exceptional cases. Asuma leaned back in his chair, feeling pleased for the yet unmet Sakura. Not only Asuma, but everyone also exhaled in relief, and Guy resumed his use of chopsticks. Having been a bit overzealous moments earlier, he felt he could still indulge in a little more despite having been satiated. However, as Senda uttered just 2 words, he was met with a chorus of reproachful glances. Guy's chopsticks hovered over the dish, caught in indecision. "For goodness sake, please finish your thought at once. You're teasing us." Asuma, being impatient, fumbled with the lighter's wheel as the others abstained from smoking. Senda, with an apologetic smile, said, "I merely wanted to imply that even if Sakura can become a medical ninja, we must also consider her personality. If she is one of those fiercely competitive types, matching the ambition of any male child, then Kakashi will have to expend even more effort." Kakashi understood Senda's implication and nodded seriously. After a satisfying meal, accompanied by the cookies brought by Yuhi Kurenai and the mixed juice Senda had chilled in advance, the group continued their conversation for a while longer until the gathering finally came to a close. Asuma and Kurenai headed north, while Kakashi and Guy made their way west. leaving Akamaru behind under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. After bidding farewell to the couple and the duo of friends, Senda returned to the dining area only to find Akamaru perched at the bar, gazing intently at him. "Speak up. What scheme do you have in mind?" Senda chuckled. Akamaru raised her chin, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. "Come and see the gift I've prepared for you." "Isn't it clothing?" Senda inquired as he unwrapped the gift box, pulling out a sheer piece of fabric and looking playfully at Akamaru. "Is this meant for me to wear?" "This fabric hardly constitutes more than a pair of undergarments." The red bean, resembling a sinuous serpent, slithered closer, affectionately rubbing against Xian Dao's body, its viscous gaze fixated on the undulating Adam's apple as Xian Dao spoke, desperately suppressing the urge to draw nearer. "I, too, am part of the gift. Shall we conduct an on-site inspection?" Under Xian Dao's admiring gaze, the red bean shed its original garments, donning a mere strip of cloth. At that moment, the contours of the red bean's figure surpassed the beauty of tree rings, its delicate murmurs sweeter than cookies, and the blush on its cheeks more intoxicating than fine spirits. What transpired next was even more exhilarating than the tales within the little gold book. In the days leading up to the graduation assessment, Naruto refrained from seeking out Xian Dao, instead immersing himself in the arduous practice of the shadow clone technique, a skill he found particularly challenging. While it was termed arduous, the reality was far less so. Ever since the Nine Tails ceased to interfere with the flow of chakra within him, Naruto had not once faltered in his attempts at the technique. However, through conversations with the Nine Tails, Naruto became acutely aware of the formidable strength of the first Hokage, who had once battled the Nine Tails to a standstill. This revelation instilled a profound pressure upon Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage. The Nine Tails exclaimed, "What gives? Hashirama's corpse has long since decayed. Am I not allowed to boast?" The Eight Tails chimed in, "Why boast about me?" This weighty pressure, however, was transformed by the competitive Naruto into a driving force for progress. Thus, during this period, he fervently dedicated himself to practice, diving into the small grove after school to hone his skills. Consequently, the other members of the truancy squad were astonished to find Naruto had transformed into a compliant student, no longer joining them in their escapades. Shikamaru discerned the situation and advised Choji and Kiba not to disturb Naruto. As good friends, they naturally wished for Naruto to succeed in his examination. With only 3 days remaining until the graduation assessment, Naruto, in the grove near dusk, executed 50 rounds of running up and down tree trunks, followed by 100 standard frog jumps on the water surface, before collapsing onto the grass. Limbs spread wide as he gasped for breath. Although the Nine Tails could not directly instruct Naruto in ninjutsu, it was, after all, the purest embodiment of chakra within the ninja world, effortlessly guiding Naruto in chakra control for climbing trees and walking on water. "Are you already fatigued?" In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails, arms crossed and leaning against the barrier, raised an eyelid, speaking sternly, "Your physical foundation is too weak. To become a powerful ninja, you must possess a robust physique. Keep practicing." Naruto accepted the Nine Tails' guidance with enthusiasm. After a brief respite, he mustered the strength to rise, retrieving shuriken and kunai to practice his throwing techniques. Since the 8 trigram seal had been manipulated by Xian Dao, the Nine Tails could now observe the outside world through Naruto's eyes, alleviating its previous boredom, albeit with Naruto's permission. Watching Naruto throw a kunai toward a target 8 lengths away, the Nine Tails could no longer contain itself and eventually interrupted Naruto's stagnant practice, stating, "If you truly lack talent in this area, should you not invest your time elsewhere? Is it necessary to stubbornly persist in a weakness?" Naruto, with a hint of dejection, retrieved kunai and shuriken from the various tree trunks, sighing softly. But Iruka-sensei mentioned in class that every ninja must master throwing techniques. The Nine Tails, bemused by Naruto's naivety, retorted, "That applies to ordinary ninjas. You are my Jinchuriki. Why bother with such trivialities? Can those pathetic kunai sever the Shinju or pierce the Susanoo?" Confounded by the highbrow terms spewing from the Nine Tails, Naruto found himself momentarily lost. The Nine Tails, feeling a twinge of superiority, gradually accepted Naruto as its Jinchuriki, finding satisfaction in the boy's simple-mindedness. "It's too early to discuss this with you. Just understand that no fool would attempt to stab a Susanoo with a kunai." Seeing Naruto scratching his head in confusion, the Nine Tails sighed, supporting its chin with one hand. "You must possess the awareness of being a Jinchuriki. In the future, you will face top-tier ninjas like Hashirama, No elite ninja relies on throwing shuriken. What should I do now? I don't know any ninjutsu. Naruto frowned, his fox-like face contorting in worry. The Nine Tails, frustrated, bellowed, causing Naruto to shiver. You need to train your body. Do you think your feeble physique is sufficient? You Haven T even laid a solid foundation, yet you dream of practicing ninjutsu. Kids these days are always lost in their thoughts. As Naruto continued to leapfrog across the water's surface, panting, he asked, So, Nine Tails, will you teach me ninjutsu in the future? Absolutely not, the Nine Tails replied curtly. How could a truly powerful tailed beast practice ninjutsu? What problem can't be solved with a tailed beast bomb? Only that weakling Shikaku would seek alternative paths to gain strength. Yet, Naruto was not disheartened. Having faced hardships from a young age, he found contentment easily. Having the Nine Tails as a conversational companion brought him joy. I truly look forward to the graduation exam. I wonder what ninjutsu Brother Sendo will teach me. This would be the first ninjutsu he could learn beyond the shadow clone technique, and his anticipation was palpable. Upon hearing the name Senda, the Nine Tails' ears instinctively twitched. It opened its mouth, intending to inquire about Senda's strength, but swallowed its words. This foolish boy, asking such a pointless question. Senda means no harm to either of us. He even dissolved the summoning contract and illusion anchor. For now, he doesn't seem like a schemer like Madara. Sighing inwardly, the Nine Tails dismissed its thoughts. Stop slacking, jump another 100 times. Yes. 3 days swiftly passed. The prospective genin awaiting their graduation examination stood lined up in the corridor, each awaiting their name to be called. Naruto leaned against the wall, observing many individuals anxiously pacing back and forth. They grappled with the dilemma of wanting to practice, while fearing that using too much chakra would leave them depleted when it was time to face the exam. Many fell into a cycle of tension and indecision. Had he been his former self, Naruto mused, he might have been just as anxious. But now, he was no longer the same Uzumaki Naruto. He is undoubtedly the true Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Just as the thought of delightful matters crossed my mind, a loud voice suddenly interrupted beside me. Hey, Naruto, do you have confidence? Don't let us all advance to Genin while you get left behind. Turning to look, I saw Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji approaching, their calm demeanor evidently reflecting their certainty. A smirk crept across Naruto's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Sakura, who was conversing with Ino not far away. Raising his voice deliberately, he proudly pointed to his chest with his thumb and declared, How could that be possible? I, Uzumaki Naruto, will never fail. I am destined to become Hokage. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Sakura and Ino glancing his way, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Kiba dismissed Naruto's childish bravado with a scoff. Does he even know his own capabilities? He wants to be Hokage? How laughable. The position of future Hokage is already reserved for me. As he spoke, Kiba arrogantly tilted his head back, causing his hat to slip, while Akamaru, clinging to the hat, struggled to hold on before tumbling down. Kiba then found himself apologizing profusely to the irritated Akamaru. Nearby, Sakura and Ino watched the antics of Naruto and Kiba, reaching a mutual agreement. Boys really are immature. They all aspire to be Hokage, dreaming in broad daylight. Exactly. Each one more impulsive than the last. Not a hint of composure, Ino remarked disdainfully, crossing her arms. Sakura nodded in agreement. If only they had half of Sasuke's calmness. They might stand a chance in the competition for Hokage. Ino proudly swept her long bangs aside. Of course, after all, Sasuke is the one who will be my husband in the future. The moment those words escaped her lips, a spark ignited. Just moments ago, they were in harmonious agreement. But in an instant, they turned against each other. Sakura's broad forehead furrowed with anger, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. Oh, what did I just hear? Is someone shamelessly trying to steal a man? Ino's temples throbbed as she gritted her teeth. The shameless one would be you. Meanwhile, standing apart from the crowd against the wall, Uchiha Sasuke glanced over at them, silently moving a few steps further away. He found their noise bothersome. Naruto. Yes. Called by name, Naruto opened the classroom door and stepped inside. As he stood before the podium, he heard another proctor, Mizuki, speaking to Iruka. Naruto. His shadow clone and transformation jutsu are quite good. As long as he doesn't draw the multi-shadow clone jutsu, graduating should be a breeze. Iruka glanced at the smiling Mizuki and replied in a businesslike manner. That will depend on Naruto's luck. Naruto moved forward and reached into the box, randomly pulling one out. Oh, looks like luck isn't on my side. He handed Iruka the ball marked with the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Mizuki, eyeing Naruto's feigned calmness, was about to speak when Iruka announced, Uzumaki Naruto, the graduation test will be the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Now, the assessment begins. Outside, the members of the small team, eavesdropping with their ears pressed against the door, panicked upon hearing Iruka's announcement. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Is Naruto's luck really this bad? To his dismay, he drew the skill he was least proficient in, the art of shadow clones. Dinksy nervously finished off a bag of chips, while Ya anxiously tugged at his hair, inadvertently grabbing hold of Akamaru, who was resting atop his head. Before his mind could register the situation, his hands instinctively began petting the dog. Could it be that we are promoted to Genin, yet Naruto must repeat a year? Who is repeating? Akamaru? Of course, it's Naruto. Naruto, you're out so soon? Upon seeing Naruto emerge from the classroom, Ya's expression fell. It was over, and so quickly. Yes, it's already finished. Naruto was bewildered by the remark. Isn't it over once the exam is completed? It was Shikamaru who, unable to bear the misunderstanding any longer, intervened to clarify the situation. Nearby, Sakura felt a sigh of relief upon hearing that Naruto had passed. Although she didn't harbor romantic feelings for him, she was a kind-hearted girl, genuinely wishing for the well-being of others. In an instant, Ino keenly detected Sakura's sigh, and her eyes transformed into a teasing squint. With a finger to her lips, she playfully remarked, "Oh my, I didn't realize you cared for Naruto so much. That's not acceptable. How can you gaze into the pot while eating from the bowl? As your dearest friend, I shall take care of Sasuke, so go ahead and pursue Naruto without worry." Sakura, stoked by Ino's teasing, shot back in a playful yet heated exchange, igniting their usual banter. Sasuke, who had already passed the exam, cast a disinterested glance at the two naive girls before closing his eyes to rest. In truth, he held little regard for their frivolities. It is often said that it is not time that fosters growth, but rather experiences. Despite his youth, Sasuke had endured tragedies that far exceeded what one of his age should bear. His beloved brother had slain their cherished father and mother, even annihilating the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only himself and his sister behind. With an overwhelming hatred for Itachi, he was left to painfully navigate a world devoid of light. In the days immediately following the tragedy, Sasuke wandered through life in a daze, consumed by resentment towards Itachi for not having killed him as well, for forcing him to confront a bleak existence. However, when his sister, Yuki, appeared before him in disarray, declaring her hunger, a spark of realization ignited within Sasuke. Yuki's elder brother had become her most despised figure, and as her second brother, he understood that he must cultivate resilience and serve as a role model for her. From that moment onward, Sasuke's future was meticulously charted. His life would revolve around two primary objectives. First, to raise his sister Yuki to adulthood safely. Second, to seek vengeance against Itachi, to sever his head and place it before their parents' graves. Matters of romance were not included in his grand design. The time for retribution was yet to come. He needed to amass strength. Yet the first task already posed significant challenges for Sasuke. A fragile stick will always snap at its weakest point, and tragedy invariably seeks out the most vulnerable. Given the current trajectory, it seemed highly probable that Yuki would not develop into the female ninja he had envisioned. Her animosity towards Itachi ran even deeper than his own. Moreover, it has profoundly influenced her character and daily existence. Since that fateful night, throughout the years, aside from her elder brother, Yufishu has ceased to converse with anyone. Not even her classmates or teachers at the Ninja Academy receive a word from her. She wholly refuses to engage in communication. Typically, she secludes herself within her clan's territory, either locking herself away in her room or diligently training, completely neglecting to take care of herself, often emerging with bruises all over her body. However, what complicates matters further is her remarkable prowess that far exceeds her years. At such a tender age, Yufishu has already displayed a remarkable aptitude for Jinjutsu. Whenever a classmate dares to annoy her, she does not hesitate to cast a Jinjutsu, leaving her victim utterly terrified and in a state of utter disarray. The teachers are also aware of the turmoil that has befallen her family and, feeling sympathy for her plight, refrain from further reprimands. Although Sasuke is reluctant to admit it, Yufishu has indeed become a troubled girl. He finds himself at a loss when it comes to guiding and educating his younger sister, and the mere sight of girls now leaves him feeling utterly overwhelmed. In his eyes, he and Sakura, along with Ino and the others, inhabit entirely different worlds. rendering any interaction unnecessary. As the last individual's assessment concluded, those who did not pass looked on forlornly as their peers entered the training ground to receive their chūnin headbands. What awaited them was a year of repeating the grade, perhaps even two, or possibly a lifetime of never becoming a ninja. Congratulations on becoming a chūnin, Naruto. Naruto solemnly accepted the chūnin headband from Iruka, placing it firmly upon his forehead. For this day, he had intentionally left his goggles at home, for they may no longer be needed from this moment onward. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Observing Naruto's increasingly commendable demeanor, Iruka felt a wave of comfort as he patted his shoulder. From today forth, you are officially a chūnin of Konoha. New teachers will guide you on your journey, and you will forge closer bonds with your comrades. Ahead lies a life filled with excitement and fulfillment. As he spoke, Iruka suddenly sensed a familiar gaze upon him. Following the sensation, he looked through the throng of students and parents, spotting Sanda standing at the back. Just by casually standing there, numerous young mothers discreetly cast glances in his direction, their long-dormant hearts rekindled with youthful joy. No one can resist the allure of beauty. Even a mere distant glance can uplift one's spirits. Iruka, once feeling pleased, now found himself with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy? Fortunate to be a recluse. Otherwise, one day he would inevitably face the repercussions from bolder, more daring women. Iruka cursed his overly attractive peer with a hint of malice. Go on, Naruto, Sanda is waiting for you. Iruka surmised the reason for Sanda's presence, as Naruto had just been openly scanning the crowd, evidently searching for someone. Following Iruka's gesture, Naruto spotted that handsome face, his grin stretching from ear to ear. I'll take my leave now, Iruka-sensei. I will always remember your kind visage. With that, Naruto eagerly dashed toward a certain individual. Iruka looked at Naruto's eager figure with a mix of amusement and an indescribable discomfort. What was this unfortunate child saying? You've merely graduated. It's not as though I've met an untimely demise. Please, refrain from such misplaced expressions. Sendo. With a loud shout that disregarded his surroundings, Naruto charged towards Sendo, who stood at the far end of the clearing, his momentum suggesting an intention to collide violently. Lost in his own fervor, Naruto failed to notice that many onlookers had turned their attention towards Sendo in response to his raucous exclamation. Sendo raised a hand to gently press against Naruto's forehead, the cool metal plate of his forehead protector sending a shiver through Naruto. With a smile, Sendo congratulated him. Congratulations, Naruto. Ha ha ha. Naruto grinned foolishly, resembling a simple-minded dog fixated on Sendo. Sendo understood the boy's eager anticipation. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise and teach you a formidable ninjutsu. Can you teach me right now? Let us hurry, Naruto exclaimed, tugging at Sendo's sleeve, unable to contain his excitement. He was eager to master his very first ninjutsu, so he wouldn't hold back his teammates during their next escapade into the wild. Just a moment, Sendo casually pulled Naruto closer to him, greeting the approaching figure with courtesy. Greetings, Lord Shikaku. The man accompanying Nara Shikamaru was indeed his father, Nara Shikaku, the current head of the Nara clan. Though the scars on his face lent him an air of intimidation, Shikaku was, in truth, quite affable. He waved dismissively at Sendo, chuckling. No need to be so formal. You must be Sendo. Before Shikaku could finish his sentence, he was abruptly shoved aside by a humanoid combat vehicle, lacking proficiency in taijutsu. Shikaku was no match for a Kimichi Dingza. Regaining his balance, Shikaku slapped Dingza's broad back in mild annoyance. How old are you? And yet you still act so rashly. Dingza, ignoring his old friend, grasped Sendo's hand enthusiastically, shaking it vigorously. You must be Sendo. Please take care of my son, Dingji. Not at all. Dingji is very obedient. He is a gentle and understanding boy, and I enjoy our time together, Sendo replied, offering high praise that made Dingji blush, his smile uncontrollably stretching towards his ears. Joining Naruto in their foolish grinning camaraderie. And please look after my son Shikamaru as well. Shikaku attempted to interject, but was once again overshadowed by Dingza's booming voice. Beyond just thanking you for caring for Dingji, we must also express our gratitude for the patterned boar you gifted us. Such game is a rare and exquisite delicacy. The texture, the flavor. Father, you're drooling. Dingji pushed his embarrassingly exuberant father away. Dingza wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, glancing down at Dingji's son. You should wipe your mouth as well. Nara Shikaku and Shikamaru shared an exasperated look, with Shikamaru nudging his father. It seemed that such matters were best left to the elders to resolve. Not that Shikamaru lacked the ability, but he simply preferred to avoid the hassle. Why not utilize such a capable father? Shikamaru was not foolish enough to forego that advantage. With a single glance, Rikuju discerned his son's intentions. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. He stepped forward to apologize. I apologize. This fellow, Dingzhua, tends to lose his composure when food is mentioned. And I hope it hasn't embarrassed you. Xian Dao waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. Lord Dingzhua is simply down to earth and straightforward. It is indeed our fortune as the younger generation to engage in casual conversation with such a person. Haha, did you hear that, Rikuju? Dingzhua's heart swelled with joy, and he found Xian Dao increasingly agreeable. While Rikuju appreciated Xian Dao, he couldn't help but admire the boy's emotional intelligence. It was no wonder that even the cautious Shikamaru spoke of Xian Dao with unwavering trust and high praise. As Rikuju, Dingzhua, and Xian Dao engaged in lively conversation, Shikamaru, with his pineapple-shaped head, approached Dingji and Naruto with a resigned expression, exhaling a sigh of maturity. Adults can be quite bothersome. They can chat so animatedly even with someone they've just met. Dingji, having just finished reminiscing about the grilled wild boar, responded casually, indeed. Meanwhile, Naruto remained entranced, watching Xian Dao converse with the fathers of his friends, his gaze wandering. This was the scene he had envisioned countless times. He and his friends frolicking nearby, while their parents either stood close by or sat on benches, discussing work and everyday matters, occasionally glancing over at the children. He imagined how, after being called for cutting class, he and his companions would lean against a wall, looking forlorn, as their fathers, humbled by their own missteps, would listen attentively to the teacher recounting their children's misdeeds, all the while casting stern glances towards the wall where they stood. Every time he heard Kiba complain about his mother's rudeness and impatience, or Shikamaru express disdain for his mother's chatter, or Dingji grumble about his mother hiding his snacks, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of envy. It was the longing born from never having such experiences that fueled his desire. This desire made Naruto cautious and anxious, his heart racing as he invited Xian Dao to his graduation ceremony. Fortunately, Xian Dao did not decline. He not only attended as promised, but also engaged in cheerful conversation with the fathers of his friends, just like his own parents. For Naruto, this fleeting moment frozen in time held more significance than acquiring Tenjutsu. It was the most splendid graduation gift he could have received. As Xian Dao was amicably conversing with Rikuju and Dingzhua, a robust voice suddenly boomed, even overpowering Dingzhua. Hey, you must be Xian Dao, the one Kiba often mentions. Following the sound, Xian Dao saw a middle-aged woman adorned with face paint, wrapping her arms around Inuzuka Kiba's neck, treating him as though he were a miscreant being apprehended. The newcomer was none other than Kiba's mother, Inuzuka Tsume, a special jonin of Konoha, who had previously collaborated on missions with Anko. Behind her was a young woman with long braids, presumably Kiba's sister, Inuzuka Hana. Hello, Xian Dao replied politely. Inuzuka Tsume pressed Kiba's head down, prompting him to bow at a 90-degree angle to express gratitude to Xian Dao before allowing him to seek out his friends. With a bold gaze, she scrutinized Xian Dao. Thank you for looking after Kiba. You certainly are quite handsome. So, do you have a girlfriend? The female companions often grasped the essence of the matter directly. It was only then that Dingzhua recalled the pressing issue at hand. He slapped his forehead, feeling vexed for having spent an entire afternoon discussing culinary delights with Xian Dao. How forgetful of me. Mentioning gourmet food makes one lose all sense of purpose. He patted Xian Dao on the shoulder and said, Dingxi, I mentioned you are still single. He wants me to introduce you to eligible young women from the Akimichi clan. Xian Dao smiled wryly and waved his hand, saying, I appreciate Ding Xi's good intentions, but I am not currently pursuing that path. Ah, you such a handsome young man, and yet still single? The booming voice of Dingzhua once again left Inuzuka Zaku at a loss, prompting a rather unkind chuckle from Rukyu, standing behind her mother. Inuzuka Hana was quietly amusing herself with the dog, completely unprepared as her mother suddenly pulled her in front of Xian Dao, starting to promote her own daughter. What a coincidence. My dear Hana is also single. Why don't you two have a chat? How old are you? 22, but she's just turned 17, so there's no problem. It is rare for anyone to successfully engage with Inuzuka Zaku, a woman whose fierce demeanor could silence even the most boisterous of ninja dogs. What do you say? Consider it. Hana is at the prime of her youth. Having children at this age won't affect her figure later. And your future children could be named Huan Dao. Doesn't that sound lovely? Inuzuka Hana, still a young maiden, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as her mother's unreserved words left her mortified. Usually, she could tolerate her mother's bluntness at home, but discussing childbirth in front of so many people was enough to make her gentle nature flare up. What are you talking about, Mom? You're too young to understand. A good man must be actively pursued, otherwise he'll be snatched away by the Akimichi clan. Inuzuka Zaku, with the tone of a seasoned veteran, admonished her naive daughter. She never saw any issue with competing for a suitor in front of the Akimichi Dingzwa. When Inuzuka Hana first entered the fray, her mother had merely tossed her a package of specialized tools, saying casually, "Just use them, and you'll be fine." Hana later chose to join the medical team and became a veterinarian, though it remains uncertain if that choice is connected to her mother's assertive nature. But we've even decided on a name for the child on our first meeting. Hana protested, determined to resist her mother's forceful advances. To her surprise, Inuzuka Zaku displayed a look of disdain at this remark. When your father and I first locked eyes, we had already chosen names for you and Yato. Isn't that perfectly normal? Inuzuka Hana felt it was the first time in her 17 years that she had heard her name treated with such casualness. Moreover, her mother's domineering personality seemed excessively overpowering. Could anyone truly endure such a temperament? The dutiful daughter began to ponder the true circumstances surrounding her father's untimely demise. Although Inuzuka Zaku was merely an elite shinobi, her reputation surpassed that of many, attributed largely to her wild and assertive character. In the end, it was Inuzuka Kiba's loyal ninja dog, Akamaru, who could no longer bear the antics of Inuzuka Tsum and intervened to halt her reckless behavior. After all, it had watched over Hinata since her infancy. What kind of mother are you, selling your own daughter? Have you no consideration for Hinata's feelings? Akamaru's heartfelt words moved Hinata to tears, as she repeatedly beat against the arm encircling her neck. It was not due to her mother's fury that her muscles tightened, causing tears to flow. You one-eyed traitor. Which eye did you see me selling my daughter with? I am merely trying to secure a suitable husband for her. Akamaru growled angrily, his temperament mirroring that of his owner, Tsum. You just called me a one-eyed traitor. Which eye did you see that with? Senda, standing by, hesitated to speak. How is the focus on the eyes? You don't intend to refute the claim about securing a husband, do you? This brazen pirate dog. While Senda was silently lamenting, Shikamaru suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in to whisper, Our Akimichi clan does not share such customs as hers, and our women are robust and ample, ensuring they bear children well. Hey, Shikamaru, are you unaware that our Inuzuka clan has exceptionally keen ears? Tsum, having abandoned her quarrel with Akamaru, indignantly confronted Shikamaru with her hands on her hips. What do you mean by saying your women bear children well? Shikamaru, wishing to avoid provoking the irate woman, waved his hands dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I'm not implying that our Hinata is any less capable. Though she may not possess the same ample figure as your Akimichi women, she is still more than sufficient. Enough. Stop talking. The enraged Hinata, together with Akamaru and the three brothers, forcibly dragged the obstinate Tsum away. Senda also declined Shikamaru's kind offer, citing his desire to remain unanchored for the time being. Watching Senda and Naruto depart side by side, Shikamaru and Shikaku exchanged glances, their smiles gradually fading. Shikaku suddenly called out to his son. What is it? Shikamaru replied, a look of impatience on his face as he rubbed the back of his head. Shikaku felt helpless at his son's lackluster demeanor, reminiscent of his own youth, carved from the same mold. Tell your mother that I am going out for drinks with Shikamaru and I. No need to prepare dinner for me. Same goes for me. Just relaying a message. It's no trouble, Shikamaru replied, relaxing his furrowed brow. Shikamaru, and Ino's father, Yamashiro II, settled into a private room at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, where Shikaku filled each cup with sake and remarked, So, what do you all think of that Senda kid? He.s. a remarkably handsome young man, very composed in his dealings, emotionally intelligent, and well-liked by the children. I find my interactions with him quite pleasant. Shikamaru offered a generally favorable review. His maturity surpassed his years, exuding the demeanor of a leader. Shikaku had a discerning eye for character. The last person he had made such a commendation about was the legendary Minato. Is that so? This child truly possesses such excellence. I inquired, astonished. As Ino and Sendu had not yet interacted, Kaichi found no excuse to approach them, merely casting a distant glance towards the direction of Riku. Indeed, he was a dashing young man, undoubtedly favored by the ladies. Dingzu nodded in agreement, recalling what Dingzi had mentioned. Sendu's culinary skills were unmatched, particularly his renowned braised pork. It was rather perplexing that he did not leave even a morsel for his father. Hey, are you suggesting introducing a young woman from our clan to Sendu? Surely it isn't just for his culinary prowess? Riku jestingly teased as he clinked glasses with Dingzu and Kaichi. Surprisingly, Dingzu candidly admitted, indeed, that is part of the motivation. If this young man's character truly aligns with our observations, I genuinely entertain such an intention. Riku, gazing into his drink, felt a wave of nostalgia. Dingzi's affections were easily won over by fine cuisine. However, even Shikamaru extolled Sendu's virtues, asserting that Naruto was exceptionally fortunate to have him as an elder brother, which piqued Riku's curiosity about Sendu. Yet, it was not merely this admiration that caught the attention of the older generation of the Inoshikacho trio. It was an incident that had transpired earlier, when Riku and Kaichi were summoned to Dingzu's residence. They were greeted by the sight of a dissected pig on a massive table. Initially, they presumed Dingzu had invited them to partake in the division of the pork. The dissected meat had been reassembled, revealing the patterned wild boar that Sendu had brought back from the Forest of Death with a group of truant students. Such a rare and exquisite ingredient was seldom seen, even by Dingzu, who promptly summoned a master with exceptional knife skills to prepare the boar for cooking and preservation. However, after the boar was dissected according to the muscle fibers, Dingzu immediately discerned an anomaly and called upon two old friends. The issue lay within the wild boar itself. Its brain was charred and shriveled, once the size of a basin, now reduced to that of a fist. The sole cause of such a condition could only be a violent electric current that had scorched its brain into charcoal. Yet, no traces of such an intense current were found elsewhere on the boar's body. This was utterly illogical. Upon a meticulous re-examination, Dingzu discovered a singed, dark brown mark near the tip of the boar's tail. After deliberating with his companions, the three reached a unanimous conclusion. This was a manifestation of a powerful lightning release ninjutsu. The user must have grasped the boar's tail to unleash the technique, allowing the current to permeate its massive form without inflicting external harm. It was only when the current surged into its brain that the extreme heat caused the boar to perish instantaneously. After arriving at such a conclusion, the three exchanged silent glances, lingering in quietude for an extended period. The reason was clear. To wield a lightning release ninjutsu with both precision and potency demanded a minimum rank of A, if not higher. What does A-rank ninjutsu signify? Kakashi, in his youth, solidified his standing among the Jounin by independently developing the A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori. Subsequently, he refined this technique to sever lightning itself, transforming the A-rank Chidori into the S-rank Raikiri, thereby establishing the illustrious reputation of the Konoha technician. Dingzu promptly summoned Dingzi, instructing him to recount the events that transpired in the Death Forest in their entirety. It was confirmed that only Xian Dao had the potential to employ such a technique against the wild boars. However, upon investigating the records pertaining to Xian Dao, Zhu Lu, and Dai found themselves utterly bewildered. The documents clearly stated in black and white that Xian Dao was merely a chūnin, who had applied for an advanced examination due to his proficiency in illusion techniques, but was ultimately rejected due to evaluations deeming his illusion skills below the required standard and his ninjutsu and taijutsu as mediocre. Gazing at the phrase mediocre ninjutsu, they could not help but recall the formidable lightning release technique capable of instantly incapacitating a massive patterned wild boar. The normally mild-tempered trio, Zhu, Lu, and Dai, found themselves unexpectedly stirred with an urge to vent their frustrations. The instantaneous body flicker technique that could leap over the Death Forest walls, the sealing techniques that could be released without hand seals, and the powerful A-rank lightning techniques that could slay colossal beasts in an instant. These three abilities, in the hands of any ninja, would ensure a guaranteed promotion to Jonin. A ninja with high mobility, mastery of intricate sealing techniques, and devastatingly powerful ninjutsu could easily be likened to a young Minato. Yet, the mention of Xian Dao's proficiency in illusion arts left Lu Jiu with a throbbing headache. He could not discern whether Xian Dao was intentionally concealing his true capabilities, rendering the information utterly untrustworthy, or if his illusion skills were indeed superior to his lackluster ninjutsu. If Minato possessed even more formidable illusion techniques, it would be an absurdity for someone already deemed the pinnacle of a civilian ninja's talent to receive such divine favor. However, if Nara were to rely solely on intuition to govern their reasoning, the current prosperity would not exist. Without absolute evidence, one cannot dismiss such absurd possibilities. Caution is the most critical factor for survival. After discussing their analytical results with old friends, Ding Zhuo and Hai Yi reacted as Lu Jiao had anticipated. They were unable to accept that a chūnin, stymied in his advancement to special jonin, could harbor talents surpassing even Minato's. Furthermore, the conspiracy theorists speculated that Xian Dao, possessing immense talent, was deliberately concealing it, possibly plotting some underhanded schemes. As the leader of the Konoha intelligence analysis team, Yamashiro Hai Yi frequently encountered spies dispatched from various countries, making such thoughts a conditioned reflex. Moreover, he was currently dealing with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the descendants of the great shinobi clan. This was your son. How could you remain composed? Yamashiro Hai Yi was on the brink of explosion. If this were in his intelligence department, he would undoubtedly scour Xian Dao's mind until it was pristine. This young man could not be analyzed thoroughly. The more they analyzed, the more terrifying it became. Ding Zhuo also felt restless. However, having played the role of executor in their years of cooperation on the battlefield, he turned to Lu Jiao, awaiting a conclusion or decision from him. Whether to report Xian Dao's concealed strength to the Third Hokage or to keep it secret while devising alternative plans, he would defer to Lu Jiao's judgment. The bond among the members of the pig-deer butterfly formation is fortified by both interests and emotions. Regardless of whether it is Danzo or Hiruzen, both harbor immense trust in Rikuju. Overwhelmed by pressure, Rikuju compels himself to calm his thoughts. Concealment of one's true abilities does not necessarily imply a scheming nature akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, only the Third Hokage and Konoha itself can truly be likened to a tiger. Every action necessitates a consideration of motives. His parents passed away from illness during his childhood, rendering any connection to the Third Hokage or the village non-existent. If this were to escalate to hatred, one might suspect that the boy has lost his sanity. Beyond this, Sendo's life has been rather unremarkable, devoid of notable achievements or significant hardships. If one were to identify any discontent, it would be his stagnation in promotion within the chūnin ranks. However, many ninjas face similar barriers, and it is not solely aimed at him. With this path blocked, Rikuju must reconsider his approach. If not for the sake of outsmarting others, then perhaps one adopts a humble facade out of a fondness for a tranquil lifestyle. The perils of a Jonin's missions vastly surpass those of a chūnin. Contemplating this perspective illuminates many of Sendo's behaviors. He often remains at home, undertaking only a few missions annually for the sake of fulfilling his quota, which aligns with his laid-back attitude. His remarkable culinary skills are likely honed during his time spent at home. If he were to confine himself indoors without any personal growth, merely indulging in laziness, Rikuju would have to ponder what Sendo occupies himself with daily. Surely he does not spend his days languishing in bed, eating and sleeping? In addition to his passion for cooking, Sendo frequently prepares meals to visit orphanages and nursing homes, demonstrating his compassionate nature, which justifies his care for Naruto and others. Thus, Rikuju, through Sendo's actions, crafts an image of a young ninja who delights in cooking, possesses a caring spirit, enjoys a serene and simple life, and conceals his true prowess. One must ponder the extent of danger such an individual could pose. Upon concluding his analysis, Rikuju inquired of Hiruzen, with eyes closed and brows furrowed in contemplation. Hiruzen eventually shook his head and sighed, conceding, he poses virtually no threat, or perhaps he is simply too safe. Is it possible that this demeanor is not an artifice? Rikuju countered, a gentleman observes actions, not the heart. If a person dedicates their life to good deeds, they are unequivocally a good person. If his gentle nature were a facade, he would not have relinquished his application for promotion after being stalled, but instead would have sought to enjoy life. Noticing Danzo's dissent, Rikuju smiled lightly. You may have overlooked something. When you and Inuzuka Kiba were attempting to matchmake for Sendo, the Inuzuka brothers, Gamakichi and his siblings, slipped over to Sendo's side. His attention was entirely on your conversation, yet he instinctively bent down to play with them, and they eagerly wagged their tails in response. This natural display of formidable charm is precisely why I have lowered my guard around him. Such an aura is not something crafted by those with ulterior motives. Dingzhua indeed overlooked this detail, and upon hearing Lugio's words, he felt a profound sense of relief, further solidifying his intention to bring Xiandao back to the Chodao clan. To be honest, the craftsmanship is truly enticing. Observing the other two's remarks, Hai found no reason to object, shaking his head with a smile, expressing a hope that the child is indeed as innocent as he appears. If we three truly misjudge him, we shall accept it. The atmosphere within the private room became relaxed, and the trio genuinely began to enjoy their reunion dinner. After indulging in food and drink, Hai, feeling a bit tipsy, suddenly remarked, "Daughters are truly wonderful. My daughter Inoue is remarkably well-behaved, understanding her father's work pressures and never causing trouble at home. Unlike you two rascals. When invited to hunt in the Death Forest, you both followed without a second thought." In response to his friend's teasing, Lugio did not retort but nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I mentioned it to Shikamaru when I returned, but that boy merely rolled his eyes at me, saying I should not underestimate his judgment of character. Ultimately, Shikamaru's discernment is commendable." Dingzhua chuckled innocently. Lugio extinguished the spent cigarette butt in the ashtray, smiling helplessly. Alas, he is just like his father in this regard. Hai shot him a disdainful glance. Who boasts about their son? I wasn't referring to discernment, when my father taught me to choose friends wisely. I too rolled my eyes back at him. Lugio lit another cigarette. Naruto, with a heart racing from anxiety, followed Xiandao into a tranquil and deserted forest. The more remote Xiandao ventured, the greater Naruto's anticipation grew. This place is perfect, serene and spacious. As soon as Xiandao halted, Naruto eagerly inquired, "Xiandao, is the ninjutsu you are going to teach me incredibly powerful? Does it require such a vast open space?" Xiandao feigned suspense. "This technique is extraordinarily formidable. Its power cannot be simply quantified." Naruto, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and stamped his feet. "If I learn this technique, will I be able to become Hokage?" Naruto, do I look like a Hokage to you?" Naruto then realized, scratching the back of his head with dawning clarity. If this technique were so potent, Xiandao would have already become Hokage. The nine tails in the consciousness space smirked, stifling a laugh. "However, once you master this technique, you will undoubtedly become several times stronger than you are now." Xiandao began to elaborate. Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled, his tone filled with excitement. "Really? How much stronger will I become?" "Well, that depends on your chakra capacity," Xiandao said, completing the hand seals and softly reciting, "Multi-shadow clone technique." Boom, 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 boom. A vast cloud of white smoke erupted around Xiandao, causing Naruto to step back in alarm. Once the smoke dissipated, 6 versions of Xiandao stood in the clearing. "Wow! So many Xiandao!" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. The original Xiandao explained, "This technique is called the multi-shadow clone technique, created by the second Hokage. It requires a considerable amount of chakra to execute, and overexertion can endanger one's life, which is why it is classified as a forbidden technique." Naruto's fervor was dampened by the sage's words, yet the sudden haughty huff from the nine tails within his consciousness roused him. "Of course, I possess the nine tails, and I can harness its chakra," Naruto exclaimed, clapping his hands together in realization. No wonder the sage mentioned he would become several times stronger. By summoning so many tangible shadow clones, it was indeed a matter of multiplying strength. Having diligently attended classes at school for the past month, coupled with the nine tails providing him with additional training, Naruto was well aware of the distinctions between the basic clone technique and the shadow clone technique. The thought of charging at the patterned wild boars with dozens or even hundreds of himself, each delivering a punch to tenderize the meat, made Naruto's lips curl into an uncontrollable grin. No need for Shikamaru and Kiba to take risks. The hand seals for the multi-shadow clone technique were not particularly difficult. After all, the complexity lay in the chakra required. Even Naruto, who was somewhat clumsy, learned it after a few attempts. "However, I must caution you," the sage cautioned, restraining the eager Naruto. "Do not attempt to expend all your chakra at once. It could severely strain your heart and body. Take it slow and cautious for the first time. Try to create just 4 shadow clones." Naruto posed with the hand seals for what felt like an eternity before looking up in confusion. "But I don't know how much chakra 4 shadow clones require." "It depends on your own sense. Just don't exert too much effort." "All right, I will attempt the multi-shadow clone technique." With a series of pops, the air filled with white smoke. As the haze dissipated, the sage stared in disbelief, surveying the area around him. On the ground, in the trees, atop massive boulders. The once spacious clearing was now crowded with Naruto's shadow clones. Sage, I did it! Countless Narutos exclaimed in unison, their collective cheers startling the surrounding wildlife into flight. Observing the flushed cheeks of Naruto, the sage pondered, with so many shadow clones created at once, do you not feel fatigued, Naruto? The Narutos looked down at themselves. Not at all, just a bit hungry. Naruto, listen to me. Now, have all your shadow clones perform a squat. The sage's gaze fixed on Naruto's original form amidst the hundreds of clones. Just one. Although feeling somewhat underestimated, Naruto complied obediently. After completing the task, he asked, now what? Now dismiss all the shadow clones. Naruto, puzzled, began to form the hand seals again, but the sage promptly halted him. Stop. Why are you forming the seals for the shadow clone technique again? I don't know how to dismiss them. Naruto replied innocently. The sage cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. My apologies. I neglected to teach you how to dispel them. Dispersing the clones is much simpler than summoning them. After watching it demonstrated once, Naruto was able to mimic the technique with ease. Dispel. With another series of pops, the sage waved his hand to disperse the oncoming smoke. Seeing Naruto standing unscathed, he inquired with curiosity, do your legs not feel sore? Naruto lifted his legs and moved them about, responding truthfully, not sore at all. I feel nothing. Oh. After a moment of contemplative silence, Xiandao's voice reverberated within the sealed space of Naruto's consciousness. The Nine Tails? Humph. A haughty snort from the fox affirmed Xiandao's conjecture. Indeed, Xiandao elucidated to Naruto. The multi-shadow clone technique not only demands a substantial amount of chakra from the caster, but also harbors another peril. Since shadow clones possess physical form, they can act independently and even perform jutsu. The chakra required for these techniques must be supplied by the original body, and upon the dissolution of the clones, all experiences, knowledge, and accumulated fatigue from their activities are transmitted back to the original. Ah, I see. Naruto exclaimed, understanding why Xiandao had inquired about the soreness in his legs. But why do I not feel any pain? Xiandao pointed to Naruto's abdomen, saying, you should be grateful to the Nine Tails. The ability to summon such a multitude of shadow clones at once relies on its chakra. Moreover, any adverse effects from the dissolving clones are borne by the Nine Tails. Really? Naruto exclaimed with delight, only to furrow his brow immediately after, anxiously questioning, will the Nine Tails get hurt? The Nine Tails, lounging in the consciousness space, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Naruto's first reaction to be one of concern for its well-being. After the surprise faded, the corners of the Nine Tails' mouth subtly lifted, and it closed its eyes once more. Being cared for by someone feels rather nice, it mused. Xiandao chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. While it may be a burden for you, it poses no issue for the formidable Nine Tails. However, you ought to express your gratitude to it. Understood. Upon hearing that the Nine Tails would remain unharmed, Naruto beamed with joy. The exhilaration of having mastered his first jutsu was quickly overshadowed by his foolish antics. In the spacious classroom, Naruto aimlessly dashed about, peering into desks to see if any students had left behind their belongings, and, as anticipated, he discovered a bag of potato chip wrappers. I knew it. That guy Choji would never waste food. He casually tossed the wrapper into the trash can. You're really quite dull, Sakura Haruno remarked, arms crossed. Standing before the podium while critiquing Naruto's childish behavior, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Sasuke, her heart fluttering with pride and excitement. She vividly recalled the envious glances from Ino during Iruka's announcement of the class assignments at the graduation meeting, which inflated her vanity to great heights. This is fate. It is destined. In the throes of youthful fantasies, Sakura had already begun drafting an alternate narrative for her and Sasuke's perfect life together. Sasuke Uchiha sat silently in the front row, fingers interlaced in a clenched fist, his expression dark and inscrutable. After Iruka had finished reading the class list, the other students assigned to the same team headed to the playground to meet their instructor, who would provide further instructions. However, upon reaching their turn, Iruka appeared quite exasperated as he scratched his head, then went to the window to glance down at the playground, before addressing them. Your Team 7 instructor is late. Please wait here in the classroom while I inform him to come directly to you. Thus, the three unfortunate left-behind children remained, awaiting the unknown instructor. They had already waited for nearly half an hour, with no indication of when their wait would end. Naruto scanned the classroom, tidying up the littered desks. before ultimately reclining on his desk, gazing at the ceiling and emitting a bored sigh. Sakura, far from finding his antics bothersome, regarded them with curiosity and could not help but inquire, Given your personality, Naruto, I would expect you to be setting up some mundane traps with the eraser in the doorframe. It seems that after the graduation assessment, you've matured quite a bit. Haven to you? Naruto sprang to his feet, excitement illuminating his features as he turned to Sakura. Wow. Sakura, are you concerned about me? It must be true. Otherwise, why would you care so much? Just as Sakura and Ino harbored feelings for Sasuke, Naruto felt a similar affection for Sakura. The emotions of youth are inherently pure. Just as obedient girls like Sakura and Ino are drawn to the rebellious charm of the handsome Sasuke. Naruto was captivated by the kindness of the girl with cherry blossom-colored hair and a broad forehead. It was during their time at the Ninja Academy that Sakura was the first to approach him. At that time, Naruto bore the notorious reputation of the fox spirit's child and could only sit alone on the swing, enviously observing the camaraderie of other students. Then, on a sunny afternoon, a brave girl with pink hair ventured into the desolate den of the fox spirit, her radiant smile dispelling the heavy shadows within. From that day forth, Naruto began to cherish Haruno Sakura. However, as the years passed, particularly in the last few months, Naruto had learned much from his elder brother and the Nine Tails. Experiencing considerable growth, reflecting on the past, he realized that Sakura's willingness to greet him was likely due to her humble background, which shielded her from the awareness of his identity, allowing her innate kindness to guide her actions towards him. But what of it? The sunlight of that afternoon, tinted with the hue of cherry blossoms, would forever shine in his heart, radiating brilliance eternally. Oh, you're overthinking it. Sakura waved her hand dismissively, casting a furtive glance at the indifferent Sasuke. I already have someone I like, so I advise you to abandon any fanciful delusions. Just as her words faded, the classroom door was abruptly flung open. A man with disheveled white hair entered, his face obscured by a forehead protector, an eye mask, and a face mask, revealing only his right eye, which bore a weary expression. He emanated an aura of languor as he surveyed the empty classroom and addressed the three unfortunate souls with a tone devoid of regret. I apologize for being late. You must have waited quite a while. Please, follow me. The trio followed the white-haired man out of the ninja school, their minds filled with doubts. Sasuke thought to himself, is this guy really a jonin? He isn't bandaged up, so he doesn't seem injured. Could he be a complete buffoon who just got promoted? Sakura chimed in. This teacher is so handsome, much more so than the older guys in Ino's class. Sasuke is more attractive than Shikamaru, and Naruto is slimmer than Choji. This round, I've won decisively, Ino. Naruto, a strangely dressed adult, has he injured his left eye? Is the mask meant to conceal his buck teeth? Or perhaps his sausage-like lips? Could it be that his lips are swollen from spicy food, hence the mask? Could his tardiness today also be attributed to the sudden appearance of Naruto? Startled by the call of his name, Naruto instinctively responded, Huh? What is it, sensei? Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, turned back and said, Feel free to speculate as you wish, but please refrain from thinking in a distasteful manner. Naruto's expression shifted to one of alarm as he quickly sought assistance from Sakura and Sasuke. Did I just say that out loud? Sakura facepalmed in disbelief, while Sasuke turned his head away, ignoring the commotion. Could it really have been said aloud? Naruto's face became frozen in shock, observing Naruto, whose demeanor bore a closer resemblance to his mother, Kushina. Kakashi smiled with a twinkle in his eye, teasingly remarked, However, you did guess one thing correctly. I indeed had spicy mapo tofu at Senda's house a few days ago, although it did not cause my lips to swell. Regrettably, I cannot provide proof of that. Upon hearing a familiar keyword, Naruto snapped out of his stupor, excitedly clenching his fists and exclaimed, Senda? Brother Senda. Sensei, do you know Brother Senda? I am grateful for his hospitality. I have dined at his home multiple times. So you are a friend of Brother Senda. Haha. Naruto's joy was palpable, and his affection for this newly met teacher soared. Reaching a secluded rooftop terrace, Kakashi leaned against the railing, observing the scattered students before him, and began the formal discussion. First, let us introduce ourselves. What should we include in our introduction? Sakura inquired. Kakashi gestured. Well, you can mention what you like, what you dislike, your future aspirations, and interests, roughly along those lines. Naruto raised his arm enthusiastically. Could you please go first, sensei? He was genuinely intrigued by the friend of Brother Senda. Me? Kakashi scratched his head. I am Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin. A noisy crow flew overhead. Is that all? Sakura could not help but ask. Other interests and hobbies are a bit too personal to share. As a devoted reader of certain literature, I prefer not to lead the children astray just yet. At least not until they turn 16. After all, not having read the works of the illustrious umbrella teacher is a loss and a regret in anyone's life. Well, that's disappointing. We only learned your name. Naruto complained. Next, it's your turn, Kakashi said, directing his gaze at Naruto. Let us start with you. Fiddling with the headband atop his forehead, Naruto cheerfully declared, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I adore all the food made by Brother Senda. Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed. You have excellent taste. Right. Naruto continued. What I dislike is not being able to go to Brother Senda's house for a meal. Eating something else makes me feel disappointed. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Taste can indeed be spoiled. Beside them, Sasuke and Sakura struggled to contain their discomfort. You two are putting on quite a show. You're making us hungry. Could it be that the brother Naruto spoke of, Kakashi's friend, truly possessed such remarkable culinary skills? Even Sasuke, rarely interested in strangers, found himself intrigued. In the realm of future aspirations, my dream is to surpass the first Hokage and become the mightiest Hokage. Initially, Kakashi nodded in approval of Naruto's ambition. But he was nearly thrown from the balcony by Naruto's subsequent words. Then I will find the true culprit behind the Nine-Tails rampage and avenge the village and all its inhabitants. Coughing violently and clutching his chest, Kakashi felt a pang of discomfort. Are you all right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired with concern. No, I'm fine, Kakashi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though his mind was troubled, could it be that Sage had revealed this to Naruto? Indeed, the Sharingan had appeared in the Nine-Tails eyes during that fateful incident, likely indicating it had been manipulated by the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Yet, this matter had been strictly classified by the Third Hokage. How could Sage, at such a young age, have known about it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Naruto seemed to pause, as if listening intently. His expression grew serious as he walked directly up to Sasuke, towering over him. Sasuke, undeterred, met his gaze in silence. Sakura, startled by the sudden tension, quickly interjected, What do you intend to do, Naruto? Ignoring Sakura, who held a certain fondness for him, Naruto turned to Sasuke and stated gravely, The Nine-Tails just told me that it was your Uchiha clan that prompted its attack on the village and caused the death of the fourth Hokage. Sasuke's pupils constricted, yet he maintained his composure. And what of it? Do you seek revenge against me? Naruto shook his head, replying, It has nothing to do with you. I merely wish to ask if you know of any clan member who frequently wears a mask. After a lengthy silence, Sasuke finally spoke. In the entire ninja world, there are only 3 surviving Uchiha. His voice was as chilling as the winds of a frozen abyss, sending shivers down Naruto and Sakura's spines. Aside from my sister and me, there remains one other. Coincidentally, that individual is never seen without a mask. The mere thought of his duplicitous brother pierced Sasuke's heart like a knife. His nails dug painfully into his palm, yet he continued to exert pressure amidst the darkening bruises. Naruto's expression hardened, urgency lacing his tone. Who is it? Where can I find that person? A sardonic laugh escaped Sasuke's lips as he tilted his head towards the sky. Murmuring like a lament from the depths of hell, Itachi Uchiha, a rogue ninja wanted by Konoha, the beast who slaughtered our parents and kin. He is my brother, and the one I must kill in this lifetime. By the end of his declaration, Sasuke's voice had escalated into a frenzied outburst. His face contorted in a grimace that left Sakura reeling in shock, unable to comprehend that this was the very person she had secretly admired. Meanwhile, Naruto stood resolute as a sturdy pine before Sasuke, silently observing the eruption of pent-up emotions. Having grown up without parents, he could vaguely empathize with Sasuke's torment. The trio, one standing, one sitting, and one collapsed, fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Kakashi, as if an outsider, adjusted his crooked eye mask and straightened up against the railing. He had just demonstrated what it meant to be utterly taken aback. Sasuke is undoubtedly well acquainted with Itachi Uchiha, having once collaborated with him in the ANBU. On the fateful night of the Uchiha clan massacre, Itachi mercilessly eliminated all his kin, including their parents, sparing only his younger brother and sister. To claim that Sasuke and his sibling bear no animosity towards him would be utterly absurd. Fugaku and Mikoto would surely deliver a couple of slaps in the afterlife. Yet, when it comes to attributing the origin of the Nine-Tails incident to Itachi, None harbor as much hatred for the masked man with the Sharingan as Kakashi does. None. Despite this seething resentment, he maintains a semblance of composure, discerning that the likelihood of Itachi being the masked man is exceedingly slim. Regrettably, all the Uchihas fell victim to Itachi's blade, leaving no witnesses to the events of that tragic night. Kakashi's hatred has festered in the dark recesses of his heart for 12 long years and must continue to lie dormant. Moreover, setting this matter aside, who can assist him in deciphering what Naruto just said? What did the Nine Tails mean by that? If he understood correctly, could it be that Naruto has begun to communicate with the Nine Tails? The ability for a Jinchuriki to engage in equal dialogue with the beast within signifies monumental implications, which Kakashi comprehends all too well. After all, even Kushina, the previous host, was unable to achieve such a feat. Suddenly, a chill ran down Kakashi's spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. He recalled the sage's warning regarding the potential dangers surrounding Team 7. Kakashi had previously dismissed it as an overabundance of caution and did not perceive it as urgent. He had believed that the strongest member of Team 7 was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. After the massacre, Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan was something Kakashi was well aware of. Having attended classes with the Uchiha and now possessing a Sharingan of his own, he understood the implications. An awakened Uchiha Sharingan essentially rendered one invincible among their peers. Thus, Kakashi felt no surprise at Sasuke's attainment of the top score in this round. It was entirely normal for Sasuke, now wielding the Sharingan, to be leagues ahead of Naruto and Sakura in terms of power. However, this was of little concern, as Naruto was there to support Sakura's growth, ensuring that this girl of humble origins would not fall behind. Yet now, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Typically, the growth of a Jinchuriki is a slow process, as evidenced by the experiences of the last two hosts of the Nine Tails, who concluded that some Jinchuriki may never be able to harness the beast chakra in their lifetime. But Naruto's ability to communicate with the Nine Tails implies that he can indeed utilize its chakra. Kakashi is even uncertain if he could stand against a fully powered Naruto. The Sharingan is indeed formidable. However, at Sasuke's age, he could at most achieve a two-tomo Sharingan, which pales in comparison to even a single tail of the Nine Tails. Not to mention Sakura, there's a strong possibility that even Sasuke could be left far behind by Naruto. Sage, are you truly trying to lead me to my doom? Kakashi, in anguish, gazes skyward, wishing fervently to summon the sage immediately to elucidate the situation. Had the sage not prompted him during the feast, Kakashi might not have made the connection at all. Yet now, he is 100% certain that Naruto's relationship with the Nine Tails is inextricably linked to the sage. Observing Sakura, who sits trembling on the ground, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of the two, Kakashi feels the heavy burden of responsibility weighing down upon his shoulders. As Kakashi hesitated, contemplating whether to continue with this failed self-introduction, Sasuke slowly rose to meet Naruto's gaze on equal footing. The brutality in his eyes gradually diminished. What a coincidence. I never imagined we share a common enemy. I admit I have never truly regarded you before, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. From this day forth, I shall consider you a comrade. Such is the peculiar nature of friendship among boys. It may stem from shared interests or perhaps from having just engaged in a fight. It is all based on instinct. A mere connection suffices. Naruto extended his fist for a fist bump with Sasuke. He relished the idea of making friends. And although he had previously harbored disdain for this perpetually aloof and brooding boy, learning of his background had dispelled any lingering resentment. However, there remained one small caveat. If only Sakura would cease her infatuation with him, everything would be perfect. With a like-minded ally by his side, the burden of vengeance that weighed upon Sasuke seemed somewhat alleviated, and the indifference that had enveloped him began to wane. He introduced himself, Uchiha Sasuke. My dream for the future is to kill Itachi and to nurture my sister, Sakura, into an exceptional ninja. Sakura? Naruto echoed the name, only then recalling Sasuke had mentioned a sister. Oh, your sister, right? Though I have yet to meet her, judging by your looks, she must be even more beautiful. Smack. The Nine Tails in the ceiling space slapped its own face in frustration. It harbored no fondness for Uchiha, and had even resorted to divulging its own dark history in an attempt to sow discord between Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, this fool, this complete imbecile, had taken Sasuke's words about considering him a comrade, and even praised his sister. Could it be that this boy was genuinely dim-witted? The Nine Tails fell into a sulk. Sasuke, upon hearing praise for his sister, was even more delighted than when he was complimented on his own appearance. And for the first time, he broke into a rare smile. It was barely perceptible, at least to Naruto, who remained blissfully oblivious. Sakura resembles our mother. She will undoubtedly grow into a woman even more beautiful than her. Naruto, with a carefree grin, remarked, I hope to meet your sister one day. His words were devoid of ulterior motives. He simply regarded a friend's sister as his own, much like the growing fondness he felt for Kakashi, which was driven solely by the fact that Kakashi was a friend of the sage. What a soft-hearted fool he was. Little did he know that upon hearing this, Sasuke's brows furrowed in mild exasperation, and he shook his head resignedly. Even if you were to meet her, she would likely ignore you. Her greatest love is our mother, and she harbors an even deeper hatred for Itachi than I do. That child is entirely consumed by her desire for vengeance. She only speaks to me occasionally and disregards everyone else completely. Ah, your sister sounds so unfortunate. She needs help, Naruto said, surprisingly offering a moment of wisdom. With unshakable confidence, he added, I may not be good at comforting others, but I know someone who excels at dealing with people. He can surely help your sister. Who? Sasuke inquired eagerly, as if he had already guessed who Naruto was referring to. That older brother of yours, the sage? Naruto returned a proud thumbs up, as if he could support the heavens themselves. Even someone as peculiarly dressed as Kakashi-sensei can be friends with my brother, so your sister will be just fine. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing on the periphery, stumbled slightly, his deadpan gaze fixed on Naruto in disbelief. What nonsense is this child spouting? Surely, one should not defame others merely to exalt your brother. And besides, I am not just anyone. I am your team leader for the coming years. Is it truly acceptable to speak ill of others to their face? Indeed, it seemed not to matter, as Kakashi was, after all, a soft-hearted individual. He consoled himself internally, reminding himself not to take offense from foolishness. However, upon shifting his gaze and noticing Sasuke's expression, Kakashi's composure faltered once more. Hey, what are you so earnestly pondering? Do you believe the ramblings of a fool as well? I merely maintain a discreet demeanor. What is with that look? In response to Kakashi's bewildered stare, Sasuke nodded earnestly. If the opportunity arises, I hope you can introduce me to him, if he can truly assist you, Faye. For the first time receiving a serious request, Naruto excitedly thumped his chest, declaring, no problem. It's settled. The unfortunate duo engaged in animated conversation, leaving Sakura and Kakashi somewhat isolated. Kakashi fared slightly better, having just endured a bout of banter from Naruto. If only Kakashi were a vengeful person, he would surely find a way to teach that fool a lesson. Does he not realize that sometimes thoughtless remarks can wound more deeply than coarse language? As a composed adult, Kakashi took several deep breaths to quell his irritation. The process had not yet unfolded fully. Unbeknownst to him, when he spoke to Sakura, his tone was imbued with genuine concern and empathy. Sakura, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Oh, my name is Haruno Sakura, she stammered. Her spirits deflated as she completed her introduction. The simplicity of her self-introduction left Kakashi in a state of self-doubt. Was he truly suited to be a teacher? Perhaps the ANBU was a more fitting role for him? Leading the trio to the training ground, Kakashi ruffled his disheveled hair and reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving 2 silver bells. Starting tomorrow, you will officially join me in executing missions. However, before that, there remains one final test. If none of you succeed, you shall return at this time tomorrow to seize the bells until you prevail. Only then will I take you on missions. Let us begin. Naruto rubbed his hands together, eager to start. In his dictionary, the word give up did not exist. No matter how arduous the task, he believed in attempting first and worrying later. The expressions on the faces of the other two were equally resolute, prompting Kakashi to nod approvingly. At least their mindset was commendable. Naruto had borne the infamous title of the Nine-Tails Child since childhood, while Sasuke had endured the trauma of his clan's annihilation, compelling him to adopt a facade of strength to care for his sister. Both had experienced far more than their peers. As for Sakura, Kakashi recalled the earlier admonition regarding her. If she possessed a strong-willed, competitive spirit rivaling that of her male counterparts, he would need to invest considerable effort in guiding her. Gazing into Sakura's unwavering eyes, Kakashi felt a mixture of helplessness and reflection. How was it that someone he had never met could be so astutely perceived? Was it possible that this fellow possessed the gift of foresight? Truly, it was uncanny. Kakashi secured the bells to his waist and, with an air of mastery, beckoned the trio before him. You may come at me together. All right, here we go, Naruto exclaimed, crossing his index and middle fingers in front of his chest, his voice brimming with excitement. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a flurry of smoke, the expansive training ground was suddenly filled with hundreds of Narutos, each one exuberantly shouting and charging toward Kakashi, fists raised high. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi. Unsure if he could still regret his decision, Kakashi gazed skyward, tears welling in his eyes as he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of Narutos. Which rascal called upon the sage to teach Naruto forbidden techniques? It was evident that Naruto had no intention of holding back. To him, Kakashi was a friend of his mentor, the sage, and thus, he assumed Kakashi possessed an equal prowess. What better way to test his skills than to use the techniques imparted by the sage against Kakashi? If Kakashi were to grasp Naruto's true intentions, he might very well lose his composure. Who else could conjure hundreds of shadow clones in a single go? The ability to draw upon the chakra of a tailed beast was indeed remarkable. Kakashi, who had long suffered from a deficiency of blue chakra, harbored a twinge of envy. Although Naruto's legion of clones appeared formidable, their destructive power fell short of expectations. He had yet to engage in formal training in physical techniques, relying instead on sheer numbers to compensate for lack of skill. Kakashi, with a heavy heart, dispelled each clone into white smoke. His movements felt mechanical, devoid of vitality. How long would it take to eliminate so many clones? Sasuke and Sakura watched as Naruto surged forth like a relentless swarm, nearly overwhelming Kakashi. Neither had ever truly acknowledged Naruto, dismissing him as a mere hot-blooded fool. Yet, if they were to switch places and stand in Kakashi's shoes, could they withstand Naruto's relentless onslaught? Perhaps Sasuke, with his Sharingan and fire techniques, coupled with his exceptional throwing skills, might put up a fight. But Sakura, what left them astounded was yet to come. As Naruto launched wave after wave of attacks, Kakashi stood firm, akin to a rock braving the tempest. No matter how fierce the onslaught, he remained resolute, each crashing wave leaving its mark. The shadow clones, of course, did not bleed upon sustaining injury. They simply dissipated into white smoke. Kakashi soon found himself completely engulfed by this relentless barrage of smoke. He felt akin to a piece of smoked meat. At last, the final wave of clones charged at Kakashi. With a series of swift kicks, he dispersed them one by one. As the smoke cleared, only Naruto remained, disheveled and panting heavily. He had mingled among his clones, attempting to strike the bells at Kakashi's waist multiple times, only to be repeatedly sent flying. Each time he landed, he would once again rush into the fray, only to be predictably kicked out once more. Observing Naruto's unwavering and resolute gaze, Kakashi, without even catching his breath, gave him a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. Perhaps one day, you shall indeed surpass the first Hokage. Suddenly, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, 3 shuriken unexpectedly flew from the periphery of his vision, striking with uncanny precision at his head, neck, and side, vital areas. Naruto and Sakura froze in place. Sakura's eyes wide with horror as she watched Kakashi, bloodied and flung away. Just as her gaze shifted to the furious Sasuke, she saw him, with a grave expression, pulling at a nearly transparent wire, diverting the flying shuriken toward a nearby tree, a substitution technique. Kakashi is hiding in the tree. Before the words left her lips, the shuriken had already been thrown again, forcing Kakashi out from the treetop. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi had grasped the kunai, swiftly severing the nearly imperceptible wire. Your eye is commendable, truly befitting of the Uchiha Sharingan, Kakashi remarked, admiring the tomo in Sasuke's gaze. Do not adopt the tone of assured victory when complimenting others. Beware of unexpected mishaps. A chilling voice suddenly echoed behind Kakashi. Startled, Kakashi turned sharply, only to catch sight of a shuriken he had severed, now transformed into Sasuke's likeness. Its tomo spinning wildly. With a series of adept hand seals completed before his chest, Sasuke unleashed, fire style, great fireball technique. As Kakashi turned halfway, he suddenly felt a weight upon him. Glancing down, he was astonished to find a swarm of Narutos clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive, multiplying and stacking upon him. The flames of the great fireball illuminated Kakashi's white hair, and he couldn't help but exclaim in heartfelt wonder, the dazzling blaze eclipsing the admiration in his eyes. Boom! The great fireball, along with Naruto's shadow clones, erupted, engulfing Kakashi in a thick plume of white smoke. The training ground fell into a hushed silence. The three held their breath, anxiously awaiting the dispersal of the smoke, when suddenly, a sharp cracking sound emerged from Sakura's direction. Following the sound, they beheld Kakashi materializing behind Sakura, effortlessly dispelling the shadow clone of Sasuke beside her. "Kakashi-sensei, are you alright?" Before Sakura could finish her concerned inquiry, a warm hand descended upon her head. Whose brilliant strategy was this? Sakura blushed with embarrassment. It was my idea, but the flawless execution was all Sasuke's credit. And Naruto's timely use of shadow clones to restrict movement, although the outcome was a failure. Not at all. You have all exceeded my expectations, Kakashi praised without reservation. Ruffling Sakura's pink hair, his eyes crinkling with a smile, Naruto's extensive shadow clone feint, Sasuke's shuriken technique and ninjutsu, and your exceptional tactical mind. Together, you have surpassed the challenge. Congratulations. Naruto, holding his head, and Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, approached, one grinning foolishly, the other pouting defiantly, resembling two contrasting figures of folly and discontent. Kakashi affectionately draped his arm over the shoulders of the three young ones, playfully tousling their hair. "To celebrate your official promotion to Genin, how about I treat you all to a meal?" "That sounds fantastic." Naruto's exuberant cheer echoed to the heavens. "So, you're the one treating them. Yet you ended up at my house." Senda, hands on his hips, remarked incredulously upon seeing two familiar faces and two new friends at his doorstep. Kakashi, with a twinkle in his eye, raised his hand apologetically. "I asked the kids what they wanted to eat. The other two were indifferent, but Naruto initially wanted ramen. However, after tasting the ramen you made, he said even Ichiraku's ramen seemed bland in comparison, so I brought them here." Otsutsuki Ichiraku rolled up his sleeves. "Senda, someone is encroaching on our business." Senda's daughter hugged her father's sturdy waist. "Calm down, Dad. We still need to maintain our cover." "Sorry for the intrusion, Senda-san." Naruto, completely at ease, darted past Kakashi and headed straight for the oversized refrigerator brimming with snacks. Initially planning to make do with a simple lunch, Senda stepped aside to let them in. "Come in. Don't be too formal. Just be yourselves, like Naruto." "Sorry for the intrusion. Sorry for the intrusion." Sasuke and Sakura removed their shoes and followed Kakashi inside. Observing Senda and Kakashi engage in amiable conversation sparked a keen interest in both of them. "What would the kids like to eat?" "You can order anything." Senda skillfully tied on a checkered apron. "I want." Kakashi, having just taken a seat, raised his hand, but was unceremoniously interrupted by Senda. "You have no say in this. You'll eat whatever I prepare." "Is that so?" Kakashi sheepishly lowered his hand. "And you truly think of yourself as a guest? Come over here and chop the ingredients." Senda directed, placing a washed tomato on the cutting board without turning around. "All right." Kakashi washed his hands, dried them, and grasped the knife handed to him by Senda. After all, one should never bite the hand that feeds. Especially when one is an uninvited guest, it is only right to lend a hand. "How do I cut it?" "Cut some into chunks and others into slices." "How thick?" 2 millimeters. Kakashi held the tomato steady, and with a deft motion of his right hand, the knife fell, producing a rhythmic chopping sound akin to a drumbeat. The blade's swift descent created an afterimage, reminiscent of cicada wings fluttering in the summer air. Senda picked up a slice of tomato and couldn't help but praise. "When you say 2 millimeters, it's precisely 2 millimeters. Your knife skills are truly wasted on mere vegetables." "Not wasted at all. They're quite useful here." Kakashi feigned ignorance to Senda's underlying remark. In the open kitchen, the two adults busily prepared lunch while the three children sat at the dining table. Naruto, completely at ease as if he were at home, contrasted with Sasuke and Sakura, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Unable to contain herself, Sakura quietly asked Naruto, "Is it really okay for us to do nothing? Should we help the teacher?" Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, who was rhythmically chopping away, feeling a twinge of eagerness. At home, he usually cooked for his sister and had a bit of confidence in his knife skills. Naruto waved him off dismissively. "No need. At our level, helping would only hinder Senda-san. Moreover, once we finish our meal, we can assist with the cleanup, so there is no need for concern." Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura felt a sense of relief and began to seriously observe the bright and pristine dining room. It was so clean and orderly that it hardly resembled a man's abode. Recalling how her own home was often criticized by her mother for being untidy due to her father's habits, she found it oddly fitting to see Sendu, clad in an apron, without any hint of incongruity. Unable to restrain herself, Sakura leaned slightly towards Naruto, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, and whispered, "Hey, Naruto, does Sendu really live alone? Before Naruto could respond, Sakura hurriedly added, keep your voice down. Oh, Sendu must be living alone. I've visited many times and have only ever seen him at home by himself. Naruto mused, scratching his head. Does that mean the entire house is tidied up by him alone? Sakura's admiration for Sendu instantly grew. No young girl could resist the charm of a handsome man, especially one who was also tidy and a skilled cook. Sasuke's impression of Sendu was quite similar to Sakura's. Just that morning, he had mentioned to Naruto the possibility of being introduced to Sendu, and unexpectedly, they found themselves invited to lunch by Kakashi that very afternoon. Yet, as Naruto had said, Sendu's temperament was exceedingly gentle. Not only did he not shun these uninvited guests, but he had also prepared a sumptuous lunch for them. Ever since Kakashi took hold of the chopping knife, the sound of chopping had hardly ceased. Sasuke, being a naturally observant young man, especially after experiencing the tragedy of his clan's demise, held a profound wariness towards everyone and everything. He scrutinized every gesture of goodwill from others, pondering their motivations. One who has stumbled is bound to tread carefully. Initially, he intended to assess Sendu's character before seeking his advice on how to help his sister overcome her seclusion. From what he could observe thus far, Sendu seemed to be satisfactory, but further observation was necessary. At the stove, Kakashi finally concluded his chopping duties and glanced over at Sendu, nearly widening his Sharingan in surprise. What are you doing? Do you really need this many pots? Sendu lifted the countertop beside the four-burner stove, only to discover that beneath the marble surface, there were 4 hidden burners. Furthermore, Sendu had already placed 6 pots atop them, evidently preparing to tackle multiple dishes simultaneously. Glancing at the cutting board and seeing that the ingredients were ready, Sendu began to shoo them away with slight disdain. Are you done chopping? Once you're finished, go entertain your students. You're in my way. After having exhausted Kakashi's labor, he coldly dismissed him. Together with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, they watched as Sendu rolled up his sleeves, transforming into a whirlwind of culinary prowess, embarking on a cooking spectacle. It was indeed a scene that could be described as a show. For a full half hour, Sendu's arms scarcely remained in one position for more than 3 seconds. He deftly managed the 6 pots as if they were extensions of himself, with flames flickering up occasionally, casting a heroic silhouette of the apron-clad chef. All right, it's time to eat. The entire 7th class sat attentively at the dining table, watching as Yuusendo placed enormous porcelain bowls, each the size of a basin, before each person. This is Sasuke's tomato beef brisket and seaweed soup noodles, he announced. The rich, simmered seaweed broth would render the soup thick and savory, while the salty seaweed and tangy tomatoes would create a striking flavor contrast. The beef brisket, tenderized through pressure cooking, was infused with flavor, and the beef tendons offered a delightful chewiness. And here is freshly squeezed carrot juice, beneficial for the eyes. Sasuke, gazing at the colossal bowl of soup noodles before him, was rendered speechless by astonishment. What on earth was this mountain of beef? Had the cow, in despair, pleaded with Yuusendo to be stewed? Just as everyone was taken aback by the towering heap of beef in front of Sasuke, a loud thud echoed as a bowl was placed before Sakura. Sakura's seafood ate treasure clear soup noodles. Although it is made with an abundance of seafood, the flavor is refreshingly rich, indescribable until you taste it for yourself. The crab, shrimp, and fish are all shelled and deboned, so you can enjoy without worry. Furthermore, these are high-protein ingredients that won't lead to weight gain, making them perfect for girls. This glass of guava juice aids digestion. Girls should not obsess over dieting. Health is of utmost importance. Sakura's expression was no better than Sasuke's. She felt as though a lake had been placed before her. Yet the crab legs displayed distinct textures. The shrimp glimmered with translucence, and the fish, sliced thin, seemed to merge with the pale broth. Even if this bowl might cause a 5-pound weight gain, Sakura felt it would be worth it. No, this bowl was certainly more than 5 pounds. In the midst of Naruto's eager anticipation, Yuusendo set a similarly large bowl before him. Your favorite rich pork bone miso chashu noodles. The flavor may not necessarily surpass Ichiraku, but we certainly provide ample ingredients. A single bowl here is worth 10 elsewhere. If it's not enough, you can always have more. Sasuke, Sakura, there is plenty of beef and seafood left. It just won't fit in your bowls. How could you even think there's not enough? Sasuke and Sakura silently grumbled, gazing at the delectable feast before them, feeling both blissful and tormented. Would their stomachs truly withstand such an indulgence? The mere aroma was enough to elicit uncontrollable salivation. Could they truly resist devouring every last morsel? Thud, thud, the heavy sound of 2 more bowls landing on the table. As Kakashi had predicted, he too could not escape the fate of being served from the sea bowls. Yuusendo settled next to Kakashi, casually offering him a pair of chopsticks. Let us just enjoy a little today. We'll treat you to something special later. Kakashi looked at the thick layer of miso sauce covering the noodles, accompanied by slices of eggplant and a few salted grilled mackerel, and felt an urge to grab Yuusendo by the collar and demand an explanation. You call this casual dining? In truth, he felt that he could simply indulge in the leftovers not fitting in the children's bowls. Since Yuusendo had mentioned that there were no elaborate dining rituals required at his table, the children, led by Naruto, dove into their meals without further ado. Once they lowered their heads, they did not lift them again until their bowls were empty. This led to a moment of realization for the three, who, despite sharing the same dining table, remained oblivious to the true visage concealed beneath Kakashi's mask. Ultimately, it was Yuusendo and Kakashi who tidied up the dishes together. The 3 children, having overeaten, slumped in their chairs, barely able to move. Consequently, Kakashi decided to have them reconvene for training the following morning, allowing them to return home for the day. Yuusendo, however, did not let the 4 leave empty-handed. He packed the leftover food from lunch into portions for them to take home. In the future, when Yuusendo is invited to Sasuke's home and is not immediately turned away by the fiercely territorial Yuhei, it will likely be a foreshadowing of this act of sharing food. In a quaint village located in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, Asuma Sarutobi led Team 10 on their inaugural mission. After successfully escorting a convoy to its designated location, they prepared to return to the village. To celebrate the children's successful completion of their first task, Asuma generously offered to treat them to a meal. Unfortunately, this small village was not prosperous, and it took the 4 quite some time to find a modest eatery. The establishment offered a limited selection of food, the kind that even Choji would hastily avert his gaze from. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to fill their stomachs there. Apologies, but this meal does not count, Asuma said. Once we return to the village, I shall treat you to barbecue. As the son of the Hokage, Asuma was not a stingy person. Sensing the children's spirits were low, he promptly made a promise. In response, Ino, the cherished darling of Yamanaka and Oichi, cheerfully perked up and smiled at Asuma, saying, "It's a deal, Asuma-sensei. Treat us to barbecue tonight." "Absolutely, absolutely." Asuma, who had long desired a daughter, beamed with joy. Shikamaru, whose desires were minimal, including his appetite, did not expect a lavish meal while on a mission. Mere sustenance would suffice. However, poor Choji, gazing at the insipid ramen before him and the meager rice ball with a single plum, indignantly pulled out some jerky to share with the others as a side dish. "This is utterly unappetizing," Choji muttered under his breath, ensuring the owner could not hear. "No wonder they have no business. Just bear with it, Choji. Think of the barbecue tonight," Shikamaru consoled, as they were still in the establishment. "We can complain once we're outside." While Choji grumbled, he nevertheless consumed his meal heartily, slurping down the broth and noodles. After finishing the rice ball, he sulkily retrieved a packet of chips, deliberately crunching them loudly. "I miss the meals made by Senden II. Although I haven't yet tasted his rice balls, I am certain they are 100 times more delicious than this. No, 1,000 times. I cannot fully agree with that, considering Senden II's tendency to never invite others just for rice balls," Shikamaru remarked, having seen through Senda's character. "He is undoubtedly an unabashed feeder. He would be an excellent pig farmer, ensuring the pigs are plump and healthy." It seems I inadvertently insulted myself. "Senda? Is it Senda Chinyu?" Asuma, having hastily satisfied his own hunger and lost in thought while smoking, suddenly heard a familiar name. "Indeed, Asuma, do you also know Brother Yuusendo?" "Not just know him. I have lost count of the number of meals I have shared at his home." Asuma extinguished his cigarette in surprise and remarked, "But how did you all come to know that fellow?" "Before we graduated, Shikamaru, Ino, Naruto, and I decided to skip class and were at a loss for where to go when Naruto led us to Brother Yuusendo's house, and that is how we became acquainted. Brother Yuusendo even took us to the Forest of Death for hunting. He grilled meat for us right on the spot." Ino quickly added the crucial detail that Shikamaru had omitted. Asuma, taken aback, realized he had a shared acquaintance with his students. "When I first heard you mention Yuusendo, I was uncertain. However, once you spoke of his culinary skills, it could only be him." The conversation then shifted to Brother Yuusendo as they recounted the delicious foods Asuma had enjoyed at his table. Shikamaru found even the seemingly bland rice balls suddenly appealing. You have undoubtedly never tasted Xiandao's delicacy, a dish akin to rice balls, but 100 times more delectable, called zongzi. Observing the vehement shake of Choji's head, Asuma proudly elaborated. It is made with glutinous rice encasing a filling, wrapped in bamboo leaves, tied with fine string, and steamed. After cooling in cold water, the leaves are unwrapped to reveal the translucent, glistening rice, fragrant and delightful, filled with an array of ingredients such as sweet dates, salted meat, and egg yolk. Oh, even after all this time, I vividly remember that exquisite taste. Asuma, being the son of the Hokage, had no intention of detailing the dish so meticulously to tempt a certain food-loving friend. Choji could barely contain himself. He no longer found the chips in his hands appealing. And looking at the empty bowl on the table, he felt as though he had just swallowed a bowl of dishwater. However, it was not just Choji who was near a breaking point. Ino, as a girl, was naturally more sensitive. As the teacher and other companions discussed someone she did not know, she felt excluded from the conversation, and with Asuma's vivid descriptions making her appetite vanish, she found herself losing interest in food. Yet, her temperament prevented her from expressing her frustration openly, so she directed all her dissatisfaction towards the unknown brother Xiandao. What use is it for a ninja to neglect training and instead hone their culinary skills? If he dedicated that effort to his training, he would have long since attained the rank of Jonin. Ino felt quite aggrieved, yet Asuma, being rather oblivious, failed to notice the girl's emotions. Suddenly, Choji sprang to his feet, fists clenched, and declared earnestly, "Why don't we go visit Brother Xiandao tonight for a meal? I miss his cooking immensely. Can you join us?" "Teacher Asuma, we can postpone the barbecue until tomorrow." Asuma hesitated, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. He had been contemplating a date with Kurenai since there was no need to host a gathering. Young couples in the throes of romance often find themselves a bit overly affectionate. Since you all are already well acquainted with Xiandao, you can go visit him yourselves. Don't worry. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly welcome your visit for a meal. But will he be home? Is he not out on a mission? Shikamaru pondered further. Asuma waved his hand dismissively. That fellow is exceedingly lazy. Unless absolutely necessary, he will surely remain at home. You should feel free to visit him. Dingxi quickly made a decision. Then it's settled. We shall seek out Brother Xiandao tonight. Inoue, you will join us, won't you? Of course. Inoue tightened her grip on the chopsticks. She was eager to witness for herself the appearance of the brother who had received such high praise from their teacher and peers. Then let us depart at once, Dingxi exclaimed, unable to bear another moment in the shop. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed outside with his stout little legs. That evening, in the study of the Xiandao residence, Xiandao had just finished reading through a hefty stack of letters sent by readers from various countries. These letters had been routed through bookstores in numerous villages before finally reaching him. As he pulled out a bundle of stationery and envelopes from his desk drawer, he intended to write responses to the readers. Suddenly, the doorbell rang downstairs. A peculiar premonition washed over him, suggesting that he would soon have much to attend to. Upon descending the stairs and opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Dingxi's cherubic face. "Ah, it's you all. Let me guess your intentions. It surely cannot be as simple as just seeking a meal, can it?" Xiandao jested with the children in a familiar manner. To his surprise, Dingxi, along with Shikamaru and Inoue, had not anticipated his playful banter. Dingxi exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? Brother Xiandao, how did you know? My father privately asked me to convey his desire to purchase your recipe. How could you possibly know? Are you a deity? Are you the god of culinary delights?" Brother Xiandao. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three, Xiandao quickly cleared his throat to deny it, inviting the children inside. However, observing Dingxi's adoring gaze, it was evident that he could hardly accept the notion of mere coincidence. "So, Lord Dingxi wishes to procure my recipe as a signature dish for a new meal option, and you are here to convey that message. If I agree, we can arrange a time to discuss the details further, correct?" Xiandao spoke while turning his back to the group, tending to the ingredients as he conversed with Dingxi. The unexpected arrival of three guests had disrupted his plans to respond to the letters, so he reluctantly donned an apron and transformed into a culinary father, commencing preparations for a sumptuous dinner. "Yes, that's right," Dingxi replied joyfully, guzzling his soda as if to compensate for the grievances faced at noon. "However, my father said that the initiative rests entirely with Brother Xiandao. If you are willing, we can discuss collaboration in detail, and if not, that is perfectly fine too." "Oh, that's no problem at all," Xiandao replied nonchalantly, his swift response catching Dingxi off guard. leaving the chubby boy momentarily dumbfounded. Really, Brother Yuusendo? But that is your personal recipe. It must be a treasured family heirloom, so selling it to the Akimichi clan wouldn't trouble you at all? Dingxi was inherently a kind-hearted child. Although his somewhat stocky physique might seem imposing compared to his peers, giving him an air of intimidation, he was, in essence, merely a gluttonous, good-natured bear, a description that could not be more apartment. Yuusendo chuckled. It's nothing of concern, just a few recipe cards. This is not my means of livelihood. I shall pay you a visit in a few days when I have the time, Lord Dingxi. Dingxi shook his head repeatedly, his chubby cheeks wobbling. No, it should be my father and I visiting you, Brother Yuusendo, to discuss business. In matters of trade, the hierarchy of age does not apply. After all, we are the ones seeking your assistance, so it is only right for us to take the initiative. Inwardly, Ino felt a pang of envy as she observed Dingxi beginning to represent his family and engage in business discussions with a certain poise. Shikamaru, with his sharp intellect, was destined to inherit his father's responsibilities. Dingxi was also stepping into the family business, which, although primarily centered around food, a realm he was well suited for, indicated a clear path for his companions. They merely needed to forge ahead, and a prosperous future awaited them. Yet, she remained uncertain about the type of ninja she aspired to be. Ino had broached this topic with her father, Hayashi, but he disapproved of her following in his footsteps to join the intelligence division. That field was rife with manipulation and deceit, where the role of an intelligence ninja entailed discerning the ultimate truth from layers of lies. This line of work demanded an immense amount of mental fortitude, serving as a stringent test of a ninja's resilience. Hayashi understood the trials he had endured to reach his current position, and thus he firmly rejected the idea of Ino treading the same path. He merely wished for her to grow up happily. Even if she became an inconspicuous chūnin in the future, it would suffice. After all, the family owned a flower shop, and it would not be a poor choice for Ino to inherit the shop and lead a tranquil life after marriage. However, this was merely a wishful thought from a father. Ino, being Sakura's close friend, was not one to easily concede defeat. Provoked by her companions and harboring frustrations accumulated throughout the day, she suddenly found her temper flaring. With an accusatory tone, she confronted Yuusendo. I heard from Asuma-sensei that you are quite lazy and seldom go out on missions. If you claim not to earn a living through your skills, then from where do your daily expenses come? Do you rely on your parents' money? Ino. Shikamaru frowned at her words and quickly tugged at her sleeve. Yet, this action only incited Ino further, causing her to raise her voice and ask, Are you, then, what they call ANET? Dingxi, cheek stuffed with snacks, glanced nervously at Yuusendo with Shikamaru, fearing that Ino's outburst might provoke his ire. After being summoned by his father to inquire about the hunting expedition in the Death Forest, Dingxi later sought out Shikamaru to recount the incident in detail. Through Shikamaru's analysis, they began to suspect that Yuusendo's displayed strength had aroused the suspicions of their elders. It was only after their return from hunting that they deduced, from their parents' warnings, that the reason the Death Forest was surrounded by a fence and sealed with a charm was that it was not a place where any ninja could enter freely, especially not with a group of children who were barely even genin. However, Shikamaru reassured Dingxi not to worry. Even if Brother Yuusendo possessed great strength, it was evident how well he treated Naruto. Subsequently, Dingxi was called by his father to relay a message to Yuusendo regarding a business proposal, which eased his mind, although there was no substantial basis for it. Shikamaru and Choji shared an unspoken understanding that, even if it meant provoking Asuma-sensei's ire, they should never incite the wrath of their elder brother, Sendu. Fortunately, Sendu was preoccupied with preparing ingredients and seemed oblivious to Ino's sharp tone, or perhaps he simply chose to disregard it. With a gentle demeanor, he replied, Indeed, as Asuma mentioned, I seldom take on missions, and my cooking is merely a hobby. However, I do have other sources of income. After all, I can't remain idle at home without engaging in any endeavors. Ino, however, was clearly skeptical of Sendu's claims. Furthermore, Sendu could not openly confess that his financial independence stemmed from the royalties of his published works, for he still held a sense of pride. What would the children think of him if such a revelation were to slip? Indeed, Amin was merely a pen name he adopted. During the last gathering, Kakashi had purchased one of his books, only to gift it back to himself, a rather amusing turn of events. One of the few advantages of maturing into adulthood is the ability to harbor one's own secrets. Sendu opted to play the riddle maker. attempting to deflect the inquisitive Ino's curiosity. After all, writing children's books was hardly a topic of high esteem. He had once held a book signing event in the Land of Rain, where he carefully concealed his identity. Yet, Ino, now emboldened by her determination, refused to be deterred. Seeing Sendu defenselessly turned away, she suddenly entertained a wicked thought. If he was unwilling to divulge information, she would delve into his memories herself. As Ino formed the hand seals for her secret technique, Shikamaru widened his eyes in alarm and pressed his palm onto her shoulder, urgently whispering, "What are you doing, Ino? Stop." As one of the current generation's Ino Shikicho trio, Shikamaru was well-versed in the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan. It was crucial not to disrupt their techniques abruptly, as it could significantly affect their mental state. Choji, flustered and flailing his chubby hands, found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate anything amidst his panic. Even though he had yet to swallow the food in his mouth, he was rendered speechless. However, even Shikamaru's efforts to dissuade Ino proved futile at that moment. She was completely consumed by her emotions. A smirk revealing her inner thoughts emerged on her face as her gaze locked onto her target, a mere chūnin. How could she underestimate the Yamanaka's secret arts? If he truly had no unsavory secrets to hide, she could always apologize later. As she spoke, the chakra for her technique surged to her hands, and Ino positioned her fingertips towards Sendu's back, resolutely whispering, "Mind transfer jutsu." Boom. Ino was abruptly plunged into darkness, her consciousness fading. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing in a vast, desolate expanse. Beneath her feet lay a dark, almost soil-like substance, cold and soft, reminiscent of black sand. Steadying herself, she felt as though her head had been struck by a hammer, a persistent sensation threatening to split her skull apart. She understood clearly that this was the consequence of a mental backlash. But why had the backlash occurred? Wasn't he a seasoned ninja? Could it be that some formidable seal had been etched into his mind? Ino was perplexed. However, as she straightened her posture and gazed into the distance before her, she beheld a colossal black shadow. Her dazed eyes followed the shadow upward until she could fully comprehend its form. Ino tilted her head back in shock. As if struck by lightning, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling like a sieve, utterly incapacitated. What had she seen? A towering humanoid silhouette. A magnificent being that required her gaze to be nearly vertical to the heavens to discern its entirety. Breathing became increasingly laborious. Her heart raced like a wild horse unbridled. The formless, ominous winds surrounding the giant crept into her body through every pore, transforming into a relentless parasite that stripped her of warmth. An unrelenting cold paralyzed Ino's thoughts. She could only worship before the deity as if her body had been commandeered by parasitic fungi. Fear. An endless expanse of fear, akin to a desolate wasteland, unfurled within Ino's heart. She felt like a small boat lost in forbidden seas, utterly defenseless against the surging waves, while the unfathomable abyss of the dark ocean held unknown horrors gazing at her, of which she was entirely unaware. Helpless, she found herself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. As if the words spoken by this being were divine oracles, compelling all who heard them to become its most devoted followers. Wherever it pointed was the ultimate destination for its followers' lifelong aspirations. "Wake up, Ino, can you hear me?" Senda supported Ino's limp form. An unusual urgency etched across her face. Ino's pupils dilated, her gaze vacant, her body as frigid as a corpse. Occasionally twitching and shaking droplets of water from her shorts onto the thin puddle on the floor. Senda was taken aback. She never anticipated the girl would be so formidable. She was unaware that when someone with superior mental prowess turned their focus, awakening to retaliate, it could easily inflict irreversible damage upon her. If the enigmatic realm of the mind suffered harm, the medical ninjutsu of the ninja world would be utterly ineffectual. The consequences could range from lifelong amnesia and coma to catastrophic brain death in an instant. Upon sensing an invasion of her mental realm, Senda instinctively restrained herself, attempting to avoid any instinctual retaliation that might harm Ino. Yet, it was too late. Ino merely caught a glimpse of a corner of Senda's mental world, and the residual force overwhelmed her, leading to incontinence and a loss of consciousness, plunging her into a state of chaotic oblivion, devoid of awareness of the external world. As Ino slipped from her chair, Senda instantly appeared at her side, catching her body, which had gone limp like clay, preventing her from hitting the ground unprotected and incurring further injury. She promptly examined Ino's spirit and found no damage, averting a calamity. Although Ino had recklessly intruded into her mental domain, it was still her home, and as an adult, Senda would have been greatly troubled had Ino sustained any injuries as a result. The wounds of the soul can be equated with terminal illness, necessitating the infusion of rare and precious herbs to concoct restorative potions, alongside a minimum of a year's tranquil recuperation for complete recovery. It is a time-consuming process. Xiandao pinched Ino's cheek as a form of reprimand. Today's events would serve as a valuable lesson, ultimately beneficial for her future as a ninja. With a single hand forming seals, Xiandao softly intoned, "Illusionary arts, the principle of the void revealed." A membrane of distorted time and space enveloped Ino, her body emanating a dazzling aura that shifted incessantly. Utilizing illusionary techniques, Xiandao aided Ino in swiftly stabilizing her spirit. As Ino gradually opened her eyes, her pupils focused on Xiandao's face, mere inches away, causing her heart to skip a beat, breath to hitch, and her legs to tense. The tranquil waves danced upon the azure expanse, untouched by sorrow, creating ripples of movement. Observing Ino's eyes gradually regain clarity, Xiandao sighed in relief. Thankfully, the clan's secret techniques in the mountains had honed not only spiritual strength, but also the fortitude of the soul. Otherwise, with her youthful spirit, merely glancing at her own spiritual form could have proven fatal due to overwhelming knowledge. "Can you see clearly? How many fingers am I holding up?" Xiandao inquired, extending a single finger before Ino. However, enveloped in the remnants of fear, Ino perceived Xiandao's gentle visage as both terrifyingly demonic and divinely authoritative. Like a drenched quail, she curled up in Xiandao's embrace, trembling and too frightened to move, her voice trapped within her. In response, Xiandao had little recourse but to tenderly soothe her back, akin to calming an infant, alleviating her tension. After several moments of patient caresses, Ino managed to regain some composure, at least enough to speak, though her voice was barely a whisper, akin to the buzzing of a fly. Had Xiandao not been so close, it might have gone unheard. "What?" Xiandao paused momentarily, realizing Ino was responding to his earlier question. "Oh, yes, correct." Upon hearing Xiandao's praise, Ino's heart abruptly constricted, as if gripped by an invisible force, rendering her breathless and causing her respiration to quicken. Why did such a seemingly childlike tone feel like a divine gift of fate? Ino found herself irrationally compelled to risk everything for mere admiration. What is wrong with me? Why this reaction? Though she pondered deeply, an answer she was reluctant to confront echoed from the depths of her heart. Yet, before her internal struggle could reach a conclusion, she beheld a more horrifying scene. Herself. Indeed, there was another Ino, seated at the dining table, glancing down at her hands with a furrowed brow. Beside her, Shikamaru and Choji breathed sighs of relief, thankful for Ino's failed attempt at the mind transfer technique. In the open kitchen, another Xiandao battled valiantly, deftly maneuvering the spatula while engaging in conversation with Shikamaru and the others. The two involved parties, one crouched behind the dining table, the other slumped in the embrace of the former, watched their own dialogue unfold, creating an eerily surreal tableau. "Those two are my shadow clones, one of which has taken on your appearance. I've also added a touch of illusionary interference, so Shikamaru and the others are unaware of our presence and cannot see us. Thus you need not worry," Senda softly explained. In terms of meticulousness, he felt a flicker of confidence. Ino let out a sigh of relief. Had her companions discovered her embarrassing predicament, she would have been utterly mortified to continue as a ninja. Seeing that Ino had regained some strength, Senda gently supported her hand and waist to help her stand upright. "Can you manage on your own?" he inquired, noticing that she still required assistance. "No matter. Let us make our way to the bathroom. A few steps, and your legs will regain their strength." Ino found herself unable to refuse Senda's suggestion. With his support, her legs felt as though they were treading upon clouds, shakily making their way to the bathroom door. Senda gradually released his grip. Observing that Ino could steady herself against the wall, he too felt a sense of relief, affectionately ruffling her hair with his large hand. "Go wash yourself. I'll fetch you some fresh clothes." He turned on the red faucet, and hot water began to flow from the shower head. "You can manage on your own, right?" Upon seeing Ino nod cautiously, Senda ascended the stairs. In the bedroom wardrobe, there were numerous garments belonging to Akamichi, as she often frequented this place, treating it as a second home and leaving behind a fair share of clothing. However, most were unsuitable for children, as she feared they might catch a chill. Ino's gaze followed Senda until his figure vanished around the corner of the staircase. Only then did she dazedly push open the door and timidly step into the bathroom. After just a few strides, Ino's knees buckled, and she fell once more onto the smooth tiles, her legs forming an M shape as she sat helplessly. Bracing herself with her hands, her elbows trembling with effort. Her eyes misted over, cheeks flushed, and her lips formed a pouting expression as she suppressed her sobs. The mirror in the bathroom gradually fogged up, while Ino's long, light golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, accentuating her already fair and delicate skin. With her eyes closed, she stood beneath the shower, her cold body gradually warming up and her inner turmoil slowly subsiding, allowing her to calmly reflect on herself. Why had she chosen to ignore her father's warnings and employ the mind-body switch technique on someone she knew nothing about? What had been her thought process at that moment? After being washed over by an overwhelming tide of fear, Ino found herself unable to recall the emotions she had just experienced. It was as if the folds of her brain had conformed to the depths Senda desired, retaining only those memories he permitted. Ino shook her head vigorously, the golden waterfall behind her flinging droplets of water about. Her intention had been to use the mind-body switch technique to glimpse into Senda's memories. However, employing this technique on a conscious target would, upon invading the vital memory regions of his brain, alert the target, thereby ejecting Ino's consciousness from his body without causing harm to either party. That was how it was supposed to be. Yet, recalling that towering shadow that obscured the sky caused her legs to tremble uncontrollably, and her heart raced with an erratic rhythm. Indeed, the impetus behind her irrational infatuation with Xiandao, beyond the accumulated emotions of the midday hours, stemmed from other unutterable reasons that plagued the young girl. After her consciousness was purified in the desolate space, Ino unexpectedly discovered that she could confront her innermost thoughts and feelings with greater candor. At this moment, she remained unaware that her mental fortitude had been significantly enhanced through a transformative experience. The fortuitous blessing she received was merely from a fleeting glance at that divine entity. Ino scrutinized her heart, willingly exposing the dark, unspoken sentiments that had previously shamed her. The underlying cause was rather simplistic, even childish. It was her envy of Xiandao's striking handsomeness upon their first encounter, which led her to subconsciously compare him to her secret crush, Sasuke. Tragically, she realized that, despite viewing Sasuke through a rose-tinted lens of infatuation, her rational aesthetic sensibilities revealed a stark contrast. Sasuke paled in comparison to Xiandao. Furthermore, she found that Xiandao, with his homey charm and gentle demeanor, possessed an irresistible allure that captivated her heart. Consequently, Ino found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of guilt for her perceived disloyalty and love, culminating in a fit of indignation. Her thoughts were remarkably juvenile. What was merely an unrequited crush felt akin to a profound love that dared to challenge the very bounds of existence. Smack! Ino clapped her palms against her face, exasperated by her own foolishness and immaturity, brought to tears by her own naivety. Why did it take me so long to realize this? At this moment, Ino resembled an adult rediscovering the rebellious musings of her youth, her toes digging into the ground in a futile attempt to channel her embarrassment. Though her growth felt precipitous, it was merely the result of an extra glance in the wilderness. Suddenly, Xiandao's voice resonated from outside the bathroom. I've left the nightgown at the door. After your shower, change into it, and come to the study on the second floor. With that, he placed the garment down and departed. With a shadow clone maintaining vigilance in the kitchen, and aided by illusions, there was no fear of Shikamaru and Choji discovering that Ino had already changed. Ino turned off the shower and dried herself with the new towel Xiandao had prepared for her, timidly pulling the bathroom door open just a crack. On the floor lay a neatly folded, light purple cotton nightgown. The corridor was empty, and the sounds of Xiandao's conversation with Shikamaru drifted from the dining area. Hastily, Ino seized the nightgown and shut the door, quickly donning it, only to realize it was tailored for an adult woman, the hem cascading well past her knees. As she approached the full-length mirror and wiped away the steam, the reflection revealed a girl who resembled a child who had surreptitiously donned her mother's dress. Despite her burgeoning figure, she could not quite embody the elegance or allure of the purple nightgown. The image in the mirror displayed a sulky pout as she tugged at the oversized fabric. Isn't he single? Why are there women's clothes in his home? A nightgown. No less. Ino gestured at her own form, realizing that on an adult, The gown would barely cover the upper thigh. Her discontented expression grew even more pronounced. Unbeknownst to her, this was far from the mature contemplation expected of a 12-year-old. In her mind lingered a more pressing command. After donning her nightgown, she was to seek out Sendo in the study. Her legs seemed to move of their own accord, her brain offering no signals of resistance. Only a sense of submission, unconditional and without dissent. Gently pushing open the study door, Ino slipped through the narrow opening and locked eyes with Sendo, who had just lifted his gaze from a letter. He set down his pen, rose, and approached the door to pull it open. Ino instinctively stepped back, clasping her hands behind her, her fingers nervously intertwining. Noticing the damp strands of her golden hair leaving faint marks on her nightgown, Sendo quickly gathered her hair in his hand, and with the other, he performed a single-handed seal. With a gentle motion, he brushed over her back and hair, extracting the moisture that had seeped into her clothes and clung to her locks, coalescing it into a water sphere the size of an apricot in his palm. Ino was taken aback by this drying technique. Could it be a form of ninjutsu? Sendo clenched the water sphere in his fist, and the temperature of his palm surged, causing a cloud of white mist to escape between his fingers, evaporating completely. Given Ino's astonished and bewildered gaze, Sendo had no time to provide an explanation. After all, she had once glimpsed his soul, and clarifying everything would be too cumbersome. It was simpler to let it slide. His fingers gently wove through her hair. The now dry strands moved with ease, exuding the scent of sun-warmed linens. Though he merely brushed through her hair, it was suffused with the comforting warmth reminiscent of a sunlit quilt. Ino's eyes grew misty and dreamy, as if she beheld a sun that belonged solely to her. Later, Sendo entered the bathroom, washing and drying the clothes Ino had changed out of, locking her in to allow her to don her original attire before returning her to the dining room to complete their ruse. Sendo's shadow clone had prepared a sumptuous feast, with a large pot of rice conveniently placed before Choji for easy servings. Ino and Sendo seamlessly replaced the shadow clone, and he discreetly dispelled the illusion, allowing both to blend in perfectly, with no one the wiser about the events that had transpired. After enjoying a delightful dinner, the trio, Hiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, helped to tidy up the dishes, taking with them the food Sendo had packed, bidding him farewell as they departed. The clan grounds of Nara and Akimichi were in close proximity, and the three headed home together. Once they were well away from Sendo's residence, Shikamaru, cradling his head, turned to the quietly contemplative Ino and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? You seem to have said very little since we were halfway through dinner." Ino shook her head, remaining silent. Choji offered what he deemed a reasonable explanation. "You must have been awestruck by Sendo's culinary skills. I never anticipated that such a handsome person would possess such remarkable cooking talent. My parents are in for a treat tonight." Seeing Ino's tacit agreement, Shikamaru accepted this explanation and naturally joined in the praise for Sendo. With her hands clasped behind her back, Ino gazed upwards at the sky. The moon was rising, lights twinkling, and stars faintly flickered. Yet, would someone who had felt the sun's fierce heat and blinding brilliance truly pause for mere starlight? Ino's steps grew resolute. Indeed, on her way home, Ino walked with a remarkable resolve. However, that conviction wavered when, in the dead of night, she was jolted awake by a nightmare. In her dream, she found herself back in a desolate expanse, a vast wasteland stretching endlessly before her. An incomprehensible shadow loomed menacingly, as the sky collapsed into an abyss of darkness akin to the earth itself. Ino turned and fled, yet no matter how swiftly she ran, she could not escape this realm, nor could she evade the shadow's overpowering presence. With a scream, she abruptly sat up in bed, finally breaking free from the nightmare's grip. Still struggling to catch her breath, she heard Kaichi knocking on the door, inquiring with concern about her distress. Ino deflected his worry with the excuse of a bad dream. Once the sound of her parents closing their bedroom door faded, she let out a heavy sigh and gingerly lifted the covers. Her nightgown and sheets were damp with perspiration. Covering her face with her hands, Ino sat on the bed for a long time before finally getting up to change out of her wet garments. After donning fresh clothes, she stealthily descended the stairs, clutching the evidence, and slipped into the bathroom to destroy it. Should her parents discover the laundry drying during the day and pose questions, she planned to claim that she had knocked over her water cup in her sleep. The following noon, Sendu visited Dingzi's home, bearing a gift box of his homemade delicacies, to discuss the purchase of recipes in detail. Despite Dingzi's repeated insistence on compensating him fairly, Yuusendo stood firm, refusing to accept a single coin, seemingly indifferent to the value of his culinary skills. After much negotiation, they finally settled on a mutually agreeable arrangement. From then on, Yuusendo could procure any ingredients from the supplier of the Akiyama family at wholesale prices, regardless of quantity. If specific ingredients were required, he could place direct orders, also at wholesale rates, with delivery to his doorstep. In return, Yuusendo would provide 30 unique recipes to serve as signature dishes for Dingzi's new restaurant. Upon finalizing their agreement, Dingzi expressed heartfelt gratitude, wishing that all business dealings could proceed with such generosity, where both parties eagerly sought to benefit one another. They enjoyed lunch at Dingzi's residence, where a jubilant Dingzi ordered a selection of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, having the restaurant staff deliver it directly to his home, and they indulged in a hearty feast together. Ultimately, Dingzi's mother, filled with apologies, assisted in carrying the slumbering Dingzi to his bedroom, while Yuusendo remained unperturbed. Exhibiting no signs of intoxication, he felt exceedingly content with the transaction. To him, recipes held little monetary value, merely a hobby, and relinquishing a fraction of his efforts was of no concern. Conversely, the supply chain from the Akiyama clan proved highly advantageous for him. Exiting the Akiyama territory, he promptly made his way to the market, where he sought out the individual Dingzi had recommended, a bespectacled gentleman. The bespectacled man, evidently briefed by Dingzi, treated Yuusendo with the utmost respect, as if he were a VIP. Yuusendo, unpretentious, proceeded to order a deep-sea tuna, a fish averaging about 3 meters in length, found in the depths of the ocean, only catchable by long-distance fishing vessels. Its flesh is delicate, richly marbled, pale pink in hue, and exceptionally flavorful. Although the price is exceedingly high, for Yuusendo, it is merely a matter of expense. This is the confidence of the affluent generation. The bespectacled individual indicated that a fishing vessel would need to depart from the port of the Land of Waves to catch fish, and approximately a week later, the catch would be delivered directly to Yuusendo's residence. The Land of Waves is an island nation surrounded by sea, boasting a highly developed maritime transportation system. Aside from the remote water country and the inland wind country, the seafood from other nations largely relies on the fishing vessels of the Land of Waves. Naturally, the Chiodao clan possesses their own fishing boats, yet they also require docking at the port of the Land of Waves. Near the port lies a private warehouse belonging to the Chiodao clan, designated for preserving and processing the freshly caught seafood. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Yuusendo leisurely returned home to continue corresponding with his readers, patiently awaiting the delivery of tuna to his doorstep in a week's time. However, 5 days later, the bespectacled representative personally arrived, sweating profusely, to apologize to Yuusendo. He informed him that the deep-sea tuna he had ordered was already stored in the Chiodao clan's warehouse, preserved in ice. It was scheduled to be shipped back to the Land of Fire in 2 days, but the fishing vessel had been detained at the port of the Land of Waves, restricted from departing. It was said that the Kadu Company, which monopolizes the maritime industry of the Land of Waves, had suddenly issued an announcement prohibiting fishing vessels from entering or leaving the port, claiming they needed to conduct searches to apprehend the company's rivals, thus requiring all fishing boats to dock and cooperate with the inspections. Yuusendo, not one to be petty, thought a delay of a few days was inconsequential, as the preservation would prevent spoilage. However, he was aware of the situation in the Land of Waves, a nation devoid of hidden villages. It was entirely under the thumb of the Kadu Company. The company as president, Kadu, was a tyrannical businessman accustomed to wielding financial power and violence, and Yuusendo was concerned that unforeseen complications might arise. Reflecting on his recent idle days, he decided to take a stroll and devise a way to retrieve the tuna. It was not merely a craving for food, but rather a desire for something novel. He was also planning to treat his friends to fresh sashimi. Yuusendo had previously visited the Land of Waves for a mission, and he easily recalled its location in his mind. He then formed a series of intricate hand seals, and as this complex sequence was completed, an immense quantity of chakra was rapidly drawn from his body. This chakra was sufficient to fill a gigantic tailed beast ball. However, such a vast amount of chakra was merely enough to execute a non-lethal auxiliary ninjutsu, the space-time ninjutsu void. Once the seals were completed, Yuusendo stepped forward, and a colorful, distorted crack in space-time suddenly materialized before him, resembling a fissure between 2 parallel dimensions. Upon entering, one would completely lose all sense of time, space, and distance, easily becoming lost amidst the void, never to return to their original world. Erased by the world, this was the sole risk of traversing the rift in space-time. Yet, observing Xiandao's unruffled demeanor, it was evident that he had embarked on such perilous journeys through time and space more than once. As his left foot fully entered the rift, the space-time fissure in the corridor of Xiandao's home gradually closed, completely engulfing him. At this moment, the sage traversed through a distorted space-time corridor, flanked by a chaotic spectacle of rapidly receding and morphing scenery. Once a meticulous anchor point had been established for exiting the spatial rift, the journey from Konoha village to the Land of Ways would typically require an entire day. However, it could now be completed in a mere quarter of an hour. It sounded akin to the legendary art of shortening distances, yet this technique bore exceedingly stringent prerequisites. Firstly, it was imperative that the sage had personally visited the location to accurately set the temporal anchor. Any slight deviation could result in becoming lost within the interstices of time and space. Alternatively, one might forcibly breach the boundaries of time, plunging into an unfamiliar realm, joining the ranks of wayfarers. Unfortunately, should fortune frown, one might spend a lifetime searching for an exit, languishing in the ethereal seams of time. Furthermore, this space-time ninjutsu demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra, a quantity comparable to that of the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, exceeding 100 cards of chakra when measured by the standards of the ninja world. Each use imposed a significant burden on both the mind and body, rendering consecutive applications within a short span impossible. The cooldown period was measured in days, and the longer one traversed the temporal rift, the more prolonged the recovery time became. Coupled with the inherent dangers of moving through time and space, each employment of this technique was akin to walking a tightrope over the head of death itself. Yet, the sage, with remarkable skill and audacity, transformed this perilous tightrope into a broad avenue. Not only did he take a few steps along this precarious path, but he even managed to jog and leap with exuberance. As he navigated through the rift, he suddenly discerned several familiar figures amidst the rapid, distorted imagery. With a deft backflip and a 360-degree rotation, he expended an additional 100 cards of chakra to forcibly tear open a rift, swiftly emerging into the tangible world. Feeling the remnants of chakra dwindling within him, the sage patted his cheeks, rousing his somewhat lethargic spirit, and silently approached the riverbank. On the expansive riverbank stood Team 7. Led by Kakashi, a large man and 3 small figures wielding shuriken, cautiously on guard against 2 ninja before them. The elder, hiding at the back, was undoubtedly the target of their mission. The man, laden with bandages and wielding a massive sword, was instantly recognizable to the sage as Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja wanted by the village hidden in the mist. He had likely been hired to assassinate the elder. However, it was the masked ninja beside him that piqued the sage's curiosity. He was seen delicately holding several slender senbon between his fingertips, a faint white mist emanating under the scorching sun. The sage murmured to himself, realizing that this was a manifestation of the ice-release bloodline limit, lurking in the shadows. To his knowledge, only the Yuki clan of the village hidden in the mist possessed the ice-release bloodline. Yet, following the Third Mizukage's implementation of the blood mist policy, which led to the massacre of the bloodline clans, the Yuki clan should have been extinguished. To his astonishment, he had encountered a survivor of the Yuki clan today. Considering Zabuza's status as a rogue ninja, it seemed plausible that he had stumbled upon this fortunate individual while fleeing. The 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned as the premier assassins of the Hidden Mist Village, have earned a formidable reputation throughout the ninja world. However, due to the repercussions of Might Guy's actions, the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen has become tarnished. Mischievous children in the Ninja Academy, when hurling insults, refrain from using foul language and simply label their opponents as members of the 7 swordsmen, a taunt that is sure to ignite their anger, as if they have suffered an egregious humiliation. Viewed from a divine perspective, the 7 swordsmen's notoriety is not merely superficial. The true issue lies within the 8th gate of the 8 gates of chakra, the Death Gate. The illustrious Madara Uchiha himself was ousted by Guy, who opened the Death Gate, demonstrating the formidable power of this forbidden technique. How could the 7 swordsmen even dare to compare themselves to the likes of Madara? Historically, even at their peak, the collective strength of the 7 swordsmen would pale in comparison to a single onslaught from a Susanoo. Losing because of the Death Gate is hardly disgraceful. After all, Kakashi, being the astute individual he is, revealed his Sharingan beneath his mask, intentionally confronting Zabuza to prevent any interaction with the children. This was prudent, considering Zabuza's notorious history. With over half of his career's victims being genin and aspiring genin, he is indeed a merciless assassin. As for the other ice-release bloodline user in a mask, he would have to be entrusted to the children for the time being. The ice-release bloodline, which should have been eradicated long ago, unexpectedly harbored a survivor from the blood mist, and the extent of his abilities remains unknown. Thus, Kakashi must rely on the children's performance. With the presence of the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Uchiha Sharingan, it is likely they can buy some time. Kakashi intends to deal with Zabuza before confronting the masked individual. As the Konoha technician approached him, eager to deliver a massage, Zabuza's eyes gleamed with excitement. Since his birth, Zabuza had never feared battle. He immediately swung his massive executioner's blade, intent on severing Kakashi's arm as a gratuity. The 2-meter-long sword, when raised, could aptly be described as a formidable weapon. In the instant of contact between the blade and Kakashi's kunai, Kakashi's palm nearly succumbed to the overwhelming shock, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to absorb the impact and thrust forward, aiming for Zabuza's throat. Yet, Kakashi was taken aback when Zabuza, with unexpected prowess, halted the momentum of such a heavy blade, sweeping it aside with ease and sending Kakashi flying. In that moment of flight, Kakashi seized the fleeting opportunity to throw a kunai, momentarily delaying Zabuza's pursuit as he landed deftly and retrieved another kunai. Within mere exchanges, Kakashi discerned that Zabuza's strength and swordsmanship surpassed his own. Confronting him head-on would be unwise. It was one thing to jest about the 7 swordsmen being bested by an unknown genin, but to underestimate them in actual combat would be sheer folly. Suddenly, Kakashi recalled the sage's hint to him. Why use again? What would happen if he were to embrace the Hatake swordsmanship against Zabuza? He was confident that the swordsmanship his father had perfected would not only allow him to defeat Zabuza, but would almost certainly lead to his victory. Yet, such musings were futile at this moment. Gripping the kunai firmly, Kakashi relied on his agile movement and the keen insight of his Sharingan, dancing perilously close to the lethal edge of Zabuza's blade, engaging him with nothing but a kunai. In a fierce confrontation where urgency is overshadowed by the thrill of battle, it has been quite a while since one has encountered an opponent as formidable and resilient as Kakashi. The clash between the two elite shinobi creates a tempest of chaos, obscuring the sky and dimming the sun. The resounding clash of metal echoes like rain upon banana leaves, while the river sporadically births a vivid water dragon that crashes through trees, sending sprays of mist into the air. Before the mist can dissipate, it is swiftly evaporated by a searing fireball. The great fireball technique transforms into a lethal specter, preordaining the demise of Zabuza. The king of hell demands his due. Yet Zabuza defiantly shatters the fireball into a myriad of sparks, dismissing the Grim Reaper's invitation with a single blow. The ghostly warrior requires no summons from the underworld. Should the king utter another word, he might find himself facing further wrath. In the life-and-death struggle between these shinobi, such grand spectacles are hardly surprising. Compared to the ancient powers of yore, this skirmish is but a trivial affair. Madara cackles with abandon. If you don't unleash the full might of your abilities, can this truly be called a fight? Hashirama, with an innocent expression, suggests, shall we take turns? Whoever cannot withstand the onslaught shall be deemed the loser. Come, let us summon the divine art of wood release to manifest the 1,000 hands of Buddha. The Ninetales, a creature accustomed to grand spectacles, has even had the fortune of playing games alongside the aforementioned duo. In the entire ninja realm, none can rival the Ninetales' illustrious history. Do not inquire further. It is simply a matter of abundant chakra and robust vitality. Even the notion of demise is a challenge. Therefore, among those present, none exude greater composure than the Ninetales, who, brimming with superiority, kindly advises Naruto not to be alarmed by the spectacle. Is it not merely a matter of nearly emptying a river and toppling a few trees? It pales in comparison to the aftermath of my tailed beast bomb. The Ninetales' incessant chatter fails to alleviate Naruto's tension and exhilaration. This is his inaugural encounter with an adversary necessitating a life-and-death struggle. The masked man, adorned in a green robe and bound hair, stands motionless, resembling a marionette. His narrow, inscrutable eyes fixate on Naruto and Sasuke, instilling an uncanny sensation. Since you choose not to strike, do not blame me for my ambush. Naruto's thought process is straightforward. and he quickly performs the necessary seals to summon 9 shadow clones. The clones disperse, encircling the masked figure. At last, the masked man moves. With a swift motion, he doubles the quantity of ice Senbon nestled between his fingers. In a flourish of his sleeves, the sound of their flight fills the air, yet their forms remain unseen. Even Sasuke's Sharingan can only catch a fleeting glimmer of cold light as the ice Senbon accurately pierce the necks of the shadow clones, reducing them to wisps of smoke without so much as brushing against the masked man's attire. Frustrated, Naruto prepares to summon double the number of clones, for that is his sole tactic. However, Sasuke restrains him by the shoulder. Your shadow clones alone pose no threat to him. Naruto's expression shifts to one of exhilaration. His gaze ignited with fierce combat spirit. Then let us charge together. With a flurry of activity, clouds of white smoke erupt around the clearing as one after another. Naruto emerges, charging fearlessly towards the masked figure with a battle cry. The masked figure, wary of the seemingly endless shadow clones, took a few steps back, unleashing a flurry of ice Senbon towards the doppelgangers. This time, Naruto, having learned from past experiences, shielded himself with his arms. Each shadow clone absorbed several ice Senbon before dissipating into a cloud of smoke, significantly reducing the masked man's lethality. Taking advantage of the cover provided by Naruto's shadow clones, Sasuke was not idle. He deftly hurled shuriken, tracing bizarre trajectories that restricted the masked man's escape routes, forcing him to conjure an ice mirror to intercept 3 unavoidable shuriken. Gotcha! Naruto exclaimed, nearly startling Sasuke, who had transformed into a shuriken. The already cracked ice mirror shattered under Sasuke's decisive kick, sending the unprepared masked man tumbling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Since the bell contest, Naruto and Sasuke had focused on honing their cooperation during their training sessions. By utilizing the feint of multiple shadow clones and providing cover for Sasuke to throw shuriken and execute transformation techniques, their synergy proved exceptional in actual combat. As the masked figure defiantly rose to his feet once more, Naruto proudly puffed up his chest, pressing his fingers together in a gesture of surrender. You should just give in. Even if you hide in the mirror, we will shatter it and drag you out. Is that so? This was the first time the masked figure spoke, his voice soft and neutral, perhaps weakened by injury or perhaps simply his usual demeanor. What? Don't believe me? Sasuke, who was typically terse, readied his shuriken, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. If the masked man attempted to shield himself with the ice mirror again, he would pierce both the man and the mirror alike. Indeed, I do not believe, the masked figure replied, contorting his hands into an odd gesture. Almost instantaneously, the puddles on the ground began to crystallize, spreading icy formations that expanded outward, coalescing into reflective ice mirrors. At that moment, hundreds of ice mirrors materialized in midair, enveloping Sasuke, Naruto, and all of his shadow clones within a vast, glimmering prison. Secret technique, ice crystal magic mirror. The masked figure's voice carried an otherworldly chill. Haha, your words are sharp indeed. The Nine-Tails spirit within the ceiling space taunted Naruto with precision. Naruto retorted defiantly, TCH. It's just a cage made of mirrors. We can smash it to pieces. Is it truly so simple? The masked figure responded. As Naruto and Sasuke turned to him, they watched in astonishment as he charged directly into the ice mirror he had created. The seemingly solid ice surface rippled like water, drawing the masked figure into its depths, rendering him as if he were a figure within a painting, standing serenely within the ice mirror. Naruto, frustrated, shouted, "What good does it do to hide in the mirror? Be careful, or I'll shatter both you and the mirror." Before his words could settle, the figures of the masked man appeared simultaneously within all the ice mirrors. With hundreds of masked figures coldly gazing at the stunned Naruto and Sasuke, their predatory stares unwavering. The Nine-Tails could not suppress the twitching corners of its mouth, raising a hand to cover its eyes in disbelief. I say, Naruto, you should say something. Naruto stood frozen, his lips trembling. As he had never encountered such a situation before, the series of slaps to his face rendered him utterly rigid. Sasuke felt a throbbing in his temples, empathizing with his comrade's embarrassment. The half-meter-long four-leaf windmill shuriken fully unfurled in his hand, whirling vigorously in preparation. Calming himself, he resolved that since the situation had escalated to this point, there was no need for frivolous thoughts. Sasuke's two Tomo Sharingan swept across the mirrors, a bead of sweat slowly trickling down his temple. He could not distinguish. He could not discern. Each masked figure appeared identical. He was uncertain whether there were hundreds of mirror clones or merely a single entity, with the others being mere illusions meant to deceive. Enough of this supernatural charade. Sasuke decided to validate his assumptions through action. He forcefully hurled the windmill shuriken, which sliced through the air with a piercing sound and accurately struck one of the ice mirrors. Crack! Just as Sasuke anticipated, the ice mirror, though hard, could not withstand the might of the shuriken. The figure within, akin to being torn apart, was riddled with cracks, the shuriken embedded firmly in its chest. Yet, a heavy weight settled in Sasuke's heart, a futile endeavor. With a chilling voice, all the masked figures within the mirror raised their arms, and from the cracked ice, a hand emerged, grasping the shuriken's ring handle and extracting it from the mirror, discarding it onto the ground. The cracks in the ice mirror gradually sealed, restoring it to its original state, as the masked figure slowly withdrew its hand back into the mirror. Naruto and Sasuke were once again struck dumb by this bizarre spectacle. If they were to survive and complete their mission, they would prefer to avoid any further reflections for a while. Nightmares would surely ensue. Not far away, the Sage of Six Paths diverted his gaze from the intense battle, intrigued by the masked figure's ice ninjutsu. Truly, the bloodline limits were diverse and impressive. Finding a sturdy branch, he sat down, filled with curiosity about how Naruto and Sasuke would respond. The most effective way to break through such an enigmatic barrier-like technique would be to strike at a point to shatter the surface, employing a high-penetrative, destructive ninjutsu to escape the icy prison. There was no need to stubbornly clash on the enemy's turf. Fortunately, someone present possessed such ninjutsu. The lightning release, lightning cutter, an S-rank technique said to sever lightning. Kakashi was clearly aware of this. Despite being engaged in a battle with Zabuza, he maintained keen awareness of Naruto and Sasuke's situation through his Sharingan's remarkable observational prowess. What might seem an insurmountable challenge for Naruto and Sasuke was relatively effortless for him. However, the predicament was that he had initially initiated the confrontation with Zabuza, and now, wanting to extricate himself, he found himself ensnared by a particularly enthusiastic Zabuza. "Hey, focus up." Zabuza, swinging down at Kakashi's head, startled him into a cold sweat. Kakashi hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. "How can you be so distracted while battling me? How could one be so dismissive of my esteemed presence?" "Huh. I find myself merely concerned for your companion." Kakashi, while parrying Zabuza's relentless attacks, attempted to employ psychological tactics to extricate himself from this formidable adversary. "Your masked ally is a survivor of the Yuki clan, is he not? It is quite surprising that any remnants of that lineage still endure. Alas, his fate seems sealed upon encountering my pupil, does it not? Is it not so?" Zabuza retorted with a mocking sneer, "Yet I perceive it differently. It appears your student is ensnared by Haku, unable to escape." The masked figure was indeed named Haku. Kakashi, leveraging the force of Zabuza's sword, retreated to gain distance and unleashed a mighty waterfall technique. Zabuza countered with a similar waterfall, resulting in yet another stalemate. "Your perceptions are misplaced. Were you truly aware of my student's capabilities, your composure would falter," Kakashi asserted, feigning nonchalance with an air of confidence. "Oh, you refer to the Uchiha Sharingan, do you? Though it is also a bloodline limit. He is still inexperienced and cannot possibly contend with Haku's ice release merely through those eyes. Haku has absorbed all my combat techniques. He is a most effective killing machine, incapable of being outmatched by two mere academy graduates." Kakashi furrowed his brow, suppressing other emotions as he corrected, No, I do not speak of Sasuke, but rather of that boy Naruto." Zabuza, his brows knitting in disbelief, glanced at the imprisoned Naruto. "That blonde-haired boy? With his boisterous demeanor, you suggest he could rival Haku? Ha ha ha, how utterly absurd." Perhaps lacking the manic fervor of the Uchiha's legendary four, Zabuza's laughter could still instill terror in the hearts of sleeping children. Kakashi, running his fingers through his white hair, sighed in resignation. As a Jinchuriki, a few quirks in personality are to be expected. His laughter was abruptly silenced. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot with fear as he regarded the seemingly unremarkable blonde. "This child, he is a Jinchuriki." Jinchuriki. The mere utterance of those words ignited a surge of primal terror within Zabuza, emanating an aura of deep purple, akin to a tangible killing intent. He was once a renowned ninja, reduced to a fugitive due to his failure to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, who was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, resulting in his panicked retreat with his blade in tow. He understood the formidable power of a Jinchuriki. They were the very anomalies of the ninja world. Some require no training at all. Simply harnessing the power of their tailed beasts places them on par with the strongest of the shadows. Is there still law? Is there still order? Yet, in this realm of ninjas, it appears there is none. The strongest dictate the terms. And as for the daimyo, what significance do they hold? Merely a figure akin to a village chief, foolishly believing themselves to be sovereign. Zabuza cracked his knuckles in frustration. Even a mere three-tails Jinchuriki was able to subdue him effortlessly. Yet, the Jinchuriki of Konoha harbored within them the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails. But what of it? He is still just a child, unlike Yagura, who could wield the beast's power. Zabuza obstinately clung to his hope. But do not forget, your companion is merely a child. And with a tone laced with mockery, Kakashi pointed towards the mirror prison. Who told you that Naruto could no longer wield the power of the Nine Tails? As Zabuza followed Kakashi's finger, the bloodshot veins in his eyes thickened, as if ready to burst at any moment. After Naruto exhausted his shadow clones, only to be pierced through by countless ice Senbon from all directions and reduced to mere white smoke, both he and Sasuke found themselves pricked like hedgehogs, struggling to shield their vital areas. Sasuke had already depleted all his shuriken, and the chakra within him dwindled to a mere trickle after launching several fireballs, leaving him kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. Each expansion of his lungs tugged at his wounds, causing him to draw in sharp breaths, spiraling into a vicious cycle. Naruto, leveraging his superior recovery abilities, stood protectively in front of Sasuke, using both his shadow clones and his own body to fend off countless waves of ice Senbon. However, this was merely a defensive stance, devoid of any counterattack, and the outcome was all too predictable. Thus, in a fit of wicked amusement, the Nine Tails finally descended like a divine entity, bestowing upon its pitiful Jinchuriki the power to turn the tide. An orange-red cloak of bubbling chakra gradually enveloped Naruto, and a long chakra tail sprouted from behind him, swaying animatedly. Chakra ears resembling those of a beast emerged atop his head, and his pupils transformed into the menacing slits of a fox. The beastly mode of Naruto made a grand entrance. The sheer ferocity of his soaring chakra shook the crystalline ice mirror, causing it to tremble precariously. Hidden within the ice mirror, by tightly gripped a handful of ice Senbon. Watching Naruto's beastly transformation with trepidation, Naruto gazed at his clawed hands, incredulously feeling the overwhelming power surging through him. Incredible, Kurama! He exclaimed, exuberantly bouncing in place, oblivious to his surroundings, throwing punches and kicking his legs. With the Nine Tails assisting in controlling the chakra, Naruto was entirely free from the risk of losing control or sanity. Seamlessly stepping into the ranks of perfect Jinchuriki despite his mere status as a lowly genin. The more naive he appeared, the more the Nine Tails' vanity was satisfied. Thus, it merely huffed disdainfully, hiding its achievements and glory. Outside the ice prison, Zabuza wore a grave expression. Damn it, Kakashi was not deceiving me. As he observed Kakashi's infuriatingly smug demeanor, Zabuza felt a gnawing bitterness. He was all too aware of his own capabilities. Against ordinary genin, he could dominate effortlessly. Even when facing chūnin, he could hold his own with his ice-release bloodline limit, and even triumph against elemental weaknesses. But as Zabuza had scorned in the previous chapter, Jinchuriki are the ultimate anomaly in the ninja world. Just look at that chakra fluctuation. Is that something a mere genin should possess? Initially, he thought those two young ones were merely struggling in vain, but it turned out I had walked right into the trap. Hey, your companion is in danger. What will you choose? Truly, Kakashi was the man who had developed the unscrupulous technique, the 1,000 years of pain, casually digging in his ear and tossing Zabuza a hot potato. Either abandon the mission in disarray with your companions, akin to the prior failure in assassinating the Mizukage, or persist in your pursuit to eliminate the target, contingent upon first overcoming your own limitations as a Konoha technician. It appears that for any rational ninja, the choice is evident. However, the actions of Zabuza revealed that his intellect was not as sharp as Kakashi had presumed. Do not think for a moment that I would waver at your words. That individual is merely a tool at my disposal. Although finding another useful instrument may prove challenging, a tool must possess the awareness of its role. From this moment forth, his mission has altered. With this declaration, Zabuza raised his voice, issuing a merciless command to Haku. Listen, Haku. Your task is to stall the Jinchuriki. You may only fall once I have eliminated the target. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Haku replied with an emotionless tone. Despite understanding that stalling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a fool's errand, he accepted without hesitation. As Zabuza stated, a tool must possess self-awareness. Haku merely needed to sharpen his blade and be prepared to strike at Zabuza's command. As for whom to strike, that was Zabuza's concern, and he would not voice any dissent, even if it meant the tool might dull or even break. Hey, this can't be right, Kakashi lamented, feeling a headache coming on from Zabuza's indifference and Haku's compliance. They truly were a case of mutual agreement. The path ahead has been narrowed by your choices. Zabuza cast a disdainful glance at him, raising his left hand high while placing his right finger before his lips, his tone both mocking and cold. The path ahead? Huh. You, a ninja living in a peaceful nation, merely lead a leisurely life raising children. You have never experienced the terror of displacement or the fear of flight. What right do you have to discuss the future with me? A thick mist gradually enveloped the bridge, concealing Zabuza within the dense fog as he coldly warned Kakashi, do not speak of the future with a dog bereft of its home. From the beginning to the end, my path is solely the ground beneath my feet. Kakashi's expression turned solemn. Zabuza's renowned silent killing technique, combined with the obscuring mist technique, was indeed a formidable combination. A moment's carelessness could result in losing one's head. Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly, his Sharingan spinning with full intensity. The mist technique served as a signal to commence the attack, unleashing a flurry of ice sunbon towards Naruto with a terrifying momentum. Yet, Naruto had transformed significantly, channeling the chakra of the tailed beast to shield Sasuke on the ground. He unleashed a burst of chakra that sent the sunbon ricocheting back towards the ice mirrors. At that moment, the shortcomings of the sunbon became glaringly apparent. Its slender form and light weight afforded it exceptional stealth, making it ideal for assassination. However, on the battlefield, its lightness became a hindrance, easily swept away by wind-based techniques. As the first barrage of sunbon missed, Haku expressionlessly produced another set. Each attempt to exhaust the Jinchuriki's chakra counted as assistance to Mr. Zabuza. Hey, damn it. Why do you still choose to fight? Naruto, draped in the cloak of the tailed beast, shouted at the reflection of Bai in the mirror. Did you not hear? That bandaged man without eyebrows does not regard you as a human. Why do you still serve him? Bai's expression was obscured by a mask, rendering his tone devoid of any emotion. As Zabuza had remarked, finding a tool as effective as him was exceedingly rare. Even if he could not escape the fate of being discarded, he still dutifully played the role of an emotionless instrument. Zabuza's ambitions were his own. Zabuza's dreams were his own. But what is the meaning of living like this? Naruto could hardly fathom the existence of a person stripped of life's purpose. Wouldn't that reduce one to a mere shell? It must be said that Naruto's nearly renewed mind had finally struck upon a moment of clarity, albeit likely by sheer chance. At that moment, Bai resembled a mere puppet, a lifeless entity needing Zabuza's strings to move. You, a child surrounded by beauty, cannot comprehend. Bai turned to glance at Sasuke, who was struggling to stand, propped against the ground. A fortunate Uchiha who had also faced the tragedy of his clan's annihilation, perhaps he could grasp some of this. Merely standing had left Sasuke breathless. He forcefully withdrew the numerous shurikens embedded in him, sending sprays of crimson blood into the air. He did not refute Bai's words, nor could he. Had it not been for the presence of his sister and the sense of responsibility that compelled him, he might have turned into a mere shell wandering the ninja world. Much like Bai. Yet, what drove Bai to action were Zabuza's orders, while what propelled Sasuke was his boundless hatred for Itachi. Noticing Sasuke's silence and tacit agreement, Naruto's spirit sank, his chakra tails drooping. Perhaps you are right. I am indeed fortunate. I have Iruka-sensei, my brother from the Sage, Grandpa with the goatee, friends from the Truancy Squad, Kakashi-sensei, and companions from Team 7, all of whom care for me. And you, on the other hand, have only a bandaged man who does not regard you as human. You truly have no other choice. The kunai clutched in Bai's hand trembled slightly. After a long silence, he finally raised his gaze to Naruto and Sasuke, standing beside him. Though his voice was hoarse, it remained gentle. Naruto, I envy you. Upon hearing the word envy from Bai, Naruto's eyes ignited with a spark of hope, and he clenched his fists in excitement, exclaiming, it is not too late. What do you say? Would you like to return with us to Konohagakure? Sasuke, standing beside Naruto, twitched his eye in disbelief, while the sage, hiding in the branches, nearly slipped and fell. Even at this juncture, this boy was still contemplating bringing someone back? It would be a disservice not to engage in sales. Naruto continued to advocate fervently. Our village of Konoha is wonderful. You need not worry about being ostracized due to your bloodline limit. Look at Sasuke's Sharingan. It is also a bloodline limit. As he spoke, Naruto embraced Sasuke, eager to unveil his eyelids to prove his point to Bai. Sasuke found himself in a state of vulnerability, utterly outmatched by Naruto, who donned the cloak of the tailed beast. Like a mere chick, he was effortlessly manipulated, provoking him to unleash a torrent of curses. Observing the playful brawl between Naruto and Sasuke, the gaze beneath the white mask grew increasingly despondent. The term comrades felt so foreign and distant. Bai turned his attention to the thick fog outside the prison, where the occasional clash of metal echoed through the mist. When Zabuza had already been forced to reveal his signature skills, yet still failed to sever his opponent's head, Bai understood that this venture was fraught with peril. That seemingly lethargic white-haired ninja was clearly not an easy target. Bai could only strive to delay the Jinchuriki, ensuring Naruto could not assist Kakashi. Indeed, his apparent restlessness was genuine, filled with envy and longing. Yet, his ultimate aim remained to fulfill Zabuza's directive, to hold the Jinchuriki at bay. Naruto, in his naivete, continued to implore, "Really, come back to Konoha with us. I'll introduce you to Brother Senda. I assure you, Brother Senda is an exceptional cook. Truly." Sasuke, with his stubborn demeanor, dared not criticize Senda's culinary skills, right? At that moment, Sasuke's pale face was as dark as coal. Had he not just been punctured with needles? His body too weary to summon strength, he would threaten to incinerate Naruto. To win over a wayward youth, he was prepared to betray his comrades? Could he not afford to show some respect to the proud? He would need to remain vigilant of this brat. Damn it, such familiarity breeds contempt. Meanwhile, Senda, now securely seated, increasingly sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, he had mused that the lad would be wasted in a profession like pyramid schemes. Yet now he was hearing his own name from that very mouth, realizing that he was indeed the mastermind behind such schemes. However, upon further reflection, Senda's expression darkened. Who in their right mind would reveal the leader of a pyramid scheme? Only a brothel would flaunt its star attraction to attract customers. The desire to confront Naruto grew stronger. Bai gently shook his head, removing the mask that adorned his face, revealing a visage as exquisite as any woman's. Yet, the dimness in his eyes cast a pall over his flawless features. "Thank you, Naruto. I am truly glad to have met you in these final moments, and to have discovered that beauty still exists within the ninja world." Just as he spoke, the sounds of clashing metal in the fog abruptly ceased, and the mist began to slowly dissipate from the center of the bridge, unveiling Kakashi and Zabuza, now ensnared by a pack of ninja hounds. Bai's gaze sharpened, and he turned to Naruto, continuing, "If there is a next life, I sincerely hope to be your friend, to experience the camaraderie of battling alongside companions, and to savor exquisite cuisine. However, such days seem distant, do they not?" Naruto's expression tightened, sensing the ominous undertones in Bai's words. "What are you planning?" "Zabuza needs me. I still serve a purpose." With that, Bai surged from the ice mirror, propelling himself swiftly towards the center of the bridge. The reflections of Bai in the ice mirror vanished entirely, and Naruto felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. An explosive surge of chakra erupted from his being, as the fragile magical ice crystals, maintained by Bai, shattered like glass, scattering into the air without resistance. In the midst of the shimmering frost-laden rain, Naruto witnessed in dismay as Haku rushed to Zabuza's side, using his own body to shield him from Kakashi's Raikiri. At that moment, the countless ice crystals shattered by Naruto fell upon the bridge, crumbling into shapeless dust, leaving a glistening carpet beneath. Once the thick fog dissipated and sunlight streamed in, the traces of their existence would evaporate entirely, vanishing without a trace. Haku's lifeless form lay quietly on the bridge, and Kakashi gently closed his eyes. Despite the world's merciless cruelty towards him, he yearned for just one more glimpse. The battle between Zabuza and Kakashi was far from over. With Haku having absorbed the lethal blow for him, Zabuza broke free from his restraints and swung his great sword towards Kakashi once more. However, although he feigned sorrow over losing his favored weapon, his erratic movements and chaotic strikes betrayed the turmoil within. devoid of the will to fight. Zabuza stood no chance against Kakashi. After several exchanges, Kakashi incapacitated him by severing both arms with shuriken, causing the colossal sword to slip from his grasp and tumble to the bridge's edge. Suddenly, an unexpected group of intruders arrived, marking the conclusion of the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza. Kato, the powerful figure behind Zabuza's employment, entered the scene with scornful taunts that delivered a psychological blow to Zabuza. He then cruelly ground Haku's face beneath his shoe, fulfilling the conditions for inevitable death. Subsequently, Zabuza, with kunai clenched in his mouth, fought his way through the crowd, ultimately reaching Kato, and performed a gruesome execution, ensuring a fittingly brutal demise by beheading, seppuku, and drowning. He fell heavily to the ground, burdened by a myriad of weapons. Kato's minions were soon scattered by the villagers of the Land of Waves, and Kakashi dutifully carried Zabuza's body to rest beside Haku. In the very end, this seemingly unyielding man shed the cold-heartedness that had enveloped him throughout his life, longing only for one final look at Haku. The long overcast sky finally released a silent lament, mourning for these two unfortunate souls manipulated by fate, as well as for the merciless world of shinobi. After properly burying Haku and Zabuza, Team 7 set forth on their journey home. Although their mission was completed successfully, each of the four bore heavy hearts, cloaked in melancholy. Kakashi mourned the loss of a respected adversary, gaining a deeper understanding of camaraderie. Naruto felt a profound sense of regret for Haku, who could not be saved, and for Zabuza, who was so contradictory in his affections. Sasuke, too, was filled with regret. If only he had not sustained such severe injuries, he would have surely taken the opportunity to confront Naruto. Upon their return to the village, he resolved to concoct an excuse to make amends. Sakura remained silent throughout the journey, feeling akin to a mere companion, lingering by Tezuna's side until the battle concluded, questioning her own significance in ensuring Team 7 had enough members. Facing a true life-and-death crisis for the first time would undoubtedly lead to substantial growth for the three young ninjas, perhaps marking a pivotal point in their future ninja careers. Just as Kakashi remarked to Zabuza at the end, it is truly remarkable that Naruto and his friend's first opponent was you. After the 7th class had walked far away, two figures appeared before the newly piled graves. Yuusendo stood silently behind, granting by the time to bid farewell. Bai, with a countenance devoid of expression, gazed at the grave of himself and Zaibu-Zhan, as if petrified, standing for an interminable duration. The snow had been falling for quite some time. The flakes were not large, merely draping a delicate veil of white over the graves of the two. It was only when the snowfall ceased that Bai finally spoke, his voice hoarse and rasping as if scraping glass against metal. "Why did you save me?" When Bai realized that Zaibu-Zhan was about to be struck by Kakashi's Raikiri, he decisively leaped from the ice mirror, employing the body flicker technique, intending to take the lethal blow for Zaibu-Zhan. However, just as he was moving at high speed, someone suddenly intercepted him mid-flight. With a hand clamped over his mouth, Bai's eyes widened in shock as he helplessly watched another version of himself rush between Kakashi and Zaibu-Zhan, absorbing the fatal strike. Subsequently, he was taken aside, rendered immobile as if sealed away, forced to witness Zaibu-Zhan exacting vengeance for him before succumbing right beside him. He had resolutely prepared to die for Mr. Zaibu-Zhan, yet in the end, it was Zaibu-Zhan who perished, leaving him alive. Bai took an extensive period to come to terms with this reality. Thus, he longed to inquire of this unexpected savior why he had chosen to rescue him. Was it because he saw potential in this useful tool? For you had once expressed a desire, should there be a next life, to forge friendships, to fight alongside companions, to savor delicious food. Yuusendo's voice was equally gentle, fearful of disturbing the souls that had found rest. You said you wished to continue living. This is the reason. After hearing Yuusendo's words, Bai stood for a long while before slowly turning to face the tall man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Zaibu-Zhan yet appeared considerably more benevolent. This was Bai's first encounter with the visage of his savior. After being intercepted midway, Bai's gaze remained fixated on Zaibu-Zhan, watching helplessly as Kakashi incapacitated his arm, witnessing him being brutally tortured by Kato, who mocked his lifeless body, and seeing Kakashi cradling the dying Zaibu-Zhan close to him, eventually observing him buried beneath the grave mound at his feet. Yet, even though you saved me, I remain at a loss as to how to continue living. The meaning of my life was bestowed upon me by Mr. Zaibu-Zhan. With his absence, My existence has lost all significance. Bai's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, his small face shrouded in a layer of despairing ash. Stripped of life's meaning, he resembled a mere shell, devoid of vitality, his essence entirely dissipated. Long ago, he had been a mere automaton wandering through life. It was only through Zaibu that a core was instilled within this empty vessel, allowing Bai to exist as if he were truly alive. To live. Such simple words, yet they bore an unbearable weight. Do you not wish to grant yourself a chance? A chance? Bai vacantly repeated the latter part of Xiandao's query. Just as Zaibu encountered you by the roadside, providing you with the opportunity to serve him, do you not wish to offer yourself a chance? Xiandao inquired. The pale depths of his eyes shimmered anew. Yet I am of no use now, unworthy as a tool, my abandonment a deserved fate. Why then? Must I linger by your side until the end, wishing to gaze upon you one last time before I draw my final breath? Does he truly perceive you merely as a tool? 2 lines of clear tears streamed down his white cheeks. You must understand by now that, to survive, Zaibu enveloped himself in layers of chilling indifference, wielding the title of a specter to intimidate the wicked and shield himself. This is his path to existence. Xiandao gazed upon the beheading sword embedded in Zaibu grave. After the battle with Kakashi, the blade bore a web of cracks, some parts even faintly luminescent. The brittle can easily break. This sword is an extension of its master. In his quest for self-preservation, he transformed into a cold-hearted individual. In his own way, he made you indifferent as well, a means of safeguarding you. Watching the tears cascade down the pale visage, Xiandao sighed softly within. They are all pitiable souls. In truth, he need not exert such effort to guide, to control the lost soul that his Bai was, for Xiandao, an effortless endeavor. He could easily mold Bai into his desired shape without even resorting to illusions. Yet, what would be the significance of saving Bai then? Merely to acquire a useful tool? Xiandao seldom acknowledges it, but deep within, he harbors a considerable pride, his own arrogance and obstinacy. Just as he refuses to allow anyone to leave his home on an empty stomach. When a soulless youth appeared before him, he sought to cultivate hope from the soil of despair, nurturing it with kindness, protecting goodness with sincerity, and defending truth with courage. He aimed to revive a healthy and thriving soul within this shattered, barren, and decaying vessel. He desired to bring the dead back to life. Xiandao patiently awaited Bai to dry his tears and lift his beautiful, damp eyes, his tone revealing an anxious resolve. Do you lack a capable tool? I can cook, wash clothes, undertake tasks for income, and I will strive to protect myself from harm. I am obedient and will not trouble you, and I can identify herbs. Becoming even more useful. Initially, Bai's tone was resolute, but as he spoke, his self-assurance dwindled, the weight of insecurity growing. In the end, tears threatened to spill once more, like a pitiably abandoned creature. Faced with Bai's unique application, Xiandao stroked his chin, pondering earnestly before inquiring. Since you are so capable, could you accomplish a single task? What task? Bai's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Xiandao raised his index finger, articulating deliberately, before today, I have seen only Bai as Zaibu tool. I wish to witness the true Bai, the one with his own character, living solely for himself. Can you achieve this? Bai stared blankly into Xiandao's eyes. The duration of this gaze surpassed that of Bai's fixation on Zaibu grave. Suddenly, a look of relief blossomed on Bai's face, and he smiled. On the face of a youth blossomed a smile more radiant than that of a gardenia, with a faint blush painting his pale cheeks, infusing him with a trace of vitality. However, he gently shook his head. Before the celestial being could utter a word, Bai spoke first. I apologize, sir. I have never truly lived for myself. Your request feels rather daunting to me. May I implore you to consider a compromise? Compromise? Indeed. I wish to first live for you and gradually transition to living for myself. Is that acceptable? The celestial being and Bai exchanged a silent gaze. Who could possibly resist the innocent gaze of a fawn? After all, the celestial being's objective had been achieved, as long as Bai had not relinquished hope for life. He was confident he could help Bai become his own person. After all, who does not possess desires and emotions? I refuse to believe that you, young man, will not be enchanted by my skills. Since Bai had resolved to follow the celestial being, there was no reason for the latter to decline. It would be cruel to withdraw a helping hand when the other seeks to grasp it with renewed hope. Once a decision is made, one must not falter. At the very least, until Bai can stand on his own as a ninja, the celestial being would ensure his well-being. Originally, the celestial being intended to journey to the land of waves to address the restrictions imposed on the tuna's departure. Unexpectedly, on the way, the mastermind Kato was slain by Zabuza, leaving no trace behind. It was likely that this news had yet to reach the land of waves. The celestial being conceived the idea of seizing Kato's company, abandoning its illicit enterprises to fully develop maritime trade and the fishing industry. This would ensure an abundance of fresh seafood in the future. The more he contemplated, the more he felt this venture was fortuitous. By absorbing Kato's nefarious operations, he bore no psychological burden and could even benefit the populace of the land of waves. Thus, he resolved to head to the land of waves immediately to acquire Kato's company. Bai naturally had no objections. He was merely a breath away from addressing the celestial being as his master. However, before their departure, Bai insisted on taking Zabuza's beheading sword with him, expressing his desire to inherit Zabuza's identity as a wielder of the sword. He was indeed a sentimental child. The celestial being, of course, had no objections. Such a fine sword would be wasted as a mere tombstone at a grave. He promptly sealed the broken sword within a scroll, handing it to Bai. This was not only due to the sword's unwieldy size, making it inconvenient for travel. More importantly, Bai's fighting style emphasized agility and deception, which was utterly incompatible with the grandiose nature of the broken sword. Forfeiting the ice-release bloodline limit merely for a sword lacking special abilities was akin to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. Nevertheless, seeing Bai's resolute attitude, the celestial being did not discourage him. Instead, he promised that if Bai could not adapt to the broken sword, he would melt it down and reshape it to better suit him. Bai, deeply trusting the celestial being's promise, gently pressed the scroll containing the broken sword against his heart, as if hoping to feel Zabuza's lingering essence. The bridge, which Dazna decided to name the Naruto Bridge, was already within the borders of the land of waves. The celestial being resolved to walk to visit Kato's company. However, before embarking, there was one more matter to address. With a single hand gesture, Xiandao summoned forth several serpentine bolts of lightning, each the thickness of an arm, from the grave of Bai. These electric serpents twisted and soared towards Xiandao's fingers, transforming into chakra as they were absorbed back into his being. Bai, gazing at the slightly sunken grave mound, widened his eyes in disbelief and asked Xiandao, "What was that just now?" "A unique form of lightning clone," Xiandao replied. "Compared to a typical shadow clone, this variant is more resilient and enduring. As you witnessed, it can withstand fatal damage without vanishing immediately, instead consuming its chakra to counter the inflicted attacks. As long as the damage does not exceed the chakra used to create the clone, it will persist. However, when you dispel the clone, the chakra recovered will be minimal." Xiandao had no intention of concealing this from Bai, deeming it trivial information. He believed it unworthy of secrecy, as doing so would only portray him as petty and lacking vision. Bai's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. It was his first time learning that dispelling a clone could still yield chakra. Moreover, from Xiandao's tone, it seemed he was quite dissatisfied with the ability, as if the clone ought to devour all of the opponent's chakra and create a smaller shadow clone in the process. What kind of master had he followed? Bai clenched his fists, feeling his heart race involuntarily. Yet, Xiandao misinterpreted Bai's reaction as keen interest in the technique and eagerly elaborated. In truth, the ability to recover chakra is not the technique's most remarkable feature. When faced with unavoidable attacks, this clone can actively split into the electric serpents you just saw, evading the onslaught before reconstituting itself into a clone. Impressive, isn't it? Astoundingly so. Bai was utterly taken aback. What rank must such a powerful technique possess? After a brief moment of self-satisfaction, Xiandao scratched his cheek and replied candidly, "It may sound exaggerated, but it's merely a flashy trick. Not to mention, utilizing this shadow clone requires an excessive amount of chakra." "What is excessive chakra, you ask?" "It's akin to spending money on a bowl of noodles, yet only savoring a few sips of broth. It's a rather unprofitable technique. The reason for this loss lies in the two processes of splitting into electric serpents and reassembling, which waste a significant amount of chakra. Furthermore, if the electric serpents fail to evade an attack, or if the remaining chakra does not suffice to revert to the shadow clone, all chakra will dissipate into the air, unrecoverable. Thus, considering the overall picture, the difficulty of mastering this technique reaches S rank, yet its practical level is at most A rank ninjutsu. a half-failed experiment in research. Wouldn't it be better to use that chakra for something more useful? Listening to Xiandao's elaborate discourse, I genuinely felt lost. He was a dedicated assassin, honing his skills solely in that field, with any additional training focused on daily survival. Therefore, Xiandao's lengthy explanations left him feeling utterly bewildered. Moreover, he had never held much interest in this technique to begin with. It was all a misunderstanding on Xiandao's part. Ultimately, Bai is a well-behaved and considerate child. Despite his confusion, he earnestly inquired, "What is the name of this technique?" Xiandao, with a hint of regret, replied, "I originally bestowed it with a grandiose title. Yet the actual performance of the technique does not quite live up to its name. Therefore, it is called the Lightning Release, Lightning Mamba Shadow Clone." From the tone of Xiandao, one could discern his dissatisfaction with this technique. "For now, this will suffice. Once we develop its upgraded version, we shall rename it." As their conversation unfolded, they effortlessly located the headquarters of Cardo Company. Xiandao refrained from employing force against ordinary individuals. Instead, he relied on the aid of illusionary techniques to convince the manager of Cardo to transfer all powers of the company into his hands. He then issued prompt orders to cease all smuggling of contraband and to fully focus on the development of maritime and fishing industries. The task proved to be much simpler than anticipated. Previously, Cardo had not been the one in charge, with the manager assisting in managing the company. Xiandao found no need for concern. He could comfortably await the arrival of money and fish from the comfort of his home, primarily the fish. After communicating with Bai, Xiandao decided to temporarily leave him in the land of waves, with the rationale of keeping an eye on the manager to prevent him from breaking free from the illusion's control. Although the likelihood of an ordinary civilian escaping the grasp of illusionary disarray is as slim as the chance of the peak Hashirama being struck down by a kunai, Xiandao merely wanted to provide Bai with a purpose, fearing the child might indulge in reckless thoughts. Following the completion of their mission and the return to the village by Team 7, Bai had effectively become deceased, making it impractical for Xiandao to bring him back. While he could confine Bai within a room, ensuring no one would discover his presence, Bai was not merely a captive canary in Xiandao's care. He hoped that this last ice-release ninja of the shinobi world could carve a path with his ice blades and freeze malevolence with frost, rather than being relegated to a mere refrigerator at home. "Stay here and keep watch for now. Once the company stabilizes and we gradually replace its original members, I shall inform you of your next task," Xiandao said while affectionately tousling Bai's hair, who blushed with delight. "During this time, you might want to try your hand at the decapitation blade and see how well you can adapt to it. If it proves unsuitable, we shall find a resolution." After ensuring Bai's well-being and giving him a glimpse of his culinary prowess, Xiandao, along with the prized tuna he had long desired, returned by boat to Konoha. That 3-meter-long tuna did not survive more than 24 hours in Konoha. Taking advantage of its freshness, Xiandao skillfully prepared it as sashimi and distributed it among his friends. Not only did Kakashi and Guy, his old companions, receive a share, but their students were also included. "Here, Sakura, this is the tuna sashimi from Xiandao. Remember to refrigerate any leftovers," Kakashi announced as he appeared at Sakura's doorstep, carrying a large box of sashimi to convey Xiandao's thoughtful gesture. Team 7 had just returned from the Land of Waves to submit their mission report, and due to Zabuza's interference, the task's difficulty rating had been elevated to a rank, resulting in an increased reward and a rare vacation for the team. Unlike her usual routine of rising early, Sakura languished in bed, enjoying the sun's warmth until well into the day. Upon hearing the doorbell, she hastily greeted Kakashi, her hair disheveled. "Ah, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I will make sure to express my gratitude to Sendeo later." Sakura quickly took the box, feeling her inner turmoil somewhat alleviated by Sendeo's concern. "Oh, Sendeo mentioned that you need not thank him specifically, though you are always welcome to visit his home for a meal," Kakashi remarked with a smile. "Is that so?" Sakura felt a warmth in her heart and pressed her lips together. Noticing Sakura's sudden silence as she stood at the door, Kakashi scratched his head, uncertain whether to change the subject or continue the conversation. Essentially, he was quite a brooding character, only somewhat influenced by the overly extroverted Guy. It was notably challenging to initiate a discussion, especially with a woman. Now that the items have been delivered, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura suddenly raised her voice, startling him. "Is there something you need? Do you have time later?" she asked, clutching the food container, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Kakashi. "Time? Aren't we all on break? Kakashi mused, inwardly sighing as Sendo's prediction came to fruition so swiftly. All right, you go change, and I will wait for you at the door. In a tranquil park in Konohagakure, Sakura sat at one end of a bench while Kakashi occupied the opposite end, the space between them ample enough to accommodate 3 of Tezuna's grandchildren. Kakashi quietly exhaled, relieved that he was Sakura's legitimate instructor. Otherwise, given the palpable tension surrounding them, they might have been misconstrued as a couple embroiled in a dispute. However, he hesitated to broach the subject, waiting instead for Sakura to speak first. Fortunately, Sakura had prepared herself to invite Kakashi for a conversation. After collecting her emotions, she took a deep breath. Facing Kakashi with clenched fists and a voice tinged with suppressed tears, Kakashi-sensei, is there truly a place for me in Team 7? Indeed. Kakashi was well aware of the catalyst behind Sakura's emotional turmoil. During their recent confrontation in the Land of Waves with Zabuza and Haku, Sakura had stood guard in front of Tezuna, merely brandishing a kunai in a defensive stance, without actually engaging in the battle. While it was framed as a protective mission, both he and Sakura understood the reality. Given her current capabilities, she was ill-equipped to partake in such high-level combat. Yet, this was not entirely Sakura's fault. She had simply drawn an unfortunate lot. On her very first mission, she encountered a situation that necessitated a reassessment of the task's difficulty. With her present skills, she was more than capable of handling D and C rank missions. However, as soon as they began, Naruto and Sasuke were compelled to reveal their true strengths, leaving Sakura in their wake, unable even to catch a glimpse of them. If there were a prodigy within the team, the other two might find solace in one another, banding together for support and mutual effort. Alas, the reality was precisely as Sendeo had predicted. The chasm between Sakura and her teammates, Naruto and Sasuke, was no longer something that could be bridged by mere diligence. In this battle, Sasuke exhibited the keen observational skills of his Sharingan, while his mastery over wire-controlled shuriken ascended to a new level. Naruto, on the other hand, nearly left Kakashi in awe, as he donned the cloak of the tailed beast. Upon returning to the village and completing his mission, Kakashi sought out the Third Hokage to report on Naruto's condition candidly. The Third was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure and devised a plan regarding Naruto, one that entailed no intervention at all. Aside from safeguarding Naruto's secret of safely harnessing the Nine Tails power, he would treat him as an ordinary genin without imposing any additional measures. Kakashi was merely tasked with keeping a close eye on him, ensuring that Naruto wouldn't attract the attention of Root, while the Third would also assign ANBU to monitor Danzo's activities. Returning to Sakura, after a brief pause of contemplation, Kakashi donned a gentle smile, partially concealed by his mask, revealing only his right eye, which crinkled with mirth. Sakura, are you aware that I share a mutual friend with Sunin, named Might Guy? Sakura shook her head. If Kakashi had mentioned the green-clad figure with a watermelon head, perhaps she would have recalled him. Guy had become a jonin a year earlier than Kakashi. Over the years since their acquaintance, they had sparred nearly 100 times, yet neither had gained a definitive advantage. Do you know the reason? He asked. Is it because their strengths are similar? Sakura ventured. Kakashi, pleased with her insight, responded, Indeed. I'm not boasting. I merely wish to share my background with you. I graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a chūnin at 6, and ascended to jonin by 12. What do you think? As Kakashi spoke, Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment, only to dim slightly as she replied, That's impressive. But do you know about Guy's situation? No, I do not. But it should be akin to yours truly, Kakashi explained. Guy lacks proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Thus, during his youth, he often lagged at the back of the class. His father was a Leaf Village genin with mediocre talent. Knowing this, can you fathom how he managed to match me evenly? Sakura, intrigued, pressed eagerly. How did he achieve that? Through sheer determination, Kakashi calmly articulated. Without the talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he diligently honed his taijutsu. If he could not complete 500 laps, he would walk them on his hands. If he couldn't walk them on his hands, he would do 500 push-ups. If he couldn't do 500 push-ups, he would perform 500 fingertip push-ups. Observing Sakura's astonishment, Kakashi raised his thumb in approval. I use Guy as an example to convey that hard work will yield rewards. You need not worry that your efforts will be in vain. Might Guy has demonstrated that perseverance and relentless dedication can surpass natural talent. Do not fret over unmanifested concerns. Simply lower your head and strive earnestly. The rest shall be entrusted to time. which will never betray those who diligently pursue it. Having been nourished by this profound wisdom, the shadows of doubt in Sakura's heart gradually began to dissipate. With a smile, Kakashi watched Sakura bid farewell, but the warmth in his eyes gradually faded. The comforting words he had just spoken to Sakura were mere illusions. Even he could not deceive himself. Guy was indeed the quintessential example of a commoner rising against the odds. Yet, throughout the decades in Konoha, such instances are few and far between. Before Guy, the only comparable example of hard work surpassing innate talent was his father, Might Due. This is precisely why, during their last gathering, Guy boldly proclaimed that he could teach Sakura the 8 Gates technique. No one understood better than him that relentless training could indeed lead to a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. However, to reach a level beyond that transformation, one must possess the key to unlock the door of qualification. Effort ultimately has its limits. Inscribed upon that door, which remains sealed to ordinary individuals, are the words innate talent. In any wretched world, the final contest is always determined by talent, background, and resources. How could an ordinary person, devoid of background and with mediocre talent, possibly compete against the resources accumulated over generations by others? Even a chosen one emerging from the orphanage of Chijin would require a system to support them. How can one play this foolish game without any enhancements? The 8 Gates technique is precisely the key that can open the vast chasm of innate talent. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Mastering the 8 Gates also demands talent. The capacity to endure pain, the ability to maintain mental stability under pressure, and the resilience of one's physical body. All of these are forms of talent as well. The gloom that had never truly vanished shifted from Sakura to Kakashi, even with the 8 Gates as a potential last resort. How far could Sakura truly go if she embarked on that path? Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly. Meanwhile, encouraged by Kakashi, Sakura's spirits had lifted considerably as she walked home. Suddenly, she lifted her head and locked eyes with Ino. The two, being close friends, exchanged a glance that spoke volumes about their mutual concerns. Without uttering a word, they instinctively made their way to a nearby grove. The birds, sensing their exchange, fell silent, while 2 swings swayed gently in tandem. Sighing in unison, both Sakura and Ino were startled by this unspoken understanding. They exchanged glances once more and sighed again. Ino, unable to stifle a laugh, gently pushed off the ground to sway the swing. "You go ahead. What happened?" Sakura gathered her emotions and thoughts, speaking softly. "Ino, you've already gone on a mission, right? You've executed an escort task and had a rather disappointing lunch at a small village in the Land of Fire." Ino vividly recalled that mission, not only because it was her first official assignment, but also because that evening, she had met Sennin for the first time alongside Shikamaru and Choji. Ever since then, she had been entirely overshadowed by Sennin. Sigh. Ino still experienced nightmares night after night. Each time she awoke from those dreams, she had to sneak into the bathroom to wash her face. This was also the reason for her mental exhaustion. The formidable presence of Sennin had become an inescapable nightmare for Ino. "Have you ever experienced battle? How well do the 3 of you collaborate?" Ino thoughtfully rubbed her chin and recalled their encounters. They had fought against wandering ninjas, but they were all utterly feeble genin, not warranting intervention from a Suma-sensei. As for teamwork, the 3 of us embody this generation's Ino Shikicho, a trio that has adhered to established tactics throughout the ages. With Shikamaru's keen intellect, both Choji and I merely need to follow his directives. As she listened, Sakura belatedly remembered that the Yamanaka clan is also one of Konoha's prominent ninja families. Being the only daughter of the current clan leader, Ino need not worry about her training direction or the availability of resources. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the bond they formed stemmed from their shared tenacity and compatible temperaments. However, upon leaving the academy and gaining deeper insights into the harsh realities of the ninja world, Sakura gradually realized the vast chasm that lay between her and Ino. Even though Ino is undeniably a kind-hearted girl, remaining gentle despite her privileged status, the disparity in their perspectives and experiences began to surface. This was merely a short time after graduation. Looking ahead, Sakura envisioned a future where, upon encountering Ino in the streets, Ino would have succeeded her father as a jounin, while she herself might still be a chūnin, perhaps even married and no longer a ninja. Their gazes met briefly before they both averted their eyes, passing by like strangers, their life paths forever diverging. "Sakura? Sakura, what's the matter?" Just as Sakura had noted, Ino was indeed a compassionate soul. Sensing Sakura's distraction and emotional turmoil, she anxiously placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, inquiring with concern, "Is there something troubling your class?" Gradually regaining her composure, Sakura faced Ino and forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Sasuke and Naruto. They're just too strong. I have fallen far behind them. I can't even keep up." Ino was taken aback. Sasuke has awakened the Sharingan. But when did Naruto become so powerful? At that moment, Sakura recalled Kakashi-sensei's strict orders forbidding them from disclosing any information about Naruto's condition, as it could endanger his life. Sakura, being a kind-hearted individual and a competent ninja, could never betray her comrade's secrets, even to Ino, who posed no threat to Naruto. At a loss for words, Sakura shook her head in despondence. Naruto's true strength even surpasses Sasuke's. Ino understood the implications, remaining silent in response. As a member of a ninja clan, she was aware of certain matters. Sakura suddenly tugged at her unruly pink locks. A girl unwilling to accept yet compelled to face the harsh reality, venting her frustration in this futile manner. "I feel like the most superfluous member of Team 7. In battle, Sasuke and Naruto can stand alongside Kakashi-sensei, fighting together, while I feel like a burden, merely watching them from behind. Even if I wished to assist, I would merely be a source of trouble for them. They would have to divert their attention to care for me." Ino, can you fathom that sense of despair? One goal after another, each requiring my pursuit, yet I find myself utterly ignorant of how to approach them, left to watch as they drift further away. Perhaps I can comprehend some of it. Ino's gentle tone instantly provoked Sakura's pent-up emotions, causing her to erupt. With her swollen eyes fixed fiercely upon Ino, she unleashed a roar that escaped her throat uncontrollably. "How could you possibly understand? You, a noble born of the ninja clan, could never grasp my plight." Her outburst abruptly ceased, the latter part of her frustrated words caught in her throat, resulting in mere gasps of indignation. To her astonishment, Sakura saw Ino trembling like a drenched quail, her fingers gripping the iron chain until they turned white, her lips pale from biting down hard, and her rabbit-like eyes brimming with tears. That feeling of suffocating despair, an inexorable weight pressing upon one's chest, I can truly relate to. Ino, her legs tightly crossed, spoke in a trembling whisper, as though fearing some unspeakable entity might overhear her. Ino's pitiable demeanor, reminiscent of a frightened creature, extinguished all of Sakura's anger. She quickly rushed to Ino's side, wrapping her arms around her waist and shaking her gently. "What's wrong, Ino? Has someone been bullying you?" In that moment, all thoughts of commoners and prodigious clods faded from Sakura's mind. What could possibly be more significant than the bond between close friends? "No, it's just that I've been having trouble sleeping lately, plagued by nightmares. No one is bullying me." How could she dare to utter the name of Senjutsu? Knowing Sakura's fiery temperament, she would undoubtedly leap to her defense, unwittingly pushing her friend into peril. "That's a relief," Sakura responded, her voice a muddled assurance. "If anyone bothers you, you tell me, and we'll seek out Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei." However, those two seemed to be friends with Senjutsu. Ino felt as though an ominous, boundless web enveloped her, casting a shadow over Konoha. The reason she had not confided in anyone about Senjutsu's secret was her uncertainty regarding whether Asuma-sensei and the others were aware of their friend's terrifying capabilities. Having trained in the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan from a young age, Ino understood all too well what it meant to possess a powerful soul. While ninjas primarily practiced ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, the means to enhance one's spirit and soul were found only in clandestine techniques. The Yamanaka clan, as an indispensable component of Konoha's intelligence network, could be said to have the very fabric of the village's information apparatus woven around them. When facing an adversary with inferior mental fortitude, the Yamanaka could directly invade their opponent's mind through their secret techniques, extracting memories without the foe even realizing the means of their resistance. It was as effortless and mindless as a killer whale swatting a seal with its tail. From a young age, Ino had followed her father in practicing the secret technique of the heart-turning art. She had witnessed her father's soul form, which was just as warm and kind as the father she knew in reality. Just being near it enveloped her in a profound sense of security. The size of a person's soul form should, in a normal situation, closely resemble their physical stature. However, when it came to Senda, his soul form transcended the very notion of power, which benevolent soul could manifest into such a colossal presence. It bore a terrifying weight that could instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Was that even human? In Ino's mind, Senda had become an enigmatic creature cloaked in human guise. No matter how amiable he appeared or how delectable his cooking was, it only served to heighten her trepidation. This was also the reason why she often awoke from nightmares, drenched in fear. At 12 years old, already a genin, she was on the brink of participating in the chūnin exams, yet she still found herself succumbing to bedwetting. Ino felt both shame and anger, but was at a loss. She couldn't even confide in her parents. Sneaking to the bathroom in the dead of night to wash her underwear was a nerve-wracking endeavor. It's merely a nightmare. Sakura sighed in relief, playfully pinching Ino's cheek in retaliation. I thought you had seen something you shouldn't have, and were being threatened. Ino gazed into Sakura's green eyes, eager to discern whether her dear friend had uncovered any secrets not meant for her ears. You have quite the perceptive eye. I had no idea you possessed such a talent, wide forehead and all, Ino jested. Shaking her head, she freed herself from Sakura's grasp and, casting aside her worries, inquired, I heard you received an extended break due to a reassessment of mission ranks. Did you go training just now? No, I merely sought guidance from Kakashi-sensei. The disparity in strength between Sasuke and Naruto is substantial, and I wanted to ask him which direction I should focus my efforts on. Sakura candidly shared her awkward predicament. For what are friends for if not to confide in? Ino shifted on the swing, resting her heels upon it. Her chin propped on her knees as she tilted her head and asked, what did Kakashi-sensei say? Effort. Sakura looked up at the sky, the swing rising higher with each push. There's no need to worry about the future or prospects. One must simply persist in their efforts and forge ahead with determination. Effort can indeed conquer talent. If one lacks talent in Jinjutsu, they can train in ninjutsu. If they lack talent in ninjutsu, there's always taijutsu. I have resolved to strive toward becoming a taijutsu ninja. If fear of failure causes hesitation, then it's better to abandon the thought of setting out altogether. Ino watched as Sakura swung higher, resembling a free-spirited bird drawing nearer to the heavens. Although each ascent reached a peak before gradually halting and even descending to the depths, the next swing would always soar higher than the last. Wasn't their camaraderie rooted in their shared tenacity and unwillingness to concede? Ino pondered. When did I become so timid and cowardly? But what if the perils ahead were insurmountable? Would one still dare to charge forward, fully aware that collision could lead to utter destruction? Sakura gripped the iron chains of the swing tightly with one hand, while the other formed a resolute fist, striking towards the sky with unwavering determination. A radiant smile illuminated her face, the brightest it had been to date. As her voice crescendoed with fervor, how can one know their limits without trying? I demand this sky to hear the sound of my punches. I implore this earth to bear the weight of my sweat. I declare that these shackles shall no longer confine me. I will disperse this confusion into the ether. Ino, I have discovered my own path as a ninja. As she beamed with an incandescent glow, Ino's once dull eyes were touched with a glimmer of light. Gradually, she clenched her fist, solidifying her resolve. Meanwhile, Senda hummed a cheerful tune while washing dozens of newly unsealed takeout boxes. With the acquisition of his own fishing boat in the land of waves, the thought of an endless supply of fresh seafood thrilled him, igniting a momentary lapse in his self-control as he ordered a substantial quantity of poultry, livestock, fruits, and vegetables from the Akimichi household. Realizing he had overindulged, he then procured an ample supply of chopsticks and takeout boxes, intending to distribute them at the orphanage and nursing home, visiting the children and the elderly. As he busied himself, a timid ring of the doorbell resonated from the hallway. Why could he discern the timidity behind that familiar chime? Senda pondered this as he approached the entrance to open the door. There stood Ino, her familiar blonde hair styled in a ponytail. Naruto's hair couldn't have grown that fast. Ino, with hands nervously clasped behind her back, dared not exhale, her legs tightly pressed together, paralyzed by fear. Merely reaching Senda's home and ringing the doorbell had exhausted her courage. She forced herself not to falter against Sakura, determined to confront her innermost fears. Yet, upon witnessing Senda's handsome visage adorned with an apron, her resolve began to waver, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Ino, is it just you? Senda inquired, surprised by her solo visit. However, recalling their previous clandestine encounters at his home, he softened his tone, saying, if you have something to discuss, please come inside. Ino's legs, seemingly ungoverned by her will, stepped forward into the house. Unprepared for her own limbs' defiance, Her tightly pressed thighs suddenly loosened, leaving her flushed and drenched in sweat, as if doused with water. Despite the time that had elapsed, she remained unable to refuse Senda's commands. As she walked past him, Ino ventured towards the elongated corridor, her silhouette gradually consumed by the closing door. With Ino examining the table and bar piled high with takeout boxes, Senda explained, "I plan to prepare meals for the orphanage and nursing home once the ingredients arrive tomorrow. Since I have time today, I'm washing and drying the boxes first." Upon hearing this, Ino's heart skipped a beat. The elderly and children are among the more vulnerable groups. Was he intending to pick the softest targets, to experiment on them? Ino's solitary mission was to discreetly observe and question Senda regarding his concealed strength and intentions. Even if it meant sacrificing herself for the village, she would not hesitate. Moreover, she is the little princess of the Yamashita family. Should any incident occur, it would undoubtedly stir the higher echelons of Konoha, and the nefarious side of Xiantao would inevitably be exposed. Therefore, Ino speculated about Xiantao with the utmost malice. At this moment, she resembled a lone female spy stealthily infiltrating the enemy's stronghold, ever prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of her village. In narratives with such a premise, the fate of the female spy rarely ends favorably. Xiantao evidently underestimated the rich imagination possessed by girls of this age. He had not even considered this aspect. To him, Ino was akin to someone who had inadvertently shaken his very soul, akin to a concussion of the spirit, though not an injury in the traditional sense. It would certainly have some impact, perhaps even lingering repercussions. At the very least, nightmares were unavoidable. Observing Ino's somewhat disheveled demeanor, Xiantao felt a twinge of guilt. Although Ino had acted without honor, ambushing him, a veteran with a soul weighing 69 tons, he had been careless and failed to evade, thus affecting Ino's spiritual essence. Yet, adults must possess the magnanimity of maturity. Injuring a child entails taking full responsibility. Xiantao was already contemplating a restorative concoction to rejuvenate her spirit. "Do you need to return home for lunch today?" Xiantao asked, gazing at the timid Ino standing at the doorway, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't just stand there. Find a place to sit." He stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down. By the time Ino realized what was transpiring, she had obediently seated herself. Even though she maintained a vigilant and wary demeanor towards Xiantao, her body, however, seemed to disagree. "Why are you so compliant with him?" Ino inwardly chastised herself, pinching the soft flesh of her arm in frustration. Fortunately, Xiantao did not perceive any oddity. Ino quickly spoke up to cover her embarrassment. "My father won't be home for lunch, and my mother is busy at the flower shop, so I'll be home alone." Xiantao had already opened the refrigerator, beginning to gather ingredients for lunch. "Perfect, then. You can have lunch here, saving you the trouble of cooking at home." Just as Xiantao had previously stated, no one could leave his home on an empty stomach. "Do you have any favorite or disliked foods?" "I enjoy cherry tomatoes, pudding, and pork belly, but I dislike sashimi." Clearly, Ino's body was quicker than her thoughts. Only after she had spoken did she hurriedly cover her mouth, casting a nervous glance at Xiantao. Indeed, Xiantao, standing before the refrigerator, turned around with mild surprise. "You don't like sashimi? I just had Asuma bring you a box of tuna sashimi. But if you don't like it, we can have your parents finish it." "Hey, it seems you arrived just in time today. We can make it up to you." Due to her constant state of anxiety, Ino audibly misheard Xiantao's words as, "We can have your parents eliminated," and only her timely realization prevented her from springing up from the chair, leaving her in a cold sweat. That's not necessary." "How can that be?" Xiantao exclaimed, pulling out a variety of puddings from the fridge. There were nearly a dozen different flavors, and placing them on the dining table. Ino quickly assisted in arranging the containers, clearing a space. "We actually don't have cherry tomatoes at home, only large tomatoes. You can make do with pudding for now. We'll roast pork belly for lunch." Jinye felt somewhat bewildered by the substantial meal laid before her. Hearing Dingxi mention that pigs are fed a hearty meal the day before slaughter, she instinctively rose, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Do you need my assistance?" Xiandao deftly tidied up the lunch boxes and returned Jinye a warm smile. "You may simply enjoy your pudding. I can manage on my own. Once we finish eating, you can help with the dishes." "All right," Jinye replied earnestly, as if she had received a main quest in a game. "I am quite adept at washing dishes." "Oh dear. Jinye, are you a pig? Why do you only echo his words? Can't you engage in a normal conversation? And why do you feel happy of all things? Where is this inexplicable emotion coming from?" Observing the faint blush that adorned Jinye's cheeks, Xiandao felt a sense of confusion as well, attributing it to her joy in being able to assist. What a considerate child. I must ensure she is well fed today. With sleeves rolled up, Xiandao prepared to cook. As she watched Xiandao's back, focused on meal preparation, Jingye's taut nerves began to ease, and they engaged in a light conversation. In truth, Xiandao posed questions to which she merely responded, intending to draw him out, yet she nearly divulged that she was wearing bear-themed undergarments. No, she could not continue in this despondent manner. May I ask you a few questions? Jingye stammered, her face flushed, finally mustering the courage to voice her inquiry. Questions? Of course, feel free to ask. Xiandao's affirmation bolstered Jingye's resolve. She took a deep breath, hands clasped together, as if to summon strength. Do you live alone? Generally, yes. I reside by myself, Xiandao replied candidly. Then, why are there women's clothes at your home? Upon uttering this, Jingye was drenched in sweat. Well done, Jingye. You've identified a blind spot. Xiandao contemplated before responding. Occasionally, someone stays over and leaves some clothes behind. Is that person your girlfriend? Jingye pressed further, encouraged by her own boldness. Good, Jingye. Keep it up. The key figure is about to emerge. Well, it's not officially determined, Xiandao admitted, uncertain of how to define his relationship with Akane. Are you a couple? While not officially recognized, they had engaged in all the activities typical of a couple. Are you lovers? Despite the slightly derogatory connotation of the term, it seemed the most fitting description of their relationship. Fortunately, neither placed much importance on formal titles. As both were orphans and had no need to explain their situation to family, they both thought simply, as long as they enjoyed each other as company. The label was of little consequence. However, viewed through the lens of societal norms, their relationship was rather unconventional. As a refined young lady, Jingye's heart was in turmoil, stirred by the revelations of their connection. In the conventional understanding of a normal person, an undefined relationship typically refers to the ambiguous period between a man and a woman, a stage that is more than friendship, yet not quite a romantic partnership. However, Ino has preconceived notions about Senda. She instinctively interprets it as an entirely different relationship, one of a mistress. Surely, a mistress. Ino suppresses her wild heartbeat, striving to regulate her ragged breaths. Perhaps that person, like herself, is coerced by Senda's overwhelming presence, unable to resist. They must helplessly capitulate to reality, reluctantly abandoning a normal life to forge an unhealthy and improper relationship with him. Gazing at Senda's back as he diligently prepares soup, Ino's youthful toes grip the pristine floor tightly, the thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat incessantly crashing against her eardrums. Reflecting on Senda's passion for cooking and his fondness for feeding others, Ino suddenly conjures a more audacious and harrowing thought. Could it be that, in a windowless room upstairs, the owner of that purple nightgown is bound and held captive, living a life devoid of day and night? At mealtimes, Senda, wearing an innocuous smile, carries a pot of delectable food, ascending the stairs step by step, his heavy footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Yet, to the ears of the imprisoned woman, it is the tolling of a tormenting death knell. Senda would use a ladle brimming with food, forcefully stuffing it into the woman's mouth, compelling her to swallow every last morsel of the pot's contents. The food is so delicious that she cannot refuse, persistently chewing and swallowing. Even as her stomach threatens to burst, she simply cannot stop. Day after day, the woman, suffering from extreme obesity, loses all ability to move, relying entirely on Senda for her daily sustenance and survival. Surely that purple nightgown was the attire she wore when she was first imprisoned? Indeed. Ino clenches her fists in secret. Even though fear causes her legs to tremble and cold sweat to bead on her skin, confidence ignites in her eyes. Everything aligns. No wonder Senda is so adept at caring for others. How could a single man possess such skill and gentleness in drying someone else's hair? Why is he so passionate about cooking and feeding others? He is undeniably handsome, a well-built gentleman who would attract women effortlessly, yet remains single. Even Asuma-sensei, that staunch male, has found a partner. Moreover, he rarely ventures out for missions, yet appears quite affluent, his refrigerator perpetually stocked with various ingredients, even presenting the rare and expensive tuna as gifts. All of this aligns perfectly. Ino, the Homes of the Mountains, has unraveled all the mysteries surrounding Senda. The truth is singular and unequivocal. Senda is a deeply twisted individual, possessing terrifying strength, with a perverse obsession for feeding, who would imprison women, seize all their possessions, and nurture them into helplessly obese dolls. Senda, elderly, subway, mobile phone JPG. Ino has even envisioned Senda's modus operandi in the first phase. He would use his allure to entice his unsuspecting victims. Under the pretense of culinary skills, the perpetrator lured the victim back to his residence. Preparing to transition into the second phase, he would first showcase his exceptional culinary prowess, thereby lowering the victim's defenses. As the victim's fondness for him grew, the perpetrator would seize the moment to strike unexpectedly. Employing illusions, he would ensnare the victim, dragging them upstairs to complete the confinement. The subsequent third phase would be marked by unspeakable cruelty, as he force-fed the victim incessantly to satiate his maniacal obsession with gluttony. Coupled with the image of that purple nightgown, it was highly likely he would force the victim into a humiliating dress-up scenario. By the final fourth phase, the victim would be so overweight that they could no longer tend to their own needs, forced to abandon their dignity and accept the perpetrator's care. Reduced to a mere doll, languishing in a dimly lit room. As the oppressive aroma began to fill the air, the victim's eyes brimmed with tears, and they forced themselves to stifle any sounds that might attract the perpetrator's attention. No, it was already the second phase. This meal must not be consumed. Once ingested, they would become nothing more than a fattened pig, raised by another. Why must we, in this secluded mountain, be the pigs amongst the deer and butterflies? Is this an inescapable, irreversible fate? No, this meal cannot be eaten. I must escape before the second phase concludes. Gathering all her breath, the victim bolted towards the corridor. Stumbling yet determined, exclaiming urgently, "I am sorry, Brother Xiandao. I just remembered I need to deliver food to my mother. I must leave now." Before the perpetrator could turn to respond, as the victim reached the door, her outstretched fingers poised to grasp the handle. The dining room door swung open abruptly from the outside. Unable to halt her momentum, she collided forcefully with two soft airbags. "Oh, you startled me. Is this child so eager?" Appeared Yusho Washiazuki at the threshold, completely obstructing the sole exit to the corridor, mumbling while rubbing her chest where she had been struck. Thankfully, there was some cushioning. Otherwise, a collision with bone could have resulted in a painful bump on the child's forehead. The victim found herself rebounding helplessly to the ground, despair flooding her as she gazed up at the poised Azuki. It was over, utterly over. There were accomplices. Overwhelmed by her emotions, the victim could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, forming a small puddle on the floor beneath her. In response to Azuki's questioning gaze, the perpetrator, holding a spatula and wearing an apron, appeared utterly bewildered. "Why are you looking at me when it was you who knocked the child to the ground? Causing her to cry? Could it possibly be because I cooked a meal for her that made her weep? What kind of meal holds such power? A headless feast?" In a spacious bathtub, surrounded by comforting warm water, two exquisite bodies emerged from the swirling mist. Azuki gently cradled the victim in her arms, her head leaning against the tiled wall, relishing the warmth enveloping her form. Wrapped in softness, the victim's emotions began to stabilize, though her eyes remained reddened. Suddenly, Azuki placed her hand delicately atop the victim's head. The victim shivered instinctively, yet Azuki merely threaded her fingers through the victim's hair, allowing her tense body to gradually relax. However, her body's instinctive reaction allowed Hongdo to catch a glimpse of the truth. "Oh, I previously thought it was Xiandao who was bullying you, but based on my understanding of him, he does not possess such a temperament. Yet now I realize that you even fear me?" Hongdo wrapped her arms around Jingyi, pulling her close, rendering her unable to escape. "Could you perhaps share with your sister the reason for your fear?" Jingyi found herself cornered, her neck ensnared on both sides, while Hongdo's long legs curled around her, enveloping her entirely. Jingyi trembled, with nowhere to flee. "Come on, do tell." Hongdo's fingertips pressed gently against Jingyi's soft cheek, creating a shallow indentation as her body nuzzled against Jingyi. As a young girl on the cusp of adolescence, Jingyi was no match for the more mature Hongdo, and soon her face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. "Little Jingyi, you are utterly adorable." Hongdo affectionately rubbed her head, her maternal instincts surging forth. "Please tell your sister, won't you? Rest assured, I would never bully you, and should Xiandao frighten you, I shall confront him." Though merely a casual remark meant to comfort a child, Hongdo did not truly intend to seek out Xiandao, who knew who would end up teaching him a lesson. Feeling the genuine warmth and care, Jingye's wariness of Hongdo diminished slightly, yet she still hugged her knees tightly, softly uttering, "Sister Hongdo, do you know that Brother Xiandao possesses formidable illusionary skills?" Hongdo was taken aback, her gaze upon Jing Yi shifting to one of complexity. "I see. So that is it." The once confident and audacious Hongdo suddenly comprehended everything. It was all too evident. Xiandao must have taken a liking to this child and displayed his prowess before her. The result was so startling that it genuinely frightened Jing Yi. After all, how could she possibly know of Xiandao's most potent illusions if not for the fact that he had revealed them to her? Prior to this, apart from Xiandao himself, only Hongdo had witnessed the might of his illusions. Moreover, upon observing Jing Yi's flowing golden locks and fair skin, particularly her delicate waist that one could barely grasp, Hongdo felt an irresistible allure. At such a tender age, it was already apparent that she would blossom into an extraordinary beauty, and one could only imagine how breathtaking she would become in adulthood. Not to mention Xiandao. Even Hongdo herself found herself captivated by this child. It is only natural for all to yearn for beauty. The pursuit of the exquisite is the fundamental driving force behind human progress. Yet, Jing Yi seemed to have just turned 13, with 3 more years until adulthood. Oh, Hongdo suddenly understood. Nurturing. It must be nurturing. Indeed, the gradual cultivation of a little beauty into a grand one would undoubtedly bring a profound sense of accomplishment. Well, my man certainly knows how to play. Playful as ever, Hongdo quickly grasped Xiandao's interests and found herself quite intrigued, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within her heart. If he wished to engage in nurturing, why not simply express it? The child could even sweetly call him brother or, perhaps, even father. After all, she was an orphan and bore no psychological burden. Hongdo gazed down at the 2 floating white forms in the bathtub, gradually understanding. Could it be that I have little room for growth left? Indeed, it seemed highly probable. Illusions, of course, I am well aware of them. Should you take an interest, I can share more about Xiandao. Hongdo remained silent, casting aside the bait. Indeed, Xiao Jingyi took the hook, nervously pressing for more. Has he ever used illusions on you? Of course he has, Hongdo replied, regarding Jingyi with an intriguing gaze reminiscent of Anya, pondering whether this child was genuinely captivated by such whimsical amusements. And then what? Did he command you to do anything inappropriate? Jingyi immediately panicked. She held a fondness for her sister's boisterous personality and fervently wished for her safety, silently praying that she would not fall victim to Xiandao's sinister grasp. Inappropriate things? Hongdo reflected on her own blush-inducing memories with Xiandao, realizing that some might be deemed excessive for a child, suggesting they would have to wait until Jingyi matured a bit more to explore those avenues. It really depends on one's capacity to accept such things. Personally, I do not find them excessive at all. In fact, I rather enjoy them. Jingyi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. How many times had she uttered those 2 words today? This was untenable. It was far too late. Hongdo had been thoroughly brainwashed. With her lips pressed tightly together, Jingyi abruptly rose from the bathtub, droplets of water cascading from her form as she looked earnestly at Hongdo. Sister Hongdo, could you grant me a request? It may seem unreasonable to you, but could you indulge me just this once? Hongdo was taken aback. What request? I beg you to leave this place with me. To meet my father, Jingyi implored, her gaze fixed intently on Hongdo's eyes, her tone imbued with an unmistakable plea. If only she could escape Xiandao's control. Her father could help dispel the illusions, and surely, Sister Hongdo would return to her normal self. Huh, your father? Lord Hai? Why do you wish to see him? Hongdo questioned in rapid succession, her mind racing with confusion. Could it be that this child was eager to confess her feelings for Xiandao to her father? But why must you take me with you? Do you want me to persuade your father? What role do I play in this? Am I merely a sister? Jingyi, desperate, clung to Hongdo, pleading, please. Do not ask any more, sister. Just come with me. However, Hongdo's response plunged Jingyi into despair. Shaking her head, she embraced Jingyi around the waist. I cannot, for I do not wish to be exposed to the public eye. I am quite content with my current state, and thus cannot accompany you. But sister, do you not realize that in doing so, you will never escape Xiandao's grasp? Huh, why would I want to escape? Hongdo was bewildered. She was far too enraptured by Xiandao to even consider fleeing. The kind-hearted Jingyi stomped her feet in frustration, unsure of how to convince Hongdo. Just then, Hongdo gently wrapped her arms around her, inviting her to sit on her lap. Do not harbor concerns. If you are still worried, you may seek assistance from Xiandao. In truth, I shall confide in you. Xiandao's illusions are merely the tip of the iceberg. He is far more formidable than he appears. Jin Ye's gaze gradually dulled, her arms hanging limply at her sides, resembling a doll cradled in the unaware embrace of Hongdo. In this moment, not only is Sister Hongdo unable to save herself, but she has also become an inescapable threat to Jin Ye, tipping the scales in a precarious situation. Having once delved into the soul of Yuusendo, she is utterly convinced by Hongdo's words. Her sole desire now is to protect her parents from calamity, willing to shoulder any misfortune alone. All of this serves as a punishment for her reckless use of mind manipulation, leading her to witness things best left unseen. When Hongdo grasped Jin Ye's hand and entered the dining area, Yuusendo, donned in the guise of a domestic chef, was already grilling succulent pork belly. The marbling of fat and lean meat glistened, slightly charred, igniting one's appetite at first glance. "Come and eat. The meat is ready," Yuusendo called out, glancing up to find both of them with their damp hair cascading over their shoulders. "Do you need to dry your hair first?" he asked, with a playful drawl. Hongdo maliciously teased in front of the children. "Do you need me to dry it?" At only 24, it wasn't too late for her to adopt such a demeanor, was it? Yuusendo rose and stood behind Hongdo, effortlessly absorbing the moisture from her hair before naturally moving to stand behind Jin Ye. As he felt the familiar warmth of his large hand gently caressing her scalp, Jin Ye inhaled the comforting scent of sunlight. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Perhaps this descent into comfort wasn't entirely unacceptable. At least Sister Hongdo hadn't been overindulged into plumpness. Her physique and spirit remained quite commendable, didn't they? Observing Jin Ye silently indulging in the grilled pork, Yuusendo discreetly glanced at Hongdo, raising an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Hongdo returned a reassuring glance, laced with a hint of melancholy. Yuusendo was baffled. This exchange held more weight than he had anticipated, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The lunch concluded pleasantly amidst the subtly strange atmosphere. Afterward, Jin Ye quietly gathered the dishes and began washing them at the sink, her demeanor reminiscent of a true family member fulfilling her duties with ease. Watching her retreating figure with curiosity, Yuusendo seized the opportunity to lean closer to Hongdo, whispering with a lowered voice, "Can you elucidate the situation regarding this child? How did you encounter her, take her for a bath, and have her emerge like this?" Hongdo playfully punched his abdomen lightly, lacking force but full of affection. "Are you blaming me now? I haven't even questioned you yet, and you're already casting aspersions." Yuusendo, utterly confused, asked, "Question me about what?" Hongdo mischievously poked at his solid chest, her gaze teasing and suggestive. "If you wish to explore any new ideas in the future, you could consult me first. We could give it a try, after all. How would you know it wouldn't work if you haven't tried? My capacity for acceptance is quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree, Onaikin?" "What?" Yuusendo's gaze dropped in complexity. If it weren't for Jin Ye's presence, he would have been tempted to examine Hongdo for injuries, questioning whether Jin Ye's collision had left a mark on her mind as well as her body. "Onaikin? What does that mean? You're 2 years older than me, Jekai?" Seeing Yuusendo feigning ignorance with a bewildered expression, Hongdo assumed his embarrassment stemmed from her playful teasing, so she lightly nudged him with her elbow. "Are you startled? Hee. You should be grateful for my open-mindedness and indifference towards such matters. If it were someone else with a strong possessive nature, the household would be in chaos. Unlike me, who is magnanimous enough to help you look after the child, right? Why does this even relate to possessiveness? I have many whom I care for. Even the stray cats and dogs passing by my doorstep have been fed by me. Surely, I cannot be expected to feel jealousy over this, can I?" Casting a glance at the quietly working Inoue, Akadama draped her arm over Sendu's neck, the smoothness of her underarm exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. Her tone resembled that of an elder brother. "I must say, your taste is truly exquisite. That child is delightful, obedient, and well-behaved. That young girl is already blossoming into a beauty. She will undoubtedly attract many suitors in the future. I believe it's wise to act sooner rather than later." Sendu shot a wary glance at Inoue, then turned his gaze back to Akadama, suspicion flooding his eyes. "Inoue is still just a child. You cannot possibly have intentions toward a child. Wait, when you were just bathing, nothing inappropriate happened, did it?" "No, something must have happened. Otherwise, why would Inoue emerge from the bathroom suddenly silent? Could it be that Akadama smothered her with her bosom? After all, this person has a penchant for hugging and clinging to others when her emotions run high. I wonder if it's related to her childhood training in snake ninjutsu, or if she truly summoned a snake in the bathroom that frightened Inoue. Unable to remain still, Sendu grasped Akadama's chin, urgency lacing his voice. What did you do to Inoue in the bathroom? You didn't frighten her, did you? How could I possibly divulge that? You shouldn't pry into a girl's bathing habits, you rascal. With that, Akadama playfully stamped her mark on Sendu's face. Her voice a sweet whisper. If you wish, we could bathe again later. Communication had failed. It seemed no revelations would emerge. Sendu could only hope that Akadama wouldn't take her playful antics too far. Inoue was still very young, her perspectives not yet fully shaped. What if she were a genuinely innocent heterosexual? Not everyone shares your bold demeanor. It was imperative to keep a close watch on Akadama and protect Inoue. He could not allow Akadama's mischievous grasp to reach the budding flower of Konoha. While the two exchanged whispers, Inoue had quietly tidied up the kitchen waste. Standing silently behind them, observing their intimate interactions. The smile on Akadama's face never faded. She appeared genuinely happy. Upon returning home from Sendu's, Inoue felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her the moment she entered her room. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the soft bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she once again found herself traversing the desolate, boundless black wasteland. Without needing to look up, the towering, majestic shadow filled her entire field of vision. Perhaps due to a shift in her mindset, Inoue was astonished to discover that the shadow no longer emanated an oppressive aura but instead radiated warmth akin to the sun. Intangible yet comforting. Instinctively, Inoue began to run towards the shadow, as if transformed into a loyal sun-chasing bird. Yet, despite her efforts, Inoue ran for what felt like an eternity, only to find herself gazing from afar, as if the figure permitted only its devoted followers to venerate it from a distance, forbidding any approach or disrespect. Eventually, Inoue came to a halt. She realized that she might never be able to touch him. Yet, it seemed that he was merely here, ever out of reach. In the stillness of the night, the bathroom light quietly flickered to life once more. Ino had lost count of how many times she had washed her underwear at night, but this time, it was not due to a bedwetting incident. Early the next morning, when Sendu opened the door, he found Ino standing there with her little hands clasped, gazing at him with a serene expression. Sendu swiftly repressed his surprise, replacing it with a composed smile. Ino, aren't you going out for a mission today? Ino shook her head, her serious demeanor and words making it difficult for Sendu to discern her emotions or the purpose of her visit. Is Red Bean's sister at your house now? In a rare display of awkwardness, Sendu scratched the back of his head, his usual calm demeanor faltering slightly. Ah, is that why you were looking for her? After Ino left yesterday, Red Bean had remained tight-lipped despite Sendu's persistent questioning, even rolling her eyes in exasperation. Ino tilted her head playfully. Didn't you say you were going to deliver food to the orphanage and nursing home today? Have the ingredients arrived? They just came in at dawn. And you haven't started cooking yet, have you? Just finished washing a batch of ingredients. What are you still doing standing there? Let me in. Ino squeezed past Sendu into the house, carefully removing her shoes and placing them neatly, before deftly making her way into the dining room, leaving Sendu standing at the door. Utterly bewildered, even after washing a basin of tomatoes, a basin of apples, chopping fresh meat, and kneading dough while waiting for it to rise, Sendu remained in a daze. Meanwhile, Ino silently worked beside him, and the two exchanged no words, until a voice, laced with a yawn, called out from behind them. Good morning, dear Ino. When did you arrive? Red Bean had retired early the previous evening, and no matter whom Sendu brought back during the night, she would remain oblivious. As dawn broke, Ino set down the knife, washed her hands, and dried them with a towel before gracefully stepping into Red Bean's embrace. Red Bean was momentarily taken aback, but then held her tightly, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Ino's head. Observing this tender scene filled with affection, Sendu felt an overwhelming sense of superfluity as the master of the house. He handed the last food container to the children from the orphanage who were helping with the transportation, straightened up, and let out a sigh of relief. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced back. Sure enough, Ino pretended to be nonchalant, averting her gaze. Yet, no sooner had he returned his attention to his task than that gaze was once again locked onto him. Ino's peculiar behavior had persisted throughout the day. While preparing food at home, though she chatted with Red Bean, her eyes frequently darted towards him. On the way to the nursing home, while he interacted with the elderly residents, the director, and the caregivers, or when he was pulled into games by the children at the orphanage, Ino's gaze was almost always fixed on Sendu, as if she sought to penetrate his very essence, leaving him feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Something had undoubtedly transpired between Ino and Red Bean in the bathroom yesterday. Otherwise, how could Ino's relationship with Akamatsu progress so rapidly, frequently engaging in affectionate gestures, while casting a wary, hostile gaze in my direction? Does this child intend to vie with me for Akamatsu's affections? The more I ponder, the more something feels amiss. Seizing the opportunity while Ino was preoccupied with other children, Sendu swiftly materialized beside Akamatsu. Wow, you startled me, Akamatsu exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sendu, who had just concluded a conversation with the headmaster. What is the rush? You even resorted to teleportation. Sendu opted to probe cautiously, lowering his voice to whisper in Akamatsu's ear, "You are truly a captivating woman." Akamatsu froze, her cheeks instantly flushing a vibrant crimson. She glanced around furtively before seizing Sendu's hand and leading him toward the small grove adjacent to the orphanage. Huh, what are you doing? Sendu queried, perplexed, typically exuding confidence. Akamatsu revealed a rare, shy demeanor only in Sendu's presence. I haven't tried this outside yet. I can't believe you thought of it. But just to be safe, I need to use an illusion to conceal it. It wouldn't be good if the children saw us. Just as Sendu began to comprehend Akamatsu's words, he irritably shook off her hand, poking her forehead with his finger. What on earth occupies your mind? Is that what I meant? Of course, it's you, Akamatsu replied, leaving Sendu momentarily speechless. Easily managed, Sendu and Akamatsu returned swiftly, suggesting only a brief exchange occurred, which unexpectedly eased Ino's heart. How could she allow Sendu to evade her gaze? The sensory abilities of the Yamanaka clan were not to be underestimated. Throughout the day, Ino had primarily focused on observing Sendu, assisting only when necessary. Yet, the closer she felt to the truth, the more bewildered she became. It was evident that Sendu genuinely adored cooking, having prepared at least 40 to 50 meal boxes for the orphanage. He even thoughtfully reminded the headmaster and caregivers to freeze the boxes for prolonged preservation. The notion of a feeding obsession seemed exaggerated. Through Ino's unwavering scrutiny, she noted that when the children cheered joyfully for improved meals, Sendu displayed an unmistakable, genuine smile. In that moment, she realized two profound truths. He relished feeding others simply to witness the blissful smiles that accompanied their enjoyment. Such benevolent actions were far more admirable than any ostentatious displays of coolness, and ultimately, her own unfounded anxieties had led her to this self-inflicted turmoil. Humans are intricate beings, rich in emotion. Possessing immense strength does not necessitate a tyrannical approach. Conversely, those who rely solely on the charity of others may, in a moment of betrayal, viciously bite the hand that feeds them. Who says those with great power cannot exhibit kindness? Do malevolent individuals truly expend such effort and resources to visit the outskirts of the village orphanage, merely to witness the smiles on their faces? Ino self-deprecatingly shook her head. From this point onward, she likely would no longer suffer from nightmares, even when one dreams of terrifying visions. The colossal shadow that stands between heaven and earth will wield its power to purify all that is vile and corrupt. In this moment of clarity, Ino comprehended why Akamatsu was perpetually drawn to Sendu, often engaging in intimate physical contact. It was, after all, a primal yearning. Observing the playful banter between the two, Ino pressed her legs together and bit her lip. The sentiments of youth are invariably poetic, twisting and turning in ways that elude understanding. As Ino's thoughts crystallized, the dynamics among the three became increasingly enigmatic. Sendu suspected that this young girl, Ino, was vying for Akamatsu's affection. Yet, she was still a child, a girl at that. Sendu could not discern whether they were merely playing house or contemplating a separate path. Akamatsu had already embraced Ino as a sister, eagerly anticipating her growth. She was generous of spirit, and who could possibly resist a sweet and endearing girl? Perhaps she herself was even more fond of Ino than she realized. Ino had only just entered the whirlpool of entanglement, currently caught in the phase of being fed dog food by the Sendu-Akamatsu pairing. The intricacies of their relationship were not meant for outsiders. Only time, in its impartiality, would untangle the complexities. As the lights of Konoha village began to illuminate the evening, Sendu pushed aside the Norin of Ichiraku ramen, where Kakashi awaited him with a raised hand in greeting. Hey, I've ordered you the signature pork bone ramen. Is that all right? Of course, Sendu replied, pulling out a chair and lifting the water cup on the table to take a sip before diving into the matter at hand. What brings you here? Kakashi chuckled in response. Is it not permissible to invite you out for a meal without a pressing issue? Come on, you're not like me. Lounging around all day, Senda retorted playfully. Let me guess, this is about one of your students? Is it Sakura? Kakashi sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Are you some kind of oracle? It seems nothing escapes your foresight. It's because I have ample time. I spend my days pondering everything. So, it truly is about Sakura? Kakashi nodded, his tone laced with encouragement. This afternoon, Sakura told me she intends to focus on physical training. I warned her that the path ahead would be arduous, yet her determined gaze moved me. Here are your signature pork bone ramen with extra chashu. Enjoy. Thank you. Senda replied, breaking apart the disposable chopsticks and lifting the ramen, steam rising gently. For a civilian ninja, pursuing physical training is undoubtedly the best choice. However, she will need an exceptional instructor, as it is not your forte. I've already asked Guy. He said he would train Sakura in physical techniques. Guy remains as spirited as ever. I cannot allow myself to fall behind him, Senda declared, tapping his chest with his chopsticks, taking on the mantle. From now on, I will take care of the nourishing broth for Sakura and Guy's students. If there are any injuries, they can come to me. Minor ailments are well within my capabilities. Kakashi's eyes crinkled with amusement. Sakura is truly fortunate. The fact that she could swiftly discover her path speaks to her high aptitude. The first step is always the most challenging, and the journey ahead will undoubtedly be even more arduous, Senda remarked, slurping the now-cooled noodles into his mouth with a contemplative sigh. Indeed, Kakashi remarked with a bittersweet smile, you are correct. The path of taijutsu is fraught with challenges that only those endowed with formidable resolve can ascend. Ultimately, it hinges on the child's dedication. Senda, however, harbored a more optimistic view regarding Sakura's future. I believe there is no cause for concern. Sakura's swift decision-making attests to her commendable judgment. Although the refinement of her taijutsu may progress at a leisurely pace, having two resilient individuals leading the charge within the team will provide Sakura with ample motivation to advance. With Guy's guidance, we need not worry about her mental fortitude. Moreover, there is another girl in his taijutsu class. Their mutual encouragement will be beneficial. How ideal that sounds. Kakashi said as he pushed aside the empty bowl and adjusted his mask after wiping his mouth. If only it were truly that smooth. Partnering with geniuses like Naruto and Sasuke brings pressure that is not easily borne by ordinary individuals. What about those who were your teammates back then? Surely they endured considerable pressure as well? Senda inquired. Kakashi, resting his chin on his hand, pondered. One was a medical ninja, a girl, so the pressure was manageable. The other, although initially lagging, eventually awakened the Sharingan and gradually caught up. Besides, my teacher was the fourth Hokage, compared to him. The pressure I exerted on my teammates was negligible. Senda reflected on this and conceded. Indeed, it was the fourth Hokage. With Kakashi's history of becoming a jonin at the tender age of 12, it is evident that ordinary instructors would not suffice to guide him. Suddenly, Senda recalled something and reminded Kakashi with keen interest. As a teacher, you must not grow complacent. Should your students catch up to or surpass you, it would indeed be a matter of embarrassment. Kakashi appeared to have contemplated this issue as well, letting out a deep sigh. One is a legitimate Uchiha, and the other is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The pressure I feel is not insignificant, even more so than Sakura's. Given the power Naruto exhibited post-tail beast transformation, I cannot be certain of defeating him. I can only rely on my experience. Naruto, being the son of the fourth Hokage and inheriting the immense chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the Nine Tails as an inexhaustible source of energy, only needs to master a few combat-oriented ninjutsu and enrich his practical experience to firmly step into the realm of the elite. Is it true that your Sharingan cannot be turned off? Kakashi shook his head. After all, I do not possess Uchiha blood. Merely being able to use it is a rarity in itself. Yet, even without combat, maintaining the Sharingan in an active state must consume a considerable amount of chakra, correct? Senda recalled Kakashi mentioning that his withdrawal from ANBU was due not only to significant mental strain, but also because the constant activation of his Sharingan hindered him in battle. If his mindset faltered during combat, the high chakra consumption of the Sharingan could very well lead to his demise. Indeed, but this eye cannot be deactivated, Kakashi lamented, touching the eye patch over his left eye. Perhaps I should join Sakura in training with Guy. At least taijutsu would conserve chakra. Senda suddenly fixed his gaze upon him and said earnestly, for you, There are combat techniques to conserve chakra that do not solely rely on taijutsu. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the swordsmanship? The Hitaki family's techniques are renowned far beyond the borders of Konoha. It would indeed be a pity to let them remain unused. As Kakashi gazed up at the chandelier, Yuusendo lowered his voice. Are you still unable to overcome that mental hurdle? After a brief silence, Kakashi managed a relieved smile, reassuring his friend. Who knows? Perhaps one day Naruto and Sasuke will surpass me, and then I shall have no choice but to take up the sword once more. He looked forward to the day when the Hitaki swordsmanship would once again be celebrated throughout the ninja world. Yuusendo raised his cup, filled with water instead of wine. I hope that day arrives much later. The two clinked their cups together. Red Bean had gone out on a mission, and Ino had also left Konoha for her own assignment, granting Yuusendo a rare couple of days of tranquility. He had just received a letter from Bai, sent from the Land of Waves. The company was running smoothly, with maritime trade and fishing industries flourishing, and the entire nation was progressing in a positive direction. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Land of Waves became the most prosperous nation in the realm of ninja fisheries, primarily due to the absence of competitors. The only rival was the Land of Water, which was preoccupied with internal strife. The blood mist policies enacted by 2 generations of Mizukage had halved the number of ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village, with the majority of the deceased being formidable bloodline limit users. Such self-destructive behavior inevitably raised suspicions about the true identity of the Mizukage. Could they be an infiltrator from another nation? Why else would they harm their own village? After writing a response to Bai, he tied it to the leg of a messenger bird and had just released it when the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could it be? As Yuusendo descended the stairs, he speculated on the visitor's identity. However, upon opening the door, he was utterly astonished by the person standing before him. I apologize for the intrusion, Yuusendo and I. Uchiha Sasuke greeted him politely. Sasuke, are you alone? Yuusendo stepped aside. Please, come in. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Sasuke reiterated with another bow. Leading Sasuke to the dining room, Yuusendo suddenly realized that his reception area had seemingly lost its original purpose, regardless of the guest's stature. They were always directed straight to the dining room. By the time guests contemplated leaving, they were often so full that they could hardly move from their seats. Have you had breakfast? Yuusendo inquired. Sasuke nodded in a formal manner. Yes, I have. Oh, then have some snacks. As Yuusendo placed a plethora of chips, jelly, pudding, jerky, fruits, and drinks on the table, Sasuke struggled to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Before coming, Naruto had already advised him to arrive on an empty stomach and not to be intimidated by Yuusendo's hospitality. He would become accustomed to it after a few visits. Thank you, Sasuke said, reluctantly picking up a bottle of juice under Yuusendo's watchful gaze. Indeed, Yuusendo's expression softened immediately, and he smiled while seated across from Sasuke. You came to see me alone. Is there something I can assist you with? Sasuke placed the juice can down, straightened his posture, and spoke earnestly like a little adult. I heard from Naruto that you are quite adept at interacting with children and frequently visit the orphanage to see the kids there. So I have some matters I would like to consult with you. Do not fret, please feel free to speak. I am here to assist you, Yuusendo kindly encouraged. It was evident that Sasuke was a cautious and independent child, rarely seeking help from others and often shouldering his burdens alone. Such a disposition could understandably render him anxious when reaching out for assistance, necessitating a bit of encouragement. Sasuke took a deep breath, feeling a measure of his tension ease, and looked at Yuusendo as he spoke. I have come because of my sister. As she grows older, I find our communication increasingly difficult. She hardly interacts with anyone besides me, and our conversations have dwindled. I worry about her mental well-being, which is why I sought your counsel, Yuusendo. In the face of Sasuke's hopeful gaze, Yuusendo stroked his chin in contemplation. According to Sasuke's account, it seemed his sister was indeed exhibiting signs of distress. He had heard of the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan, how Sasuke's own brother had taken the lives of their parents and every other family member, leaving only 2 young children in the aftermath. It was remarkable that anyone could maintain their mental health under such dire circumstances, though Sasuke himself harbored some issues. His sense of responsibility as an elder brother had forged a resilience within him, enabling him to withstand the immense pressure of their family's collapse. He understood that his sister had endured an even greater trauma, and if he were to falter, she would be left even more vulnerable. Thus, the core of the issue lay with her. If she could regain her joy and normalcy, Sasuke's own struggles would likely follow suit. Yuusendo pondered silently. recognizing that the true instigator remained unpunished. To alleviate the emotional turmoil of the Uchiha siblings, they would ultimately need to confront the one who had wrought such devastation upon their lives. However, he had heard that Itachi, the perpetrator, had seemingly allied himself with a nefarious organization of rogue ninjas from various nations. The path to vengeance would be long and arduous for the siblings, and it was imperative that they did not succumb to despair before that day arrived. While a complete resolution might be unattainable at present, addressing the immediate needs was still a worthy pursuit. Thus, Senda quickly resolved, I believe it is essential for me to meet your sister in person. By observing her situation closely, we can devise a plan. Sasuke's eyes brightened. He was immensely grateful for Senda's willingness to help. However, a moment of doubt crossed his mind, dimming the light in his eyes. But my sister may not be willing to see you. She isolates herself in her room, and I leave her meals at the door, waiting for her to take them once I have departed. Upon hearing Sasuke mention the food, Senda suddenly had a spark of inspiration. By the way, did your sister try the food I brought you last time? Sasuke's face lit up once more, his fists clenched in excitement as he exclaimed, she did. Normally, she has a small appetite and leaves some food behind, but that time she finished everything. Senda clapped his hands together. That simplifies matters. Do you have all the necessary cooking utensils at home? Yes, I usually cook for us, Sasuke nodded. Excellent. What does your sister enjoy eating? I shall teach you a few culinary delights, for savoring exquisite cuisine is indeed a therapeutic affair, perhaps fostering deeper communication between you and your sister. That would be splendid. My sister has a penchant for seafood and various meats, yet she is not particularly fond of vegetables. How old is your sister? She is 10, 2 years my junior. At 10, there is still ample time. Xiandao opened the refrigerator, retrieving an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Let me take a guess. Your sister's stature is likely modest. Her complexion fair, though not in a healthy manner, and her physique leans towards the slender side. Am I correct? Sasuke was taken aback, even retreating a step. How do you know this? Have you met my sister, Xiandao? Xiandao placed his hand gently on Sasuke's head, playfully ruffling his hair. Is your retreating gesture a serious one? Disliking vegetables, being picky, and not basking in the sun often results in such an appearance. I see. Sasuke sighed in relief, his little head swaying under Xiandao's playful touch. It was not that he lacked trust in Xiandao. Rather, his wariness had been heightened. As a child without support tends to be cautious. I apologize, Xiandao. I am merely a bit timid. That is not timidity. Xiandao corrected while packing the fruits and vegetables. You are simply protecting your sister, and being vigilant in that regard is commendable. You are a wonderful brother. Although your sister may not recognize your kindness due to her current obsessions, she will surely come to appreciate it as she matures. Sasuke stared at Xiandao in a daze, and after a moment, while Xiandao was preoccupied with packing, he quickly lowered his head and averted his gaze. It felt reminiscent of that person. The last individual who encouraged him so gently was indeed that one. Shaking his head to dispel the unwelcome thoughts, Sasuke inquired, Xiandao, are you an only child? Yes, why do you ask? It is nothing, merely a thought that if you had siblings, they would surely be fortunate. Sasuke expressed his heartfelt envy. There is a distinction even among brothers. If only he could have been reborn alongside Yu Feicho into Xiandao's family, becoming his sibling. Even if he remained a mere genin for life, it would be acceptable. The names Chinyu Sasuke and Chinyu Yu Feicho are both quite melodious. Sasuke found himself surprisingly lost in daydreams. Haha, happiness is not guaranteed, but one would certainly grow plump. Xiandao chuckled as he squatted to open the cupboard, retrieving a box exuding a refreshing chill. This morning, a fresh sea bream was delivered, and since the refrigerator was somewhat cramped, I had to temporarily place it in the cupboard. Thankfully, your sister loves seafood. It is perfect for her. Observing the 2 large boxes on the bar, Sasuke stepped forward. Xiandao, let me assist you with the ingredients. Ah, sure. As he spoke, Xiandao pulled a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to seal the 2 boxes within, then rolling it up and placing the lightweight scroll in Sasuke's hands. Sasuke, all right, I suppose I was meddling. Oh, I almost forgot the beverages. Xiandao reopened the refrigerator door, noticing the limited drinks, and proceeded into the storage room, emerging with 2 large boxes. The shelf life of this box of juice is still quite long, making it perfect to bring to your home. Additionally, this box contains the grilled fish slices and squid shreds that were delivered a few days ago. Your sister should enjoy them. I will check for other snacks in a moment. Just as the 2 large boxes were set down, Xiandao was about to dive back into the storage room when Sasuke, in a state of panic, tugged at the hem of his shirt, exclaiming, "That's enough, Xiandao. It's far too much." "Is it truly enough? Grilled fish slices and squid shreds are not very durable snacks. Let me fetch something else." Despite Sasuke's pleas, he ultimately could not deter him, and holding 3 scrolls, he followed Xiandao toward the Uchiha clan grounds, feeling a mix of happiness and helplessness. He could not help but acknowledge that this feeling of being favored was genuinely delightful. The Uchiha clan grounds were located at the edge of the village. After the night of the massacre, the clan's territory had shrunk by 2/3. This was not due to the Third Hokage seizing it under the guise of illness, but rather a formal purchase made on behalf of the village to Sasuke, the current clan head, trading the unused clan land for a fortune that the siblings could never exhaust. Furthermore, the Third Hokage had also consulted the elders and signed a separate contract with Sasuke. If Sasuke ever wished to revitalize the Uchiha clan in the future, he could repurchase the land at its original price, which was a gesture of care from the Third Hokage towards the siblings. Upon returning home with Xiandao, Sasuke pushed open the door and peered inside. His sister was, as usual, confined to her room, which spared him the trouble of explanations. "Please, come in, brother Xiandao," he invited. "I apologize for the intrusion," Xiandao replied politely, following Sasuke into the kitchen. The 3 scrolls were spread out on the dining table, awaiting Xiandao to dispel the sealing technique. With a flick of his hand, he performed the necessary hand seals, causing white smoke to erupt from the scroll. Sasuke assisted Xiandao in removing and arranging the ingredients. "I'll place these 2 boxes of snacks in this corner. Although the production date is recent, they shouldn't be stored for too long. Keep in mind to eat them," Xiandao advised as he set the boxes down in the corner of the dining room. Just as he bent down, before the boxes could touch the ground, a cold voice echoed from the doorway. "Brother, why did you let this delivery person into the house?" Following the voice, Xiandao spotted a girl in a black robe and sleeping gown, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her already pale skin contrasted starkly against her dark attire, rendering her ghostly white. Upon noticing Xiandao's gaze, Yu Feiqiu met his eyes with an icy indifference. "This is my home. Get out." "Xiandao." "Sasuke's sister. What on earth are you doing?" "Yu Feiqiu, the door is over there. Hurry and leave." "But I don't want to make way for this guy. You might as well jump out the window." In a flurry of urgency, Sasuke dropped the boxes, not minding the pain as they landed on his feet, and rushed to the door to block Yu Feiqiu. "This is brother Xiandao. Remember the food that clearly wasn't my cooking? It was made by brother Xiandao." "Oh, that's why that meal tasted so terrible," Yu Feiqiu retorted coldly, her words emanating a chilling breeze that seemed to freeze Sasuke in place. Her delicate face wore an expression that practically screamed no trespassing. More cautious than her brother, or perhaps timid, she possessed a fierce exterior yet was soft within. With merely a single remark, Xiandao had discerned the essence of Yu Feiqiu. The child, stubborn in her demeanor, likely sought to conceal her tender heart. When in the presence of Sasuke, she could shed her prickly armor, retreating into her sanctuary and rejecting the outside world. However, when confronted by strangers, she would bristle with defenses, her true intent being to shield Sasuke and alleviate his worries. Though, at this moment, Sasuke was on the verge of despair. Xiandao had kindly brought an abundance of gifts, having personally come to inquire about Yu Feiqiu's condition at her behest. Although he had successfully made contact, it seemed he might soon be driven away by frustration. Just as Sasuke prepared to reprimand his sister once more, Xiandao, with keen insight, intervened. In dealing with such an exclusionary child, it was paramount that those close to her did not cast blame. Otherwise, it would only exacerbate Yu Feiqiu's insecurity. Xiandao opted for an unexpected approach, countering her barbs with a sharper wit. After placing the box down, he met Yu Feiqiu's gaze directly, asking, "Is it difficult to eat?" Disregarding Sasuke's frantic signals, Yu Feiqiu puffed up her small chest and boldly replied, "Indeed, it is extremely unpalatable. Next time, please refrain from generously bestowing such pig fodder upon others. It is quite embarrassing." As Sasuke appeared ready to explode with frustration, Xiandao's calm response rendered him momentarily speechless. "Ah, you are correct. It is indeed meant for pigs." In the not particularly spacious dining room, it felt as if an ice age had descended, with Xiandao and Yu Feiqiu resembling 2 opposing mammoths, while Sasuke appeared as a timid little squirrel, clutching a pine cone and trembling. As if seeking to amplify the tension, Dao cruelly remarked. Perhaps your brother was in haste to return home and grabbed the wrong items, considering he has a sister who gives him no peace. Sasuke exclaimed, Dao, what has come over you? This is not the gentle and amiable Dao I know. Why are you bickering with a child? Yu Fei Shuang's small face was shrouded in frost, her lips pressed together, drained of color, rendering her already pale visage even more fragile. As if she might shatter into 1,000 pieces at any moment. Dao chose to disregard the little ice queen, turning instead to retrieve the snapper, buried beneath ice in the box. While preparing it, he muttered in a tone loud enough for the Uchiha siblings to hear. You claim to be no longer a child. By all accounts, you should be more understanding. Why do you show no consideration for your brother? He spends his days on missions, and at night, he returns home to prepare meals for you, even delivering them to your room. Surely, it is your brother who cleans the dishes as well? Washing pots and scrubbing plates is also his responsibility? Truly, TSK. The last 3 TSK sounds were reminiscent of a lighter's friction, igniting Yu Fei Shuang's ire. You have no right to speak about my brother and me. Get out now, she shouted, swatting away Sasuke's arm as she rushed to the corner to seize the box that Dao had just placed there. Take your rubbish and leave. That was bought by your brother. You know, he spent money on it. With a light, yet impactful remark, Dao left Yu Fei Shu momentarily bewildered, clutching her box in confusion. Besides the snacks, there were fresh vegetables and fruits, along with the commission I personally delivered, all of which were funded by your brother's initial mission remuneration. You may dispose of them if you wish. The money has already been spent. Once again, a profound emotional blow struck her as Dao nonchalantly waved his sleeve, exuding an air of indifference, focusing on skillfully preparing the fish while entirely disregarding her, adopting a haughty demeanor that suggested he would not stoop to the level of a child. It was now your turn to shine, Sasuke. Dao mused inwardly. Having completed his part, it was Sasuke's moment to take center stage. The brother's tenderness, juxtaposed against Dao's harshness, was likely to draw the siblings closer together. Just as Dao had suspected, Yu Fei Shu's hesitation revealed her deep concern for her brother. However, to shield herself from further pain, her mind instinctively commanded her heart to shut down. It was not her anger he feared, but rather the chilling silence that would render her devoid of emotion. That would be the true peril. This was precisely why Dao sought to provoke Yu Fei Shu. The child simply lacked the ability to articulate her feelings, exhibiting a classic exterior of coldness with a warm heart beneath. Yet, her coldness was rather excessive, as she felt the icy glare behind her, prompting Dao to silently click his tongue. Sasuke was a clever child, having already set the stage. It was merely a matter of whether he would step into the limelight. Alas, dear brother Dao, as an observer, Sasuke could see through the good intentions of Dao. Yet, with the curtain having risen, he had no choice but to continue the performance, intending to express his gratitude to Dao afterward. Yu Fei Shu first put down the box. Sasuke took the box from her hands, providing this stubborn child a way out. Yu Fei Shu's fierce gaze remained fixed on Dao's back, wishing she could draw forth a handful of shuriken and pierce him through. She wanted him gone. From our home. The words escaped her clenched teeth, vividly illustrating her ire. Before Sasuke could speak, Dao's scornful taunts floated back to her. Are you only capable of causing trouble for your brother? Do you think he can defeat me? Do you wish to witness his demise firsthand? Do you truly harbor hate for him? For someone who cares for you daily, who thinks of your well-being? 5 aggressive questions pinned the furious, yet helpless Yu Fei Shu in place. A mere 10-year-old girl stood no chance against the cunning Dao. The flames danced as the oil heated in the pan. Dao's spatula flew through the air, the sizzling sounds unable to muffle his sharp remarks. When will you grow strong enough to handle things on your own? You can't rely on your brother for every little thing. Are you still a baby? Sasuke is only 12. He is still a child himself. Yet here he is, prematurely experiencing fatherhood. Though an elder brother often takes on a paternal role, this is rather cruel, isn't it? Even I, an outsider, cannot bear to watch. I bet your brother hasn't told you. That unfortunate child encountered a rogue ninja from the elite Jonin of the Mist Village on his very first mission. And what was initially a D-rank task was escalated to an A rank, nearly costing him his life. Your brother, having earned his first sum through sheer determination, generously procured ingredients and snacks for you, even inviting a chef to prepare nourishing meals to restore your health. Yet, you still wish to cast me aside. What is this? Do you intend to squander the hard-earned money your brother has risked his life for? Take the opportunity to recuperate properly. Do not waste his sincere efforts. You are as thin as a chick and still dare to confront me? Can you truly contend with me using just one hand? If I were to inadvertently injure you, would it not be your brother who must care for you? Could you perhaps spare your brother some concern? With a clang, Xiandao presented the final dish, adorning the table to its fullest. Carelessly tossing the spatula into the pot, he removed his apron and discarded the unwashed cookware before turning to leave, never once casting a glance at the trembling Yu Fei-chung. The remaining tasks will incur an additional charge, so you shall manage it yourselves. A slip of the tongue. I meant you. Sasuke will handle it. Remember to compensate me for my emotional distress once the remuneration for the next mission arrives. I cannot allow your sister to berate me for nothing. Observing Xiandao striding towards the entrance, Sasuke hastily patted Yu Fei-chung's head in a gesture of comfort before rushing after him. Upon closing the door behind them, Xiandao, who had previously worn a stern expression, transformed his demeanor into one of warmth, apologizing to Sasuke. I sincerely regret my earlier words. However, your sister's condition is quite serious, and only a strong remedy will suffice. It's all right. I understand, Brother Xiandao, that you only wish the best for Yu Fei-chung. Sasuke is not ungrateful. He can discern who truly cares for them, he replied, though he felt it was a pity for Xiandao. After today, Yu Fei-chung will certainly harbor resentment towards you. That is precisely my intention, Xiandao chuckled, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Itachi is too distant from her to expedite his revenge. Given your sister's obsessive nature, she might either resort to unscrupulous shortcuts or completely isolate herself. Either scenario leads to the worst outcome. If she comes to despise me, at least she will have a tangible adversary to focus her anger upon, preventing her from spiraling further down a dark path. Sasuke felt a lump in his throat, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. The selflessness of Xiandao was undeniably moving. Hurry inside. Do not leave your sister alone. The performance has reached this point, and it must not be in vain. With that, Xiandao turned to depart, waving goodbye without looking back. Sasuke stood transfixed, watching Xiandao's retreating figure for a long moment before wiping his eyes and stepping back inside. Approaching the dining area, he halted in astonishment, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. There, Yu Fei-chung was voraciously tearing at the meat from the bone like a prehistoric crocodile that had been starved for centuries, exhibiting no decorum whatsoever. It was as if she faced a life-and-death adversary, intent on devouring flesh, drinking blood, and gnawing at marrow. Her once black pupils were now tinged with a gruesome crimson, the two tomos swirling slowly within her gaze. Sasuke stood there, dumbfounded. Who exactly was Brother Xiandao? In the brief span it took to prepare a meal, his words had seemingly awakened Yu Fei-chung's eyes. It is well known that the difference between an awakened Uchiha and one who remains unawakened is vast indeed. On the fateful night of the massacre, Yu Fei-shou, being exceedingly young, succumbed to an unbearable psychological trauma, compelling her mind to enforce self-protective measures. This led to the sealing of her emotions, causing her to miss the opportunity to awaken her eyes. Since that time, Yu Fei-shou exhibited little in the way of emotional fluctuations. Sasuke even believed that she would only have the chance to awaken her eyes upon reuniting with Itachi. However, the awakening of her Sharingan occurred with startling abruptness. Sasuke found himself at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice for his sister. For the conditions under which the Sharingan manifests are notoriously stringent. Perhaps, deep within Yu Fei-shou's heart, the hatred towards her brother had begun to rival that directed at her nemesis. As his thoughts swirled, the only words that escaped Sasuke's lips were a sigh-laden admonition: eat slowly, don't choke. Yu Fei-shou's small belly swelled visibly as she disregarded Sasuke's counsel, her singular focus now fixated on one goal: to eat well, to grow stronger, to deliver a thorough beating to Xiandao, compelling him to kneel before her in the most humiliating manner, to torment him with the most brutal methods, to subject him to the harshest indignities, to ensure he experiences the utmost suffering, to make him regret ever being born into this world. Xiandao, all Uchiha are a bunch of lunatics. From that day forth, Yu Fei-shou ceased her self-imposed isolation and returned to the ninja academy. However, her demeanor had grown increasingly ferocious. Even during ordinary combat exercises, she would strike her classmates with lethal intent. Should any instructor fail to intervene promptly, numerous students would suffer grievous injuries. Following her awakening, Yu Fei-shou unleashed a remarkable talent for Jinjutsu. ensnaring even seasoned chūnin instructors who let their guard down, resulting in them receiving a severe beating from her. Consequently, a year later, Yu Fei-shou graduated from the academy prematurely. Yet no teacher dared to take her under their wing, either unable to contend with her twisted jinjutsu or unwilling to handle such a problematic student. But that was a tale for another time. In the Land of Waves, the former Kato Company had undergone a rebranding, now known as the Maritime Shipping Group. Only the owner had been replaced. The foundation of the company remained unshaken. After acquiring all fishing vessels and resources in the Land of Waves, the Maritime Shipping Group became the economic backbone of the region, indirectly controlling its lifeblood. Only a person like Kato, whose mind was clouded with primitive and rigid thinking, would resort to forbidding bridge construction in the Land of Waves, compelling the populace to utilize his company's vessels for transportation, thereby exerting indirect control over the people. It was proven that obstruction is less effective than guidance, leading the people of the Land of Waves towards the vast, boundless sea to exploit the inexhaustible marine resources was the correct path towards sustainable development. Once the Maritime Shipping Group found its footing, it surged forward like a wild stallion, propelling the overall economy of the Land of Waves into a period of rapid growth. The mastermind behind this, Yuusendo, merely needed to sit back and collect the profits. As the old employees of the former Kato Company were gradually replaced, Bai's oversight duties naturally came to an end. In recent days, he has been residing in the corporate building, practicing the beheading techniques of the legendary No More Slashing at every available moment, determined to inherit the legacy and the esteemed name of the Ninja Blade clan. However, accustomed to the icy precision of the Hayaton techniques, Bai found himself at odds with the sweeping offensive style required by the Danto. Regardless of his efforts, including placing the Danto beneath his pillow while he slept, no significant progress has been made. In a vacant lot near the shipping group's headquarters, Bai, relying on his memories, performed a series of swordplay reminiscent of No More Slashing's training, leaning against the Danto while panting, his delicate face betraying a hint of frustration. Suddenly, a familiar voice, long yearned for, broke through his thoughts. It seems this Danto does not suit you. Bai's eyes brightened, swiftly turning towards the source of the voice, his cherubic face lighting up with delight. Mr. Yuusendo. Yuusendo stepped before Bai and, in response to Bai's eager gaze, gently ruffled his hair. He took the Danto from Bai, effortlessly raising it with one hand, casually wielding the 2-meter-long blade as if it were a fan, which filled Bai with envy. How he wished to possess such strength. Indeed, it is quite heavy. Only a muscle-bound figure like No More Slashing could wield this with such ease. With a light touch, Yuusendo set the Danto down, leaving merely a faint impression on the ground. Bai gazed at the shallow mark in silence. You are not any less capable than Mr. No More Slashing, he retorted silently. Had it not been for No More Slashing's daily practice with the Danto, one might have thought it was a lightweight weapon. Have you made your decision? Yuusendo inquired. Bai, with a serious expression, nodded solemnly. I have resolved to master this beheading blade. However, no sooner had he proclaimed his determination than his naturally soft demeanor began to wane. His head bowed in a display of uncertainty. But as you mentioned, this blade may not be suited for me. Perhaps I require more time to adapt to it. During his tenure working for Mr. No More Slashing, Bai had often faced stern criticism when he failed to meet expectations. Aware that such reprimands were intended for his benefit, he bore the harsh words in silence and worked diligently in private. Anticipating similar criticism from Yuusendo, Bai steeled himself for a scolding, recognizing the stubbornness of his own desires. Even if he were to master the Danto, it would hardly elevate his abilities significantly. Moreover, the Danto and he were clearly mismatched. Even if he achieved results in his training, equating himself with No More Slashing, the time spent mastering the Danto could have been devoted to elevating his Hayaton bloodline to greater heights. Faced with a blade that could only restore itself through the act of bloodletting, juxtaposed against the superior techniques of his bloodline, choosing between the two was not particularly arduous. Bai closed his eyes anxiously, bracing himself for the impending storm. Well, if it is unsuitable, Yuusendo mused, soon arriving at a resolution, then let us remelt this blade. Bai exclaimed, taken aback. Bai blinked her beautiful, large eyes, gazing intently at Yuusendo, her face a canvas of shock and admiration. Her delicate lips parted slightly as she murmured, Is there anything you cannot do, Mr. Yuusendo? Yuusendo weighed the broken blade in his hands, scrutinizing every inch of it, even the cracks that had yet to mend, clearly contemplating how to wield this weapon. I beg your pardon, what did you just say? I was lost in thought, he admitted, having been too preoccupied with the task of reforging the blade to catch Bai's soft utterance. Bai shook her head, indicating that it was merely trivial musings. Yet she couldn't help but voice her concern. Are you truly going to melt down the broken blade? Xiandao, sensing her apprehension, smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I understand the profound significance this blade holds for you. I am contemplating how to reshape it into a weapon befitting you while preserving its original essence. Ideally integrating it with your ice techniques. Imagine if your ice techniques could synergize with Zabuza's broken blade, unleashing an even greater power together. Wouldn't that be extraordinary? Bai's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. Really, can it be done? Not at the moment, Xiandao replied, handing the broken blade back to her. I have grasped the general nature of this sword, yet I know nothing of your ice techniques. What is your understanding of them? Bai shook her head in dismay, feeling disheartened that she could not provide Xiandao with useful assistance. I apologize, Mr. Xiandao. No one has taught me the art of ice ninjutsu. The ice shuriken and the mirror ice crystal were techniques I developed on my own, and I am only partially knowledgeable about ice ninjutsu. From Bai's words, Xiandao discerned a crucial insight. You mentioned that the mirror ice crystal is a technique you devised yourself? Indeed. It seems you possess a natural aptitude for research. Xiandao remarked, placing his hand gently on Bai's head and tousling her hair. This means I can entrust the research institute to your management. The more Bai learned about Xiandao, the more she realized how little she truly knew him. Initially intended for the exploration of various ninjutsu, her visits had dwindled as she became preoccupied with other matters, leaving it languishing in neglect. Xiandao had devoted far more effort to culinary pursuits and the Little Golden Book than to the intricacies of ninjutsu. You will be stationed at the Research Institute, which lies along the coast of the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha. You can live and train there, and it will be convenient for me to visit. I had no objections to Xiandao's arrangements. I shall follow your guidance. Even if Xiandao assigned her to undertake perilous espionage in the Mist Village, she would harbor no grievances. Once devoted to Zabuza, now to Xiandao. As long as she could be of service and hold value to her master, she would embrace her fate, unperturbed by the prospect of death. Xiandao nodded. Then let us prepare to board the ship. Yes, Mr. Xiandao. Are we heading to the Research Institute in the Land of Fire now? No. First we shall make a stop at the Mist Village. Bai hesitated momentarily, following Xiandao, but quickly quickened her pace to keep up with him. So, he truly is a spy? Given her combat style leaned towards stealth and assassination, she mused that she might excel in espionage as well. However, she would need to ensure that she concealed her signature sword during practice, seeking out secluded places to hone her skills. After all, the severed blade was as conspicuous to the mist ninja as a candle flickering in the darkness. Just as Bai was mentally preparing himself for the sacrifice to be made for his master, the unfinished words of his master reached his ears. Go and see if you can find the ruins of the Yuki clan. Perhaps there lies information regarding the ice release bloodline. Though this notion was somewhat fanciful, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he could treat it as a journey to his ancestral homeland. Then, do I still need to return to the Land of Fire? Bai timidly inquired, resembling a young beast forcibly weaned from its mother. Despite having steeled himself for his master's sacrifice, an inexplicable reluctance lingered within him. When he had prepared to shield his mentor, Zabuza, from Kakashi's Raikiri, he had not hesitated for a moment. A large hand descended upon Bai's head. Stop overthinking. I still expect you to take over the Research Institute. In Bai's eyes, the faint smile playing upon his master's lips was warmer and more radiant than the sun itself. With a slight bow of his head, Bai was engulfed in a tumult of unarticulated emotions. The two boarded their company's vessel, embarking on a journey by water to the Hidden Mist Village. At that time, the Hidden Mist Village remained shrouded in a policy of blood mist, prohibiting the entry of all foreign vessels. To gain access to the village, they would need to disembark in the Land of Water. They boarded the ship in the afternoon, and the journey from the Land of Waves to the Land of Water would take an entire day by sea, with an estimated arrival at the port of the Land of Water by the following afternoon. Saito lounged leisurely on a deck chair, basking in the sunlight, while Bai stood vigilantly by his side, akin to a devoted servant. Although the ship was nearly empty apart from the crew, Bai diligently fulfilled his protective duties. It was only due to Sato's insistence that he begrudgingly occupied a nearby chair, though his posture remained poised, ready to respond to any unforeseen events. As a wealthy individual, Saito had effectively seized control over the very lifeblood of the Land of Waves, making the claim of being as affluent as a nation hardly an exaggeration. Commanding a private vessel was thus quite reasonable. Furthermore, Saito was not merely on a leisurely excursion. He intended to bypass the hidden mist village and expand his business interests in the land of water. With the village preoccupied by internal strife and its abundant maritime resources left untapped, was it not a boon for him? Despite his ninja background, Saito had diverged from conventional pursuits. His secondary ventures flourished. With his exceptional writing skills and exquisite craftsmanship, he had become a renowned author within the ninja world. His culinary talents, which even the leader of the Akimichi clan admired, though not directly profitable, afforded him exclusive supply channels unattainable by mere currency. Having now also gained mastery over the maritime industry of the Land of Waves, Saito possessed sufficient resources to initiate a small-scale ninja conflict, should he desire. Fortunately, his intrinsic love for peace tempered such ambitions. As he toyed with the ice mirror conjured by Bai, Saito reveled in his remarkable contributions to the ninja world. During their journey to the Land of Water, he also began to study the ice release and Bai's self-created jutsu, the magic mirror ice crystal. This technique was indeed more complex than he had initially anticipated. After conjuring a vast prison of ice mirrors, Bai, with his innate affinity for the ice release technique, was able to immerse his body within the icy reflections. Indeed, this delicate barrier of ice intriguingly intertwined the art of space-time ninjutsu, each mirror echoed by S-likeness, achieved through the manipulation of light and the art of shadow clones. Bai's true form traversed the expanse between the mirrors, employing the technique of body flicker. When a captive attempted to escape the ice prison, he would swiftly shift to a mirror position directly opposite or in a blind spot. Utilizing ice sunban and his original water release technique, water killing thousand feathers, to force the captive back, he then unleashed an unrelenting barrage of sunban strikes, mercilessly tormenting the captive until death ensued. The bloodline limit of ice release, the innate talent for space-time ninjutsu, the body flicker technique, and the gift of original ninjutsu. It seemed as though he had inadvertently rescued a treasure of a boy. The sage mused in quiet astonishment. The coastal waters of the Land of Water were perpetually shrouded in a mist that ebbed and flowed. On a windless morning, the fog was so dense that even the rocks a mere few dozen meters away were rendered invisible. Thus, unless one were an experienced old sailor capable of recalling the precise locations of the rocks, few would dare to navigate these treacherous conditions. Today, the fog was particularly thick, visibility plummeting to under 100 meters. Only as the sun fully ascended from the horizon did the haze begin to dissipate. Yet, there were some who did not wish for the fog to vanish so swiftly. Damn it, we're so close to the main island of the Land of Water. A furious curse erupted, followed by the emergence of a vividly animated water dragon, birthed from those cherry-pink lips, stirring tumultuous waves that crashed toward the two pursuers behind. Those engaging in a chase upon the sea were evidently no ordinary foes. Both donned masks adorned with the distinctive patterns of the mist ANBU. The burly figure among them crouched firmly in the trough of the churning waves, his large blade resting upon his shoulder, while his companion adeptly leaped onto the blade. Launched high into the air like a projectile, in midair, he locked onto the 10-meter-long water dragon, and the mist ANBU swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a water dragon of comparable size that surged forth from the crest beside him. The two water dragons collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrential downpour that effectively obscured the view during the pursuit. As they landed back on the water's surface, the ANBU, casting a glance at his companion who had leaped from the trough, let out a cold snort. Such trivial tricks. Continue the pursuit. They cannot escape. That brat's chakra will not sustain him to the shore. The ANBU, bearing the large blade, grunted affirmatively, and the two pressed on. Damn it. Those two must be mocking the power of my water dragon. How infuriating. If it weren't for the fear of revealing my identity, I would conjure a water dragon over 100 meters long and drown you on the spot, beneath a cloak that concealed her from head to ankle. A stunning beauty with long auburn hair anxiously gnawed at her thumbnail. Even with a somewhat fierce expression, her striking features could not be overshadowed. Her unforgettable figure, accentuated by the billowing fabric of her loose cloak, exuded an alluring charm. Fortunately, the members of the mist-hidden ANBU are merely a cadre of muscle-bound warriors. Otherwise, one might truly discern the true form concealed beneath the cloak merely by physique. Kozakura Mei's expression darkened as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. It was imperative not to deal a fatal blow to the ANBU. A moment of impulsiveness could jeopardize the organization. Should any elite from Mist Hidden encounter misfortune, it would certainly rouse the attention of the Mizukage. Turning to the pale-faced boy beside her, Kozukura May endeavored to soften her tone. Can you hold on a bit longer? We are still quite a distance from the coastline. As she feared, the boy was gasping heavily, managing to utter a few fragmented words. I can't run anymore. My chakra is nearly depleted. Kozukura May glanced back, and through the thinning mist, she could discern two dark figures pursuing them, clinging to their rear like relentless phantoms. This reminded her of the treacherous vultures that wait for their prey to lose all resistance before swooping in to claim their prize. The boy, desperately sprinting alongside her, was an unfortunate soul who had awakened his bloodline limit. Were it not for the substantial protection offered by the illustrious Kozukura clan, a mere ordinary individual, or even a descendant of a slightly weaker bloodline family, awakening such a limit amidst the blood mist would be an unparalleled misfortune. In years gone by, during the reign of the second Mizukage, the powerful Yukigakure clan, known for their ice-release bloodline, had met with extermination. Even the second Mizukage's own Hozuki clan had vanished into the annals of history. Fortunately, the Hozuki had the advantage of the water clone technique, allowing the remaining clan members to escape the blood mist. Years prior, after the failed assassination of the fourth Mizukage by Momochi Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu, the original resistance organization had gone into hiding. Kozukura May was indeed a member of this resistance. However, they had not abandoned their goal of overthrowing the blood mist policies. They were merely biding their time to gather strength. The organization had been diligently aiding those who awakened their bloodline limits to stealthily escape from the Mist Village. In the early hours of the previous night, Kozukura May had quietly set sail with this overlooked fish, intending to head to the main island of the Land of Water. Yet, as dawn broke, they were pursued by the mist-hidden ANBU. Following a fierce battle, their vessel was damaged and sank. Fortunately, the boy had managed to walk and run upon the water's surface, allowing Kozukura May to plunge into the thick fog with him. However, it was evident that among the pursuers in the mist-hidden ANBU were sensory ninjas, who relentlessly clung to their trail. Despite her best efforts, Kozukura May could not shake them off. As they ran, dawn arrived, the fog began to dissipate, and the boy's chakra was nearly exhausted. Kozukura May had no choice but to employ ninjutsu to obstruct their pursuers. The sheer volume of water expended in her water dragon and great waterfall techniques could have filled a lake. Just as she turned to conjure a wave towering 5 to 6 meters high, she bit her lip, intending to instruct the boy to run ahead and swim if he could no longer continue, while she remained behind to hold off their pursuers. Suddenly, she caught sight of a vessel emerging at the edge of the distant mist. Kozukura May's eyes brightened instantly, grasping the boy by the back of his collar. She dashed toward the fishing boat. At that moment, it was imperative for the captain to deliver the child to the Land of Water, allowing himself to remain behind to hold off the two members of the ANBU. The child had a considerable chance of survival. As for the risk of identity exposure, it was indeed quite high. Yet, before them lay a living soul. How could one abandon the possibility of salvation? The fishing boat, navigating through the mist-shrouded sea, was the very vessel that Sendo had taken towards the main island of the Land of Water. He had risen early and was leisurely dozing against the railing at the stern when Bai quietly appeared behind him, bowing his head to report in a hushed tone, "Mr. Sendo, a small-scale skirmish has erupted on the southern waters, and 2 individuals are swiftly approaching us from the sea." "Understood, let us take a look." Sendo replied nonchalantly as he straightened up and made his way to the bow of the ship. Just as he stepped out from the narrow side of the boat, a cloaked figure landed on the deck, carrying a pale-faced boy. An adult woman, keen on concealing her identity, and a boy seemingly on the verge of nausea, were now present. In the distance, 2 masked men from the hidden mist were in pursuit, expected to arrive in about a minute. Seeing someone on deck, Komi-ai hurriedly tossed the boy onto the deck and urgently uttered, "Take this child to the main island of the Land of Water. I beg you." The child had awakened his bloodline limit. Sendo merely conducted a cursory analysis, prompting Komi-ai, who had already dashed out, to return with even greater speed. She crouched down, cradling the boy in her arms, her verdant green eyes filled with shock and vigilance. "You are from the hidden mist?" Sendo waved his hands in a calming gesture, attempting to reassure her, "Do not be alarmed. I am not from the hidden mist. After a brief appraisal of Sendo's attire, Komi exhaled in relief. However, just as she was about to rise, I suddenly interjected from behind Sendo. "I am." Komi exclaimed. "Just when we escaped the wolf's den, we fell into the tiger's lair?" Sendo retorted. "Now is not the time for introductions." I added, "One must be polite outside. We cannot bring shame to Mr. Sendo." In the midst of this misunderstanding, the two masked members of the Hidden Mist landed heavily at the bow, casting cold, scrutinizing glances at those on the deck. Humph. Who would have thought that this young man with prominent brows and eyes would merely be stalling for time? Komi's expression darkened as she tightly safeguarded the boy under her arm, warily surveying the two groups and contemplating how to extricate herself and the child. However, after a moment, Komi was astonished to realize that the ANBU and the young man did not seem to be allies. Moreover, since boarding the vessel, the two men had not cast a single glance in her direction. As Komi grappled with her confusion, the slender member of the Hidden Mist directed a cold inquiry at Sendo. Have you seen a cloaked individual and a boy?" The question was straightforward and to the point. No, Sendo's response was terse, as he understood that verbosity could lead to missteps. The ANBU clearly did not trust the words of a stranger aboard an unfamiliar ship, and right before their eyes, he began to weave hand signs to perform a sensory jutsu. Meanwhile, Komi, 5 meters away, tightly covered the boy's mouth, instinctively holding her breath. However, it soon dawned on her that these two masked men seemed truly incapable of perceiving their presence. Otherwise, they could not have employed sensory ninjutsu against them, could they? It would be akin to shedding one's trousers to pass gas, a superfluous act. Observing the Mist Village ANBU reluctantly lowering their hands from the hand seals, Terumi May instinctively understood it was a fruitless search. Her gaze, laced with intrigue, shifted toward the composed Sendo, who refrained from making any hasty movements. The boy nestled within Terumi May's embrace, having been held too tightly, began to regain some color from his previously pallid visage, gradually shifting towards a dark purplish hue. Frustrated by the lack of results, the Mist ANBU redirected their scrutiny towards Sendo. After all, anyone with even a modicum of sense would question the presence of strangers here at this hour. "Who are you? What brings you to the land of water?" Sendo casually gestured at the deck beneath his feet and replied, "A fishing vessel from the land of waves, here for trade." "But where are the fish?" The ANBU pressed, relentless in their inquiry. He had sensed no fish aboard the ship. Sendo, ever the epitome of gentility, rarely regarded others with that look of incredulity. "Might it be possible that we are merely preparing to transport seafood back?" A silence enveloped the deck. The ANBU, rendered speechless, found salvation in the form of his burly companion, who placed a hand on his shoulder, providing him an exit from the uncomfortable exchange. Annoyed, he turned away, only to see his companion pointing towards the western sea, where two figures were rapidly receding into the distance. "Pursue them." With that command, the duo sprang onto the water's surface, racing westward without a glance back. Terumi May gradually rose from her seat on the deck, watching as the two ANBU hunters faded into the mist. Suddenly, a small hand began to frantically slap at her lower back. Furrowing her brow, she glanced down to discover that the boy in her arms had turned a shade of deep purple, prompting her to hastily release him, allowing him to tumble onto the deck. Sendo, ever the gentleman, averted his gaze, while the innocent expressed genuine concern for the boy, fearing he might choke aboard the ship. Ahem. Terumi May cleared her throat to alleviate the awkwardness and naturally shifted the topic. Jinjutsu? It can obscure others' vision at close range, even concealing sensory ninjutsu, rendering the two ANBU as blind as bats, while simultaneously allowing them to perceive illusions upon the distant sea. This can only be explained by the use of Jinjutsu. However, the formidable nature of this Jinjutsu sent a shiver of trepidation through Terumi May, for she remained uncertain whether the two were foes or allies. Sendo nodded in acknowledgement, observing the tautness in the woman's body beneath her cloak, and smiled reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed, as I mentioned to the Mist ANBU. We are indeed here for trade in the land of water." Terumi May regarded him with an expression of skepticism, as if to say, "Do you expect me to believe that? With such formidable Jinjutsu at your disposal, why not gain renown on the battlefield instead of venturing into the sea for commerce? The wind shadow delves into gold mines out of necessity due to the village's poverty. What could possibly be your motive? A mere whim?" In response to Terumi May's reasonable doubts, Bai, positioned slightly behind Sendo, silently nodded in agreement. Sendu was indeed admirable in many aspects, yet sometimes he appeared rather unserious. Despite being a formidable ninja, he often indulges in unproductive pursuits. Sendu seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look at Bai. In an instant, Bai's expression transformed, his brows furrowing and eyes glaring, conveying a fierce demeanor as if to say, "Utter another disparaging word about Mr. Sendu, and I shall pounce upon you." However, the delicate features of his face made such a display seem akin to a young creature baring its teeth in a futile attempt to intimidate, devoid of any real threat. Everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot impose their will upon another. Moreover, what relevance does my strength hold for you? We are not adversaries. Upon hearing Sendu's explanation, Terumi May felt a sense of relief wash over her. Indeed, as this charming young man pointed out, he bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to employ illusions to protect them both. Removing the hood that shrouded her head, Terumi May revealed her flawless, enchanting visage and bestowed upon Sendu a smile akin to the revelation of light breaking through the clouds. "You speak the truth. I must thank you. It is thanks to your timely intervention that this child has been spared." The boy, whose complexion had returned to normal, politely expressed his gratitude to Sendu. Sendu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was merely a trifling effort. "Is the situation in Kirigakure still dire? I initially intended to discuss business with them, yet I hesitated." Terumi May wore an expression of detached indifference, nodding lightly. As always, upon discovering someone has awakened their bloodline limit, they immediately resort to extermination. This child is fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, he too would have met his end beneath these waves. The boy nodded vigorously, his gaze occasionally darting towards the western sea, wary of a potential ambush from the two. Just as she finished speaking, Terumi May perceptibly detected a figure behind the charming young man, presumably his sister, wearing a look of disappointment. Connecting this to her earlier revelation of being from Kirigakure, Terumi May, an astute woman, quickly deduced the truth and, with her fingertips covering her lips in astonishment, exclaimed, "Could it be that this child also escaped from Kirigakure?" Sendu placed his hand upon Bai's shoulder, granting him the opportunity to explain himself. "Indeed, I am a survivor of the Yuki clan. It was Mr. Zabuza from the Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen who assisted in my escape." The mention of Zabuza elicited a twinge of melancholy within Bai, though this feeling had considerably faded compared to the past. As Bai pondered, a sudden exclamation broke his reverie. "Zabuza? The one wielding the decapitating blade? Senior?" This time, it was Bai who gasped in surprise. Sendu observed with keen interest the astonished expressions on Terumi May and Bai's faces. Even he had not anticipated that Zabuza, a mutual acquaintance, would render this journey through the land of water remarkably effortless and entertaining. If one were to ascertain who possessed the most profound understanding of Momochi Zabuza within the entire ninja world, both Bai and Terumi May would fiercely contend for the title. However, Bai's knowledge of Zabuza stemmed from the fallen, wandering ninja after his failed assassination of the 4th Mizukage, while Terumi May's perspective was of the spirited swordsman who rallied the masses against the blood mist. As a comrade who shares the same ideals and aspirations as Zabuza, Terumi May holds immense respect for him, despite his audacity to confront the 4th Mizukage with a blade. Even though he ultimately failed in the assassination attempt alongside the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, he remains an iconic figure on the path to overthrowing the blood mist policies. In fact, Zabuza's silent rebellion against the oppressive regime was epitomized during his graduation exam, where he eliminated all his peers without exception. Regrettably, amidst the chaos of war, he was thrust into battle before receiving any punishment for his actions. His silent killing technique became a lethal weapon in the fray, earning him the notorious title of Demon and subsequently, the iconic Sword of Beheading. What the 4th Mizukage did not anticipate was that even after bestowing upon Zabuza the signature weapon of the Hidden Mist Village and granting him the revered title of the Supreme Blade, he could not subdue this unruly rogue. Thus, Zabuza allied with the dual-wielding Kisame to launch an assassination against the 4th Mizukage, but they ultimately fell short against the formidable Yagura. Kisame perished in the battle, and Zabuza, bearing a broken sword, fled the Hidden Mist Village. On his escape, he encountered Haku and, without hesitation, took him along as they departed from the land of water. Upon learning that Haku was the child Zabuza had saved, Terumi May quickly developed a bond with him, especially after Haku discovered that she was a comrade of Zabuza. Their relationship blossomed rapidly. momentarily sidelining the sage path and the concerns of the bloodline boy. The bloodline boy, still anxious about the possibility of the ANBU, sensing something amiss and returning to hunt them down, remained on edge, glancing nervously towards the sea. Meanwhile, the sage silently listened to Terumi, Mei, and Haku reminisce, observing as Haku, usually reserved, became more animated, his face warming with expression. When Terumi Mei noticed the beheading sword Haku retrieved from the cabin, her astonished gaze shifted between the broken blade and Haku. Have you decided to inherit Zabuza's beheading sword? Why choose such a wild weapon, especially as a slender girl? Is it merely to carry on Zabuza's will? Haku, being a sensitive child, immediately sensed her skepticism and hastily waved his hands in explanation. I admit that I do not have the best compatibility with the broken sword, which is why I came to the land of water. Haku's voice trailed off, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at the sage. He nearly revealed their true purpose for coming to the land of water without the sage's consent. It's all right. Sharing with Terumi Mei is fine. We are all allies, the sage assured him. In light of Zabuza's legacy, they might even garner assistance from the locals. With some hesitation, Haku finally confessed, Mr. Sage brought me to the land of water with the intention of seeking the ruins of the Yuki clan, hoping to find information about the ice-release bloodline and related jutsu. Terumi Mei was left confused. So what? What does ice release have to do with the beheading sword? There can be a connection, the sage interjected. Haku nodded in agreement. Mr. Sage wishes to first understand ice release and then reforge the broken sword into a form that suits my use. The complex gaze of Terumi Mei swept across by Sundao and the beheading sword in succession. She bit her cherry-pink lower lip lightly, forcing herself to refrain from openly mocking this handsome young man named Sundao, who intended to melt down one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, the broken blade. This was the emblem of the Mist Village, a symbol of the ninja swords. Perhaps this had little to do with Sundao, the foreigner. It merely felt like an extravagant waste. Moreover, it was the only relic of Zabuza, and to simply melt it away left Terumi Mei feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, out of courtesy and gratitude, she did not reveal her emotions. The proposal to melt the sword was mine, for I stubbornly wished to inherit the broken blade. But the sword did not align with his combat style. Thus, reforging the blade was the best option. Sundao discerned the intricate emotions within Terumi Mei's gaze and spoke to clarify. Furthermore, in my view, a sword is lifeless, while a person is alive. To me, the living hold greater significance than the inanimate, which is why I choose to assist by unmastering the beheading sword. This was a rather selfish decision. For you, as a ninja of the mist, witnessing the sword being sullied by another would surely be hard to accept. For this, I can only extend my apologies. In plain terms, I am truly sorry, yet unwilling to repent. As Sundao articulated these words, I gazed intently at his profile with wide, glistening eyes, feeling as though his heart had been warmed and soothed, almost moved to tears. I am truly fortunate. First, I encountered Mr. Zabuza, and now Mr. Sundao. I even felt that the hardships he endured in his childhood were merely to balance the happiness he would later attain. What he once perceived as a curse, the ice release, transformed into the sharpest weapon of murder after meeting Zabuza, allowing Bai to find his own worth through it. Yet, after meeting Sundao, he never once mentioned this bloodline limit, as if he regarded it with disdain. Perhaps, as Mr. Sundao suggested, the living are more important than the lifeless. No matter how formidable the ice release may be, it is merely a talent. What can compare to a living, breathing person? The living are more important than the sword. Terumi Mei murmured, her heart equally shaken. Every child born in the Mist Village, when asked about their aspirations for the future, would unanimously respond, to inherit a ninja sword and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The only distinction lies in which sword to inherit and from which ninja swordsman to carry on the legacy. This is the stature of the 7 ninja swords in the Mist Village. It is faith and honor. Thus, in the Mist Village, children begin learning to wield a sword as soon as they can walk. When the ninja sword is elevated to a status above all else, the worth of a person diminishes. All Mist villagers vie fiercely for those 7 swords. Even after the tragic incident of devouring the master and seizing the sword, the Mist ninjas remain like moths drawn to a flame, desperately and obsessively reaching out with their claw-like hands towards the ninja swords. Yet this person, whom I encountered for the first time today, seemed to regard the pride of the Mist village as insignificant, as if in his eyes, it were merely a sharper piece of iron. He might casually pass by a broken sword discarded on the roadside, not bothering to bend down and pick it up, likely deeming it too heavy and nonchalantly uttering, "A sword is less significant than a person." This demeanor of a transcendent figure is not an act of pretentiousness. Rather, he genuinely regards the executioner's blade with indifference. In fact, to fulfill his sister's desires, he even contemplates transforming the broken sword into a mere plaything. At that moment, Terumi Mei's conviction, steadfast for 26 years, suddenly falters. The observer sees clearly, while the one embroiled in the situation remains perplexed. In her eyes, the 7 ninja swords morph into 7 enticing fish baits. In the fish pond known as Kirigakure, a pool of foolish fish begins to compete fiercely, striving to seize the alluring bait, battling for survival. Within the village of Mist, there exists a secret that shall never be disclosed. The souls perishing beneath the blades of the ninja swords are predominantly not from rival villages, but from their own. Ninja who covet the swords and launch life and death challenges against their own comrades. Those who grasp the bait are equally foolish, manipulated by the unseen hands that wield the fishing line, mercilessly slaying their fellow villagers. These foolish fish, high on their own self-importance, believe themselves to be fighting for honor. Realizing this truth sends a chilling dread coursing through Terumi Mei, causing every hair on her body to stand on end as cold sweat streams down her. Throughout the ranks of the resistance, including herself, the prevailing belief was that the 3rd and 4th Mizukage had slaughtered the bloodline clans out of fear of their overwhelming power threatening their dominion. Yet now, it appears that the massacre of bloodline ninjas may only represent a superficial layer of their true intentions. The number of ninjas who perish in the struggle for the swords far exceeds that of the bloodline ninjas. As Terumi Mei gazes once more at the gentle, smiling visage of the young man named Senda, her wariness escalates. Is he truly here in Kirigakure solely for the sake of his adopted sister, seeking the remnants of the Yuki clan? When he spoke those words, was he merely expressing his stance, or was he subtly attempting to enlighten her? Terumi Mei, a woman endowed with both beauty and intelligence, now finds herself in a state of uncertainty, unable to make a decisive move. She is but a newly emerged fish on the shore. Whether it be the blood-soaked mists behind her or the charming figure before her, she cannot discern the truth. You may remain on the main island, as long as you do not expose your bloodline limit. If you still aspire to be a ninja, then depart from the land of water. After imparting her final words of caution to the bloodline boy, he expressed his gratitude once more to Senda and chose to board a ship leaving the land of water. Children raised in Kirigakure seem to know little beyond fighting and killing. Yet another wandering ninja has emerged in the ninja world. Terumi Mei watches as the boy waves goodbye from the ship, managing to muster a smile in return, bidding him farewell, much like the choice of Zabuza. Just like Mr. Zabuza, Bai murmurs softly. Senda's large hand rests gently on Bai's head, shaking it slightly, as if to dislodge the sorrow from his mind. Everyone has their own choices. Sometimes, those choices may not be the most rational, but they are often the most urgent. He likely no longer wishes to remain in this country either. Bai reminisces about the emotions he felt when Zabuza led him away from the land of water, nodding in agreement. As Terumi Mei turned around, leaning lazily against the dock railing, she stretched her body in a languid manner. Without the cloak to conceal her, her alluring figure was laid bare, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by who cast furtive glances her way, perhaps accustomed to such scrutiny or simply lacking the inclination to care. Terumi Mei seemed oblivious to the gazes around her, her eyes solely focused on the figure of Sendu across from her. Her smile was sweet, yet the words that escaped her lips were tinged with bitterness. I apologize for the spectacle. The land of water must be the most chaotic of all the ninja nations. If given a choice, I doubt anyone would wish to be born here. With a clenched fist, White leaned slightly forward, his urgency apparent. Then why do you not leave this country? Why endure life in Kirigakure with such trepidation? On their journey to the main island of the land of water, Terumi Mei had revealed her status as a bloodline ninja to Sendu and White, fostering a newfound kinship with White, who had begun to address her as sister. Yet, even in this simple form of address, the boy sought Sendu's approval first, glancing towards him for consent. If Mr. Sendu disallowed it, then he would refrain from using the term. This lack of assertiveness, or perhaps his dependence on Sendu's words, caused Terumi Mei to regard him with a peculiar expression, leading Sendu to offer a resigned smile. After all, should everything be clarified, it might absolve him of suspicion. but it would compromise White's dignity. It was not worth the trouble. Merely a misunderstanding. After all, what was there for a man to fear? Terumi Mei gazed at the departing vessels, momentarily envisioning herself aboard one of them, only to shake her head with a wistful smile and a sigh. We, who grew up in the blood mist, are a stubborn breed. To flee without achieving anything would be utterly disgraceful. With a playful grin, she attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Even if we must leave, before we do, we ought to confront Zabuza like true warriors. Should we succeed in overturning our fates? Splendid. Should we fail, we can take to the skies, and if we perish here, so be it. Revenge shall be left for the next life. While Terumi Mei spoke with a carefree spirit, White's brow furrowed, momentarily at a loss for words. As midday passed, the mist over the sea grew faintest. The vessel carrying the boy of the bloodline had become a mere speck in the distance, completely distancing itself from this murky land. As an outsider, Yuusendo found himself incapable of offering substantial assistance, nor was it particularly necessary. He was not a reincarnation of a benevolent deity, compelled to aid every soul he encountered. If he could assist, he would do so effortlessly. If not, there was no reason to feel disheartened. There were countless matters in this world beyond human control. Only by understanding the art of compromise could one find comfort in life. Besides, he had come to the land of water for business purposes. Are you in a hurry to return to Kirigakure? Yuusendo inquired of Terumi Mei. If not, why not accompany us to assess the market first? We can then escort you back on our way. Terumi Mei responded with a gracious smile, although her visage bore the allure of a captivating seductress. Her demeanor was refreshingly genuine and unpretentious, making her company quite agreeable. Why the rush to return to that wretched place? We have grown up amidst the blood mist. We are not so dependent on it for survival. If you do not mind my presence, I would be happy to join you as your guide. That is precisely the intention. In response to Kurosaki Mei's self-recommendation, Yuusendo naturally smiled and agreed, promptly heading to the largest market on the main island under her guidance. The busy investigation concluded hastily in one afternoon. After discussions with several prominent merchants, Yuusendo resolved to establish a branch office on the main island of the Water Nation. The untapped resources of the Water Nation were exceedingly abundant, even if Yuusendo had no particular ambition in this matter. The sight of the nearly untouched fresh seas around him stirred an undeniable greed within him. Such is human nature, where goodness coexists with wickedness, and in this case, it was merely a desire for profit, a reasonable aspiration. Furthermore, aside from the fishing industry, Yuusendo contemplated establishing a new shipping route between the Wave Nation and the Water Nation. The Water Nation, being a purely insular realm, lacked resources compared to the mainland, making even basic transportation a lucrative venture. At a rather upscale restaurant on the main island, Yuusendo treated the group as a gesture of gratitude for Kurosaki Mei's guidance throughout the afternoon. Observing the lavish spread before them, Kurosaki Mei rested her elbow on the table, propped her chin on her hand, and with a playful squint, remarked, "Do affluent individuals like you always seek to impress? Do we really need such an extravagant feast for just the three of us?" In light of her teasing, Yuusendo replied with a smile, "This is merely a matter of basic etiquette. If one is to host, it would be better to do so generously rather than miserly." Bai, sitting quietly beside them, gazed intently at the waitstaff bringing dishes from the kitchen, speculating whether those plates were meant for their table. Both Kurosaki Mei and Yuusendo were astute individuals, their temperaments well aligned, and despite only sharing a brief afternoon together, they had already grown as familiar as longtime friends. Kurosaki Mei sighed wistfully. "If I were to own an entire corporate group, I would undoubtedly indulge extravagantly, at the very least acquiring a multitude of exquisite garments." Yuusendo quipped, "In that case, you would need to procure several properties solely to accommodate your wardrobe." With a feigned look of grievance, Kurosaki Mei turned to Yuusendo. "Are you implying that I am a greedy person?" To which Yuusendo earnestly responded, "No, merely that your figure would make even the most ordinary clothes appear stunning." Bai, quietly peeling shrimp shells at the side, silently absorbed the art of engaging in high-context conversations. Kurosaki Mei's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh my. Do I truly possess such a delightful figure? You are indeed deceiving me, are you?" "I speak only the truth," Yuusendo replied, placing the peeled shrimp he had prepared for Bai back into her bowl, shrugging innocently at Kurosaki Mei. Leaning slightly forward, Kurosaki Mei etched Yuusendo's features into her memory, declaring seriously, "If you continue to flatter me like this, dear sister may just fall for you. When Kurosaki May discovered that Xiandao was 4 years her junior, her astonishment was palpable, yet the quickening of her heartbeat was undeniable. With perfect looks, an enticing figure, a composed demeanor, and considerable talents and wealth, not to mention being younger, it was as if he were a threat to her very existence. Well then, I confess I have ulterior motives regarding you, Xiandao candidly admitted. Kurosaki May smiled alluringly. What is it that you desire? My figure? I silently bowed her head to her meal, finding the adult conversation quite perilous. Xiandao straightforwardly stated, I seek your familiarity with the hidden mist village. You might know the location of the Snow Clan's ruins. I lifted her head once more, her bright, watery eyes glimmering with curiosity. As Terumi May chuckled softly, the allure in her eyes was unmistakable, filled with sheer admiration. Is it truly that direct? If you were to deceive me a little more, I might divulge even more of what you desire to know. I am not skilled at deceit. That simply won't do. A man who lacks the art of flattery has little hope of coaxing a young lady into his abode. You must practice more, otherwise, with your qualities, it would be a pity not to play the rogue. Well, you are the most unattractive woman I have encountered since arriving in the land of water. What is the matter? I believe you need not practice any further. Is there any wine manager? After conversing with the manager, Terumi May turned to Zando with a smile. It was indeed your treat, yet I took the liberty of ordering additional items. I sincerely apologize for the expense. I quickly glanced up, only to lower his head again in confusion, muttering to himself, she smiles so brightly, yet there's no sign of embarrassment. How did I only remember to order wine halfway through the meal? Zando pondered, looking at the diminishing dishes, hesitating on whether to order more for the sake of business discussions. It felt rather inconvenient to negotiate without wine. Terumi May received the wine brought by the waiter and poured it for Zando. With a resigned smile, Zando remarked, what peculiar customs. Just speak your mind. If we drink too much and fall asleep, it would surely impede our business. Upon hearing this, Terumi May's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Oh, is your tolerance for alcohol not commendable? Bai, alert, lifted his head, only to have a large hand press him back down, signaling him not to delay the meal. He continued to chew, seemingly perceiving everyone through Zando's eyes as malnourished. Drinking a bit less is still acceptable, Zando said, accepting the wine glass from Terumi May. Feel free to express your business intentions. Terumi May raised her glass and took a sip of the sake, her pink lips glistening with the liquid, resembling tempting jelly, evoking an impulse to swallow it whole. It's precisely because I don't know how to broach the subject that I wish to rely on the influence of alcohol. Struggling to articulate your thoughts? Zando mused, seemingly guessing the nature of the business Terumi May alluded to. Once the branch company is established, I will place informants in the Hidden Mist Village. At that time, you can contact them to transport the bloodline ninjas to the main island. Zando raised his glass toward Terumi May after finishing his statement. Terumi May appeared utterly astonished, blinking twice before regaining her composure, sharing a bemused smile as she clinked glasses with Zando. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed effortless. Words need not be exchanged. If your company as personnel are there to assist, the chances of the bloodline ninjas escaping from the Hidden Mist Village will significantly increase. Moreover, all that is required is your vessel to aid in their transport. Should the ANBU discover our actions and pursue, our organization will intervene, ensuring the safety of your company's ship. I assure you of this. That would be splendid. With empty glasses, Terumi May swiftly took the wine bottle before Zando could. Now, let us discuss your terms. Please refrain from mentioning noble causes like saving lives. It is only natural for a merchant to prioritize profit. If you do not present your conditions, I would rather not trust you. Didn't you promise to guide us to the ruins of the Yuki clan? Isn't that a form of compensation? Terumi May shot Zando a glance, exuding an irresistible charm. That is merely a reward for assisting in evading those two ANBU from the Hidden Mist. Other matters are to be negotiated separately. Xiandao scratched his head and inquired of Bai beside him. Is there anything you desire? Suddenly called upon, Bai, his mouth stuffed with food, looked up at Xiandao in confusion, pausing for a moment before hastily shaking his head. Shall we leave it as a debt for now? Xiandao found himself at a loss for any leverage. Do not, for if the debts accumulate too much, you may find them impossible to repay. After a few cups of wine, a faint blush appeared on Koyomi May's cheeks, her speech noticeably slurred. What if you wish to become a water shadow? Xiandao chuckled. I do not harbor such lofty aspirations, and besides, You have the organization behind you. I shall not make unreasonable demands. This is a personal transaction between you and me, unrelated to the organization, Koyomi Mei said, tilting her head and resting her chin on her hand, her finger playfully tapping the elastic, plump object on the table. Sister still has her own desires, does she? Oh. Xiandao crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, awaiting Koyomi Mei's next words. The moment she uttered water shadow, Xiandao employed an illusionary technique to ensure their conversation remained unheard by any third party. Actually, even if I heard it, it would not matter. Sighing softly, the beauty's melancholy breath resonated even amidst the clamor, evoking a sense of pity that made by slow his chewing. Is it an obsession or has it become a burden on my heart? I am still eagerly anticipating the day the blood mist dissipates. Koyomi Mei's slender fingers, akin to green onions, toyed with her wine glass, dipping her fingertip into the spilled liquid before bringing it to her lips to taste. Xiandao nodded and spoke frankly. You wish to become a water shadow. Hee, sister is indeed a greedy person. Koyomi Mei chuckled self-deprecatingly. I shall not promise you what will transpire once I become a water shadow. That would be the deception of fools, and I do not wish to mislead you. Our Koyomi clan is considered a prominent family in the Hidden Mist Village, which is also why I, as a bloodline ninja, have not been executed. Even the fourth Hokage would think twice before provoking the Koyomi clan. Therefore, feel free to ask for anything, with the Koyomi clan as my backing. I possess some confidence in fulfilling your wishes. Xiandao gently tapped his left arm with his right index finger, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating. You desire those bloodline ninjas to remember your life-saving grace, so that when you rise against the blood mist, they will become your force in the charge? Confronted with the man's extraordinary intellect, Koyomi Mei could only sigh in resignation, self-mockingly stating, before meeting you, I had prided myself on my wit. Indeed, there are greater talents beyond our realm. Only through humility can one progress. Why the sudden reflection on the philosophy of life? Xiandao poured more wine for Koyomi Mei. You are indeed a wise woman, surpassing most men in terms of audacity. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a heroine among women. In the realm of the blood mist that toppled 2 generations of water shadows, such courage and determination merit a toast to you. Koyomi Mei smiled without a word, her gaze firmly fixed upon Xiandao's face. The alluring physique and wealth that had once captivated her were now overshadowed by a singular realization. He understands himself. No more was needed. That alone was sufficient. As Terumi Mei shook her head, she found herself in a haze. Uncertain whether it was the influence of alcohol or the tumult of emotions that clouded her mind. Matters of romantic longing could wait until the blood mist dissipated. Are you interested in the secret techniques of the Mist Village? I can assist you in acquiring them. However, I must clarify in advance that even if you obtain these techniques, you likely won't be able to utilize them. Most of the fog concealment techniques are closely tied to bloodline limits, and in truth, they hold little value, merely trifles. Very well, let us use these techniques as bargaining chips, said Sendu decisively, as Terumi Mei made it clear that these secret arts were of little worth. Researching ninjutsu is also a passion of mine. Perhaps, upon grasping the principles, I could develop other techniques, which would indeed render them valuable. Terumi Mei chuckled softly. The true value lies in your research prowess. Since you've stated it so plainly, I shall shamelessly take advantage of you. Moreover, I may require even more of your assistance in the future. Sendu smiled. Should you require further transactions, feel free to contact me through an intermediary. Perhaps once the blood mist hovering over the mist village is dispelled, I might earn my share of merit. Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled as she regarded Sendu. Their exchange was peculiar, yet it was not merely intoxication that compelled Sendu to promise assistance in dispelling the blood mist. It had nothing to do with beauty. The oppressive blood mist policy was an abomination that ought not to exist. Assisting Terumi Mei in rescuing the people of the Mist Village was a matter of conscience for Sendu. It could also be seen as an investment in Terumi Mei herself. This woman possessed extraordinary ambition and a fortitude that rivaled any man. Crucially, she was astute, having already devised plans to rescue bloodline ninjas and relocate them to the main island or abroad, allowing them to thrive outside. When the time was ripe, Terumi Mei would summon those she had saved, and they would surely return to repay her kindness. Even if not out of gratitude, they would return for vengeance, thus augmenting Terumi Mei's strength. Once the blood mist was overturned, Terumi May could promise the bloodline ninjas a return to their homeland and the re-establishment of their clans. At that point, the scattered strength of the bloodline would be reclaimed by the village, ensuring that the Mist Village retained a semblance of deterrence. Indeed, as Sendu initially assessed, she was a clever woman. Should she ever ascend to the position of Mizukage, the Mist Village would undoubtedly find its way back to prosperity. That night, aboard the vessel en route to the Mist Village from the main island, Terumi May leaned against the deck railing, letting the sea breeze caress her. Her graceful figure formed a breathtaking silhouette, her long chestnut hair swaying gently, reminiscent of a lively fish's tail, contrasting with her slightly melancholic expression. Alas, I overestimated my tolerance for alcohol, Terumi May lamented, lightly tapping her forehead. The heartfelt resolve she had sealed away due to her solemn mission had, under the influence of alcohol, been prematurely unbound. She had determined to devote herself entirely to the fight for the people of the Mist Village. Before dispelling the blood mist, she must not allow mundane distractions to divert her focus. Yet, upon encountering the perfect person of her dreams, Terumi May found her composure slipping, and the floodgates of her emotions burst forth. At the age of 26, one stands at the precipice between youth and maturity. Kazumi May, far from being devoid of emotions, possesses an array of feelings that are entirely natural. The sole blessing lies in the fact that her pact with the celestial realm has ignited her resolve to overthrow the blood mist. Deep down, Kazumi May is a woman of formidable strength. She refuses to submit to any man, even if he is destined to be her partner. As an elder sister, how could she ever kneel before her younger brother? Once she unifies the hidden mist and ascends to the position of the fifth Mizukage, she intends to present the most grand and elaborate betrothal gifts to confess her love to the celestial being. Then, she shall take him as her husband, calling him brother by day and younger brother by night. Of course, the celestial being remains unaware that he has been designated as a son-in-law to the hidden mist. Stepping out of the cabin and onto the deck, he hears footsteps behind him. Kazumi May turns, leaning against the ship's railing with a smile gracing her features. Where is Bai? Aren't you two inseparable? I ordered him to rest after eating too much, she replies. At the dinner table, Bai, reluctant to defy the celestial being's wishes, adhered to the principle of eating well to grow strong, and consequently overindulged. It is ill-advised to engage in vigorous activity right after a meal, hence I did not allow him to join. Kazumi May's playful demeanor fades as she inquires. What is happening? 2 members of the Hidden Mist's ANBU are currently approaching our ship. They will arrive in approximately 2 minutes. Listening to the celestial being's calm tone, Kazumi May mentally calculates the distance the ANBU could cover in that time, her lips twitching as she quips, "Brother, just how much do you conceal? Your perceptive abilities are rather alarming, aren't they? Is it?" "I believe it's quite normal," he responds. "By the way, why did you not retaliate with full force during the day? You seem to be holding back your jutsu." Given the celestial being's keen perception, he should have clearly witnessed her delaying the ANBU with the water dragon bullet technique earlier that day. "I did not wish to escalate matters." Kazumi May replies with a hint of exasperation. If there are casualties or disappearances among the ANBU, it would undoubtedly alert the Mizukage. It would then become exceedingly difficult to extract the bloodline ninja from the village. The ANBU would likely reinforce their ranks, and our clandestine operations would be adversely affected. Thus, a tacit equilibrium exists between the Hidden Mist Village and the Resistance Organization. What about those two? Should we deceive them with illusions? Kazumi May contemplates for a moment. Then a mischievous smile spreads across her face. "Brother, can your illusions erase others' memories?" Upon witnessing her wicked grin, the celestial being instinctively realizes her intentions. Meeting her eager gaze, he shakes his head with a resigned smile. "Go on, just don't kill them. I'll handle the aftermath." Kazumi May, elated beyond measure, has long harbored frustrations that must be released. She bestows upon the celestial being an enchanting kiss, and, licking her lips with anticipation, exclaims, "Then, I shall take my leave." With that, she leans back and leaps off the deck, charging towards the ANBU amidst the waves. Now it is the celestial being who leans against the railing where Kazumi May had just been, his gaze piercing through the mist rising from the sea, locking onto the site where battle is imminent. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As the tempestuous beauty Komi May unleashed her full might, a colossal water dragon, stretching 100 meters in length, coiled around her form before charging directly towards the hidden depths of the mist. The once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, and even the vessels 100 meters behind her could feel the violent upheaval. Nestled in the cabin, a pale-faced Bai, having overindulged, found himself besieged by the relentless rocking of the boat, succumbing to seasickness. The ships in the safety zone were not spared either. But those facing the brunt of the water dragon's onslaught, the hidden depths, were in dire peril. In a desperate attempt, two individuals conjured a colossal water barrier, standing 5 meters tall, yet it shattered almost instantaneously under the onslaught of the 100-meter water dragon. They were sent tumbling like pebbles skipping across the surface of the ocean, soaring over 100 meters before plunging into the depths. Wiping the droplets from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, Mei's fighting spirit remained undiminished, clearly unsatisfied with her previous display. With a fluid motion, she plunged her hands into the ocean, summoning a magnificent wave that surged from beneath her. Riding atop the crest of this towering wave, she cheered as she charged towards the shadowy depths below. The ship was rocked more violently this time, and Bai, feeling a surge of nausea, was on the brink of losing his composure when a warm hand rested reassuringly on his back. "Master Senda, is that you?" Bai turned to see the source of comfort, and, to his surprise, found that the dizziness had dissipated entirely. Senda's hand emanated a gentle green glow, aiding Bai in regaining his equilibrium, while he apologetically explained, "Earlier, two members of the hidden depths pursued us." Mei sought to vent her frustrations, and the resulting commotion was rather significant. Significant? Bai felt the ship's violent oscillations, which reached a height of 3 to 4 meters. Wouldn't you say that's an understatement? This is more than sufficient to sink a ship. Just then, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the deck, followed by Mei's embarrassed voice. "Brother, I seem to have been a bit too forceful. Do you think these two are still salvageable?" Senda and Bai exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. The two unfortunate souls suffered grievous injuries: 7 broken ribs, a fractured wrist, a dislocated shoulder, and a broken leg. The larger of the two, possessing greater resilience, also bore 4 broken ribs, one perilously close to piercing the heart. This did not account for the multitude of bruises, strained muscles, and fluid-filled lungs they endured. As Senda assessed the injuries, Mei's embarrassment deepened with each ailment he reported. Having indulged in drink and merriment, "I simply lost control," she attempted to deflect blame. Feigning innocence, "I didn't expect these two to be so fragile. It only took 2 rounds for them to fall. And I didn't even resort to my bloodline limit." While treating both individuals, Senda could only smile wryly to himself. 100-meter-long water dragon and a surging waterfall. The power of her techniques was approaching legendary proportions, indeed. In the hidden mist village, the ANBU can at best be considered elite ninjas. Yet they find themselves overwhelmed when ambushed. Observing Senjutsu diligently tending to the wounded, Terumi may appear akin to a remorseful child. Fidgeting as she prodded Senjutsu's shoulder and spoke in a subdued tone, "If you cannot save them, it may be best not to try. These two are so weak that the Mizukage likely wouldn't allocate additional resources for them." Senjutsu reassured Terumi Mei with a calming gesture. "It is not as difficult as it seems. Not all of their injuries need to be fully healed. Once they regain consciousness, I will implant a memory of a fierce battle where they narrowly triumphed. The remaining injuries can be left for them to treat upon their return." Astonished, Terumi Mei squatted before Senjutsu, the mature aura surrounding her palpable. "Is it truly possible to accomplish such a feat? Brother, might you reveal to your sister what else you are capable of?" "It is not particularly challenging," Senjutsu modestly elucidated. "Casting illusions on the unconscious is nearly effortless, with a success rate of 100%. Fabricating memories is akin to weaving dreams, ultimately. All that is required is to plant a suggestion that ensures they do not question the authenticity of this fabricated experience." Terumi Mei, not being a Jinjutsu specialist herself, found the concept somewhat foreign, especially as few in the hidden mist village possessed expertise in illusions. The bloodline limits of their village were diverse and peculiar. Some allowed for the extraction of bones as weapons. Others enabled their bodies to transform into water, or to exude corrosive slime, yet none were related to Jinjutsu. This scarcity made the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from the Leaf Village, particularly the main branch, exceedingly rare and coveted, as it provided means to identify and counteract illusions. After a brief interval, the breathing of the two ANBU gradually steadied. Senjutsu withdrew his hand and stood, his thumb and middle finger meeting as he gently snapped his fingers. The two individuals lying on the deck rose like marionettes. their eyelids remaining closed as they stepped off the deck, standing firmly upon the water's surface. One crossed his arms, while the other hefted a large sword, embodying the aftermath of a recent battle. Terumi, Mei, and Shiro leaned over the railing, marveling at the wonders of Jinjutsu. In 15 minutes, their consciousness would return, and in that moment, they would believe they had just vanquished a fleeing bloodline ninja, while the cloaked figure aiding the escape would have sustained grave injuries in a fierce conflict. Yet, given the state of the cloaked figure, it was unlikely they would reach the shoreline, thus no further pursuit was necessary. Like a screenwriter, Senjutsu elaborated on the impending narrative to Terumi, Mei, and Shiro. "Oh, the land of water." They clapped in admiration, reminiscent of starry-eyed fans. "Now I can rest easy," Terumi, Mei remarked, brushing away non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead. As her arm fell, it naturally draped over Senjutsu's shoulder. "I did not realize you possessed medical ninjutsu. Might you assist your sister once more? The reward is negotiable. What is it that you require?" "There is a child who has awakened a bloodline limit. However, while this bloodline grants formidable power, it exacts a heavy toll in return. The members of their clan, anyone who harnessed that power, did not survive past the age of 16. It could be deemed a hereditary affliction." As she spoke, Kame-Mei realized the gravity of the situation and quickly waved her hand to clarify. "I am not trying to place any pressure on you. I merely wish to convey the circumstances surrounding that child. Primarily, it is your brother who possesses unexpected abilities akin to a treasure trove, and I hope you might find a solution." The Senda nodded in agreement. "It is fine. Let's first assess the child's condition. If there is truly no way forward, I will not force the issue." "Is that child under the care of your organization?" Kame-Mei inquired, to which Senda replied affirmatively. "First, let us return to the ruins of the Yuki clan and settle our previous debts." Upon reaching the island of the Hidden Mist Village, Kame-Mei guided Senda and Bai to the northern mountains. The Kame clan had established its roots in the Hidden Mist Village during the tenure of the first Mizukage. Witnessing the village's rise and eventual decay, as well as the rise and fall of various clans, Kame-Mei led the way, with Senda and Bai trailing behind her. Observing Kame-Mei's curvaceous figure and then glancing at Senda's clear gaze, Bai felt he was overthinking things. The Yuki clan had a relatively brief existence in the Hidden Mist Village, and their bloodline limit bore no adverse effects. Had it not been for the blood mist policy, the art of ice release would surely have flourished and gained renown throughout the ninja world. As they conversed, the trio traversed 2 mountains, and Kame-Mei halted before a vast valley, exhaling a soft mist as she spoke. "Here we are. This is the site of the Yuki clan. I am surprised that after so many years, the temperature of this place remains so low." Turning to Bai, who bore a look of unfamiliarity, Kame-Mei explained with a smile, "Given Bai's age, it is reasonable that before his birth, the Yuki clan had already suffered a catastrophic near-extermination. Many survivors went into hiding. Living incognito, it is entirely normal for Bai not to be aware of this ancestral land. Indeed, from the moment he could remember, Bai had lived in a small wooden cabin in the mountains with his parents. His first departure from home coincided with the traumatic moment he witnessed his father kill his mother, unleashing a surge of chakra that encased his father and their entire dwelling in ice. "Let us proceed in search of any materials related to ice release," Senda suggested, rolling up his sleeves and leading the way down the slope. Surely, no man could resist the allure of treasure hunting. Bai followed closely behind Senda, gazing down at the ground, which was entirely covered by debris from the surrounding mountains, and he helplessly scanned the area within 100 meters. "It is so vast. Do we need to uncover all the soil and stones?" Kame-Mei stomped her foot lightly, murmuring, "The ground is frozen solid. It would be difficult to dig. Unless we use a large-scale earth release technique to raise the ruins. But that would surely draw the attention of the Hidden Mist's ANBU." As Kame-Mei and Bai looked over, Senda had already begun forming hand seals, his slender fingers making the process appear almost graceful. "First, let's locate any hidden chambers, boxes, or scrolls, and then we can extract them individually." Kame-Mei asked, "Brother, why do you speak so casually?" Both the initial and latter parts of this task are not easily accomplished by an ordinary ninja. In the interest of caution, Koji-Mei refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead silently observing Zando as he demonstrated his technique, wary of being publicly embarrassed due to her own lack of knowledge. A woman of considerable pride, she was willing to accept the preceding events but could not tolerate humiliation. Bai, filled with anticipation, watched Mr. Zando as he formed intricate seals, To his recollection, this was the first time he had witnessed Yuusendo execute such an elaborate series of seals, suggesting the potency of the technique to come. As the 36 seals were completed, Yuusendo exhaled softly, relieved. The chakra required for this technique was not significantly less than that of the space-time ninjutsu, especially considering its extensive range and the precision necessary. He had to divide a single unit of chakra into 16 streams to utilize the lightning release, fleeting thunder technique. With his palm facing upwards, Yuusendo's clenched fist suddenly unfurled, unleashing a multitude of imperceptible yet tangible electric currents that spread instantaneously, enveloping the valley floor and the surrounding mountains. In the distance, startled birds awoke, roused by the electromagnetic disturbance, while acorns stored within tree hollows trembled. Nearby, Koji-Mei felt her heart race, and inhaled the altered air that crackled with electricity. All surrounding information flooded into Yuusendo's mind through the unseen electromagnetic field. He rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the technique after a long absence. Though he had only intended to encompass the valley floor, he inadvertently covered the surrounding mountains as well. My apologies for the disturbance, dear little ones. Awakened so late at night. The tingling sensation coursed through him from head to toe. Koji-Mei's fingertips brushed against the strands of hair lifted by the breeze as she surveyed the subtle electric currents in the air. Glancing at Yuusendo with an expression akin to that of gazing upon an enigma shrouded in human guise. Brother? What is it? Yuusendo had come to accept Koji-Mei's form of address. What could he do otherwise? After all, she was a woman of formidable strength. Sister, you seem a tad flustered, she remarked, forming a diminutive gesture with her fingers. What is this fleeting thunder technique? I have never heard of it before. The self-created ninjutsu I devised in the past was grounded in a relatively simple principle, spreading lightning chakra like a three-dimensional web, allowing me to sense any contact with a person or object. However, it inflicts no harm, serving purely for the purpose of reconnaissance. Yuusendo spoke with evident enthusiasm regarding his modest invention, yet this technique has its drawbacks. It demands considerable energy and chakra. If the feedback from the surroundings becomes overwhelming, my brain may struggle to process the information, leading to fainting or even shock. Furthermore, while I can sense others, they too can sense my presence and trace me through the magnetic field, rendering it nearly devoid of concealment. He expressed his frustration. To remain undetected, I would need to refine the chakra even further, yet that would exponentially increase the energy expenditure. I might exhaust myself to the point of incapacitation, making it a rather unwise trade-off, and I find myself lacking in further improvement ideas. Koji-Mei and I exchanged glances, recognizing the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Suddenly, they both released a sigh of relief, realizing that their own intellect was not at fault. It was merely that Mr. Yuusendo was exceptionally formidable. One should not compare themselves to their peers, nor should they foolishly seek to challenge the extraordinary beings known as geniuses. There is simply no need for it. Koyomi sighed in relief, only to realize, somewhat belatedly, that she had once been regarded as a genius herself. With 3 types of ninjutsu and 2 bloodline limits, her abilities placed her among the upper echelons of the entire ninja world, certainly not far from the pinnacle of that bizarre hierarchy. Moreover, she possessed intelligence, depth of character, a generous figure coupled with sharp wit and striking beauty. Some descriptors that seem unrelated to talent slipped into her thoughts, yet she dismissed the notion of depth and character. In the presence of her younger brother, she transformed into a gentle and caring older sister, though she also became merely an ordinary ninja with some degree of skill. The adage that one must die when compared to others rings true. The worth of goods is assessed against one another. Shaking off the clutter in her mind, Koyomi returned to the matter at hand. So, have you thoroughly investigated the situation at the underground ruins? Shindu nodded, glancing at the ground and stamping his foot slightly. There are quite a few items, and some sealed scrolls that likely contain the real treasures. How deep is it? If it's not too deep, we could dig. About 13 or 14 meters. Koyomi swallowed her unfinished thoughts, peering down only to have her view obstructed by her own attire. Though I possess Earth Chakra, I am not adept at Earth-style ninjutsu. Attempting to use it could crush whatever lies beneath. Koyomi sighed in exasperation, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. I found himself equally perplexed. Yet, in such moments, he would invariably look to Shindu, as if no challenge could truly confound him. Indeed, Shindu began forming hand seals, this time more intricate than any sensory technique Koyomi had ever encountered. The strain of consecutively using two chakra-intensive techniques took its toll, even on him. As a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, Koyomi felt a pang of concern and instinctively reached out to wipe his brow, her hand brushing against his handsome face. "I'll go down for a bit and return shortly." After speaking, Shindu completed his seals. In a startling display, he stepped forward and vanished into the ground before Koyomi and Bai's wide eyes, as if submerging in water. Once Shindu's entire body had disappeared beneath the surface, Koyomi and Bai exchanged glances, reading confusion and astonishment in each other's eyes. "Do you know what kind of technique your brother is using?" "This is my first time seeing Mr. Shindu employ this technique as well. I can only deduce that it pertains to space-time manipulation. What else could he possibly be incapable of?" Bai could not respond. In his heart, he had already associated Shindu with invincibility. Even if someone were to claim that Shindu had the ability to bear children, Bai would entertain the possibility without doubt. As the two grappled with their existential doubts, Shindu emerged from the earth, cradling an old chest filled with scrolls. Fortunately, there was still some unburied space within the underground structure. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to retrieve these treasures. The exertion of utilizing the Taishu technique is undeniably exhausting. If one were to burden the Xian Dao with the task of repeatedly transporting items, it would not only be a matter of the technique's cooldown, but also the immense chakra expenditure sufficient to conjure thousands of Kakashis. "Kadian, are you even polite?" This is when Bai lifted the scrolls from the box and glanced at your chest. The box had begun to decay, with a pristine sealing talisman affixed at the lock's hinge. "Let us first examine the contents of these scrolls while I investigate how to unravel this seal." Xian Dao weighed the box and set it upon the ground. As Mei-yin had just received several scrolls from Bai, a low, muffled sound resonated. Looking down, she noticed that the sealing talisman affixed to the wooden box's hinge had spontaneously combusted, and Xian Dao was in the process of lifting the box's lid. Is this what you call research?" "It truly is a form of inquiry." Mei-yin, feeling utterly drained from her earlier remarks, decided to pass the scrolls back to Bai and curiously peered into the now opened box. Inside the box lay yet another scroll, similarly sealed. However, the seal on this scroll was evidently less secure than that on the box itself, as Xian Dao effortlessly opened it without any hindrance. "What does it say?" "Surely, something with 2 layers of sealing must be rather clandestine." Mei-yin leaned against Xian Dao's back, peering over his shoulder at the scroll he held, secretly reveling in the weight of her sister's presence. Indeed, it is a remarkable find. Fully engrossed in his research, Xian Dao paid no heed to Mei-yin's subtle gestures as he meticulously studied the contents. This appears to be intelligence regarding a rare, frigid crystal mine in the land of snow, which can be utilized for crafting weaponry and enhancing the practice of ice release techniques. This discovery comes at a fortuitous moment. I was uncertain how to refine the beheading blade, and now the materials are provided. Mei-yin, after perusing a few lines of the scroll, turned to observe Xian Dao, who was engrossed in examining other scrolls with Bai, her eyes filled with envy. In this world, there are always individuals whose strength surpasses yours, and whose fortune outshines your own. Competing with such individuals at every turn would only lead to one's own discontent. Why did she feel admiration rather than jealousy towards Xian Dao? Mei-yin was far from foolish. Should one push themselves relentlessly against others, even if it meant inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself to strike down an opponent? Mei-yin's heart was indeed broad, occasionally harboring minor schemes or calculations. Yet she remained far from narrow-mindedness. She chose to align herself with Xian Dao, who wouldn't desire to cling to such a robust figure. Having collected her thoughts and calmed her demeanor, Mei-yin approached Xian Dao, leaning in close, and inquired, "What of these scrolls?" "They contain valuable information, detailing insights and applications of the ice release bloodline. The scrolls from Bai are techniques developed by the Snow Clan, ample for Bai's study and practice for quite some time." Xian Dao was exceedingly pleased with this expedition to the ruins. Besides assisting Bai in finding a path for cultivation, the intelligence regarding the frigid crystal mine in the land of snow was of paramount importance. Once he comprehended the intricacies of ice release, he would journey to the land of snow in search of this crystal mine to serve as material for refining the severing blade. "It appears that our initial transaction has been successfully concluded, doesn't it?" Kazami Mei smiled as she extended her hand. "Indeed, this is a necessary formality. It is not merely a desire to touch my younger brother's hand." Xian Dao, not overthinking the matter, politely shook hands with Kazami Mei, saying, "How could it not be considered so? Please take us to meet the ailing child shortly. Kazami Mei, engrossed in the sensation of Xiandao's palm, momentarily failed to respond. And only after a brief pause did she comprehend the implication of his words. Shortly? Do you have other matters to attend to? No, that cannot be the case. Especially in the presence of the child. Xiandao, embarrassed, managed a wry smile. The range of the sensory ninjutsu I just employed was rather extensive. It seems I have been detected by the sensory ninjas of the Mist Village. They are now swiftly ascending the mountainside and will discover us momentarily. As he spoke, Xiandao retracted the ephemeral technique. It was of little use in close combat. I had already packed all the scrolls into a wooden box. Her expression darkened with an air of impending violence. As the last descendant of the Yuki clan, standing upon the ruins of her obliterated family, the pent-up fury within could no longer be contained, her countenance as frigid as frost. Shall we eliminate them? What you truly wish to inquire is whether we may eliminate them, is it not? Xiandao, ever mindful of Bai's psychological state, cautiously addressed Kazami Mei. If we were to slay the 3 mist ninjas, would that pose any complications for your organization? If not, may Bai vent her anger? Kazami Mei clenched her right fist against her chest, struggling to suppress an unusual exclamation. Usually composed, her younger brother, who seemed capable of anything, had suddenly uttered, "Is that permissible?" This bewildering contrast stirred her emotions. Her heart could scarcely bear it. Even if it were not permissible, it must be so. Kazami Mei forced herself to regain her composure, coughing discreetly into her fist to mask the glistening tears at the corner of her mouth. She feigned calmness. This is the site of the Yuki clan's remnants, long abandoned for countless years. It is widely known that the Yuki clan has been eradicated. Our resistance organization has no reason to be here, correct? Thus, should any incident occur, it would hardly be linked to us. You, Kazami Mei. Before her words could fully escape her lips, 3 mist ninjas clad in standard vests landed in the clearing, one of them pointing at Kazami Mei and shouting, "You insurrectionists are relentless. You dare not show yourselves by day, but come out to cause trouble under the cover of darkness. Speak plainly. What nefarious deeds do you intend to carry out here?" Another ninja cast a glance at Xiandao, and despite being male himself, he could not help but be drawn to the aura that surrounded Xiandao. Everyone possesses the ability to discern beauty from ugliness, though whether one admits it is another matter entirely. This individual, clearly unwilling to concede, coldly scoffed, "Really? I have heard that while Kazami Mei is renowned for her beauty, she has always been preoccupied with undermining the stability of the Mist Village, with no rumors to speak of. Yet, what is the situation today? Out at night to meet a lover?" Xiandao's attention was captivated by the sharp teeth of this mocking mist ninja. It seemed that many mist ninjas bore similar shark-like fangs. For instance, the infamous Zabuza possessed such lethal dentition. Perhaps the environment shapes its inhabitants. Could it be that the harsh environment breeds unruly individuals? In any case, the words of that fellow were quite unpleasant. However, just as he finished speaking, a third person ominously chimed in. "Look closely. Which man would venture into a small grove with 2 women? Who does he think he is? The chosen one or the protagonist of the world? That short fellow is clearly the child of Koyomi Mei and that man. Perhaps you should consider donating your eyes." "Oh, your reasoning seems to hold some truth." The one being scorned, Mist Ninja, suddenly realized. Wasn't it said that Koyomi Mei is under 30? Has she been dishonest about her age? Otherwise, how could the child be so grown? Humph, perhaps while you were still wetting the bed. Others were already changing diapers for babies. "Hey, who told you I wet the bed at 16? Was it that damned Wien?" While the 3 carefree mist ninjas continued their debate about bedwetting, Koyomi Mei's fists were clenching, veins bulging, her temples throbbing incessantly. Forcing a smile, she turned to Senda and explained, "Oh, forgive my rudeness, brother. We, the people of the mist, have always engaged in battle since childhood. Hence our words may be rather harsh. Once we overthrow the blood mist, we shall certainly rectify this behavior." However, Koyomi Mei turned her back, rolling up her sleeves, concealing her menacing expression from Senda. "Some tongues may need to be silenced, and it would be best to remove them, Mr. Senda." "Go ahead," Senda gestured, and Bai, as if receiving an order, stepped back, his entire being merging into the ice mirror floating behind him. In the next moment, behind the mist ninja at the rear, an ice mirror silently formed, and Bai emerged like a specter, brandishing a multitude of ice sunbon, plunging them into the mist ninja's back. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Before Bai, a wooden stump, riddled with sunbon, crashed to the ground, while the actual mist ninja launched a surprise attack from behind, shattering the ice mirror whereby had concealed himself with a single slash. Die! The ninja's blade swung down, shattering the ice mirror into countless sparkling shards that scattered across the ground. Bai's form emerged from a piece of mirror the size of a palm, casting a multitude of sunbon towards the armed mist ninja, transforming him into a pincushion. Koyomi May also targeted the mist ninja, who had made remarks about her having a child. Unable to use her identity-revealing liquid and boiling techniques, she resorted to summoning water dragons. Vast chakra supported the roaring onslaught of water dragons, each crashing relentlessly into the mist ninja's face. This is to take advantage of your slow hand signs. This is to exploit your lesser chakra. Initially, the mist ninja could counter with techniques, fending off a few attacks. Yet, as the water dragons came crashing down like a relentless tide, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he was offered no respite. In mere moments, the mist ninja fell apart, losing his armor and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. At first, the ground beneath him was level, but after Koyomi May conjured a massive water dragon, measuring dozens of meters long, to deliver a chilling service, the ground beneath him sank into a muddy pit. Once the water pooled, a trace of crimson began to surface from the bottom. After expelling her frustration, Koyomi May adjusted her disheveled bangs and glanced over at Senda. Xian Dao stood motionless with his arms crossed, while the mist ninja, with poor eyesight, engaged enthusiastically in combat against thin air, his face alight with excitement as if victory were within arm's reach. Bai, having transformed his opponent's head into a pincushion with ice sunbon, rose and joined the spectators of this solitary clown's performance. Once both had concluded their tasks, Xian Dao wasted no time. With a single hand sign, he summoned arcs of blue and purple lightning that danced between his fingers. Lightning release, serpent of the thunder. A slender electric serpent, the length of a forearm, slithered from Xian Dao's fingertips, its slender tail trailing a remnant of violet luminescence as it shot straight into the back of the mist ninja's head. The excitement on the ninja's face abruptly froze, and he collapsed to the ground, wisps of smoke escaping from his ears and nostrils. His brain had been charred by the electric surge. Even the most skilled information ninja would find it impossible to extract any useful intelligence from a brain scorched to the size of a walnut. In a flash of lightning, two more serpents surged forth, one weaving through the dense ice sunbon, the other plunging into a pale pink puddle, diligently conducting its meticulous aftercare. Observing the twitching body of the mist ninja, whose eyes had rolled back, Xian Dao suddenly recognized a grim reality. Even without evidence, once these bodies were discovered, the blame would inevitably fall upon your rebellious organization. Kazuki May nodded in agreement, stating, while it will be accounted for, without evidence, the Mizukage has no grounds to declare war on us, especially since you have charred their brains with lightning, leaving these corpses as a perfect diversion to mislead the Mizukage into thinking it was the work of foreign ninjas. Xian Dao found himself increasingly baffled by the situation in the hidden mist. They were purging bloodline clans and promoting internal conflict over power. Yet their efforts against the resistance organization seemed half-hearted. Why did it feel like the leader of the hidden mist was merely playing a game? His logic was utterly inscrutable. How had such a person become the Mizukage? Was it solely due to becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? Originally, Xian Dao had intended to assess the feasibility of conducting business with the hidden mist village. Now, having gained this insight, he merely hoped that Kazuki May and her companions would swiftly overthrow the fourth, allowing cargo and fishing vessels to navigate into the hidden mist village. Intentionally leaving behind 3 useless corpses, Kazuki May led Xian Dao and Bai down the mountain and back to their vessel. She chose not to take them to the organization's main base, as the others would not trust a stranger like Xian Dao, and it would be inappropriate to introduce an unfamiliar individual. Pushing open the dark door, Kazuki May slipped inside and quickly shut it behind her. Approaching the desk beside the bed, she pushed the right drawer inward. Who would suspect it could be moved? The bed creaked heavily as it shifted, revealing a narrow passageway for a single person. Climbing down the ladder into the secret tunnel, initially cramped, she proceeded for several dozen steps until the space opened up. Pulling aside a curtain that blocked the light, a young woman turned towards the sound, and upon recognizing Kazuki May, rushed over with uncontainable excitement. Kazuki May, welcome back home safely. Even without direct sight, The peripheral vision was still dazzled by those two gigantic entities. How could Komi-ai allow her disciple to witness this? I have returned, Xiaoxi. Komi-ai gracefully stroked her little fan's head, causing Xiaoxi to blush and twist her waist playfully. Oh, Komi-ai-sama, I prepared steamed fish for dinner today. The children all said it was delicious. Though she appeared before the disciple like a desperate old maid eager to find a man, there seemed to be no issue. Within the organization, her reputation stood unrivaled, second only to the esteemed elder figures of the mist-hidden village. If anyone were to usurp the fourth Mizukage, it would likely be her, for the elder's advanced age rendered him unfit for governance. The role of a behind-the-scenes strategist suited him far better. As a woman, to achieve such high esteem in a rebellious organization was not due to nepotism, but rather the result of her own formidable accomplishments. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Xiaoxi, Komi-ai gently interjected. Isn't Komari still awake? No, a cold voice interjected from the side. A pale, long-haired youth had silently observed the two. What do you need from me, Komi-ai-sama? Komi-ai stepped closer to Komari, her right hand resting on his somewhat bony shoulder. With a gentle smile and narrowed eyes, she remarked, your bloodline disease has become quite severe. Even if you cease using the Shikatsumiyaku, your remaining lifespan may only be about a year. I don't care, Komi-ai-sama, Komari responded, his stern expression revealing no trace of fear or any other emotion. This child seemed merely an animated skeleton. As long as I can fight for the organization and contribute to the overthrow of the blood mist, my sacrifice is worthwhile. However, I cannot guarantee that we will topple the fourth within a year. Komi-ai spoke candidly. There was no time for deception in the mist-hidden village. These battle-hungry individuals were not adept at strategy, each more stubborn than the last. Komari before her was no exception. He was resolutely hard-headed, listening only to Komi-ai's commands while disregarding others. Stubborn, single-minded, lacking in emotional intelligence, yet deeply loyal. If his bloodline disease could be resolved, Komari would undoubtedly be a perfect combat partner. Yet, this affliction remained untreatable. Komi-ai was left with no choice but to gamble for a chance at survival. Staying in the mist-hidden village meant certain death, while venturing out might offer hope. Even the seemingly omnipotent Komari was powerless to assist. However, the year spent alongside him had at least granted a semblance of ease and joy. The mist-hidden village, shrouded in blood mist, was no place for a soul to linger. I wish to take you to meet someone. It is highly likely you will not return. Please hear me out. Do not hastily refuse. This is a task I entrust to you. Can you fulfill it? Komari fixed Komi-ai with a piercing gaze, coolly uttering 3 words. Why is that? As this individual was an invaluable ally I had recruited from outside, my ambition to overthrow the fourth Hokage was inextricably linked to his assistance. Terumi Mei, undeterred, locked eyes with Kunmaru and spoke a truth that resonated. As a hired ninja, you are bound to obey his commands. In return, he shall offer aid whenever our organization requires it. Am I truly worth such value, Lady Terumi Mei? Kunmaru inquired with a serious demeanor. To this, Terumi Mei nodded affirmatively. I have discussed your bloodline limit with him, and he believes that should your bloodline ailment be cured, your combat prowess would prove immensely beneficial to him. Consider it an investment. Do not overthink it. Kunmaru nodded, somewhat comprehending. While he excelled at extracting the spine from others, the concept of investment eluded him. Everyone in the land of water knew that the Take-Torai clan were born warriors, albeit lacking in endurance. Pack your belongings. We depart immediately. I have no luggage. Then have Shoki prepare 2 boxes of your steamed fish. We leave at once. Understood, my lord. Shoki suppressed her reluctance at parting, stepped forward to embrace the still-stunned Kunmaru, then turned to enter the kitchen. As Lady Terumi Mei had stated, remaining in the organization meant certain death for Kunmaru, whether it was through illness in bed or demise on the battlefield. Upon the docked vessel, Senda and Haku were engaged in casual conversation when Terumi Mei and Kunmaru leapt aboard. This is the child, Kunmaru, who has awakened the bloodline limit known as Shikatsumiyaku. Terumi Mei introduced, and this is Haku, the last survivor of the Yuki clan. You shall follow Senda's commands from now on. He will guide you away from the hidden mist village. Yes, Kunmaru replied in a hushed tone. With a soft sigh, Terumi Mei handed Senda a bento box. This fish was prepared by the children of our organization. Do savor our culinary style from the hidden mist. Additionally, I entrust this child to your care. Of course, Senda responded, extending his hand to shake hers. As the vessel turned, Kunmaru stood at the stern, silently observing Terumi Mei on the shore, reflecting on the village where he had spent the last 15 years of his life. He felt no attachment to the village itself, only a reluctance to part from his companions. A thin mist enveloped the sea, causing the edges of the boat to blur. While the gentle sea breeze carried fragments of conversation to the shore, it pales in comparison to the fish made by Mr. Senda, or rather, it falls far short. Yet, the sentiment is appreciated, and it tastes quite good, indeed, with a distinct local flavor. If you enjoy my cooking, I shall prepare fish for you upon our return. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Senda, my brother? He can cook. The shadow of the boat gradually faded into the distance as Terumi Mei inhaled deeply, clenching her fists tightly. This resolute woman, once she set her mind to something, would never waver. As a denizen of the hidden mist, she was bound by the ironclad customs. One day, I shall possess you. Last night on the deck, as Junmaru silently bid farewell to Kazumi and his friends from his hometown, he overheard a conversation between Bai and Sendo. There's no fish as delectable as the one made by Mr. Sendo, or perhaps it pales in comparison. This remark instantly plunged Junmaru's attitude towards Bai into a frost, creating an emotional chasm even towards his young employer. He could not fathom the thought that Sister Kushi's cooking could be disparaged. Thus, early this morning, when Bai summoned him for breakfast, Junmaru was primed with a repertoire of caustic retorts, ready to defend Sister Kushi's culinary honor. With a nonchalance towards life and death, Junmaru was unperturbed by the possibility of offending his employer. Should he be cast aside, he could simply return to the hidden mist village and spend his remaining days in the company of friends. Ever since Sendo boarded this fishing vessel, the ship's cook had effectively become obsolete. To say he was unemployed would be a misnomer. It was more akin to a demotion. Once the head chef, he now found himself merely chopping vegetables and assisting Sendo. As Junmaru, Bai, and the crew gathered around the dining table, watching Sendo in his apron serve dish after dish, he couldn't help but question the true intent behind hiring a cook. Was it merely to save on the cost of bones for the broth? Shaking off such incongruous thoughts, Junmaru picked up his chopsticks at Sendo's urging. Before he could even reach for a dish, he heard the crew exclaim their admiration for Sendo. Some even jested about replacing the ship's cook, to which the cook candidly admitted his lack of skill. This display of flattery turned Junmaru's stomach, and he suddenly lost his appetite for the vibrant dishes before him. What's the matter? Lost your appetite? Feeling a bit seasick? Bai inquired with genuine concern, noting Junmaru's pallor, even though he was aware that Junmaru often bore that hue. Those who had experienced seasickness would gently pat another's back when they felt nauseous. Junmaru briefly shook his head and picked up a piece of fried fish, reminiscing about Sister Kushi's cooking. Crunch. Junmaru's teeth paused. He resisted the urge to inspect the half-bite of fried fish in his mouth. The crisp texture, the delightful contrast between the outer crunch and inner tenderness, and the succulent, sweet broth enveloping the fish were flavors he had never experienced before. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Seeing no visible change in Junmaru, Bai relaxed and focused on savoring the delightful dishes. Meanwhile, Junmaru found himself ensnared in a web of confusion and hesitation. His taste buds proclaimed that the crew's praises of their employer's culinary prowess were not exaggerated. Yet his heart told him that his friend's cooking was the epitome of deliciousness. As a steadfast man, he should not be ensnared by this sugary trap. He must remain resolute in his beliefs. After much internal conflict, Junmaru finally addressed Sendo coldly. Mr. Sendo, I still prefer the steamed fish made by Sister Kushi. The youngest among the crew, all in their 40s and seasoned veterans, halted their chatter, ears perking up in eager anticipation to witness this unfolding drama. Last night's steamed fish, said Sendu with a hint of apology as he smiled at Kimaru, was my first experience tasting the specialty of the hidden mist village. I devoured it all. If you wish to partake, I shall prepare steamed fish for you at noon. It may not match the exquisite flavor crafted by your companion, but it should not be unpleasant. Upon hearing Sendu's words, Kimaru paused, instinctively inquiring, is it delicious? Quite so. The seasonings of the mist village possess a unique savor. If time permits, I may journey to the land of water to hone my culinary skills, Sendu replied candidly. After absorbing Sendu's words, Kimaru glanced down at the food on the table and suddenly felt that the dishes appeared more appetizing. As breakfast concluded, the crew busied themselves with the aftermath, while Sendu guided Kimaru into the cabin for a brief examination of his health. Bai, who had intended to assist, retreated to his own quarters after Sendu declined his help. opting instead to study the scrolls retrieved from the ruins. First, remove your shirt, Yuusendo instructed. Kimura obediently shed his upper garment, allowing Yuusendo to touch and examine him. Aside from the protruding bones and pallid complexion, no other issues were apparent. Yuusendo mentally noted the overall condition of Kimura during his initial checkup and continued to inquire. I have heard that your bloodline limit, the corpse bone path, allows for the infinite creation of bones. Kimura, being forthright, placed his hand on his right rib cage, asking, "Would you like me to produce one for you now?" "Not so fast, not so fast." Yuusendo quickly interjected. "I was informed by Terumi May that if you continue to utilize the powers of the corpse bone path, your remaining lifespan will dwindle to less than a year." Indeed, Kimura coldly nodded in acknowledgement, as if discussing the fleeting lifespan of others unrelated to him. "Even if I cease using the corpse bone path in the future, I shall not live to see 3 years. Once the symptoms of the bloodline disease manifest, one is already half ensconced in death, and there is no returning from it." In the records of the Takenouchi clan, there was an account of a clan member who, having awakened the corpse bone path, exercised restraint in wielding this power, surviving to the age of 29 as a mere genin. Tragically, 5 months before his 30th birthday, he succumbed to the bloodline disease. This represents the longest lifespan documented within the Takenouchi clan. Kimura possessed neither the patience nor the inclination for such a fate. He preferred to fight alongside his comrades, willing to perish on the path to overthrow the blood mist policy rather than languish in bed, withering away. Due to his extensive use of the corpse bone path's power, Kimura's bloodline disease had progressed to an advanced stage, prompting Terumi May to implore Yuusendo to take this child out to experience the world beyond. It was akin to a doctor advising a patient's family to spend time with their loved ones at home, faced with Kimura's own death sentence. Yuusendo discerned a glimmer of hope amidst the grim words. That is to say, as long as you refrain from utilizing the powers of the corpse bone path, it is possible to prolong your lifespan. The extent of this prolongation would depend on when the bloodline disease manifests. After mentally reiterating each of Yuusendo's words, Kimura confidently nodded. "Yes, that is correct. In light of this, it seems there is substantial potential for maneuvering." Yuusendo refrained from articulating his inner thoughts, concerned that instilling hope in Kimura might lead to despair should his judgments prove erroneous. A promise made without certainty is better left unspoken. He requires a more meticulous analysis of Junmaru's bloodline disease, which necessitates a return to his secret base in the southern villages of the Land of Fire, employing scientific instruments for testing and examination. As a side note, after departing from the village of Hidden Mist, this fishing vessel directly sailed towards the Land of Fire, disembarking several individuals at the southern port before returning to the Land of Waves to resume its operational tasks. "Would extracting a rib burden your body?" Junmaru shook his head. "It is merely a rib, it has no impact." He then extracted a rib from his right chest and placed it in the hands of Yuusendo. As he touched the still warm, ivory bone, Yuusendo, regardless of his composed demeanor, couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling, as though he had been rewarded with a bone. However, this fleeting oddity was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming curiosity. Weighing the bone in his hand, he noted that its heft was comparable to that of a normal rib, albeit with a more pallid hue. The surface of the bone appeared exquisitely polished, devoid of any indentations or protrusions. From its outward appearance, this bone could even be regarded as a work of art, an impeccable specimen. Squeezing the thinnest part of the bone, Yuusendo raised an eyebrow and stood to retrieve a metal soup spoon from the dining area. Firmly gripping the handle, he extended the spoon's head above the table and, with his right hand clutching the bone, struck down with force. Clang! The first strike created a dent in the spoon, yet the bone remained unscathed. With the second strike, the dent deepened, faintly translucent at its deepest point, while the bone sustained its integrity. The third strike caused the spoon to be violently pierced by the bone, which remained unharmed. How remarkably hard, Yuusendo mused, gazing at this bone, which surpassed iron in durability. It was no wonder the Taketorai clan of the corpse bone path was dubbed a war machine. With spines harder than swords, on the battlefield, they would intercept blades with blades, halt assassins with assassins, and confront deities with ferocity. With such formidable bones, even ordinary ninjutsu could be resisted. Common ninjas stood no chance against the corpse bone path, being easily reduced to a sieve in a single encounter. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, nor in the realm of ninjas. While the corpse bone path is indeed powerful, the bloodline disease remains incurable. Based on the clues gathered thus far, Senda speculated that the Take-Torai clan, in their creation of these high-density bones, likely expended more than just chakra. It is highly probable that other elements from the body, such as calcium, were also consumed. When the body can no longer supply the necessary nutrients for bone production, yet continues to forcefully utilize the corpse bone path, the result is a strain on the body's potential, forcibly extracting from cells and organs to meet the demand. Over time, this would lead to the downfall of any individual. The adverse reactions stemming from the body's forced depletion are likely what is termed the bloodline disease. Of course, relying solely on conjecture is rather unscientific. A thorough examination and analysis are necessary to draw more accurate conclusions. A day later, the fishing vessel arrived at the southern port of the Land of Fire. After disembarking the three individuals, it set sail back to the Land of Waves. To the south of the Land of Fire, aside from the coastal fishing villages, the shortest route to the nearest large village necessitates traversing a vast forest that is narrow from north to south, yet expansive from east to west. However, due to its perilous nature and the ease of becoming disoriented, most individuals opt to follow the coastline, circumventing the forest. Although this path requires additional time, it guarantees a measure of safety. Sendo, accompanied by Bai and Kimaru, plunged into the depths of the forest. It seemed that the secret base would lose its enigmatic allure if not established in an uninhabited wilderness or desolate expanse. Along the way, Sendo humorously recounted to his companions, "I believe I established this base 4 years ago. Back then, I had only recently been promoted to chūnin. I sought a secluded place to experiment with some ideas, which led me here." Initially, Sendo intended to set up a base nearby, initially selecting the Forest of Death. However, when he utilized the void technique to scout locations beneath the Forest of Death, he inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chamber within its roots. Upon discovering certain truths that ordinary individuals ought not to know, he abandoned the notion of nesting in the Forest of Death. What if, one day, the roots expanded underground, and a heavy blow from a sledgehammer struck his base? In such a case, he would find himself at a loss for words. His reluctance to engage with the roots had nothing to do with fear, but stemmed from an aversion to associating with such an organization. He considered it unclean. Consequently, he declined the invitation from the roots, only to face the petty revenge of Danzo, which has kept him stagnating at the chūnin rank ever since. The three of them moved swiftly, and to save time, Sendo employed illusionary techniques. Even when encountering formidable wildlife along the way, they passed by without attracting any attention from the beasts. Surrounding the base, he had established a circle of illusionary barriers. Those who inadvertently wandered into the vicinity would be subtly guided away, unaware of their proximity to the base. "Shortly, I will teach you how to discern the disturbances, allowing you to come and go freely," he assured them. As Bai leaped gracefully, he quietly inquired, "Mr. Sendo, you mentioned before that you would like me to assist in managing the base. Does that mean you want to be here often?" Sendo replied candidly, "To be honest, I have not visited this place for nearly a year. The base primarily serves as storage for experimental instruments. However, that will change. Once you settle in, I will visit frequently. Upon returning to the village, I will contact the company to arrange for a shipment of supplies to the nearest village every few days, ensuring your needs are met. Then, aside from living and training here, will there be nothing else for us to do?" Bai's lips subtly drooped. Compared to merely maintaining the instruments at the base, he yearned to be actively engaged alongside Mr. Sendo. As for Kimaru, he was indifferent to his surroundings, for he had only a year's time. "I truly wish for us all to lead a tranquil and leisurely life," Sendo remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. If circumstances allowed, he indeed hoped for a life devoid of turmoil, spending his days writing, cooking, gathering with friends for meals and conversation, and watching the village children grow into capable adults. Yet, such a beautiful reverie could only exist in dreams. Perhaps one day, the entire ninja world would be ensnared in an overwhelming illusion, and only then might such days become a reality. The intelligence discovered in the underground chamber at the roots has left Xian Dao deeply troubled about the future, compounded by the fact that during the Third Shinobi World War, no nation emerged unscathed. With each suffering significant losses, the Fire Nation's plight stands out as particularly dire. The unfortunate Fire Nation, situated at the center of the 5 great nations, was simultaneously declared war upon by 4 other nations. Due to its geographical constraints, the Fire Nation found itself forced to confront enemies on multiple fronts, indeed, 5. while also remaining vigilant against the treacherous schemes of any lurking adversaries. The Fire Nation's grievous losses were inextricably linked to the vast extent of its battlefront. Even the legendary Yellow Flash, renowned for his incredible speed, could only barely navigate the chaos of a single battlefield, managing to repel the formidable AB brothers of the Cloud Village. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to save his own student. Now, over a decade has passed since the conclusion of the Third War, and a new generation of shinobi has begun to emerge. Yuusendo anticipates that once Naruto and his peers come of age, the shinobi world may no longer remain in a state of tranquility. The decade-long peace in the shinobi world has stemmed from the major nations recuperating and regaining their strength. It is inevitable that once each party feels sufficiently restored, they will succumb to the temptation of stirring up chaos. This is a direct reference to you, the Cloud Village's dark-skinned shinobi. I sensed Yuusendo's concerns and cautiously remarked, "Does even someone as formidable as you, Yuusendo-sensei, need to start gathering your own personnel and power?" "It is not yet at that stage," Yuusendo replied with a smile. "I simply wish to lend a hand to some of the children who still have hope." Trailing behind them, Junmaru pondered silently. Does Yuusendo's mention of those with hope include himself? Yuusendo came to a halt before a nondescript tree and traced a complex design upon its trunk with his finger. Upon completion of the intricate pattern, a pitch-black opening suddenly appeared on the trunk. Yuusendo entered first, and once Bai and Junmaru followed him inside. The tree slowly closed, resuming its original form, revealing no signs of disturbance. After traversing a lengthy spiral staircase descending, Bai and Junmaru finally set foot on level ground, astonished to behold the expansive underground chamber before them. "Welcome to the underground base. This shall be your home from now on," Yuusendo greeted them as the host. "This area is the kitchen and dining hall. Would you care to eat first?" I silently acknowledged the truth in this, realizing that Yuusendo would never allow anyone nearby to go hungry. Junmaru, however, remained silent, still regarding himself as a hired shinobi, bound to follow the instructions of his employer without the luxury of choice. Seeing their silence as acquiescence, Yuusendo stepped into the kitchen, saying, "It has been a while since I last visited this place, and the refrigerator is stocked with long-lasting frozen foods. Oh, some of these have expired, but this one is still good. Would you like some roasted corn?" 10 minutes later, each of the three held a pair of chopsticks, skewering a golden, fragrant roasted corn. Yuusendo brushed a layer of butter over the corn's surface, intensifying its sweet and savory aroma. There is no child who does not delight in sweet treats. Even though Bai and Junmaru were both 15, on the cusp of adulthood, they were no exception. As they reached adulthood, they would come to understand a profound truth. Not only children, but adults too possess an affinity for sweet delicacies. The two of them nibbled on corn while following Yuusendo, who was elucidating the layout of the base's facilities. "Over here is the accommodation area of the living quarters. That doorplate bearing my name marks my room. The remaining vacant rooms are yours to choose from. Each is equipped with essential living supplies. Depending on your habits, you may procure any necessities from the nearby village. This expansive area is the training ground," Yuusendo remarked, gesturing towards the underground arena. "The ceiling rises several meters above, ample for physical activities. As long as you refrain from summoning colossal spirit beasts here, it should suffice for all other purposes." Behind this mechanism door lies the experimental zone, filled with instruments and various containers. It represents a significant financial investment. I have devoted my earnings from previous years into establishing this place. Once you are proficient in developing ninjutsu, I intend to entrust you with the management and utilization of this laboratory. What do you think?" I hesitated, nervously nibbling on a few kernels of corn. The weight of the responsibility bestowed by Mr. Yuusendo made her anxious. "I lack confidence, Mr. Yuusendo. I worry that I might inadvertently damage these delicate instruments." Yuusendo placed a reassuring hand atop Bai's head, while Junmaru, expressionless, observed her with narrowed eyes, mindlessly munching on his corn. "Delicious," he thought. "You possess a meticulous mind, ample patience, and a natural talent for research. I have complete faith in you. I implore you to trust my judgment. As for any potential mishaps with the instruments, fret not. Experiment freely. Should any damage occur, we shall simply repair or replace them," he declared, thumping his chest confidently. For a child who was both introspective and self-effacing, Yuusendo's approach was refreshingly straightforward. Praise. He seized upon her strengths and showered her with effusive commendations and encouragement. flooding her mind with positivity until her long-dormant confidence began to awaken. While you practice the ice release ninjutsu, you must also engage in a special form of self-reflection training. It is vital that you confront yourself, acknowledging both your virtues and shortcomings, Yuusendo said gently, gazing at her. In the future, there may be other children residing at the base, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. You will be tasked with guiding them in their training. This is your responsibility. Upon hearing the word task, Bai instinctively straightened her posture. Her heart resolutely set on the path ahead. Yes, Mr. Yuusendo, I shall fulfill my duties. And what about me? Junma Lu asked candidly, holding up his now bare corn cob. What must I accomplish this year? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuusendo's other hand rested on Junma Lu's head. Instinctively, Junma Lu closed his eyes, only to stubbornly reopen them. Feeling the warmth of Yuusendo's palm, he found the sensation of being patted on the head unexpectedly pleasant. First, you both should rest and sleep. At dawn, I will conduct a comprehensive physical examination, and subsequent arrangements will be determined based on the results. However, you must refrain from employing the corpse bone technique. Without my explicit command, do not extract bones from your body. Understood? However, if I do not utilize the power of the corpse bone pulse, I am merely an ordinary ninja. Junmaru lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Yuusendo, who bore the weight of immense power, and stated, in that case, I would be of no use. Yuusendo retorted, what do you believe I would require you for? To fight. Junmaru responded resolutely, the Takakurai clan exists solely for battle. Yet, Yuusendo shook his head, I have a task to assign to you. Who must I eliminate? Junmaru inquired. Eliminate the food in the freezer. Yuusendo gestured towards the dining area, adding, the items that have not yet expired. Junmaru blinked in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, is it to exercise my teeth? But I am not adept at biting. A soft chuckle escaped Shiro, who struggled to contain his laughter, only to feel his cheeks flush with embarrassment at his own impolite reaction. Yuusendo smiled as well, ruffling Junmaru's white hair. Indeed, as Koyomi had relayed, this child possessed a rather singular mindset. Interacting with someone like him was straightforward. Clear instructions would suffice, and he would become an exceptionally competent executor. You need to supplement your nutrition and strive to strengthen your body. I require a healthy assistant, and Shiro also needs someone to help maintain the base. So you must first ensure your health. After a moment of contemplation, Junmaru expressionlessly uttered a rather disheartening comment, but I will die in a year. If you do not make use of me promptly, you will lose out. Yuusendo chuckled, thank you for your concern, but since Koyomi entrusted you to me, all you need to do is follow my orders. Is that agreeable? It is. Very well. Now let us return to the living quarters, brush our teeth, wash up, and prepare for bed. Do we need to brush our teeth? Junmaru seemed intrigued by this novel concept. Yuusendo guided them towards the living area. Of course. If you do not brush your teeth, you will develop cavities. Then I shall simply acquire a new set of teeth. You cannot use the power of the corpse bone pulse for that. Now go and brush your teeth. Yuusendo gently ushered them into the bathroom. Upon entering, Junmaru halted, exchanging a silent moment of confusion with the equally puzzled Shiro. Suddenly, he turned to Yuusendo and asked, why am I to wash up with a girl? Is it necessary for us to mate within this year and produce a child with the corpse bone pulse? Shiro's face instantly flushed crimson, a swirl of white frost gathering at his fingertips. I knew it. Without clarification, misunderstandings are bound to arise, Yuusendo remarked with a smile. Shiro is a boy, albeit one with a rather delicate appearance. Junmaru turned back to face Shiro, who appeared unaffected, and after a brief moment, he swiftly made his way to the door, peeking out to call after Yuusendo's retreating figure. Is that true? I do not believe it. Junmaru was gently nudged out of the bathroom by Shiro's tender foot. Thankfully, the base had multiple bathrooms, and given Shiro's unique circumstances, Yuusendo contemplated assigning each individual their own private bathroom connected to their rooms. Adjusting the layout with earth release was not a difficult task. The following day, Junmaru, adhering to the requests of Yuusendo, removed his upper garment and reclined on the meticulously prepared surgical table, silently observing as Yuusendo circled around him throughout the morning. Through the experimental analysis of the bones produced by Junmaru's corpse manipulation, Yuusendo gazed contemplatively at the black and white radiographs in his hands, lost in thought. How to summarize this? The bones derived from the corpse bone technique exhibited a hardness surpassing that of common metals, effortlessly slicing through the earth-based constructs created by Doton techniques, while withstanding the cutting force of futon ninjutsu. However, the conductivity of these bones was lacking. as a lightning release jutsu striking them would lose nearly 70% of its potency. Only if a lightning release technique could directly impact Jumaru's physical form would it yield significant effects. Yet, given Jumaru's formidable strength, it was highly probable that a mere lightning release would be dispersed by a bone spur before it could even make contact with his body. Additionally, the bones demonstrated remarkable heat resistance. Ultimately, Sendo intensified the flames until the bones were reduced to a grayish-white ash, causing them to lose their original hardness. As for the water release techniques, the only one that could potentially inflict damage on the bones was perhaps the water release, slow stewing technique. By boiling the bones in water, they would descend from the exalted status of divine weaponry to mere ingredients on a culinary plate. In summary, the corpse bone technique, with its astonishing hardness and elemental resistance, stood nearly invincible against singular ninjutsu. It was likely that only a Kekkei Genkai of equal rank could contend with it. Oh, and then there was the bloodline disease. As Sendo had surmised, though Jumaru appeared robust, his physical condition was, in fact, dire. If one were to merely assess the testing data, Sendo would hardly believe that this body could still sustain vitality. A corpse exhumed a week after burial would possess more life than Jumaru's form, by serving as Sendo's in turn. Watched with growing unease as Sendo meticulously reviewed the test reports, quietly inquiring, "So, what is the verdict, Mr. Sendo?" "Two pieces of news," Sendo replied, tossing the paper onto the table and meeting Jumaru's indifferent gaze. "Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Any of them," Jumaru replied, having already resigned himself to his fate. By anxious for Jumaru, quickly interjected, "Then let us hear the good news first." Sendo shook his head. "They are both bad." By Jumaru, "Then I shall speak of the first." Sendo extracted a page from a stack of reports. "Your physical condition is exceedingly poor. And since the issues stem from your bones, even a blood transfusion would only serve as a temporary remedy. Medical ninjutsu can treat injuries and extract toxins, but it cannot cure diseases, and your bloodline disease is indeed beyond remedy." I felt a jolt of dread within. Hadn't this already announced Jumaru's demise? And this was merely one piece of bad news. With Jumaru half buried, could the other news be worse? Was it that even after death, one's grave would be disturbed? In contrast to Bai's anxiousness, the subject remained astonishingly composed, his tone as calm as if engaging in casual conversation with Sendo. "It matters not. I have been awaiting my demise for several years now. This brings me to the second piece of unwelcome news." Xiandao sighed, unable to resist rolling the thin paper into a tube and letting it gently land on Jun Ma Lu's head. "Your mindset is detrimental to the ongoing treatment. You must shift your perspective and actively cooperate. Otherwise, influenced by your emotions, your body may not endure beyond a year." "I don't care," Jun Ma Lu interjected. But Xiandao abruptly interrupted him. "I need 3 days to apply my treatment methods to ascertain their efficacy for you. The test results in 3 days will provide us with clarity." Observing Jun Ma Lu's indifferent nod, Xiandao picked up a stack of test reports and exhaled softly. Given Jun Ma Lu's current condition, even Tsunade, renowned for her medical ninjutsu, would find it beyond remedy. However, Xiandao did not believe that medical ninjutsu or pharmaceuticals would yield any significant benefit for Jun Ma Lu. In his view, nourishment through food is far superior to medicinal supplementation. Jun Ma Lu was severely deficient in calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and other vital elements. If his nutritional intake were adequate, and if his usage of the corpse bone path were strictly limited, could it not alleviate the symptoms of his bloodline disease? That very afternoon, Xiandao took the two of them to the nearest village, where he packed an assortment of bone marrow, beef, seafood, and tofu from the market into scrolls to bring back. He also sent a message to the headquarters of the Wave Countries Company, requesting the procurement of bone marrow and sea fish to be shipped over, while urging the acceleration of plans to establish a company branch in the village. Originally, he had arranged for a shipload of sea fish, but prior to departure, he had asked the Akimichi family restaurant to prepare nourishing soups for the 3 of them training with Guy and Sakura, consuming the entire shipment. Upon returning to the base, Xiandao set about creating a daily meal plan for Jun Ma Lu and took the opportunity to teach by how to cook, in case they needed to fend for themselves in his absence. At dinner that evening, Jun Ma Lu stared at the large bowl of creamy bone soup and the towering mountain of beef in front of him, his body stiffening as he swallowed hard. "Do I have to eat all of this?" Noticing Jun Ma Lu's eager swallowing, Xiandao was quite pleased, knowing the child was hungry and given his frail physique. Should indeed eat more. Under Xian Dao's watchful gaze, Junma Lu forced himself to consume the entire mountain of beef, with the last few pieces washed down with bone soup. Fortunately, Xian Dao's culinary skills made the meal palatable. Otherwise, Junma Lu would have surely rejected it halfway through. The following morning, Junma Lu's breakfast consisted of kelp stew with fish and 10 soft-boiled eggs. Lunch featured a platter of lean meat and sea fish accompanied by a bowl of mixed fruits and vegetables. And for dinner, by prepared pan-seared steak, fried eggs, and fish fillets under Xian Dao's guidance, employing simple cooking techniques suitable for a novice like Bai. Just before bedtime, Xian Dao knocked on Junma Lu's bedroom door, holding a large bucket of milk, watching intently as he drank it sip by sip. Thus, Junma Lu lived through 3 days of a life that oscillated between happiness and hardship, feeling both content and burdened. 3 days have passed, and Junmaru found himself on the operating table, undergoing a comprehensive examination. As he glanced at the results in his hands, Sendu adopted an unusually serious demeanor, gazing intently into Junmaru's eyes, and earnestly stated, "Now that we have experimental data to rely on, I can responsibly inform you that the bloodline disease of the Shikatsumiyaku is indeed incurable. However, do not despair, for there is a glimmer of hope. If you diligently adhere to the dietary regimen I will prescribe and regulate the frequency of using your bloodline, you can postpone the onset of the disease. As for how long the postponement will be, it currently appears to guarantee a minimum of 3 years. During these 3 years, we shall seek alternative methods to further delay the progression of your ailment. The ninja world is vast. There are surely extraordinary individuals and events we have yet to hear of. Who knows? Perhaps one day you may inadvertently stumble upon a sacred place and receive the teachings of a great master, leading to your recovery from this affliction." As a glimmer of hope began to shimmer in Junmaru's eyes, Sendu playfully patted his shoulder, saying, "So do not give up. We have already reclaimed 2 years from the clutches of death. What will happen next is uncertain. Perhaps one day, in a fit of whimsy, we might even catch a reaper and keep it as a pet." Bai, unable to contain his excitement, rushed into the kitchen to prepare a feast of newly learned dishes to celebrate Junmaru's acquisition of Sendu's teachings. Junmaru clenched his fists in determination. His life now held new aspirations. For instance, to behold more of the scenic wonders of the ninja world, to witness the dissipating blood mist firsthand, to charge fearlessly towards the path indicated by Master Sendu, even at the cost of his own life. For those who cherish their companions, one is willing to sacrifice oneself for their comrades. Sendu maintained a gentle smile, discreetly shaking his numb left hand behind his back when Junmaru wasn't looking. This child's bones truly were formidable. After confirming the efficacy of the dietary therapy in delaying Junmaru's bloodline disease, Sendu departed for 2 days, returning to the land of waves. Upon his return, a branch of the maritime shipping group was established in Fengji village along the southern coast of the Land of Fire, creating a stable supply chain. You simply need to visit the company in Fengji village every 3 days to collect supplies, and do your best to consume them within that time frame, Sendu advised, gently ruffling Junmaru's hair. "You must eat well. Look at you. Despite consuming so much these past few days, you haven't gained a single ounce, which indicates you are not yet receiving enough nutrition." The warehouse is stocked with several boxes of roasted fish slices, squid strips, and beef jerky, high-protein snacks. Do not let your mouth idle for too long. If your teeth start to wear down from excessive chewing, simply replace them before continuing. Junmaru, expressionless, felt as if he might succumb to overindulgence before his bloodline disease even manifested, as Sendu's well-meaning attention filled him more than any meal ever could. I sat nearby, holding freshly squeezed vegetable and fruit juice, smiling at the dazed Junmaru. The notion of wearing down one's teeth from consuming food was a predicament uniquely associated with Master Sendu. "Are you leaving?" Junmaru's voice, cold and calm, inquired. "It has been quite some time since I left the village, and it is high time I returned. However, I shall make periodic visits." With a smile, Sendu looked at Bai, who returned his gaze with a sweet smile. "Bai's culinary skills have progressed remarkably, allowing me to entrust you to him with confidence. Bai, remember to conduct routine health checks for Junmaru. Should his condition worsen, contact me immediately through the branch office." "Certainly, Mr. Sendu. Do you still experience any coughing up of blood today?" Sendu inquired, lowering his gaze. Junmaru shook his head beneath Sendu's hand. "I only coughed up a small amount last night before bed. Compared to when I was in the hidden mist, it has become quite infrequent." The health check results also indicate that your condition is improving, which puts me at ease. After covering all necessary instructions and conducting a thorough examination, Sendu and Bai bid farewell and departed from the base. Bai and Junmaru embarked on a simple, yet busy life, filled with meals and training. Bai was responsible for Junmaru's daily health checks and 3 meals a day. The remaining time was either spent practicing martial arts with Junmaru or delving into the scrolls brought back from the ruins. After completing his health check, Junmaru would never leave the training ground before mealtime. Sendu had prohibited him from frequently using the corpse bone path, so he diligently practiced martial arts, pushing himself to the limits, rivaling even the likes of Guy and Rock Lee. In terms of daily life, Bai cooked while Junmaru washed the dishes. Bai maintained the equipment while Junmaru disposed of the trash. Together, they kept the base spotless and well-organized. They yearned for the day when Mr. Sendu would return and commend their efforts. Initially, it was presumed that Mr. Sendu's next visit to the base would be a long time coming. However, unexpectedly, only 3 days had passed when Mr. Sendu returned, accompanied by a little girl with red hair and glasses. "Mr. Sendu, you're back." Bai graciously approached to greet him and explained to his little companion, "Junmaru is still soaking in a medicinal bath. This child is one I brought back from the grass-hidden village, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Like you, she is a survivor of her clan." Gently stroking the fiery red locks of the timid girl, Sendu introduced her. "This is Bai, a survivor of the Yuki clan from the Hidden Mist village, whose background closely resembles yours. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Bai slightly bent down, smiling as he greeted Kyulin. "You hello?" Whether due to their similar circumstances or Bai's warm smile, Kyulin's unease swiftly dissipated. "You are so beautiful, pretty big sister." Bai affectionately brushed Kyulin's hair aside and softly corrected her. "I am a boy, you know." Kyulin's mind momentarily froze. What? This beautiful big sister is actually a boy. How can it be that such beauty belongs to a boy? The world is so unreasonable. As little Kyulin was lost in thought, Bai straightened up, puzzled, and asked, "Mr. Sendu, weren't you supposed to return to the Leaf Village? Why did you go to the Grass-Hidden Village?" "On the way back to the village, I heard discussions about an incredibly skilled medical ninja in the Grass-Hidden Village. One who could completely heal even the gravest of injuries. Thus, I thought I would pay a visit, hoping it might offer some assistance for Junmaru's condition." Rubbing Kyulin's gradually lowering head, Sendu continued, "However, upon my arrival, I discovered that the reality was entirely different from what I had anticipated. The so-called medical ninja turned out to be Karen's mother. The Uzumaki clan possesses formidable and abundant chakra, allowing the injured to heal their wounds by biting her skin to draw upon her chakra. How could she gaze at Karen with such pity? Master Sinda had only brought her back alone, and Bai could vaguely surmise the plight of her mother. It was only after I queued to enter this so-called clinic that I discovered the frail Karen being bitten on the arm by an injured grass ninja. After her mother succumbed to the exhaustion of chakra within her, the villagers of the grass-hidden village had taken her as a substitute, which is why I brought her back." Sinda's account omitted many details. At that time, he had immobilized everyone present with a jinjutsu and handed Karen a kunai. The seemingly delicate red-haired girl, though physically weak, gritted her teeth and stood on tiptoe, extending her arm marked with bite marks, plunging the kunai into the hearts of the grass ninjas one by one. All those who had persecuted her and her mother had their hearts pierced. Bai noticed the deep bite marks peeking from Karen's sleeve and could not help but lean down and gently embrace the poor child. Suddenly, a cool voice emerged from behind. "I won't bite her, even if it would benefit my condition." Kinmaro approached, dressing as he came, his expression as impassive as ever. "Do not be afraid," Bai comforted Karen in a timely manner. "This is Kinmaro. Like us, he is a survivor of our clan. Do not be misled by his cold demeanor. He has a warm heart." He rushed over upon hearing Master Sinda's voice, even forgetting to dress properly. "You talk too much, Bai," Kinmaro replied without a change in his expression. Over the past few days, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Even Kinmaro, who was typically stoic, could manage basic responses to Bai's teasing. "Oh, is that so?" Sinda chimed in, stepping forward to drape an arm over Kinmaro's shoulder, leading him towards the dining area. "Your shoulder is not as bony as before. Let us check the supplies. If there is still plenty left, I might just have Bai prepare you an extra meal." "Spare me." Kinmaro willingly allowed himself to be led away by Senda. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Karen's heart raced. How wonderful their relationship seemed. Would she also be able to live in such an atmosphere in the future? Sensitive Bai seemed to hear Karen's silent thoughts, smiling as she helped pull down Karen's sleeves, softly assuring her, "Welcome to Master Senda's underground base. From now on, this will be your home as well. Kimuro, Senda, and I will all become your new family." Family. As Karen looked at Bai's gentle features, a flicker of confusion mingled with the sparkle in her eyes. Was she truly not just gaining an elder sister? Master Senda conducted a thorough examination of Karen, confirming that her body was largely unharmed. Her arms, covered in bite marks, would require only time to heal completely, estimating the cellular vitality within Karen. Senda predicted that the scars would vanish entirely within a week. The physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan was indeed as renowned as rumored. The remaining issue was merely a lack of nutrition. A lack of nutrition? Was this not a recipe for disaster? Both Karin and Kimamaru have succumbed to the unfortunate fate of a customized culinary regimen. However, after savoring the exquisite dishes meticulously crafted by Sendo, Karin's eyes sparkled, and she devoured the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm under Sendo's approving gaze. Beside her, Kimamaru, gnawing on a whole chicken, silently shook his head, thinking her still too young. It was only after Sendo had taken him from the hidden mist village that he truly understood the burden of happiness. Even with a full stomach, his tongue commanded him to indulge relentlessly, a bittersweet experience indeed. Yet, his own physique posed a conundrum. Despite such indulgence, his weight remained unchanged. He had heard that the new girl possessed a high cellular vitality, likely akin to his own, able to digest anything completely. Kimamaru fixed his gaze on Karin, suddenly feeling a sense of camaraderie towards her. "Kimamaru and I?" she inquired. "Why are you staring at me so intently?" His indifferent gaze rendered her unable to continue eating. Kimamaru averted his eyes, resuming his meal. "I acknowledge you." Karin was taken aback. How strange. So sudden. What did I do? Is it because I enjoyed the food, thus affirming Sendo-sensei's culinary skills? Sendo, smiling, interjected, "Kimamaru is quite direct in both temperament and thought. He is rather brash even among boys. You may need some time to adapt. Once you do, you'll find him quite amiable." I nodded in agreement, finding Sendo's description remarkably appropriate. After a delightful dinner, Sendo guided Karin in selecting her room, then engaged the children in conversation. After assessing Bai and Kimamaru's recent training progress, he urged them to wash up and prepare for bed. Once Kimamaru and Karin finished their ablutions, Sendo knocked on their door, bearing 2 large bottles of milk, insisting they consume every drop. Bai, drawn out by the commotion in the hallway, was about to witness the spectacle when Sendo, noticing her peeking out, glanced at Kimamaru and Karin, each clutching a jug. "I mustn't show favoritism," he declared, fetching another large bottle of milk and placing it in Bai's hands. Faced with Sendo's impartial affection, Bai could only pout while enduring Kimamaru's amused gaze as she twisted the cap open, gulping down the milk. The following day, nearing noon, Sendo, having thoroughly reviewed Kimamaru's medical results, felt assured enough to depart the base and return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Bai hummed a melody from her childhood, learned from her mother, as she began preparing lunch. Karin glanced towards the training ground, where Kimamaru was relentlessly striking a heavy sandbag. The resonating thud seemed to echo within her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She scampered into the kitchen, trailing behind Bai. With his impassive demeanor, Kimamaru hardly appeared more approachable than Bai. Upon noticing the small follower trailing behind, Bai was peeling potatoes, and with a smile, he addressed Xianglin. "Ah, what brings you here?" I came to help," Xianglin replied timidly. Despite her lack of confidence, she felt the need to contribute as a member of this household, unwilling to be a burden to them. Bai's face lit up at her initiative. "What a good child you are. Why not assist by washing these tomatoes?" "Sure," Xianglin responded, filling a basin with tomatoes and meticulously cleaning them under the tap. Observing her obedient demeanor, Bai let out a soft sigh within. What a lovely child. How could those wretched beings from Grass-Hidden Village treat her and her mother so cruelly? Fortunately, Bai had heard from Xiandao about Xianglin's heart-wrenching experiences, which somewhat alleviated his anger. This child is a remarkable prospect. She possesses a resolute spirit and tenacity. Additionally, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin harbors an enviable amount of chakra, coveted by all ninjas. Indeed, no one would ever bemoan having an excess of chakra, regardless of whether they wear masks or conceal their left eye. Perhaps this abundance is the reason for the envy directed at the Uzumaki clan. Coupled with their renowned sealing techniques, they inevitably attract animosity. Innocent individuals bear the burden of suspicion, and others, disregarding any benign intentions, will strike preemptively to eliminate potential threats. Even if one is merely strolling through the dense forest, they could be misinterpreted as plotting something nefarious. While Bai busied himself, he pondered these thoughts when Xianglin gently inquired, "Brother Bai, were you and Junmaru also rescued by Mr. Xiandao?" Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled the snowfall on that fateful day at the bridge. "Indeed, I was saved from an S-rank ninjutsu by Mr. Xiandao, while Junmaru was brought in for treatment due to illness." "Was it at the White Machine?" she asked. "That location was merely for Junmaru's examinations and tests. The actual treatment occurs here." "Here?" Xianglin adjusted her black-framed glasses. "In the kitchen? The dining room?" "Yes," Bai affirmed, "primarily through dietary therapy." Xianglin's glasses slipped. "Ask you again. Dietary therapy? Can eating help with illnesses?" Bai chuckled. "For Junmaru it does. However, his condition is quite severe. Merely eating could extend his life by 3 years, and that is only if he refrains from overexerting himself." Given that Xianglin was now part of the family, she had the right to know. 3 years. Plop. The tomatoes jumped into the basin, startled. 3 years is a long time. Junmaru, undeterred, joined their conversation, heading straight for the refrigerator. He retrieved Xiandao's specially formulated energy drink and gulped it down before meeting Mr. Xiandao. "I had less than a year left to live. We are all immensely grateful to Mr. Sendo, whose smile is remarkably sincere. Even if he were to command us to meet our demise, neither of us would hesitate. Of course, Mr. Sendo is a good man and would never take such an action," Wang quickly interjected, concerned that Xianglin might misunderstand him. Junmaru, shoving the remaining half-bottle of beverage back into the refrigerator, glanced at Bai and Xianglin as he closed the door. "Since we entered this base, my life belongs to Mr. Sendo," he declared resolutely. "If he were to grant me life, I might not last long, but if he were to demand my death, I would not flinch in the slightest." Bai silently smiled as he cut the beef into pieces, tacitly agreeing with Junmaru's words. Xianglin stared blankly at Junmaru, who appeared serious. And after a moment of shock, weakly remarked, "Junmaru, you have 2 little red dots on your forehead. Are they your eyebrows?" Junmaru chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. In the land of fire, within the depths of the death forest, amidst towering trees, a tan trench coat billowed and danced fiercely. Anko Mitarashi wore a grave expression, her body swiftly navigating the branches as her right hand brushed against the cursed seal on the back of her left shoulder. If the seal had not been sealed by Sendo, she should have been able to sense the general location of that old man through the pain it inflicted. "Orochimaru!" Anko shouted in frustration, glancing upwards toward the sky-obscuring canopy. Having been away from Orochimaru for too long, she was nearly forgetting that he was a despicable man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Who would have thought that the infamous Sannin, Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha years ago, would suddenly return to the village disguised as a mere genin to participate in a chūnin exam? What about his identity? His reputation? Had he discarded it all? Moreover, there must be a reasonable purpose behind such a ruse. It could not merely be for show. This was precisely what Anko feared. Orochimaru infiltrating the chūnin exam must harbor some sinister intent. The corpses of the deceased they had discovered indicated that he had no qualms about murder, even summoning snakes to destroy evidence. This meant he was undoubtedly plotting something far more dangerous and urgent. "I must catch up." Anko gritted her teeth and quickened her pace. Meanwhile, wielding his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke Uchiha successfully spotted Orochimaru's elusive form. After binding him to a tree trunk with wire, he unleashed a torrent of fire that climbed the steel threads and engulfed Orochimaru's body in bright flames. "Have I succeeded?" Sasuke gasped, his eyes fixated on the dark figure enveloped in the orange blaze. As the flames soared, the bound shadow remained motionless, seemingly devoid of any will to resist. "It should be," Sakura exclaimed, equally transfixed by the sight of Orochimaru being scorched, urgently urging, "We must go save Naruto." After being swallowed by that enormous snake, we have no idea where he has been taken. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance, noting the unmistakable traces left by the colossal serpent's passage. Given Naruto's prowess, it was unlikely that these remnants would be resolved swiftly. "You are right. Shall we proceed?" he questioned, though his tone implied he had not sanctioned their departure. Both Sasuke and Sakura abruptly turned, their instincts ignited by an acute sense of danger, compelling their bodies into a defensive stance. The vibrant flames gradually extinguished, and the previously motionless shadow clinging to the tree suddenly tilted its head in an unsettling manner. With a mere lift of its arms, it effortlessly extricated itself from the surrounding steel wires, approaching the duo with an unsettling calmness. Had it not been for the peeling skin adorning its visage, perhaps Sakura and Sasuke would have merely been taken aback. "You are my quarry. If you were to escape so easily, it would be quite the embarrassment for me," Orochimaru declared, halting a dozen meters from Sasuke and gingerly touching the damaged facade of his disguise. "It is merely a layer of false skin. There is no need for such fear. However, once I acquire your body, there will be no necessity for such cumbersome masquerades." Before his words had fully dissipated, Orochimaru's neck elongated abruptly, akin to a serpent, swiftly closing the distance towards Sasuke. "Sasuke, retreat. He is targeting you," Sakura shouted, hurling a kunai at Orochimaru and charging forward with a clenched fist, her pink hair standing on end in the gust of wind. Though her training and physical techniques advanced at a sluggish pace, the title of Azure Beast, Master of Taijutsu, was not merely for show. Moreover, fueled by a fierce determination. Sakura had diligently kept pace with Gai's rigorous training regimen over the past few days. While she would not dare to claim mastery in taijutsu, her exceptional chakra control allowed her to deliver powerful punches that surpassed her own strength. Sakura understood that even Sasuke's intricate combo would falter against the elongated-necked anomaly before them, and she had never anticipated catching up to Sasuke and Naruto so swiftly. Yet, she recognized her own limitations and that she likely would not attract the attention of someone as proud as Orochimaru. Her intent was solely to buy Sasuke even a fleeting moment to escape. With a fierce punch aimed at Orochimaru's battered, pallid face, she struck with tremendous force, creating a crater in the robust tree trunk. Amidst the debris and dust, Sakura's startled cry intertwined with Orochimaru's unscathed serpentine neck. "Be careful!" Fire style, dragon flame technique. A blazing line of fire surged forth, piercing the space between Orochimaru and Sasuke, the intense heat forcing Orochimaru to divert his path. Unable to dismiss this threat as he had with Sakura, while his gaze lingered with intrigue at the source of the flames. I wondered who it might be. "So, it is my cast-off disciple," Orochimaru sneered ominously, his serpentine eyes appraising the newcomer. "It has been quite some time. You have grown, Kabuto." Kabuto positioned himself in front of Sasuke, subtly shielding him, casting a glance at Sakura, who had leapt to safety, before leaning closer to Sasuke and whispering, "Where is Naruto? Where has he gone?" The gigantic serpent summoned by Orochimaru had devoured him, and no one knew where it had taken him. Seeing Kabuto interpose before him, Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kabuto too felt a sense of reassurance. With the current prowess of the nine-tailed child, it would not matter even if he were entirely consumed. I have never heard of a Jinchuriki being slain by an ordinary summoning beast devoid of a name. Let us set aside Naruto for now, for the true predicament lies before me. Red Bean cast a grim gaze toward Orochimaru, her expression devoid of any semblance of mirth. Having defected from her village for many years, she now masqueraded as a lowly genin infiltrating the chūnin exams. Could it be that she regretted her choices and sought to rejoin Konoha? Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru retracted his neck and leisurely approached Red Bean, exuding an irritating yet fearsome nonchalance, as if the perilous death forest were merely his backyard. "It has been a while. You have grown quite brash and eloquent," he lamented, feigning sorrow. "You were once such a ladylike and well-behaved girl. It is truly disheartening to see you fall into this state without guidance." Red Bean's lips tightened. With a swift motion, her left sleeve unfurled two green-patterned pythons, intertwining with a striped python that had stealthily emerged from below the branches, both plummeting from the trees. "You, however, have remained unchanged, still the treacherous scoundrel who sealed his apprentice's memories." Orochimaru feigned surprise. "Oh, has your memory been restored? Did that old fool, the third Hokage, break the seal?" With hands on her hips, Red Bean straightened her posture, proudly declaring, "Apologies. But it was a person who does not disdain my brusqueness or my sharp tongue who liberated me. By the way, should I thank you for abandoning me? Otherwise, I might never have encountered that individual." "Huh. Would anyone truly be interested in a tomboy such as you?" Orochimaru retorted with biting sarcasm. "According to the principles of yin and yang, he must be a delicate man, one who spends all day in the kitchen." Red Bean replied, "Well, he did get part of it right, but the rest is pure slander. It is blatant defamation. Senjutsu is undeniably a robust and manly figure. Noticing Red Bean's hesitation to respond, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and continued his psychological assault. "Oh, have I struck a chord?" Taking a deep breath, Red Bean rolled up her sleeves and retorted, "Stop jabbering. Let us engage directly. I have longed to strike you since years ago. I am exceedingly curious to see if your pallid visage turns red and swollen like an ordinary person's after receiving a punch." Orochimaru maintained his disquieting grin, his snake-like eyes narrowing into a dangerous slit. "I am more than willing to oblige, but please do show some restraint. This face has some value, and if it were marred by my discarded apprentice, I would be quite disheartened. Shadow Snake Hand, you intend to use the techniques I taught you against me? You disappoint me, Red Bean." Shadow Snake Hand. From their loose sleeves, a multitude of venomous snakes surged forth, intertwining in a chaotic mass, ruthlessly biting each other and injecting their lethal venom into the bitten serpents. The remainder was a contest of whose toxin would take effect more swiftly. Red Bean and Orochimaru paid no heed to the fate of the summoned serpents, trading blows as they cascaded from the branches to the treetops and ultimately to the ground below. The ground was thickly carpeted with lifeless serpents, the soles of their shoes grinding the serpentine corpses into a muddy amalgam of crimson blood and pale flesh. It was evident that one had made considerable progress in martial arts, yet the intent to kill was unmistakably clear, an earnest endeavor indeed. Orochimaru effortlessly countered each of Hondo's perilous assaults, even finding the leisure to comment on his former apprentice. "Not in the midst of battle. Must you converse?" Hondo leaped, delivering a swift kick that forced Orochimaru back, creating some distance between them. With hands flying through seals, she took a deep breath. Fire style, great fireball technique. Before Orochimaru could land, a medium-sized fireball detonated at his landing spot, shattering a massive branch the thickness of a water tower. The branch, trailing thick black smoke, crashed into the unsightly mixture of serpent flesh and mud. Nearby, Sakura and Sasuke watched with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the smoking stump of the branch. Sasuke, in particular, clenched his fists in silent determination. Is this what a Jonin-level battle entails? Hondo, merely a special Jonin, wields a fire-style technique of such magnitude, far surpassing my own great fireball. That individual had already been a legitimate Jonin of a rank higher than special when he defected years ago. The path to my vengeance is fraught with challenges ahead. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, Orochimaru peeled away the remnant of his false face, revealing no injuries as Sakura and the others had anticipated. After all, he was a figure renowned in the ninja world for over 2 decades. If he could be effortlessly defeated by his special Jonin apprentice, it would only indicate that he had been holding back. Not a bad technique. At least it managed to scorch my disguise. Do surprise me further. I hope this is not your most formidable skill. He casually discarded the mask onto a branch, exuding an air of superiority with his words. It was only after he finished speaking that he realized his view was limited to the 2 youngsters perched on the opposite tree, with Hondo nowhere in sight. Oh, Orochimaru leaned down to peer. Could she have blown herself up? Before he could finish his thought, furlong serpents surged forth from beneath the branch, their sharp fangs piercing Orochimaru's limbs, driving him forcefully against the tree trunk. The impact was so profound that it caused tremors throughout the arena, and a flurry of leaves cascaded like snowflakes. The tail of a green-patterned python was connected to the sleeve of Hondo's attire. Just as Orochimaru was pinned to the trunk by the shadow snakes, Hondo hastened to his side, raising a kunai to pin her left hand and his right hand into the dented hollow. Breathless, yet wearing a victorious smile, Hondo exclaimed, "I've got you now, Orochimaru. May I borrow your left hand for a moment?" As her gaze shifted downward, she formed the seal, and Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. "This seal, it's the one you taught me. The twin serpent technique. I return it to you now." A bead of sweat trickled down Hondo's face as her eyes locked onto Orochimaru's vertical pupils, seemingly intent on etching the fear she perceived within them into her memory. A mere special Jonin luring one of the legendary 3 to his demise. What a boon for me. Is that so? The once certain Hondo's body stiffened abruptly, disbelief flooding her senses as she turned her head. There stood Orochimaru, slowly rising from the branch behind her, a mocking expression upon his face. Hondo froze for a moment, her neck stiffly twisting back. Before him, Orochimaru, pinned to the tree by kunai, gradually transformed into a flowing mass of earth, sliding down the trunk. The earth clone, Akado, gazed at his left hand, which he had impaled onto the tree, and muttered in a daze. "Even if you have become a special Jonin of the village, You cannot continuously employ the forbidden techniques I taught you. Orochimaru spread his hands and feigned a helpless smile. Before his laughter could fade, a cold voice echoed from behind him. You do not truly believe I would seek death voluntarily, do you? It was now Orochimaru's turn to be taken aback as he turned to look up at Akado, who was crouched on a branch above. Twirling his right index finger through the ring of his kunai, with a mocking gaze surveying Orochimaru's constricted pupils. Moreover, perish alongside someone as ancient as yourself? I refuse. There are others waiting for me to return home for dinner. Orochimaru, like Akado moments before, stiffly turned his neck to observe. The pinned Akado had similarly morphed into a puddle of soft mud, with only the kunai embedded in the trunk witnessing the intricate scheming and deceptions between master and disciple. Ha! Ha ha! Orochimaru suddenly leaned back, clutching his face, and let out a chilling laugh. The sound wafted through the forest like a sinister, icy wind, sending shivers down the spines of Sasuke and Sakura, even from a distance. How amusing, Akado! You have truly surprised me. I did not expect to be outwitted by you. My own student. Akado, disdainfully pursing his lips and waving his hand, retorted, Enough of this. Stop using such tactics to mask your own embarrassment. It's in front of the children, for heaven's sake. You've lost all dignity. What are you pretending for? Orochimaru's laughter abruptly ceased, and his pallid visage darkened, as though it could drip with malice. You have successfully provoked me. He straightened his neck, his throat convulsing as he expelled the hilt of a sword from his abdomen. Drawing the kusanagi from his mouth, he casually flicked away the viscous liquid clinging to the blade, his gaze locking onto Akado like a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. Ominous and ruthless. Since we share this master-disciple bond, let us use this kusanagi to bury you. Wait. He just pulled a sword out of his stomach. The oppressive atmosphere that Orochimaru had painstakingly crafted was utterly shattered by a loud voice. The crowd, their thoughts scattered, turned towards the sound, where a bright orange-red light abruptly dominated their vision. Naruto, having been swallowed by the giant serpent and carried a great distance, used the tailed beast cloak to carve his way out of the serpent's belly. Just as he emerged, gasping for fresh air, he was instantly overwhelmed by an aura of hostility. Worried for Sasuke and Sakura's safety, Naruto rushed towards the source of the malevolence, and upon landing on a tree, witnessed Orochimaru showcasing his sword-spitting prowess, prompting him to cheer in response. The Nine-Tails brat can partially tail beast transform without losing control. Orochimaru's already darkened countenance now matched the charred surface of the broken branch. The chakra fluctuations emanating from that brat even threatened to overshadow him. Moreover, with Hondo lurking nearby, and the Uchiha boy capable of causing some disturbance, it was evident that proceeding further was not a prudent choice. He infiltrated Konoha to participate in the chūnin exams solely to obtain Sasuke's body. They still had a considerable distance to reach their destination, providing ample opportunity for a surprise attack. Even if Hondo were to escort them, he was confident in his ability to seize upon any oversight on her part to launch a strike. Ha! Ha ha! Orochimaru suddenly leaned back, supporting his face, and let out a raucous, derisive laugh. Tilting his head back, his long tongue flicked out to coil around the kusanagi sword, swallowing the blade back into his stomach. Uchiha boy, clean your neck and wait. I shall return. With that utterly unrefined boast, Orochimaru leapt backward, vanishing into the earth from the branch he had occupied. Hondo peered at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared, her expression one of disbelief as she blew a puff of air to lift her bangs. Is that it? Rising to her feet, she addressed the three young ones nonchalantly. All right, the crisis has been averted. You may continue. No, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, his orange chakra cloak rising as if stirred by an unseen wind, his demeanor akin to a startled wildcat, eyes darting with vigilance and fear as he sought the source of his unease. This malevolence has not dissipated. He is still nearby? Naruto's seal had not been fully undone. It was merely breached by a narrow slit, allowing him to tap into the Nine-Tails chakra. Thus he could only vaguely sense the direction of the hostility, unable to pinpoint its origin. Without warning, like thunder striking from a clear sky, a severed head suddenly sprang forth from the tattered false face Orochimaru had left on the branch. The elongated neck of the head, reminiscent of a sinuous serpent, deftly evaded Naruto and Sakura's advance, making a beeline for Sasuke at the rear. Damn it! Hondo gritted her teeth, her sleeves flaring as a multitude of venomous serpents, which would make anyone shudder, coiled around Orochimaru's neck, sinking their fangs into his flesh to inject poison, tightening their bodies in an attempt to suffocate him. Orochimaru's ambush was executed with such swiftness that Hondo had no time to form hand seals, resorting instead to drawing a kunai and thrusting it with all her might. Yet, the sharp kunai seemed to strike against an exceptionally elastic rubber band, rebounding with tremendous force and sending her flying. The speed Orochimaru displayed this time was exponentially greater than before. In mere moments, he endured Hondo's assault, maneuvered past the Ninetales Jinchuriki, flung off the attacking Sakura, and caught up with Sasuke, sinking his teeth into his shoulder, three tomo-like curse marks gradually surfacing upon Sasuke's skin. Having succeeded, Orochimaru abruptly retracted his neck. His speed now doubled. The force of his neck's motion sent countless serpents flying from around it. This beleaguered tree began yet another round of serpent rain. Orochimaru's body emerged from the palm-sized tattered false face, catching the returning head. Tilting his neck, he cast a sinister smile towards Hondo, who had just been thrown back and was now scrambling up from the branch. The anger and resentment etched on her face served as the greatest acknowledgement and reward for the success of his ambush. With a deliberate and slow shake of his head, Orochimaru's disconcerting voice pierced the air. Hondo, do exercise some caution. In terms of naivety, you remain as you were in your childhood, showing no signs of growth. A kunai whistled through the air, only to be effortlessly caught by Orochimaru with two fingers, leaving Hondo with a notably grim expression. Meanwhile, Sasuke had begun to emit pained, suppressed cries. You have implanted him with a cursed seal? In response to Hondo's furious roar, Orochimaru flicked the kunai away and gradually sank into the branches. It is a cursed seal akin to yours, a gift for our meeting. With the hope that he will make good use of this power. As Orochimaru's body fully disappeared into the branches, only his head remained. Delivering his final words, he is already within my grasp. Do convey that I shall return. Naruto abruptly turned his head, scanning the surroundings. This time, the chilling malice had completely vanished from the forest, leaving no trace behind. With the orange-red chakra retracting into his body, Naruto paid little heed to anything else and rushed to Sasuke and Sakura's side, only to find that Sasuke had already fainted from the overwhelming pain. As Sasuke writhed in agony on the ground, Sakura was the first to dash to his side. Tormented by excruciating pain, Sasuke could hear nothing from the outside world and instinctively gripped Sakura's arm. His fingers dug deeply into her flesh, tearing through her alabaster skin, leaving behind bruises and crimson streams that were alarmingly vivid. Sakura bit her lip, enduring the pain in silence. It was only when Sasuke lost consciousness that she carefully pried his stiff fingers from her arm and laid him flat. Sakura quickly bandaged the wounds. Naruto frantically rummaged through his ninja pouch. How is Sasuke? Is he poisoned? Should I extract the toxin? Hondo, with a somber expression, knelt beside Sasuke and examined the three-tomo curse seal on his shoulder before laying it back down. He is not poisoned. This is Orochimaru's curse seal, which can be understood as a form of curse. Having shared a similar experience, Hondo unfastened Sasuke's clothing and listened closely to his heartbeat, confirming he showed no signs of fever. His breathing was faint yet steady, allowing her to exhale in relief. For now, he has passed the danger period. It seems that, compared to my time, Orochimaru's curse seal is much more refined. Examiner, do you know that long-necked monster well? Hondo glanced at Naruto and then lowered her head to tidy Sasuke's clothing. He was once my teacher, but years ago he betrayed the village and became a rogue ninja. He is now an S-rank wanted target in Konohagakure. Naruto and Sakura broke into a cold sweat, staring down at the unconscious Sasuke in bewilderment. What does he want with Sasuke's body? Is he going to eat him? In their minds, Orochimaru had become a creature detached from humanity. Consuming people seemed entirely plausible. It was likely for even more sinister purposes. As Hondo was always inclined to consider the worst of Orochimaru, I will inform the Third Hokage that Orochimaru has infiltrated the exam candidates. From here on, I will protect you until you reach your destination. However, do not expect me to lend a hand when encountering other candidates along the way. If you are eliminated, I shall depart first with Sasuke. After saying this, Hondo wore a stoic expression, her hands buried in the pockets of her trench coat, standing silently like an outsider. While her mind pondered the words Orochimaru had uttered before his departure, he would return. Was he merely being alarmist, or did he harbor a deeper intention? That cunning old man was truly irksome. Naruto hoisted the unconscious Sasuke onto his back, securing him with both arms around his legs to ensure he would not slip off. Sakura assisted by repositioning Sasuke's arms in front of Naruto, expressing her concern. When you grow weary, let us switch. I can carry him as well. For I have trained in physical techniques under Gai-sensei and possess considerable strength. Naruto flashed a reassuring smile, revealing his teeth. With the nine tails, my strength is inexhaustible. Do not worry. I can manage on my own. With that, he leapt from the branch, as if fearing Sakura would contest him for the burden. Sakura extended her hand towards Sasuke's back, hesitated halfway, then withdrew it. Biting her lip, she silently followed Naruto as they descended from the branches. The following morning, there was still no sign of Sasuke awakening. Once again, Naruto showcased his masculinity, determined to carry Sasuke to the finish line unaided. Hondo, with her hands in her pockets, quietly observed the disappointment reflected on Sakura's face, letting out a silent sigh in her heart. That boy Naruto, after all that time alongside Sage Mode, had not learned a thing about emotional intelligence. Could he not be considerate of Sakura, allowing her a sense of involvement? Bound by her role as an examiner, Hondo refrained from voicing her thoughts. It is the fate of every mediocre ninja to be overlooked, especially in the presence of a once-in-a-generation talent like Naruto. Even those from the Uchiha clan with their double tomo would find themselves overshadowed, let alone Sakura, who hailed from humble beginnings. During a previous gathering, it seemed that the sage had cautioned Kakashi and his team about underlying dangers. Now it appeared that, despite Sakura clarifying her future direction and sacrificing her leisure time to train with Guy, if effort alone could bridge the gap to the pinnacle, then talent would be rendered meaningless. Hondo felt the weight of this world's unfairness deeply. Her situation was not dissimilar to Sakura's. Friends like Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had ascended to the rank of Jonin, with one even attaining that position at a mere 10 years of age, while she remained stagnant at the special Jonin level. Even when factoring in the ANBU's Moonlight Wind and Yuzuki Yugao, she was the least ranked among her peers. Though she often presented a carefree facade in public, she remained sensitive and insecure about this disparity in private. As for a certain slothful chūnin with hidden potential, it was better left unmentioned. Lost in thought, three figures suddenly appeared, blocking the path of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Hondo immediately noticed the headbands they wore, emblazoned with the same Sound Village emblem as Orochimaru. Sakura, before Naruto could speak, revealed the identity and intentions of the trio. 8th note. They are Orochimaru's people. They are after Sasuke. Our introductory moment has been snatched away. Tosu's entire head was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his left eye visible. Draped behind him was a broom-like cloak, with sleeves that extended to the ground, hanging limply in front of him, maintaining a crouched posture that appeared both bizarre and unsettling. Since the introduction was omitted, let us delve directly into the matter at hand. We bear no ill intentions. We merely heard of the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and wish to engage in a friendly spar. Hey, what is the examiner doing here? Suddenly, the female ninja among the trio, with long black hair, pointed at the red bean perched on a nearby tree, exclaiming in surprise. The red bean furrowed his brow slightly. Did these three subordinates of Orochimaru not realize that after their confrontation with him, they would likely follow Naruto and the others to protect Sasuke? This implies that they were prearranged to intercept Sasuke and his companions, presumably to compel Sasuke to utilize the power of the cursed seal. As someone who shares the same cursed seal as Sasuke, the red bean was acutely aware of what it meant for an average ninja's strength. The sudden acquisition of tremendous power fosters an inescapable dependency. After all, no one wishes to regress in strength, willingly allowing an opponent who has leveraged the cursed seal to surpass them. Swish! Two masked ANBU appeared beside the red bean. The previous night, they had been dispatched by the Third Hokage to ensure the safety of Sasuke and others, remaining concealed nearby, vigilant against Orochimaru. Upon recognizing that the trio were Orochimaru's subordinates, they revealed themselves. Should we apprehend these three? The red bean shook his head, interjecting. They are merely lower ninjas participating in the examination. Their conflict over the scrolls falls within the normal testing procedures. There is no necessity for intervention. Moreover, to Orochimaru, these three are merely pawns, disposable at any moment. Capturing them would serve no purpose. Upon hearing the red bean's reasoning, the two ANBU concealed themselves once more, providing a sense of relief to the sound ninjas. Such a pity. Had the examiner intervened, you would not have sustained injuries, Sakudang sighed in relief. just as he was about to rise and engage with the opponents when he noticed Sakura approaching, her head bowed, her expression obscured by her hair. "This is something we should say?" As Sakura boldly stepped forward, Naruto hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Sakura, let me handle this." Watching from the sidelines, the red bean facepalmed, closing his eyes in disbelief. Could Naruto refrain from provoking Sakura any further? As expected, before Naruto could finish his sentence, Sakura clenched her fists and charged forward. Tosu also advanced, his sleeves trailing behind him, his left eye scrutinizing Sakura. "A taijutsu ninja, is it? This will be rather simple." Sakura blossom. Sakura leapt high, descending with a punch aimed squarely at Tosu's bandaged head. Sensing the impending danger, Tosu instinctively retreated, trying to create distance. Yet he was still caught off guard by the shockwave that shattered the earth beneath him and sent debris flying. "Wait, when did Sakura become so fierce?" Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Was this truly the Sakura he knew? In his shock at Sakura's overwhelming power, he completely forgot about Sasuke behind him. The nape of Sasuke's neck was jolted by the reverberation from the ground, causing him to crash back down. The tremor was evident in his trembling eyelids, indicating the severity of the impact. Hito and Saku, who had been observing from a distance, could no longer maintain their composure and swiftly caught the airborne toss. "Thank you," Toss said, his feet planted firmly on the ground, exhaling in relief. "I underestimated her. I never anticipated that such a seemingly frail female ninja could unleash such tremendous force. If I had truly been struck, it would have been quite dire. If you wish to avoid receiving a fist to the face, muster your spirit and showcase your true abilities," Saku urged, giving Toss a push from behind. Toss surged forward towards Sakura, leaving Saku's response behind him. "No need for your reminders." Like a colossal flea, Toss bounded swiftly around Sakura, maintaining an ambiguous distance that compelled her to clench her fists yet hesitate to strike, forcing her to follow his agile movements with her gaze. Indeed, among the Sound Ninja trio, Toss was the most astute, quickly deducing Sakura's predicament. "Your brute strength is formidable, but surely it has come at the cost of agility. If you swing and miss, you won't be able to evade my ambush, will you?" A sense of alarm struck Sakura, and her focus on Toss' form faltered momentarily. An opening. Toss suddenly accelerated, taking advantage of Sakura's delayed reaction, briefly landing beside her before swiftly rebounding away, evading the heavy punch she aimed at him. As he leapt, his forearm brushed lightly past Sakura's ear. Nearby, Hito displayed a villainous smirk, while Saku triumphantly swung his fist, proclaiming, "Ha! She's already incapacitated." Toss paid no further attention to Sakura, landing gracefully before his companions. However, behind him, Sakura was unable to retract her thrown punch and staggered awkwardly, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Sakura!" Naruto rushed to her side, reaching out to assist her, but was halted by Sakura's strained voice as she attempted to rise unaided. I can manage. You're bleeding from your left ear." A trickle of blood, roughly the width of a pinky finger, was slowly coursing down Sakura's cheek. She reached to touch it, but her hand missed her ear and pressed against her cheek instead. Raising one hand further disrupted her balance, causing her to tumble into Naruto's embrace before rolling away, expelling the remnants of her meal and stomach contents onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Naruto, alarmed, supported Sakura, anxious that she might fall into her own vomit. He turned fiercely towards the Sound Ninja trio, demanding, "What have you done to Sakura?" Toss nonchalantly raised an arm, revealing the air vents of his gauntlet beneath his long sleeve. "I merely used sound waves to damage her cochlea, impairing her sense of balance. Aside from dizziness and nausea, it's nothing serious. Perhaps she might even choke on her own vomit." "Ha ha." Hito laughed boisterously. "What does it matter if she has strength? She couldn't even graze the hem of Toss' clothing before falling. If that is all the talent she possesses, perhaps she should reconsider her aspirations of being a ninja." "Keep your mouth shut." Naruto slowly rose, his gaze dark and fixed on the Sound Ninja trio, as his orange-red chakra enveloped his body once more. What is this?" Toss took a step back, his left eye wide with terror as he beheld the tangible cloak of chakra before him. Even from a distance, he could feel the suffocating waves of energy emanating from it. "You shall pay for your actions," Naruto declared, forming hand seals before his chest, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Puff, puff, puff. As the white smoke cleared, the open ground and branches were teeming with Naruto clad in the guise of tailed beasts. Even the branch where Hondo perched was occupied by a row of shadow clones. For Hondo, It was her first encounter with the chakra of the Nine Tails. And to her dismay, she realized that with such a terrifying amount of chakra, she might not stand a chance against Naruto in a real confrontation. Unlike the cunning Orochimaru, who feigned weakness, Toss and his companions were genuinely entrenched in this level of combat. Faced with the furious multitude of shadow clones cloaked in tailed beast attire, the trio found their escape routes completely blocked. Truly, they were trapped with no way out. Hondo, observing from the sidelines, watched as the legion of foxes descended upon the three sound ninjas like a tidal wave. The orange-red sea of chakra surged and crashed, tossing the trio about, only to be met by the waiting ninjas perched on branches, who sent them flying back with forceful leaps. The tumult of the orange tide continued for a time before gradually subsiding. As the torrent receded, the three sound ninjas lay sprawled upon the ground. Their appearance is a pitiful sight. Toss bandages had been shredded to tatters, his broom-like cloak reduced to nothingness, and the protective arm guard that had shielded Sakura's cochlea lay in ruins, silenced forever by Naruto's blows. Yet, even the sound of the shattered remnants was quite crisp. Initially, Sak managed to blow away a few shadow clones with the wind from his palm, but he was quickly ensnared by Naruto's relentless assault, which locked down his arms. Some clever clones even stuffed dirt into his wind hole, rendering Sak utterly defenseless, transforming him into a tragic human punching bag, subjected to the tempest of Naruto's fists. However, Sak was not the most unfortunate. That ill-fated girl, Chin, upon seeing a horde of Narutos charging at her, hastily thrust the bell-adorned hairpin into the ground beside her and formed hand seals, preparing to counter with Jinjutsu. Such swift actions elicited laughter from the Nine Tails sealed within her. The young girl was quite clever and articulate, yet her luck was undeniably wretched. The buzzing sound of her tiny sound waves barely reached Naruto's ears before the Nine Tails casually dispelled it. As Chin contemplated how to break the deadlock and lead her teammates to safety, Naruto's punch sent her crashing to the ground. Noting the female ninja forming seals, Naruto worried that she might resist too vigorously and thus struck with particular force. In mere moments, Chin was reduced to a pitiful state, her body curling up like a shrimp, her shoes knocked off. As Naruto continued his assault, he pondered the purpose of the hairpin she had embedded in the ground and the significance of her seals. Could it be that they enhanced her resilience or mitigated her injuries? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to be especially cautious. Fearful of holding back too much, the red bean fell beside the three individuals, checking to confirm their breathing was still evident, and then casually placed his hands in his pockets, choosing to disregard them. Naruto, being a kind-hearted boy, did not resort to lethal force against the trio. However, upon gazing at their increasingly swollen faces, Red Bean could not help but think that Naruto's kindness was somewhat overrated, especially the female ninja, whose once charming visage had now become unrecognizably puffy. Her long, silky hair had been trampled by numerous feet, pressed into the mud. Alas, what a pity for such beautiful hair. Red Bean held no affection for Orochimaru's subordinates. He bent down, retrieved a scroll from Toa's arms, and tossed it to Naruto. See if this matches yours. Naruto caught the scroll and flashed a grin at Red Bean. Thanks, Examiner Red Bean. With this, we can complete our collection. Let us hurry to the finish line. Red Bean leapt back onto the branches. Naruto secured the scroll, summoned a shadow clone, one carrying the still unconscious Sasuke, while the other supported Sakura, and they hastened towards the tower's destination. That afternoon, Team 7 arrived at the finish line, successfully passing the examination. The third Hokage had been waiting for quite some time. After listening to Red Bean's report, his expression darkened. He quickly arranged for medical ninjas to examine Sasuke and treat Sakura's injuries. Rest assured, Lord Third, as long as Sasuke survives the initial stage of the cursed seal transplantation, he is no longer in mortal danger. Red Bean, being the second most knowledgeable about the cursed seal after Orochimaru, spoke with a degree of authority. However, once Sasuke enters combat or becomes emotionally agitated, the seal will activate. Although he will gain immense power, he risks losing control of it, resulting in a berserk state. This is exceedingly perilous. The Third's expression grew grim. That truly reflects his style. Currently, the best response to such a seal is to apply a sealing technique. However, given that this is during the examination, sealing the cursed seal is no simple task. For Sasuke's safety, the only option is to withdraw him from the competition. That is impossible. Sasuke, regaining consciousness and receiving treatment, overheard the latter part of Red Bean's statement, and, with great determination, pushed himself up, resolutely rejecting the notion. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering resolve, Red Bean could only helplessly shrug. Although I am the examiner for this round, I have no authority to force a contestant to withdraw. You must decide for yourself. Once you either advance past the preliminary or are eliminated, someone will assist you in sealing the cursed mark. Preliminary. Naruto, who had been squatting nearby, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Haven't we already passed the exam and become chūnin?" Senjo, upon returning to the village, spotted several ANBU rushing towards the forest of death. He noticed a figure among them with flowing purple hair and quickly called out to Yuzuki, inquiring about the situation. The chūnin exam? Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha, targeting Uchiha Sasuke? He reflected on how quickly these young ones were catching up to him. Senjo decided to accompany Yue to the exam site in the Forest of Death. Having connections certainly made matters easier, and given the necessity for assistance, it was only reasonable for him to lend a hand as a familiar face to the children. On the way, Cinda learned more from Shien, discovering that several groups of covert operatives had already been dispatched to maintain security. Like him, Shien had just returned to the village after completing a mission. As soon as she stepped through the village gates, she was summoned to assist in the Death Forest. "Did you also go out on a mission?" she inquired. "Indeed. I just returned as well." Now, Cinda found it exceedingly easy to leave the village. He could simply publish a task through the Maritime Transport Group and claim it, thus allowing him to exit the village under legitimate circumstances. It was akin to transferring money from one hand to the other, albeit with a portion of the commission siphoned off by the village. However, Cinda's family was thriving, and he was indifferent to such trifles. Previously, sneaking out had required the use of space-time ninjutsu, which was both chakra-draining and perilous. Moreover, this technique had a lengthy cooldown period, necessitating that he remain away for a day or two before he could return home undetected. Now, it merely required spending money for comfort, a cost he was more than willing to bear. As he conversed with Shien, their discussion tended to drift towards mundane topics. After all, Shien had received her orders and hurried over, possessing no more information than Senda. Traversing most of the Death Forest, the towering red spire loomed closely ahead. After bidding farewell to Shien, who went to report to her superior, Senda stepped into the tower. As he pushed the door open, he could already hear Naruto's boisterous voice echoing, "Haven't we already passed the assessment and been promoted to chūnin?" A familiar voice, filled with mirth, responded, "This is merely the second team battle. There are 2 more individual matches to follow. Only those who pass all will be promoted to chūnin, so keep striving." "Hinata, has she become an examiner for the chūnin exams?" Senda mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It seemed she sensed something as Hinata glanced towards the corridor, her expression shifting when she saw a familiar figure emerge from the shadows. A wave of emotion washed over her, akin to feeling a sense of support from a family member during a moment of vulnerability. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, especially in the presence of the Third Hokage and others. If she were to rush into Senda's embrace, she would surely be the subject of ridicule among the children. "Endure. Hinata, you are a ninja. You must persevere." Naruto, albeit a beat slower than Hinata, noticed Senda as well, alerted by the Kyuubi's instincts. The boy, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, inexplicably leaped up in his seated position upon seeing Senda, careening into him with a loud cry. As Senda stepped into the brightly lit hall from the dim corridor, he was abruptly knocked back by the exuberant Naruto. The raucous commotion drew the attention of everyone present in the hall. Among the first to respond was Kiba's ninja dog, Akamaru, whose tail, tucked within Kiba's clothing, began spinning like a propeller. With a flurry, it burst forth from Kiba's collar, yapping excitedly as it dashed away. Kiba, in a fluster, failed to catch Akamaru and was about to warn him not to follow Naruto, fearing embarrassment. As I raised my head, I caught sight of the clumsy Sage Dao, who had just been knocked over by Naruto. Oh dear, yet another human trumpet creating a cacophony, crashing into the corridor amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. Standing still, I watched as Inuzuka Kiba joined the embarrassing throng. Yamanaka Shino adjusted his glasses and spoke in a tone that suggested an unshakable calm. "Is that the Sage Dao that Kiba has been incessantly praising?" "It should be," Hinata responded, instinctively hiding her hands behind her back, her voice barely above a whisper. "He doesn't seem to possess much culinary skill, though." Shino nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is strikingly handsome, with such looks." Many would likely compete to prepare meals for him. Hinata lingered slightly behind Shino, seizing the opportunity to discreetly rub her small belly while Shino's attention was diverted by Sage Dao. She too was curious about the exquisite cuisine that Kiba had extolled so highly. Outside the door, I could hear the raucous shouts of Naruto and Kiba. Were they brawling again? Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino had also reached the finish line and passed their assessment. As they followed the commotion inside, they witnessed Kiba, in a raucous uproar, straddling Naruto's back, with distinct sounds of cracking bones echoing through the air. Shikamaru scratched his head, dismissing Naruto's crude behavior towards Kiba, and turned to Choji and Ino. No wonder. If it's Sage Dao, it's rather understandable. Should we also go over and greet them? But Asuma-sensei is over there waiting for us, right, Ino? Just as the warm-hearted Choji hesitated, Ino had already made her choice. Striding towards Sage Dao, Shikamaru sighed and shrugged. Let us allow Asuma to envy Sage Dao for a while then. Not far away, several Jonin instructors stood together. Asuma clenched his fists, a look of discontent on his face as he watched his students cast him a fleeting glance before unhesitatingly heading towards Sage Dao. Veins throbbed ominously at his temples. His eyes narrowed with fury as he glared at their retreating figures. These ungrateful brats. Am I not their instructor? Not even a glance in my direction? Kakashi, with his eyelids drooping, placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder and pointed with his thumb at Sasuke and Sakura, who were also making their way to Sage Dao. Don't worry. Our class has also met the same fate. Hong feigned a thoughtful pose, resting her chin on her hand, her tone laced with artifice. Oh, look at my little Hinata, so well-behaved, untouched by Sage Dao's sweet nothings. Kakashi redirected his thumb towards Shino, who stood beside Hinata. Hey, Shino hasn't he gone over either. Oh, right, Shino is also quite impressive. Both Asuma and Kakashi turned their lifeless eyes towards Hong. You wouldn't normally utter such nauseating repetitions. So you truly have overlooked that child, haven't you? Absolutely not. I could never neglect my own students. That would be utterly irresponsible. Hong vehemently denied it, though her gaze furtively wandered elsewhere. It's just that Shino has certain shortcomings. Even if I, as their instructor, bear some blame, it's a 50-50 situation. Asuma, still feeling aggrieved, slammed his fist into his palm. Once the exams conclude, I shall ensure Sage Dao receives a proper reprimand. This time, no gifts are allowed. We shall indulge purely in the feast. Kakashi, Asuma, don't drag us into your foolishness. As Asuma was overwhelmed by Kakashi and Kurenai's jests, Guy stood with them, remarkably maintaining his silence. It was only when the grand doors of the tower swung open once more that Niji, Tintin, and Lee entered unscathed, prompting a profound sigh of relief from Guy, whose smile resurfaced. Especially as the trio, led by Niji, made their way towards them. Guy's grin widened to reveal his teeth, illuminating the entire hall. Teacher Guy. Without the need to employ his Byakugan, Niji followed the glimmer and approached, greeting Guy with utmost politeness. Look at them. Kakashi and Asuma expressed their envy with piercing gazes. Is this what other students are like? Aside from Naruto, it seems challenging to find fault with this batch of Konoha's finest genin. Naruto, who has already begun to harness a portion of the Nine-Tails power, was tacitly excluded from the rankings. Good students shouldn't compare themselves to those who are excessively gifted. Lee and Guy struck the same thumbs-up pose. Two watermelon-headed figures standing face to face, drawing everyone's attention. Particularly, the two shared tearful eyes, resembling a pair of long-lost father and son reunited after many years. It wouldn't be surprising if one were to call them father and son. Teacher Guy? Lee, I did it. Indeed. You accomplished it. Congratulations. Thank you, Teacher Guy, for your guidance. Your student has finally become a chūnin. Oh, Lee, you spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Yes, there are still 2 one-on-one matches left. Indeed. Regret is also part of youth. Tintin, covering her forehead with one hand, turned her head away in disbelief. Although she had grown accustomed to the silly antics of these 2 watermelon-headed individuals, it was rather embarrassing in front of so many people, especially with the third Hokage watching. Hey, Niji, Tintin poked Niji's shoulder, glancing towards the area with the most people. Let's go greet them. We've been fortunate to enjoy the broth every day. Thanks to Brother Senda. She is understanding. Polite. It's not that she wishes to distance herself from this shameful duo. Niji nodded. It is indeed time to express our gratitude. Lee, let us go. All right, I'm coming. Lee wiped away his tears with his sleeve and hurried to catch up with his 2 teammates, oblivious to the fact that their teacher, Guy, still bore tears of joy, gratitude, and remembrance. This is what perfect youth embodies. Kakashi and the others rarely nodded in agreement. Look at their students. Tenten and Niji are so sensible and mature. As teachers, it's hard not to feel envious. Before long, 10 of the Konoha 12 surrounded Senda, chattering animatedly. Thankfully, Senda possessed the patience. Otherwise, this group of children would have surely overwhelmed him with their incessant chatter. The third Hokage observed the young saplings of Konoha emanating with vibrant energy, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Among the trio that has successfully passed the second round of assessments, Konoha comprises more than half, and he cannot help but feel elated. Simultaneously, he is struck by the realization that the path of the sage is indeed popular among the youth. One cannot deny how crucial it is to master a craft. In the corner, the only trio from Sunagakure huddles together. Temari and Kankuro observe the Konoha genin gathered in a lively cluster, their faces betraying displeasure. Yet their hearts swell with envy. Such a vibrant and delightful atmosphere has never graced their village. Sensing the palpable tension surrounding them, the siblings exchanged a silent, exasperated sigh. With their erratic younger brother present, the air felt as chilling as a frost-laden cellar. I must eavesdrop on their conversation. Perhaps I can glean some valuable information, Kankuro muttered, fabricating an excuse to stealthily approach the group. Temari, unbothered by his antics, allowed him to go. Meanwhile, Gaara remained entirely oblivious to the commotion, isolating himself from the outside world as if the mere presence of sand sufficed for his company. Before long, Kankuro returned with a look of disappointment. I see now. No wonder the moment that person arrived, all the Konoha genin flocked to him. What happened? Temari cast a distant glance, vaguely noting that the man possessed an air of handsomeness. However, before she could scrutinize further, he was abruptly escorted back down the corridor by a golden-haired imp. I managed to glean a few snippets from their chatter, Kankuro recounted animatedly. They mentioned something about treating everyone if they passed, meat, an abundance of meat, and inviting the teachers to dine together. He shrugged, turning his back to the crowd. No wonder he is so popular. It turns out he is a cook from Konoha. A cook? Temari exclaimed incredulously. He looks so dashing, and you tell me he is a cook? Is this the standard for Konoha's culinary artisans? Well, they do have a grand legacy, Kankuro replied with a hint of envy. He recalled how it had always been just the two of them cooking, while the Konoha genin had the luxury of a designated chef. Ah, the significance of one's birthright. Hey, Temari nudged Kankuro secretly. What is it? He inquired. Why not sneak over again and see if he owns a restaurant? We should sample his cuisine. Don't even think about it. Lord Maki would never allow us such freedom. Kankuro retorted, casting a glance towards Gaara, and Temari understood without further elaboration. Finally disentangled from the throng of children, the sage found the opportunity to consult the third Hokage and request to participate in the security arrangements for the exam, to which the third readily agreed. As the chief examiner for this event, Akamichi could not leave his post until the examination concluded. Watching wistfully as the sage exchanged glances with him before striding towards Kakashi and the others. Akamichi, you are a ninja. You must exercise patience. Upon approaching his old comrades, the sage exchanged greetings, only to be met with 3 piercing gazes from Kakashi and Asuma. What is with that look? He questioned, bewildered. So you can cook, and that makes you special? Asuma was the first to challenge. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, came the reply. Kakashi, who should have stood alongside Asuma, instead directed his words towards Sandame. Betrayed cruelly, Asuma almost choked in disbelief and turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, Hey, I never imagined that you, the bushy-browed, wide-eyed Kakashi, would also betray our revolutionary camaraderie. Assessing the situation, Kakashi shrugged innocently. Did you not enjoy the fish paste from our last outing? Although aware that this was merely banter between old comrades, Sandame interjected to smooth things over. I just promised the kids that after the chūnin exams, we would organize a grand feast for all 4 teams, so be sure to set aside some time. With Kakashi retreating from confrontation, Asuma seized the opportunity to defuse the tension. At least those little rascals still have some conscience. He then asked, by the way, have you just returned to the village? Sandame nodded. Indeed, I encountered Yugogo on my way home and learned that the children are participating in this year's chūnin exams. However, he added with concern, this year seems rather tumultuous. Following Sandame's gaze, which was filled with worry for Kakashi, his attention fell upon Sasuke, who was cradling his right shoulder. He pursed his lips slightly. This must have been a matter from long ago, while discussing certain adult responsibilities with Anko. Sandaime had taken the time to meticulously study the cursed seal. It was a mark imbued with specialized chakra. When activated, the cursed seal would plunge its bearer into a frenzied state, stripping away reason and pushing emotions toward madness, yet exponentially enhancing chakra, strength, and speed. Sandaime had drawn upon the characteristics of the cursed seal for his literary work. In the fallen cathedral of the barbarian's sacred priest, the protagonist's persona was inspired by the traits of the cursed seal. Upon activating the totemic power, the barbarian would enter a bloodthirsty state, multiplying his male chakra and fundamental physical attributes manifold, allowing him to shatter the priest's seemingly invincible barrier. Returning to the topic of the cursed seal, it is a truth that no good fortune falls from the sky without a cost. All gifts from fate have already been marked with a price in the shadows. The transformation brought about by the cursed seal can yield an intoxicating and maddening power, yet its implantation renders the subject a mere guinea pig. Anko candidly remarked that the test subjects were akin to lab rats, but Orochimaru had substituted them with living beings to enhance the survival rates of his subjects. Orochimaru categorized the cursed seals into heavenly and earthly versions for transplantation to different individuals. Before Orochimaru's defection, Anko was the sole individual to successfully endure the implantation of the heavenly cursed seal without perishing. Following the successful procedure, she was temporarily freed from the brink of death. However, as the cursed seal was activated for the first time, the subjects would gradually become dependent on its power, ultimately losing their reason and recklessly exhausting their bodies, leading to irreversible tragedies. That kid insists on continuing the competition. I can't just knock him out and drag him away, Kakashi sighed, folding his arms as he gazed at Sasuke with resignation. We'll have to wait until he either passes the preliminary exam or is eliminated before sealing the cursed seal. As the clock struck noon, the second round of assessments came to a close. Those lower-ranked shinobi who failed to arrive at the tower within the stipulated time frame were eliminated. The remaining candidates underwent a random one-on-one selection for battles, with victors advancing to the next round and ultimately participating in the final assessment scheduled for a month later. Akane meticulously recited the rules, successfully fulfilling her duties for this chūnin exam. Taking over as the adjudicator for the third round was none other than the familiar face of the ANBU, Tsukikage. Akane eagerly removed her earpiece and tossed it to Tsukikage, dashing off to join the viewing team alongside her companions. The rapid shift in her identity from examiner to spectator even caught the attention of the Third Hokage, who cast a few curious glances her way. Tsukikage accepted Akane's role as examiner, clearing his throat thrice before laboriously introducing the assessment rules, which left the candidates anxious, fearing that this seemingly frail examiner might falter before the competition even commenced. Nearby, a few of Tsukikage's old acquaintances murmured quietly, questioning Tsukikage's health, given that he had recently returned from a lengthy mission. One suggested, after today's assessment, I should prepare some nourishing soup for him. Mere food supplements may not suffice. We must increase the medicinal dosage. Akane subtly nudged to remind Tsukiyomi to take care, advising that continuous depletion without replenishment would lead to inevitable exhaustion. Let Asuma handle it. He has a thick skin, one joked. You can't possibly consider my bushy sideburns part of my thick skin. With a series of alarming coughs that left the lower-ranked shinobi trembling, Tsukikage commanded the large screen to descend, displaying the candidates' names in a random sequence. The screen settled on a name. Ahem, for the first match of the third round, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akidu Kai. Please proceed to the center of the arena, while the others may move to the second floor to observe. Kakashi and others went to find their respective students, while Akane stood beside Tsukiyomi, both watching as the combatants engaged. As Sasuke and Kai began their duel, Akane inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a pout, and lamented softly, in the forest of death. I faced off against Orochimaru, only to be outmaneuvered, allowing him to mark Sasuke with a cursed seal. Though I hate to admit it, that guy was right. I am still far from being an exceptional ninja. Tsukiyomi glanced at Akane, whose disheartened expression was evident. He gently touched her small hand, asking, Are you hurt? I have suffered a heavy blow to my spirit. Akane replied, her voice and demeanor equally forlorn. In terms of ninjutsu, I couldn't compete, and in cunning, he outmatched me at every turn. I was utterly crushed. Sigh, I just wanted to vent to you. I know I am no match for Orochimaru. He was renowned in the ninja world long before our births. Why should I even compare myself? Ugh. Now I feel even more despondent." Tsukiyomi chuckled softly, choosing not to speak but instead offering comfort through physical presence. To Naruto and the others, he could inspire and motivate, even paint grand visions for their futures, as they were still young and brimming with potential. No one could confine their destinies but themselves. However, such sentiments were not easily conveyed to adults. While uttering some kind words may temporarily uplift the spirit of Hongdo, it does little to address the underlying issues at hand. Ultimately, it is her inherent talent that constrains her progress. Absent the right opportunities, her ninja career may culminate at the esteemed rank of Special Jonin. The path of the sage is not akin to the tales of an elderly man with a long beard who simply bestows enlightenment with a few taps on the head, enabling one to ascend to greatness. He must keep this contemplation to himself, biding his time for the advent of opportunity. As both individuals harbored their concerns, the contest below had already determined its victor. The Crimson Armor possessed a unique secret technique capable of siphoning the opponent's chakra, which initially posed significant challenges for Sasuke. However, utilizing his taijutsu technique, the Lion's Barrage, he rendered the Crimson Armor unconscious and successfully advanced to the finals. After the match, Kakashi entrusted Naruto and Sakura to the sage, while he departed with Sasuke to prepare for the sealing ritual of the cursed mark. Before his name appeared on the grand screen, even the typically carefree Naruto felt a surge of anxiety, fidgeting with his pants and wiping his clammy palms. The Nine Tails, typically accustomed to higher-level confrontations, expressed disdain for Naruto's nervousness, boldly proclaiming within the sealing space that its chakra was available to Naruto without limit. Just a single droplet from each shadow clone could drown their adversaries, or at the very least, thoroughly irritate them. Disapproving of the Nine Tails' unscrupulous mentality in pursuit of victory, Naruto and the Nine Tails engaged in a futile exchange of words, casting aside their apprehension. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the voice of the Moonlight Gale echoed, interspersed with coughs. In the second match, cough, the oil woman Shino versus Sakurong. Please, cough, step down, cough, and compete. Hongdo possesses a commendable quality that the sage greatly admires: her remarkable ability to self-regulate her emotions. Even when feeling downcast or wronged, she refrains from lashing out, quickly processing her feelings without transmitting negativity to those around her. Some perceive her as a tomboy due to her demeanor, unreserved, forgiving, forthright, and devoid of ulterior motives, making her pleasant company for individuals of all ages. The sage has often lamented, Orochimaru is truly a heartless individual to abandon such a sweet and understanding girl as Hongdo. In this brief moment, Hongdo had already reined in her despondency and leaned against the railing, nudging the sage with her hip. I don't believe you've ever mentioned the children of the Oil Woman clan, the students from the Sunset Red class and Kiba's class. I have only heard Kiba speak of a boy by that name, reputed to be a quiet and modest fellow, yet I have never interacted with him. It seems the members of the Oil Woman clan are all similarly attired. Regardless of age or gender, they don sunglasses and trench coats, exuding an air of mystery. Hongdo rested her chin in her hand, remarking, I don't think I've ever seen the color of an oil woman's eyes. They seem even more enigmatic than the Sharingan or Byakugan. The sage suddenly feigned profundity and mused. Do you suppose it is possible that the eyes of the oil women resemble the compound eyes of insects? The red bean trembled violently, startled into raising its head, and upon seeing the smile on Xiandao's face, it finally breathed a sigh of relief, bumping into him with irritation. You mustn't scare me like that. Who has eyes that can turn into compound eyes? In the arena, Sak had arrived at the tower just in time with his teammates, having hastily accepted treatment after being thoroughly beaten by Naruto. His injuries were evidently not yet healed. Unable to test his abilities with taijutsu, he decided to take a desperate gamble, revealing the wind holes on his hands, ready to unleash a powerful move to swiftly conclude the battle. The eyes of oil girl Shino were indeterminate in color, but surely glimmered with wisdom behind her sunglasses. First, she used her insect clones to ascertain the abilities of Sak's wind holes, then discreetly employed her small parasitic insects to block the air holes, destroying Sak's arm and successfully advancing to the next round. Watching countless tiny black insects fly towards Shino and burrow into her skin, the red bean could not help but swallow hard. Could it be that she truly wouldn't survive? This is a disaster. Having been so frightened by Xiandao, she might end up having nightmares tonight. Perhaps she should just stay over at Xiandao's house. After all, he was the one who scared her. He should take full responsibility. As Shino effortlessly secured her victory, the Red Bean's cheeks flushed with anticipation for the night. Meanwhile, in a subterranean cave, Kakashi had set up a barrier and turned to Sasuke. Take off your shirt and sit in the barrier. The ceiling curse may be painful, so don't force yourself. Fainting is also a form of protection for your body. Understood. Sasuke removed his shirt, sitting bare-chested in the center of the barrier, his fair skin contrasting sharply with the black three-tomo on his shoulder. Kakashi began forming seals, swiftly performing a series of hand movements before pressing his palm on the curse mark. Instantly, several blood-red incantations slithered down Sasuke's body like serpents, extending to the edge of the barrier before halting their movement. I'm about to begin. If you can't endure it, don't force yourself. Without waiting for Sasuke's response, Kakashi activated the sealing technique. Sasuke's body jolted violently, suppressed groans and cries of pain escaping his clenched teeth as beads of sweat erupted from every pore. His entire body was soon shrouded in a thin layer of mist, reminiscent of a chilled soda taken out of the refrigerator on a scorching summer day. The cavern amplified Sasuke's anguished cries, and even the usually resolute Kakashi found it difficult to listen. Noticing Sasuke's stubbornness, Kakashi urged him, "Stop holding on. I assure you that nothing will happen. Fainting will be beneficial for you." At this moment, Sasuke was unable to respond verbally. He merely curled his body into a shrimp-like position, burying his head between his legs, his fingers digging deep grooves into the ground. Only the convulsions of his body, reminiscent of epilepsy, testified to his unyielding resolve, defiantly proclaiming the pride of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, a sinister, cold laughter echoed from the cave entrance, like a chilling wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi dashed in front of Sasuke, using his own body to shield his defenseless student. With a sinister chuckle, Orochimaru stepped forth from the dim corridor into the bright candlelight, shedding his false facade to reveal his true visage, marked by a predatory smile that betrayed his deep-seated possessiveness. Kakashi, assuming a combat stance, felt the weight of the moment. He dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, Orochimaru was a formidable ninja sharing a name with his master's mentor, renowned in the shinobi world for decades. Regardless of his own prowess, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Although Kakashi's reputation as the copy ninja was often trivialized by friends who jested that he could evenly match anyone, facing the infamous Orochimaru left him with lingering uncertainty. "Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to admire my prize," Orochimaru remarked, his demeanor relaxed and nonchalant, contrasting sharply with Kakashi's tense posture. He regarded Sasuke, who trembled with his head bowed, a satisfied glint in his serpent-like eyes. "Your efforts to protect him are in vain. Once he experiences the power the cursed seal affords him, he will be unable to resist its allure. Sooner or later, he will seek me out, willingly becoming my most valuable pawn." Kakashi felt a mix of disdain and wariness towards Orochimaru's inflated confidence. Coldly, he retorted, "What makes you so certain that Sasuke will betray the village? Hasn't Red Bean clearly distanced herself from you?" No, Orochimaru drawled, his tone dripping with contempt at the mention of Red Bean. "Do not compare that failure with Sasuke. Her acquisition of the Heaven's Cursed Seal was mere luck. She should have perished. But for Uchiha Sasuke, only the Heaven's Cursed Seal can unlock the brilliance of his life." "Nonsense." Kakashi began to respond, but a weak, trembling voice emerged from behind him. If not for the cavernous spaciousness, Sasuke's curse-laden words might have gone unheard. Rather than angering him, Orochimaru reveled in the insult. "Ah, you have not succumbed to unconsciousness. Your resilience is admirable, and I find myself increasingly fond of you. I advise you to abandon that notion," Kakashi asserted, pressing his left hand against his right wrist as a brilliant sphere of blue-white lightning crackled to life in his palm, filling the subterranean space with the cacophony of 1,000 birds in flight. The bright electric light illuminated Orochimaru's sharply defined features, causing his serpent-like eyes to narrow slightly. Even Orochimaru did not wish to be struck by an unprovoked attack. "Humph, child's play," Orochimaru remarked, seemingly losing interest as he turned toward the cave's entrance. His hoarse voice echoed like an invitation steeped in fate, drifting into Sasuke's ears. "Trust me, once you have tasted that power, once revenge against that individual lingers in your thoughts, you will be unable to refuse it. Only I can bestow upon you the strength to take his life with your own hands." As Orochimaru's voice faded into the distance, Sasuke fixated on the entrance until the figure vanished into the shadows, at which point he could no longer withstand the pressure. His head drooped, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the third round of the third match, Kankuro faced off against Kenji Misumi. This time, Moonlight Gale did not disappoint the expectations of those present. After successfully reciting an entire sentence, he coughed while covering his mouth. What is wrong with this fellow? If he is unwell, he should rest properly. Is Konoha so inhumane as to have a sick individual host the exam? When called, Kanjiro dawdled and mumbled, only to be unceremoniously kicked down the stairs by the impatient Shikamaru. Stumbling, Kanjiro rushed to the center of the stage. Despite the somewhat comical entrance, Kanjiro evidently had a heart of steel, as his face betrayed no hint of embarrassment, adorned as it was with heavy makeup. The battle commenced. Ken Mizuki's secret technique allowed him to soften his bones and muscles, transforming into a resilient, yet powerful noodle-like figure. Seizing the opportunity while Kanjiro was caught off guard, he ensnared Kanjiro's limbs and vulnerable neck with a grappling hold. After some persuasion, Kanjiro steadfastly refused to concede. With a crisp snap, Ken Mizuki broke Kanjiro's neck. Just as Moonlight Gale prepared to check on Kanjiro's condition, the ensnared Kanjiro unexpectedly twisted his head a full 180 degrees in a bizarre manner, revealing a grotesque puppet head that turned towards Ken Mizuki, its mouth forming an exaggerated gap. As the puppet ensnared Ken Mizuki in turn, Kanjiro, having somehow swapped places with his puppet, unwrapped the bandages and made a dazzling appearance, delivering a minor shock to the audience reminiscent of the Sand Village's puppet masters. Subsequently, he forcefully knocked out Ken Mizuki, successfully advancing in the competition. After the battle, as Kanjiro steadily ascended the steps with the puppet on his back, the audience began to reflect on his earlier comical performance, likely a deliberate act to disarm his opponent. The makeup on his face not only concealed his embarrassment, but also masked the dangerous expression he wore while calculating against his adversary. This battle was indeed fought with remarkable cunning. Azuki, watching Kanjiro return to his trio from the Sand Village, turned to Senda with curiosity. Are children nowadays so precocious? I certainly couldn't devise such strategies at that age. Senda was tempted to respond that even now, Azuki would not be capable. The eloquent interpretation would be that she is lawful and good-hearted, while the blunt truth is that her intellect does not possess such configurations. Noticing Senda's silent smile, Azuki suddenly leaned closer, staring intently into his eyes. Why are you silent? I sense you are thinking something impolite. No, I simply think you are far more adorable than Kanjiro, Senda replied honestly. Azuki paused momentarily, then broke into a radiant smile, affectionately nudging her companion. Right? You also find his makeup somewhat frightening, don't you? And his aesthetic is quite unique. That puppet is rather terrifying. What need is there for a battle puppet to be so visually appealing? Indeed, as the illuminated letters on the large screen began to flicker again, their attention was drawn back. Upon seeing the two names that appeared on the screen, Azuki's eyes widened in surprise, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. The fourth match, cough, cough, Naruto Uzumaki against Kiba Inuzuka. Senda, however, was not as astonished. In the midst of the Death Forest's group battle, half of the participants were Leaf Village's Jinin. The first match saw Sasuke pitted against Akado, another ninja from the Leaf. It was entirely reasonable for comrades from the same graduating class to meet in such a setting. The two members of the skipping class squad were likely encountering each other in earnest for the first time, and both Naruto and Kiba were known for their straightforward, impulsive nature, making their confrontation a spectacle to behold, provided the Ninetales remained uninvolved. Standing face to face in the center of the arena, Kiba stole a glance at Hinata in the stands, and suddenly lowered his voice to whisper to Naruto. Hey, Naruto, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? The simple-minded Naruto leaned in closer without a second thought. The onlookers gasped collectively, as if they could already envision the tragic scene of Kiba launching a punch that sent Naruto flying. However, Kiba, whose thoughts were not much more complex than Naruto's, leaned in as well, and in a moment that left the crowd astonished, they began to exchange whispers, their foreheads nearly touching. The most animated among them was the newly promoted Kankuro, who rushed to the railing, his body leaning far over the edge as he strained to get a better view. Desperate to ascertain whether this was indeed reality, what were these two fools doing? This was the chūnin exam. Why didn't that dog-headed guy seize the opportunity for a sneak attack? That blonde didn't seem to have any defenses up at all. Young yet cunning, Kankuro could hardly bear to witness such naivete in the ninja world. His hands trembled as he clenched them tightly. and the paint on his face distorted into an exaggerated grimace. Consequently, he faced disdain from his sister, Temari, who refused to engage, pushing Kankuro away with her fan. Clearly, they are good friends. And could you please stand further away when you talk to me? My ears are just fine. Friends. Kankuro turned back, observing Naruto and Kiba conversing as if no one else existed, tugging at his hair in frustration. If I had such foolish friends, I'd immediately turn him into a puppet to carry around. At least I could ensure his body was well maintained and not left to gather dust in some warehouse. Making friends in the sand village? Huh. They wouldn't even know how they met their demise. In the stands, it was evident that Kankuro was not the only one struck by the bewildering antics of the two. The twitching eye of the third Hokage and the slap that landed on her forehead from her student, Hinata, illustrated the astonishment shared by many. Akamaru leaned closer, covering her mouth. They really trust each other, don't they? Do you think they're planning to go easy on one another? It was quite possible, as Hashikage completed her thought, but it's more likely they're negotiating regarding the Nine Tails. Truly, as someone who often fed the children, Hashikage's insight was accurate. Kiba was indeed discussing the matter of the Nine Tails with Naruto. I mean, you can't seriously rely on the Nine Tails' power in battle, can you? That is hardly fair. It's outright cheating. Kiba protested, raising a legitimate objection. Naruto, however, clearly dismissed the notion. Do you think I'm foolish? If I have access to the Nine Tails chakra, why wouldn't I use it? You would too. Kiba, clearly agitated, retorted, you've already mastered the Nine Tails power. Why not run for Hokage instead? Is it not disgraceful to bully a friend who is merely a genin during the chūnin exams? The Nine Tails sealed within the space wholeheartedly nodded in agreement, contemplating whether to persuade Naruto to don the tailed beast cloak and eliminate the third Hokage on the spot to seize power. However, Naruto, cradling the little Akamaru that had climbed atop his head, protested indignantly. You bring Akamaru into the match. Isn't that unfair? If you bring Akamaru, I shall summon Kurama. And then it would be a fair 2-on-2. Before Kiba could retort, Akamaru began to squirm in his hands, and the Nine Tails within Naruto became enraged. You heartless wretch. You dare compare me, the mightiest of tailed beasts, to a mere pup? And a juvenile at that. The Nine Tails was furious, both incensed and humiliated. What kind of high-stakes battles had it fought in its prime? The legendary Hashirama Senju, the true goat of the ninja world, played deadly games of one-upmanship with it. Madara, the second greatest in Konoha's history, sought to recruit it as a teammate in his quest for the GOAT throne. Even in their peak collaborations, they could not prevail, as Hashirama likely felt his existence disrupted the balance of combat, leading him to make the painful sacrifice of his beloved wife for the sake of their strategic maneuvers. In its heyday, the Nine Tails was an awe-inspiring presence, undeniably superior, existing above thousands of others. Regrettably, after being handled by the third person, it never encountered another worthy opponent, possessing great skill but finding no battlefield to showcase it. After enduring until the end of the Uzumaki clan's lineage, the Nine Tails had already begun to study the adversaries in the impending battle of Konoha's destruction. Then, the formidable Kushina Uzumaki emerged. The Nine Tails had experienced a tumultuous existence, born under the auspices of a prestigious sage, now facing an opponent that was merely a young ninja dog. Such indignity, it could not endure. It simply could not. Thus, the Nine Tails resolutely declared it would no longer participate, issuing Naruto an ultimatum. He must resolve this battle on his own without the tailed beast cloak. He was not worthy to wear it. Naruto sensed the Nine Tails' pride had been severely wounded, but it was too late. Fortunately, he was a true man, capable of both humility and resolve. What was this competition, after all? A mere chūnin exam, one that would not cease to exist in the future? With Kurama by his side, could he remain a genin for life? Faced with the choice between victory and friendship, Naruto unhesitatingly chose the latter. With newfound determination, he lowered his voice and whispered to Kiba, "You are right. My words about the Nine Tails were indeed excessive. After all, we are good friends, and there is no need to escalate a mere competition to the point of harming our camaraderie. I have decided to rely solely on my own strength and fight you honorably." Kiba was deeply moved, and he and Naruto clasped fists and leaned against each other. Good brother, truly manly. You are indeed the only rival I would face for the title of Hokage. Kiba exclaimed, once I become Hokage, I shall have 2 stone statues erected at the entrance of Konoha, one of Akamaru and the other of your Nine Tails. Naruto was equally touched. Good brother. I want the statue of my nine tails to be life-sized. That won't do, Kiba replied. For then people would only gaze upon the nine tails and overlook Akamaru. In the sealed space, the nine tails sighed, expressing fatigue and a lack of love, urging for destruction. Surrounding the arena, a crowd observed the harmonious interaction between the two combatants, sensing that before the battle even commenced, they might as well have been sealing their reconciliation, with only the shout of actors and refunds missing. Fortunately, the two finally distanced themselves, adopting their stances, and after a few minutes of hesitation, they plunged into combat. Stripped of the tailed beast cloak, Naruto's only ace remained the shadow clone technique, summoning hundreds of replicas of himself to overwhelm Kiba and Akamaru with sheer numbers. Despite Naruto's promise to refrain from utilizing the Nine Tails power, Kiba was still no match for him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kiba relied on his 4-foot technique and beast transformation, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Naruto's multitude of clones. What surprised everyone was that this match appeared to be the most evenly matched of all. With an impressive chakra reserve, Naruto wielded his energy with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Kiba, being a member of the truancy squad, undoubtedly practiced diligently after school. The Inuzuka clan's dog training techniques were indeed legendary. Even Akamaru, still a puppy, adeptly utilized transformation techniques to coordinate with Kiba. The duo, back-to-back and standing firm, managed to fend off wave after wave of Naruto's clones. As the battle evolved into a war of attrition, however, in a prolonged engagement, neither Kiba nor any ninja in the shinobi world could hope to best Naruto without explosive tactics. Dragging him into a war of attrition would inevitably lead to one of two outcomes: either retreat in the face of adversity or be worn down by Naruto's relentless stamina. It was no joke. Within him resided the largest power source in the entire shinobi realm. Kiba and Akamaru appeared as two resilient bamboo shoots, steadfast against the winds from all directions. Yet, even the swift wind can take different paths. Although Kiba and Akamaru unleashed their exclusive techniques, such as the whirlwind charge and the Fong over Fong, breaking through the sea of clones and scattering dozens of them into smoke, they still failed to seize the initiative. Naruto had painstakingly honed his signature jutsu, and Kiba and Akamaru could not land a single hit on Naruto's true form, relying solely on the clones. Naruto had depleted Kiba's stamina significantly, provoking him to angrily curse Naruto as an insufferable cheat. Ultimately, exhausted, Kiba fell victim to a surprise attack from Naruto, who delivered a flurry of strikes, sending him off in style and successfully advancing to the finals. Upon hearing the declaration of victory, all remaining clones exploded, leaving Naruto's true self collapsed on the ground, limbs splayed, chest heaving in exhaustion, his condition scarcely better than Kiba's. After a considerable pause, Naruto managed to rise. Trudging over to where Kiba lay, he draped Kiba's arm over his shoulder to help him stand, casually tucking the panting Akamaru into Kiba's hat. As the two supported each other and exited the arena with dignity, the gaze of the esteemed elders of Konoha fell upon the pair, each heart swelling with satisfaction. Especially regarding Yuusendo, he truly deserves the title of a comrade who skips classes to share meals and hunt wild boars. Despite being assigned to different classes, the bond among the children remains remarkably strong and steadfast. Based on this camaraderie, once today's assessment concludes, he must treat the children to a grand feast. However, how could he invite Naruto and Kiba without including Shikamaru and Choji? Even though the class-skipping team no longer has classes to evade, no one should be left behind. Yet, if he invites Ino and Hinata, he cannot omit Sakura, can he? Moreover, Ino and Akamichi seem to have developed quite a good rapport. But if all three from Asuma's class are included, how could Kakashi's and Kurenai's classes not be represented? Every class deserves a share. Only Gaia's class remains. Perhaps it would be wise to sneak away now and prepare the ingredients. Yuusendo felt he had dug himself into quite a predicament. The cough of the swift wind brought Yuusendo's attention back to the center of the arena. It must be said that the more frequently certain events occur, the less curiosity they invoke. The lower ninjas participating in the assessment from various villages showed no concern for Moonlight Breeze's health issues. In fact, some even hoped to witness him cough up blood. In the next round, cough, cough. This cough was Breeze's attempt to alleviate the embarrassment of forgetting which round it was, a consequence of Naruto and Kiba's prolonged tussle. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino, please step forward. Yuusendo gazed with keen interest at the beauty adorned in gold dust at the center of the arena. The The sibling rivalry had just concluded, and now it seemed the sisters were ready to clash. He felt an inexplicable anticipation. Sakura had, during her training with Guy's team, cut her long pink hair into a sharp bob, signifying her desire and determination to grow stronger. While awaiting the conclusion of the team battle in the Death Forest, several old friends discussed the transformations of the young ninjas from Konoha over this period. Among them, Sakura had undergone the most significant change. After returning to the village with Team 7 from a mission, she immediately began training with Guy's team without pause. If Guy's team was away on a mission, Sakura would diligently complete her daily training alone. Day after day, she never slacked. The child's persistence and resolve even moved Yuusendo. Although he expressed his admiration, Guy's expression was one of deep concern. Sakura is pushing herself too hard. While the effects may not be apparent in the short term, over time, her body will not withstand it. For a taijutsu ninja, the body is paramount. If she continues to overexert herself at such a young age, the pain inflicted by the 8th gate will be unbearable for her. As he spoke, Guy cast a resentful glance at Kakashi, voicing his discontent. I say, you are supposed to be Sakura's teacher, yet it seems you care less for her than I do. Kakashi's heart was playfully struck by the spirited antics of the diminutive Guy. A child from a humble background, striving to catch up to a prodigy, must inevitably toil and push forward. Kurenai empathized deeply, reflecting, even with such relentless effort, there's no guarantee of catching up. Yet what choice do they have? Without relentless pursuit, the gap will only widen. On a particular day, the prodigy, who had been singled out, found himself at a loss for words. Resigned to lying flat and enduring the mockery, he had thought that by remaining silent and taking the hits, he could evade the cruel barbs of his mischievous friends. After being struck twice by Honkai and his companion, the sarcastic remarks of Yuusendo, though belated, finally surfaced. I suppose this isn't hindsight, is it? Given Kakashi's experiences, his teachings for Naruto and Sasuke seemed adequate, yet poor Sakura had it far worse. Kakashi, even with his own reservations, realized that his last remark about her plight was not directed at himself. The great Inyang formation laid out by the esteemed Inyang master Yuusendo successfully pushed Kakashi to his limits. Just as Asuma was about to light a cigarette, Kakashi preemptively conceded, I admit it. I concede. It is my inadequacy that has hindered Sakura's training. However, I assure you, I shall exert every effort to cultivate her into an exceptional ninja. Yet, it appeared that it was primarily Guy who was taking charge of her training. Before Red Bean could finish her thought, Yuusendo covered her mouth, but the psychological blow had already impacted Kakashi. He understood all too well that, as Yuusendo had pointed out, he had little experience to share with Sakura in her formative stages, which is precisely why he had entrusted her to Guy. Relying solely on friends was insufficient. He needed to step up. Kakashi. His friends were anxious for him. Observing Kakashi deep in contemplation, a few mischievous companions swiftly changed the subject, granting him space to reflect. Yet, it seemed even fate conspired against Sakura, the ordinary girl. When it was her turn to take the stage, Kakashi was absent due to Sasuke's curse mark, and Naruto was taken away for medical treatment after a fierce brawl with Kiba, leaving Sakura alone in the center of the arena. You can do it, Sakura. A booming voice suddenly erupted in the arena. Everyone, including Sakura and Ino, turned towards the source of the sound. They saw Naruto, bandaged and limping, making his way back with a medical ninja trailing behind, brandishing unfinished bandages. Just as the ninja was about to scold him, Naruto's loud voice drowned out the reprimand. Sasuke and I both advanced. You're the only one left, Sakura. Show them your hard work. All your efforts have not been in vain. Don't pull me. I'll go back with you once I finish speaking. This little injury won't kill me. So give it your all, Sakura. Sakura gazed intently at Naruto, who was being dragged away by the medical ninja. Before leaving, he gave her a thumbs up, showcasing his signature grin with squinting eyes and exposed gums. The examination venue fell silent once more. Taking a deep breath, Sakura turned to face Ino, her demeanor transforming dramatically. Did you hear that? Sakura clenched her fists tightly, staring directly at Ino, enunciating each word. I have a reason I cannot afford to lose. My comrades are waiting for me. Facing her increasingly unfamiliar friend, Ino cast a sidelong glance at a certain someone in the stands, inhaled deeply, and replied seriously, What a coincidence, I feel the same. Then let our fists do the talking. Before the words had fully left her lips, Sakura launched the first attack, deftly maneuvering side to side to evade Ino's aim. As a close friend, Ino's body flicker technique required a linear execution, a weakness Sakura was all too aware of. Seeing no opportunity, Ino decisively drew a kunai and engaged Sakura in close combat. At present, Kakashi's assistance to Sakura comprises, apart from entrusting Guy to instruct her in taijutsu, the customization of a pair of armor gloves tailored to her combat style, enabling her to engage in unarmed combat against the sharp shuriken. Ino charges forward without hesitation, yet retreats even faster. In just a fleeting encounter, she is utterly astonished by Sakura's formidable brute strength. Each of Sakura's rapid, successive punches demands all of Ino's might to withstand. However, Sakura seems oblivious to fatigue, each punch imbued with an unwavering belief in her victory. Every strike is a testament to her dedication. She aims to proclaim through her unadorned fist that even a common ninja can embrace the dawn of spring. What to do? Ino appears to be on the brink of collapse. Akamaru anxiously grips the railing, witnessing Ino being relentlessly defeated by Sakura. Gradually cornered against the wall, once she reaches that dead end, she will have no chance left. The Shimon clan's strengths do not lie in head-on combat. Their prowess resides in the cooperative tactics with Nara Shikamaru in the realm of mental agility, as Senda objectively observes. At this juncture, Ino is entirely pressed by Sakura. Yet opportunities still linger, contingent upon her ability to seize that fleeting gap and whether Sakura can muster the resolve to press on. Just as he speaks, Ino, retreating step by step, finds herself entirely cornered against the wall, her heel unexpectedly colliding with the base of it, causing her gaze to falter momentarily, instinctively letting out a startled cry. As anticipated, Sakura's fist hesitates for an instant. Yet, it is this brief lapse of concentration that allows Ino to complete her hand seals, unleashing the mind-body switch technique almost directly at Sakura's chest. Subsequently, Ino's body promptly succumbs to unconsciousness, slumping against the wall. After a brief moment of rigidity, Sakura gradually straightens up. It is over, Senda announces, marking the conclusion of this battle. Sakura, or rather Ino, who has completed the soul switch with the mind-body switch technique, slowly rises, yet her expression reveals no sign of exhilaration. In fact, she appears somewhat despondent and disheartened. Akamaru sighs softly. Indeed, it has ended. The moment Sakura's compassion faltered, allowing Ino to exploit that opening, the suspense of this contest dissipated. Senda, keenly observing the emotions flickering in Ino's eyes, expresses mild surprise. It seems it is not so straightforward. Akamaru, skeptical, redirects her focus to the arena. By the wall of the competition stage, Ino clenches her fists tightly, gazing at her own limp form on the ground, as if engaged in a dialogue with her own soul. Indeed, if she were to raise her hand and concede defeat in Sakura's stead, she would undoubtedly advance. Being controlled by the mind-body switch technique during battle signifies an unequivocal defeat. Yet this hand, though slender and delicate, feels as heavy as 1,000 pounds to Ino. Throughout the entirety of the confrontation, where she was dominated by Sakura, the sole opportunity she grasped to turn the tide arose from Sakura's kindness and their bond of friendship. Sakura hesitated, concerned for Ino's well-being, and it was precisely because Ino anticipated Sakura's hesitation that she prepared her hand seals in advance, raising her hand in surrender. Despite the prospect of victory would cost her conscience, obliterate her path of endurance, and result in the loss of her sole confidant, Sakura. Once the human heart bears a crack, no elixir can mend it. After a prolonged contemplation, Sakura's face suddenly brightened with a relieved smile as she murmured to herself, "Even if this is the outcome, it seems I have gained an advantage. Perhaps this is indeed the best choice." A group of onlookers stared in bewilderment as Ino maneuvered Sakura's body, laying her down flat while kneeling beside her, leaning in closely as if measuring something. Once confirmed, Sakura maintained her kneeling position, straightened her back, and raised her clenched fist, executing a jaw-dropping maneuver. With a resounding clash of teeth, Sakura struck her own chin with her fist, instantly rolling her eyes back, her head tilting upward, her body swaying slightly backward before crashing heavily forward onto Ino's soft abdomen. A notable characteristic of the mind transfer technique is that when the practitioner is within the controlled individual, any injury inflicted upon the latter simultaneously affects the former. A trickle of blood slowly escaped from the corner of Ino's mouth. The two bodies formed a T-shape amidst the swirling winds and the sound of coughing, culminating in a declaration of a tie while eliminating both participants. Asuma exited the arena, carrying one individual in each arm, hastening towards the medical unit with the two unconscious girls. The next match would pit Tenten against Temari of Sunagakure, having witnessed two evenly matched sibling contests. This bout was a complete onslaught from start to finish. No matter how precise or varied Tenten's weapon throws were, they were ultimately just flying projectiles. Temari unyieldingly erected a wall of wind, effortlessly blocking every single one of Tenten's tools. With all of Tenten's attacks rendered futile, the outcome of the match became a foregone conclusion. Temari unleashed a wind release, Dust Devil, effortlessly defeating Tenten and advancing to the next round. As Asuma had not yet returned with Ino and Sakura from the medical unit, Guy burst in, carrying Tenten. Following this, Nara Shikamaru faced off against Kankuro. As the most severely beaten member of the Sound Ninja Trio by Naruto, Kankuro had yet to recover to a state of normal combat. Shikamaru, not needing to exert much effort, ensnared him with his shadow and easily claimed victory. This match left Shikamaru quite satisfied, grateful to Naruto for sparing him considerable trouble. The next round commenced when the names Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata appeared on the large screen, prompting a tacit silence among the dignitaries of Konoha. The clash between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, a dramatic division one would expect only in a manga, had manifested in reality. Yuhi Kurenai composed herself, offering words of encouragement to Hinata. Only after Hinata had turned to descend the steps did Kurenai reveal the hidden concern in her eyes. Guy, still away with Tenten for treatment, left Neji to disregard the cheers from Rock Lee as he solemnly walked onto the field. Ahem. The match between Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata began. After the swift reading of the rules, only Hinata stood nervously, assuming her gentle fist stance. Neji stood with his hands at his sides, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Just as the adults, who were aware of the intricacies of the Hyuga family, began to worry for Neji, he leisurely spoke. My life's mission is to safeguard the branch family. When faced with the main family in battle, what do you think I, as a member of the branch, would do, Hinata? Hinata, caught off guard by Neji's pointed inquiry, appeared helpless, much like a defenseless rabbit confronted by a hyena. Would he concede defeat? Would he willingly relinquish his chance to advance? Neji took a deliberate step forward, moving toward Hinata at a painfully slow pace. The oppressive aura emanating from the talented Hyuga left Hinata momentarily dazed and trembling. As a member of the main family, you must think this way, right? After all, the main family benefits from the sacrifices of the branch family, and for you, that is simply a matter of course. Hinata's stance faltered, her form shifting awkwardly from the traditional gentle fist position. No, that is not it. Please, let the match begin. Before Neji could utter any further perilous words, Kurenai swiftly intervened. Despite Hinata's silence, Neji's previous remarks would undoubtedly reach the ears of the head of the Hyuga clan, and the implications of such words were too grim for those present to contemplate. Neji assumed the same gentle fist stance as Hinata, his temples bulging with prominent veins, and with a resolute tone, he declared to the main family's daughter, I will not choose to surrender. If you are stronger than me, then tread upon my head to ascend to the finals. If I am the stronger one, then I shall defy my fate this time. With that, Neji surged forward, his gentle fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Hinata activated her Byakugan, employing the orthodox gentle fist technique that her father had personally instructed her in to counter Neji. Yet, Neji's raw strength proclaimed the true worth of a genius. The daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan, the esteemed heiress, crumbled before Neji, a mere branch family member, as if she were made of paper. Though they executed the same techniques, Neji's strikes were undeniably swifter. A moment's haste led to a cascade of advantages. Hinata's gentle fists were thoroughly dismantled, her chakra points sealed, and her chakra flow stymied, leaving her stumbling backward in retreat. Kurenai had already leaned over the railing, her heart filled with concern for the beloved Hinata. Neji, capable of being ruthless even towards such a delicate figure, resembled a villain from a comic book, his featureless Byakugan growing increasingly cold and merciless. Yet, having understood the conflict between the main and branch families, who could dare to cast blame upon Neji? The outcome was undeniably clear. Neji concluded the match with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, bringing this internal strife of the Hyuga clan to a decisive end. However, as he gazed upon the unconscious Hinata, there was no trace of a victor's arrogance or indifference in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with sympathy and sorrow. He was prepared to face the consequences. Yet, what fate awaited the main family's heiress, who had been so thoroughly defeated by her own branch family? If only either of them could exchange their strength or status, their lives would undoubtedly improve significantly. But fate is capricious, treating humanity as mere pawns in a grand game. They are all pitiable souls, Niji. Well done, Lee Rock. A naive and unassuming civilian completely oblivious to the intricacies of the ninja clan was genuinely thrilled for Niji's advancement. Niji responded absent-mindedly, and the oblivious little Lee failed to notice his partner's unusual demeanor. After all, Niji typically exuded the calm demeanor of a seasoned expert. Did you catch up or not? Kai panted as he rushed back, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw the announcement on the large screen declaring Niji's progression. Sorry, Niji. I couldn't make it in time for your match. Niji shook his head. It's all right, Teacher Kai. How is Tintin? She has merely sustained some superficial injuries. Nothing serious. Kai replied, looking at his proud disciple with an uncontainable sense of pride. Tintin was simply unfortunate, entirely outmatched by her opponent. However, Niji's adversary was also quite unlucky. Facing a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, haha. By the way, who was Niji's opponent? Little Lee eagerly gave a thumbs up to Kai, flashing a dazzling smile. It was Hinata, from the same clan as Niji. Upon seeing Kai's expression turn to one of shock, Little Lee continued obliviously, Niji is absolutely incredible. The same set of gentle fist techniques seems to have doubled in power in his hands. Hinata couldn't withstand Niji's relentless assault at all. Kai clutched his heart, his face turning a shade reminiscent of a deep crimson. Ultimately, Niji concluded the battle spectacularly with his most formidable technique, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, delivering a resounding defeat to Hinata. Little Lee excitedly clapped his hands together, mimicking the stance of the gentle fist. Kai felt his legs weaken, stumbling against the railing. Was Hinata truly that unfortunate? Little Lee affirmed with a thumbs up, absolutely. After enduring all 64 strikes, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Thud. Teacher Kai, why are you sitting on the ground? I'm just so happy. Kai wiped away 2 tears of excitement. Before Little Lee could inquire further, he was called by the swift winds of the moonlight. Immediately standing upright and extending his fist towards Kai and Niji, I will finish my battle in an even shorter time. I look forward to facing you in the finals. Niji, overwhelmed with excitement, Little Lee leaped over the railing, landing before the red-haired figure with dark circles under his eyes, who carried a large gourd. The match officially commenced. Little Lee initiated the Konoha whirlwind attack, while Gaara manipulated sand with effortless precision, standing still with arms crossed, and using the sand to block all of Little Lee's assaults. After a minute, Little Lee shed the weights on his limbs, revealing his true speed, landing a punch squarely on Gaara's face before the sand could counterattack. 2 minutes later, Little Lee unwrapped the bandages on his arms, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Rising Lotus, kicking Gaara high into the air and then wrapping him in the bandages, slamming him forcefully to the ground. 3 minutes later, Little Lee activated the 8 gates, his skin turning a deep crimson, surrounded by a torrent of vibrant green chakra. With the force to shatter the floor beneath him, he launched himself, striking Gaara with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, showcasing the overwhelming power of the 4th gate to the stunned Gaara. 4 minutes later, I, Gaara, found myself ensnared in a deep pit created by the 8 gates of the heavenly body, yet I survived thanks to the protection of my sand armor. The only part of my body that remained functional was my right arm. However, as a long-range mage, even a single arm was sufficient for my needs. Under my command, the sand surged forth, ensnaring Lee's left leg and arm. With a cruel technique known as the sand-binding coffin, the bones in his left leg and arm were shattered into fragments. Just as I was about to unleash a final onslaught with my sand, Guy intervened, placing himself before Lee to absorb the lethal blow. Unfortunately, due to this interference, Lee was disqualified from the match, allowing me to advance. As I reluctantly exited the arena, I heard a commotion behind me. Turning in astonishment, I witnessed Rock Lee struggling to rise, blood gushing from his left arm, which was mangled beyond recognition, while his left leg trembled violently, still attempting to form a fist despite his unconscious state. The match had barely crossed the 5-minute mark. In the previous round, Niji had completed all 64 strikes within the same time frame, incapacitating Hinata. Just as Guy emerged from the medical room, he rushed back inside, cradling Lee in his arms. Shortly thereafter, he and a medical ninja swiftly carried Lee out on a stretcher. The severity of Lee's injuries necessitated immediate transport to Konoha Hospital for further examination and treatment. This match was undoubtedly the most destructive of the third round, leaving even the third Hokage astounded by the raw power exhibited by the two Chunin. While harboring concerns for Lee's condition, he discreetly observed me, Gaara, in the stands. Recognizing that I would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to the children of Konoha as I matured. Yet, he maintained faith in the youth, believing they would lead Konoha to even greater heights in the future. After personally repairing the arena, the third Hokage took it upon himself to announce the final match's opponents. As Kakashi was currently suffering from a coughing fit, the match would feature Choji Akimichi against Tosuzan from the Sound Village. Much like Shikamaru, Choji benefited from Naruto's efforts in the second round, which had significantly weakened Tosuzan's fighting capability. With his arm guard shattered, Tosuzan was sent flying by Choji's full-body impact, allowing Choji to secure the last available spot for advancement. With the conclusion of the third round, the third Hokage delivered a brief address before conducting a draw to determine the opponents for the advancing Chunin in the finals. He subsequently announced that the final match would commence in a month, allowing the exhausted Chunin ample time to recover and prepare to challenge the Chūnin. In light of Lee's injuries, Sandaime decided against any celebratory feast, instead encouraging the children with a promise of a lavish meal once they had recuperated. He and Anko hastened to Konoha Hospital. Upon their arrival, they found Guy and Niji anxiously awaiting outside the operating room, while Tintin, wrapped in bandages, sat in a chair, occasionally glancing at the red light above the door. Upon seeing Sandaime and Anko approach, Guy and Niji exchanged a few words before leading them around the corner of the staircase. Once out of sight of the students, Guy could no longer contain his emotions, leaning against the wall and slowly sliding down to the floor. Little Lee's condition is rather dire. Xiandao squatted beside Kai, his expression growing increasingly grave. It's catastrophic. Absolutely catastrophic, Kai lamented, cradling his head in his hands, his face shrouded in shadow. His arms and legs are shattered to pieces. Bone fragments have severed blood vessels and penetrated the muscles. The doctors conservatively estimate that little Lee may never be able to become a ninja again. In the silent hospital corridor, the muffled sound of a man's suppressed sobs echoed. Early that morning, at Xiandao's doorstep, Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, indignantly reporting to Xiandao, while the accused, Kakashi, wore an awkward smile as he accepted Naruto's accusations. Kakashi-sensei is biased. When I sought him out for training, he audaciously told me he was going to instruct Sasuke. Am I inferior to Sasuke in any way? Kakashi-sensei also possesses wind-style chakra. Why can't he instruct me? Xiandao patiently listened to Naruto's frustrated tirade against Kakashi, then turned to Kakashi with a fair inquiry. Is what the plaintiff stated true? Kakashi resignedly played along with the two. Indeed, I did refuse Naruto, but I declare guilty. Guilty. Naruto raised his fist in agreement. Wait. Allow me to present my defense. Kakashi protested against Xiandao's dictatorial manner of denying the defendant a voice. Could you let me finish speaking before rendering judgment? Xiandao and Naruto exchanged glances. Then let us hear how he wriggles out of this. Let us hear his defense. Kakashi composed himself, cleared his throat, and spoke earnestly. I decline Naruto for two reasons. Firstly, although I am often referred to as the copy ninja, that merely pertains to my ability to mimic hand seals. It does not imply I have mastered all ninjutsu. Ultimately, I am primarily a lightning-style ninja and lack proficiency in wind-style techniques. Consequently, I lack the confidence to teach Naruto. Before he could continue, Xiandao interrupted mercilessly. A teacher who cannot even instruct his own student is utterly unqualified. Come, Naruto. Let us seek out the third Hokage and have him dismiss Kakashi. Are we really going to fire him? The naive Naruto took Xiandao's words to heart. Glancing at Kakashi with uncertainty, Kakashi, with a downcast expression, raised his hand in surrender. Can I at least finish my second point? It contains an explanation for the first. Xiandao and Naruto exchanged looks. Shall we grant him another chance? Let us give him another chance. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Secondly, Naruto has already acquired the ability to freely manipulate the Nine-Tails chakra. If it comes to a life-or-death situation, I cannot guarantee I could handle a Naruto empowered by the Nine-Tails. Therefore, I requested the third Hokage's assistance, and he agreed to find someone capable of guiding Naruto's training, who should be arriving in Konoha in a couple of days. Before Naruto could respond, the Nine-Tails, confined within his sealed space, could not help but splash about, exclaiming loudly, You cannot fire him. Absolutely not. It is exceedingly rare to encounter someone so reasonable and articulate in Konoha. I see the makings of a Hokage in him. Naruto, you should stick with Kakashi. You will surely benefit from his guidance. I vow it on one of my tails. Naruto turned his gaze to Yuusendo, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. As Kakashi playfully entertained the children, Yuusendo pretended to be deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The third Hokage must have assured someone capable of mentoring Naruto, yet that individual has yet to appear in the village. Could it be the legendary figure?" Kakashi nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, it is that legendary person." "Who is it?" Naruto, feeling anxious, implored, "Could you please stop with the riddles? Who is it?" "If it is that person, I could also advocate for Kakashi." Yuusendo placed his hand on Naruto's tousled golden hair and stated, "In Konoha, there is no one more suited to instruct you than that individual. In that case, I hereby declare Hatake Kakashi not guilty." Kakashi, taken aback by the formal declaration, mumbled a few words but quickly straightened up under Yuusendo's stern gaze. "Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, plaintiff. I shall be on my way." With that, he stealthily slipped away while Naruto remained puzzled about the identity of the person. The Nine-Tails observed Kakashi's retreating figure through Naruto's eyes and sighed regretfully. That white-haired man is far more agreeable than the black-haired one." After fruitlessly pondering the matter, Naruto decisively abandoned his thoughts and turned to Yuusendo, saying, "Hey, Yuusendo, why not guide me in my training? The only technique I excel at, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, was taught to me by you." "I am truly sorry, Naruto," Yuusendo replied as he locked the door, then crouched to meet Naruto's gaze. "The Hokage has arranged for you to have a remarkably skilled teacher, one whom both Kakashi and I could only aspire to emulate. Training under him will lead to swift progress, and you may stand out in the finals, advancing to chūnin and getting closer to your dream of becoming Hokage." Upon hearing Yuusendo's words, Naruto felt reassured and resolved to wait patiently for 2 more days. "Yuusendo, you just locked the door. Are you heading out?" Yuusendo explained. "Kai is at the hospital taking care of Tintin and Lee, so he asked me to help look after Neji for this month. I'm on my way to the Hyuga clan's estate to find him." Noticing Naruto's smile fade, Yuusendo promised, "When you train with that esteemed individual, I will bring you delicious bento to encourage you." Naruto's face instantly brightened, and he excitedly clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Really? Then it's a promise." "Indeed, a promise," Yuusendo affirmed as he watched Naruto dash away, before turning towards the Hyuga clan's estate. The Hyuga clan, one of the founding families of Konoha during the early days of the Fire Nation, now holds a prestigious position within the village. The Hyuga descendants, particularly those of the main family, are not required to undergo the same mission training as other shinobi. They receive their education and training within the family before directly participating in the chūnin exams. Whether it is the solemnity inherent in the Hyuga genes that lends a somber color to the clan's architecture, or the profound architectural style that has influenced the Hyuga members, shaping their character, it is evident, even if one has never visited the Hyuga estate. Standing at a height and surveying the surroundings reveals the most ancient and elegant structures belonging to the Hyuga clan. As the most rule-bound family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan's reputation is well-deserved. Such remarks are primarily made in jest. Yuusendo encountered resistance from the Byakugan at the Hyuga clan's territory. After explaining the situation and the purpose of his visit, he was led deeper into the clan's grounds by the gatekeeper. Yuusendo's gaze inadvertently swept across the bandage on the gatekeeper's forehead, confirming his branch family status. Indeed, no main family members would be stationed at the gate. The main family of Hyuga traditionally reveals their foreheads, while those seen outside, adorned with forehead protectors and executing tasks, are mostly of the branch family lineage. After being instructed to wait in the courtyard, the gatekeeper went to report to the clan leader. From across the courtyard, Yuusendo heard a heart-wrenching scream emanating from within the house. It was only after the gatekeeper entered that the cries began to subside. Upon receiving the clan leader's consent, Yuusendo entered the house under the watchful eye of the gatekeeper and politely greeted Hayashi Hyuga, the current clan leader. A glance around the room revealed Neji huddled in the corner with disheveled hair, his hands clutching his head as he trembled uncontrollably. The convulsions in his calves were a testament to the brutal treatment inflicted upon him. In another corner, Hinata had tears streaming down her cheeks. Resembling a frightened quail crouched in the shadows. Her shoulders shook as she stifled her sobs, too afraid to make a sound. Faced with the harsh punishment meted out by the main family upon the branch family, how could she? a member of the main family who had been mercilessly beaten by the branch family, hoped to escape unscathed? After reiterating his purpose to Hayashi and having received permission, Yuusendo, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, approached the corner to lift the unconscious Niji. After bidding farewell to Hayashi, Yuusendo, cradling Niji, began to exit under the guidance of the gatekeeper. However, just as he was about to leave the courtyard, a sharp, resounding slap echoed from within the house. Niji awoke, jolted by an intense headache. Even for a robust individual like him, who specialized in physical techniques, the excruciating pain of being awakened like a caged bird was unbearable. It was a malicious curse that directly affected his brain's nerves. No amount of muscular training could alleviate that agony. Niji removed the cool towel from his forehead and gradually sat up from the sofa. Faced with the unfamiliar living room, he felt no tension or sense of crisis. The cold towel had indeed alleviated some of his pain, and it was evident that the owner of this place had been considerate in caring for him. In his childhood, he had once unintentionally overturned Hinata during their training sessions, leading her to cry out in distress. That experience had introduced him to the harsh reality of being a caged bird, a pain that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. He finally understood why the branch family was so utterly devoted to the main family. Once disloyalty arose, it could indeed lead to death. Supporting himself against the back of the sofa, he slowly rose, realizing it was nearly noon and that he had been unconscious for about 2 hours. The owner of the house had drawn all the curtains, casting the living room in a dim light. However, for Niji, who had just regained consciousness, this level of illumination was perfectly suited, not harsh on his eyes. Such meticulous care. Could the owner be a medical ninja? Just as he prepared to leave the living room to meet the owner, the door to the living room was suddenly pulled open. Upon seeing the visage of Yuusendo, Niji's inner turmoil was instantly resolved. In deference to local customs, Niji, like his fellow companions, adopted the same form of address for his elder brother Yuusendo. Prior to the chūnin exams, after guiding them through their daily training, Teacher Kai would take them to a restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan, where he would procure a nourishing soup for each of them, courtesy of a friend who generously provided it free of charge. Following this, the students of Kai's class, who were a year ahead of Naruto and his friends, began to refer to Yuusendo as Big Brother. After today, Niji felt particularly justified in using this term of endearment. Awake now? Is your head still aching? Surely, there is a lingering pain, isn't there? The repeated activation of this cursed seal can inflict irreversible damage to the brain. I have brewed some medicinal soup that may alleviate your discomfort, Yuusendo remarked, gesturing with his thumb towards the kitchen where the concoction simmered. Thank you, Big Brother Yuusendo. Niji replied, though still youthful in years, his words bore a maturity surpassing that of many adults. Was it you who liberated me from my clan? I apologize for subjecting you to an embarrassing scene. Yuusendo observed Niji as he bowed in apology, and, once he straightened, inquired softly, do you feel wronged? I have grown accustomed to it. Niji answered with an air of indifference, as if the agonizing turmoil he had experienced 2 hours prior belonged to another person. This is the fate destined for those born into the branch family. Yet you do not seem the type to accept fate without resistance. Do I not? Niji retorted. Indeed, you do not. If you ask me, it is not like you, Yuusendo replied, a light chuckle escaping Niji's lips. Despite possessing immaculate white eyes, Yuusendo discerned a flicker of despair within them. Little Lee lacks talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, inherently unsuited to be a ninja. Yet he clung to the last straw of taijutsu, and through diligence and perseverance, he succeeded in mastering the 8 gates, a feat that even I in 1010 could not achieve. And then there is Sakura, who, in her quest to catch up to Naruto and Sasuke, has exerted herself no less than Little Lee. Even 1010 confided in me that, as a fellow taijutsu practitioner, she empathizes with Sakura's relentless efforts. These two so-called ordinary individuals, deemed mediocre by talent, dare to strike back against an unjust fate. Am I, a so-called genius, to be a coward? Yuusendo refrained from interrupting Niji's passionate outburst, silently offering him a cup of warm water. Thank you. Niji's fervor had surged during his monologue. Yet he had now regained his usual composure. However, it remained uncertain whether this calmness stemmed from acceptance or mere numbness. Watching Niji finish the entire cup of water, Yuusendo gently spoke, but you are different from them. Taijutsu requires time to accumulate. Once a certain threshold of quantitative change is achieved, qualitative transformation will follow naturally. For them, as long as they exert several times the effort, they will eventually reap rewards. However, the challenge you pose to fate is a path leading to ruin. And if I perish, what then? Niji replied, moving to the window and drawing back the curtains, allowing the bright sunlight to illuminate the living room. To remain caged within a birdcage for a lifetime, succumbing to illness and old age, or to break free and soar into the sky, even if just for a minute or a second. Given the choice, I would choose the latter. As he spoke, Niji turned to Shindu, his gaze intense as he inquired, Brother Shindu, if you were branded as a caged bird at the tender age of 3, devoid of any means of resistance, and your dreams and future aspirations were utterly obliterated, leaving you with the singular purpose of safeguarding the clan, rendering your future a mere foregone conclusion, how would you choose if you were in my position? Shindu did not respond immediately. He reclined against the back of the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, contemplating deeply for an extended period. Niji stood silently by the window, awaiting Shindu's reply. After a considerable time, Shindu finally lowered his head, meeting Niji's eager gaze. If it were me, I would likely not resign myself to a life imprisoned in a cage. With his thoughts validated, Niji felt a sense of relief, growing closer to Shindu. Teacher Kai mentioned that he needs to care for Tian and Xiao Li during this period, so he entrusted you to guide me in my training? Guidance is a strong term. I can only assist you more in daily matters, Shindu replied. Come with me, and I shall show you something. Following Niji to a spacious clearing, Shindu observed as Niji positioned himself 10 meters away, assuming the initial stance of gentle fist, use ninjutsu to attack me. Without further questioning, Shindu complied, launching a fireball towards Niji. As the fireball approached, Niji suddenly spun rapidly in place, a semi-spherical chakra shield enveloping him, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Gradually ceasing his rotation, Niji explained, this is the 8 trigrams palm's return, a secret advanced technique exclusive to the main family, which I have fortuitously discovered. The principle involves releasing a significant amount of chakra from within, causing the body to spin at high speed like a top, capable of rebounding all physical attacks. Known as absolute defense. Locking eyes with Shindu, Niji continued, among the gentle fist techniques accessible to branch family members, there exists no one-hit kill technique. You understand what I mean, don't you? Shindu sighed softly. Completing Niji's unspoken thoughts, the absence of such lethal techniques implies that the main family can always activate the caged bird seal before facing rebellion or assassination from the branch family. Niji laughed heartily, tears of mirth brimming in his eyes. The esteemed return. The illustrious absolute defense. How absurd that it exists solely for the purpose of guarding against the branch family. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Naruto lay on the grassy slope by the riverbank, propping his head with his hands, watching as the sky transformed from hazy to bright. For the past 2 days, he had risen before dawn, wandering the village like a vagabond. Upon reaching a favored spot, he would sit or lie down, returning home to indulge in instant noodles as noon approached. Yesterday, it was a bench in the park. Today, he had chosen the riverside lawn. The anticipation instilled by that enigmatic teacher had rendered Naruto disinterested in all else. He wished to converse with others, but found his friends increasingly busy. Shikamaru and Choji, similarly consumed by their preparations for the finals, were secluded in their clan's training grounds, leaving no time for idle chatter with Naruto. Because Yu was elevated due to being under Naruto's foot, he diligently trained within his family. When Naruto sought out Yu, he encountered his sister, Inuzuka Hana. According to her, Yu had tied Naruto's photograph to a wooden post as a means of motivation to strive harder. After careful contemplation, Naruto resolved to refrain from disturbing Yu during this period. He also visited Lee in the hospital, but as Lee had been admitted to the intensive care unit, he only met Guy at the entrance. After entrusting his greetings and well wishes to teacher Guy, Naruto quietly departed. Hospitals are truly places where joy is hard to come by, with the exception of the obstetrics department. Brother Sannin was assigned by teacher Guy to guide Niji in his training, while Kakashi had taken Sasuke into some secluded grove. Sakura, emulating Lee, strapped weights to her arms and legs, and upon encountering Naruto during her training, merely exchanged a hurried greeting before resolutely continuing on her way. As Naruto surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was the only one with leisure time. With nothing else to do, he lay on the lawn and chatted with the Ninetales. The wind today is rather boisterous, he mused. Such sentiments do not suit you, the languorous Ninetales replied, showing no inclination to indulge Naruto's whims. If you're truly bored, You could summon your shadow clones and engage in combat with yourself. Naruto retorted, I find it amusing that you seem even more bored than I do. The Nine-Tails shrugged. If you were confined in a seal for decades, you would feel equally listless. The pair gazed at the flowing river, their moods as tranquil as the water's surface. After a prolonged silence, Naruto leisurely inquired, Kurama, what ninjutsu do you possess? Why not teach me? Humph. The Nine-Tails snorted disdainfully, lifting its proud head with its nostrils pointed skyward. What legitimate tailed beast would deign to learn the ninjutsu developed by mere ninjas? Only weak-tailed beasts with sparse chakra would resort to such external means to enhance their power. And what about you, Kurama? Me? I am the Nine-Tails, the foremost among the nine-tailed beasts. Do I need to learn your human ninjutsu to augment my strength? I am already at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Faced with the arrogant fox, Naruto chose to enlighten it. Then how were you sealed away? Silence ensued. After a long pause, a soft sigh echoed from the ceiling space. The wind today is quite boisterous. Such sentiments do not suit you, Naruto thought, crossing his legs and tapping his toes. I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Just as Naruto and the Nine-Tails were engaged in their lively conversation, a tall ninja with disheveled white hair, carrying a scroll, appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired ninja stood at the entrance of the Hokage building, making his way to the Hokage's office with familiarity, neglecting to knock or announce himself, and instead kicked the door open as he strode inside. As he entered, he was promptly struck back into the corridor by a flying pipe, accompanied by the irritable reprimand of the Third Hokage, knock before entering, and do not kick the door. Be careful, or I shall use the adamantine staff to bruise each of your 10 toes. Sighing deeply, Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, letting out a long, drawn-out exhale. A half-hearted sigh of frustration was abruptly interrupted by the irritable reprimand of a cantankerous old man within the room. What are you dawdling at the door for? If you enjoy watching the entrance so much, I might as well assign you the task of guarding the village gate while I still hold my position. Oh, no. No, Jiraiya retorted as he stepped inside, placing his pipe upon the table. With a gaze fixed upon his wrinkled mentor, he sighed, I am accustomed to my freedom. To tether me at the gate would be akin to taking my life. Naruto could only glare helplessly at his beloved disciple, though years had passed since their last meeting. The sight of Jiraiya's increasingly toad-like visage rendered him speechless. Jiraiya was endearing in every way, kind, reliable, and steadfast, his prowess now among the finest in Konoha. His singular flaw, however, lay in his carefree disposition. He would often abandon the village for years on end, were it not for Naruto's influence this time. Naruto would suspect Jiraiya's next return to the village would coincide with his own funeral. And let us not forget, this man was also quite the lecher. Easily swayed by the old toad's ramblings, he scoured the world in search of the so-called child of destiny, engaging with boys from various ninja villages. Were it not for Naruto's knowledge of Jiraiya's unabashed passion for women, particularly those of ample proportions, he might have questioned whether his disciple harbored some unspeakable vice. Did he never ponder that perhaps the child of destiny referenced by the old toad could merely be some tadpole? The chances of discovering such a being among humans were slim indeed. How could I nearly forget the most pertinent detail? This man was indeed a notorious lecher. As Naruto reflected, he concluded that this disciple of his was simply not suitable. Yet, Jiraiya had not been idle. Amidst his travels in search of the child of destiny, he had gathered material for his literary pursuits, producing a considerable number of readable works over the years. Notably, his Peace Paradise of Affection could be regarded as his magnum opus, containing descriptions that were surprisingly captivating. As Hokage, Naruto's interest in Jiraiya's writings was not born of passion, but rather a simple desire to ascertain how his long-absent disciple fared in distant lands. Thus, the two remained in silence for a prolonged moment until Jiraiya broke the stillness. Teacher, I never imagined you had aged so much. Naruto, with drooping eyelids, regarded Jiraiya and replied, I thought you might conjure something profound after all this time. Have you forgotten I am approaching 70? And do recall, you are over 50 as well. It would do you good to exhibit a modicum of maturity. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Am I really over 50? How swiftly time passes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto placed his pipe back on the table and unleashed a torrent of words. You haven't been lost in your juvenile fantasies while penning those inappropriate books, have you? Immersing yourself in the role of a youthful protagonist, believing yourself as vibrant as in your younger days? Cease your daydreaming. What future lies in writing such works? They only serve to corrupt. I suspect Kakashi remains single at 26 due to his obsession with such literature. Watergate was merely 24 when he welcomed Naruto. Despite being 50, Jiraiya found himself chastised by Naruto as though he were still a child, and after receiving a thorough scolding, he could muster no retort. If his paradise of intimacy could ascend to the pinnacle of the niche novel bestseller list, he would possess the confidence to retort with a few words. Unfortunately, Paradise of Cooling has only just breached the top 5 of the bestseller rankings, landing at a modest 5th place. The 4 preceding titles are all penned by the same individual, a rather menacing figure known by the pseudonym Rain, with an umbrella but no knife. He has read all of this author's works, and, after doing so, finds himself humbled by their prowess. An individual capable of crafting such diverse narratives must surely be a charismatic rogue in reality. After all, how else could one conjure so many pulse-quickening plots? Speaking of plots, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards his mentor, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Wait a moment, old man. Your words imply that you are rather familiar with my work. Moments later, within the eerily silent office of the Hokage, a massive humanoid figure suddenly burst forth, crashing through the door and colliding with the corridor wall. A furious roar echoed throughout the entire Hokage building. Get out!